It is said that deities bestow a card imbued with extraordinary powers upon certain individuals on their 18th birthday. There are 52 distinct playing cards, each representing a unique, extraordinary ability. Those fortunate enough to receive an extraordinary ability card are granted admission to the most prestigious academy for gifted individuals. The campus bell proclaims, "I possess the Queen of Spades, capable of conjuring a myriad of weapons." The wealthy heir boasts, "My father wields the Jack of Diamonds, enabling him to acquire limitless wealth." Meanwhile, in another location, a young boy brandishes his playing card, having exhausted all 52 extraordinary abilities. Everyone is left utterly astonished. "What card do you possess?" The boy glances down and replies, "In the circus, you are the busiest. In Gotham City, you are the most audacious. You stand guard before McDonald's, the kings and queens of the playing cards." Please refer to the title of the book. Chapter 1. The performance commences. May I borrow your mobile phone for a moment? In the bustling streets, with neon lights flickering, a sensuous woman clad in red leans against the riverside railing, silently scrolling through videos when she is suddenly stirred by the clear voice of a young boy. "My apologies, I shall be quick." The boy, named Joku, appears beside her, his expression remarkably innocent. The woman's brow arches in suspicion, yet when Joku opens his palm, she hesitates before reluctantly offering her phone. Joku takes it, taps the screen a few times, and swiftly brings up an image, a coin. The woman furrows her brow, uncertain of his intentions. "In truth, I am a street magician practicing my craft. In a moment, I shall produce this coin from the phone." The woman's expression softens, intrigued, as she replies, "Very well, young magician, let the performance begin." Joku's fingertips glide across the screen, a flash of metallic brilliance illuminating the air. In the next instant, a 1 yuan coin sparkles in his left hand. The woman's eyes widen in astonishment, exclaiming in wonder. 2 seconds later, applause erupts. The woman claps enthusiastically. "Absolutely marvelous." A few passers-by, drawn by the commotion, gather curiously. Joku bows gracefully. "Thank you for your kind words." After expressing his gratitude, he is about to return the phone to the woman when a cold breeze sweeps by, causing him to sneeze involuntarily. Achoo! His right hand trembles slightly. The phone slips from his grasp, plummeting through the air in a graceful arc towards the river below. Splash! The tranquil surface of the water ripples at the disturbance. Not good. The woman's arm, poised to catch the phone, halts in midair. Joku awkwardly chuckles, swiftly pressing the coin into her hand. The woman stares blankly at the 1 yuan coin in her palm. "Where's my phone?" "You have transformed into that coin." Joku blinked innocently, his expression brimming with naivety. "You think a mere 1 yuan can purchase my phone? Ahem. How about we offset the remainder with a fee for the magic show?" The woman glowered, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Joku feigned an attempt to escape. The two were at an impasse, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers from afar. "Does anyone understand? This person has tossed my phone into the river, and now he wishes to flee." The woman's voice grew increasingly louder, causing the crowd around them to swell as they craned their necks to ascertain what was transpiring. Joku felt a surge of delight at the increasing audience. His objective had been achieved. He smiled faintly. "I apologize, madam, for causing you concern. I am a magician, and all actions are merely theatrical effects. Magic does not fail. Rather, you have fallen into a meticulously orchestrated ruse. Now, please open your bag." The woman hesitantly unzipped her LV handbag, momentarily stunned. Inside lay a pink phone, quietly resting. This is... She retrieved it to inspect. "My phone." She held her device aloft, eliciting gasps from the surrounding crowd. A child clutching an ice cream cone gaped in astonishment, the melting cream dripping onto his father's polished shoes. 2 seconds later, clap, clap, clap. The air resonated with thunderous applause. "I'm sorry, young man, I misjudged you." Within mere minutes, Joku had performed several more tricks. The coin vanished, a rose appeared from a single hand, flames materialized from thin air. The crowd continued to swell, the atmosphere growing ever more fervent. At this moment, the audience's excitement reached its zenith. "Sister, the grand finale magic trick is the highlight of today." Joku produced a deck of cards, fanning them out elegantly. Please select any card. The woman lightly tapped one card, drawing the 7 of clubs. A faint scent of perfume lingered on it. Joker returned it to the deck and shuffled. Sister, let me pose a question. Do you know how many suits there are in a deck of cards? The woman smiled slightly. Of course I know. Spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds, totaling 4. Then, how many ranks does each suit contain? Do you know? The woman continued to respond effortlessly. From A to K, there are 13 ranks in total. You are indeed formidable, sister. One last question. How many cards are there in a complete deck? 54 cards. 4 suits with 13 ranks yield 52 cards, plus the Joker and the Little Joker, making it precisely 54. The woman spoke fluently. Correct. I didn't expect you to possess such knowledge. Now, if I randomly draw a card from these 54, what is the probability it will be the card you selected? 1 in 54. This time, the entire audience shouted in unison, voicing the answer for him. Joku spread the deck of cards face down, selecting one by one. Not this one, nor this one. The audience's gaze was riveted upon him, eagerly anticipating the young magician's success in selecting the 7 of clubs. Joku swiftly drew a card from the deck, lifting it high. This is the one. The woman was poised to exclaim in surprise. The onlookers raised their arms in anticipation. However, when they beheld the card's design, they collectively froze. It was not the woman's 7 of clubs. The atmosphere turned decidedly awkward. Mom, he made a mistake, a little girl exclaimed, shaking her mother's arm innocently. Joka puzzledly flipped the card over. In the circus, you are the busiest. In Gotham City, you are the wildest. You stand guard before McDonald's, and in the deck of cards, the kings and jokers await. The illustration on the card perfectly mirrored his current predicament. A clown. Ahem, you have done splendidly. The woman attempted to smooth over the situation, but Joka suddenly tossed the clown card into the air. The moonlight of the night delicately illuminated the card, reflecting a silvery glow. Do you remember what I said? Joka's lips curled into a smile, his voice soaring. Magic does not fail. It merely means you have fallen into a meticulously arranged ruse. The card spun through the evening breeze, while distant lights from a financial skyscraper cast bizarre shadows upon the card's surface. Bang! It was as if someone had pulled the city's power switch. In an instant, all the lights along the commercial street extinguished simultaneously. What just happened? The crowd murmured in confusion amidst the darkness. Look at that building. A sudden gasp arose from the crowd. Some windows of the financial skyscraper flickered, lights illuminating one after another, resembling countless white dots racing up the building's facade. Ultimately, thousands of bright windows arranged themselves in a particular pattern, culminating hundreds of meters above in the formation of a colossal playing card design. The shimmering river mirrored the reflection of the playing card, as if the entire city had plunged into a magical realm of cards. And that immense design was the very card the woman had selected, the 7 of clubs. Wow! The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. All spectators extended their hands, applauding with abandon. Joka quietly slipped away. He murmured softly, "Magic concludes perfectly." At that moment, the sounds of celebration echoed through the night sky. Having distanced himself from the crowd, Joka stretched leisurely. Today's magic performance was quite a success. Who are you? Before him, 2 men resembling police officers suddenly blocked Joku's path, revealing their badges. We are from the Anomaly Regulation Department of Longwa. We apologize, but we have detected your unauthorized use of abilities. Please accompany us. Chapter 2. In Custody Name. Joku age, 17. The stout, short police officer across the table lifted his gaze and furrowed his brow. Speak the truth. Honestly. I am 17, Joku innocently replied. Nonsense. The short officer slammed his hand on the table. You are undoubtedly 18. The tall, slender officer beside him intervened. Hey. Let us maintain civility in law enforcement. He then kindly flashed a smile. Young man, you violated the law. Don't you think your parents would be heartbroken to know? My parents have passed away. The 2 officers paused for a moment, taken aback. I'm sorry. The short officer cleared his throat twice. Now, tell us why you used your extraordinary abilities. Joka blinked a few times. What do you mean? Are you attempting to play dumb? The short officer tapped the table with his ballpoint pen. Someone reported that you conjured coins and a cell phone out of thin air in front of numerous civilians, and even caused a citywide blackout for 5 seconds. The term civilians sounded peculiar at first, yet was entirely normal in this world. Joku was a transmigrator, having crossed over from Earth to this realm at a tender age. However, the technological level and climate of this world were almost indistinguishable from Earth. The sole difference lay in the political structure of the Dragon Kingdom, which was a monarchy with nobility, a king, and commoners. The commoners lived in poverty. While the nobility was stratified, the major nobles wielded power, and the minor nobles were only slightly wealthier than the commoners. Not only the commoners, but that lady in red, carrying an LV bag, was undoubtedly of noble descent. But that was not the crux of the matter. The focus was on your use of extraordinary abilities. Oh, first of all, I appreciate your acknowledgement of my magical skills. However, I must clarify that all of this is merely an illusion. An illusion? The two officers exchanged incredulous glances. Indeed, when I made the coin appear, I had secretly concealed one in my palm and placed it behind the cell phone. When discussing the principles behind the magic, Joku became animated. And that cell phone I tossed into the river was merely a model. The real phone was discreetly returned to her bag. As for the citywide blackout and the building's light show, I had bribed the electrician in advance. It cost me quite a bit, I must say. Uffed. The tall officer let out a chuckle. Joku frowned. What are you laughing at? I remembered something amusing. Uffed. The short officer couldn't suppress a laugh either. What are you laughing about? He covered his mouth. My wife just had a baby. I am not joking. The two officers quickly regained their composure and became serious. Mr. Zhou, let us speak plainly. You have violated the first rule of the nobility. It is forbidden to display magic in front of commoners. But I am a commoner. Nonsense. You clearly look like a student from the Dragon Kingdom Nobility School. I am truly not a noble, let alone able to afford a noble school. Despite Joku's earnest explanations, the two officers stubbornly insisted that he possessed magical abilities. Fine, fine, then tell me how much the fine is. Joku sighed in resignation, as if these officers were incapable of understanding reason. No fine. The two officers exchanged glances before uttering two words, death penalty. What? Joku appeared to have misheard. Come on, is performing a magic trick really worth that? I genuinely do not grasp what you refer to as extraordinary abilities. Forget it. I want to entertain this any longer. Goodbye. Joku stood up, raised his hands, and vigorously shook the silver bracelets on his wrists, as if attempting to break free. The short officer immediately reached out to grab him. The next moment, crack. The silver bracelet slipped from Joku's wrist and instantly bound the stout officer's hands. Joku displayed an innocent expression. Oh dear, my hand slipped. How did the bracelet end up on you? You. The short officer was about to erupt, but suddenly closed his eyes, silently reciting a peculiar incantation. Square transforms all things are severed. What on earth is a square? Before Joku could comprehend, crack. The central part of the handcuff shattered. Now it was Joku's turn to be bewildered. Wait, buddy, you really can do that? You shattered the handcuffs with just a strange poem? Joku had previously escaped the handcuffs by using a small wire to pry them open. Then, when the officer drew near, he had relied on inertia to fling the handcuffs onto him. However, this officer had not utilized any wire when he broke the handcuffs. Joku sat back down, intrigued. So, you're also in the same line of work? What trick did you use, and where did you hide the wire? The officer completely misunderstood. What do you mean by the same line of work? I used my extraordinary abilities. Behold, this is my divine card. He pulled out a playing card from his wallet. The two of diamonds. A playing card can shatter handcuffs? Why not? This is the exclusive ability of the two of diamonds. It can split all objects in two. This was granted to me by the divine on my 18th birthday. How nostalgic. The officer suddenly realized. Hey, don't you have one too? Joku spread open his palm. I have an egg. You didn't receive a divine card on your 18th birthday? I told you, I am only 17. The two officers exchanged a glance once more. When is your birthday? Then, Joku raised his hand and glanced at his watch. In 5 days. Your birthday is in 5 days. Early happy birthday. For huh? 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. The clock struck midnight precisely. At this moment, Joku officially turned 18. Boom. A radiant light enveloped his entire being. A peculiar sensation surged through him, and it seemed as though something was stirring within his body. In an instant, Joku's palm began to glow faintly. A brilliant flash of white light surged forth. A playing card slowly rotated in the air. Joku grasped the card, and the radiance ceased. What is this? Joku examined the card in his hand. Wasn't this the Joker from a deck of cards? The back of the card was adorned with intricate patterns, while the front featured an illustration of a jester. The corners of the card bore the letters Joker. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed in his mind. Divine card, Joker, unique. Extraordinary ability. Possess the abilities of all other playing cards. Extraordinary ability trigger condition, hidden. Detected that the conditions for triggering the extraordinary ability have been met. The ability is activated automatically, randomly drawing other extraordinary abilities. Instantly, the playing card in his hand began to rapidly flip, ultimately transforming into another playing card. This card depicted a regal king, adorned with the symbol of clubs, with the letter K inscribed at its corners. King of Clubs. Extraordinary ability. Alter the probability of events occurring. Note: this divine card reverts to Joker after using its extraordinary ability once. The two officers stared at Joku, wide-eyed and speechless. Is the divine card you mentioned this? Joku waved the King of Clubs in his hand. The officers, as if awakening from a dream, exclaimed, "You truly just turned 18? Joku produced his identification card and presented it to them. Authentic and genuine. In the next moment, "We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused." Two police officers bowed simultaneously, escorting Joku to the entrance of the police station. "Young man, we look forward to your next visit." Joku smiled and waved goodbye, inwardly chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. After traversing the dark roads for half an hour, he finally returned home. Upon seeing his dilapidated little apartment, a sigh escaped his lips. Why, he pondered, had he not been transported into the life of a noble, but rather into the existence of a destitute commoner? As he reached into his pocket for the keys, his fingers brushed against a small piece of paper. It emitted a faint scent of perfume, and inscribed in elegant red handwriting were the words, "Tomorrow, I shall come to find you." A frown creased Joku's brow. The perfume wafted from the note. Could it possibly belong to that woman in the red dress? Chapter 3. The noble school. Once inside his home, Joku scrutinized the note. The rich fragrance of the perfume wafted gently around him, causing his brow to furrow deeply. As a magician, he had honed the skill of stealthily placing items on others without them noticing. Yet, someone had managed to pull the same trick on him. He was certain that the woman in red had not approached him in any way. As a seasoned magician, he would never allow anyone the opportunity to approach him undetected. So, how had she accomplished this? How had she placed the note in his pocket without physical contact? After a moment's contemplation, the answer dawned upon him. Perhaps she possessed some extraordinary ability that allowed for the instant transfer of objects? He too had acquired an extraordinary ability, the divine card, Joker. He retrieved the playing card from his pocket. The once familiar Fool card had transformed into another, King of Clubs. "What are you pondering?" A sharp voice suddenly interjected. "Wait, the divine card can speak? Ah, I am not merely a card. I am the deity who granted you the Fool card. You may call me the Clown God." What sort of deity is this? We live in a technological society that venerates science and eschews superstition. How absurd. Conversing with you is futile, such is the mindset of a typical time traveler. Very well, farewell. Wait. Don't you wish to know the purpose of this playing card? Go on then. You heard at the police station, every individual with potential receives a divine card bestowed upon them by the deity upon turning 18. And this card, the one you hold, is imbued with the power to activate extraordinary abilities. Each divine card possesses unique abilities, and Joker can transform into any playing card, making it the strongest divine card in existence. Such a powerful card. Why was it given to me? Well, it seems your demeanor is more suited to a clown. Huh. Please clarify. Your Fool card has now become the King of Clubs. I eagerly await the moment you unleash your extraordinary abilities. Farewell. With that, the sharp voice vanished. And no matter how Joku called out, the clown god's voice did not return. King of Clubs. Joku silently contemplated the extraordinary ability of the King of Clubs. Altering the probability of events? How might one utilize such a power? Could it be applied to any event? If so, he could simply purchase a lottery ticket and adjust the odds of winning the grand prize to 100%. Surely that would lead to prosperity? Or were there more suitable opportunities to wield this extraordinary ability? However, Joku recalled that the clown god had mentioned, this divine card can only be used once before reverting to Joker. The ability to alter probabilities could only be employed a single time. Joku decided against using it immediately, carefully storing the divine card away. The following day, ding dong, the doorbell jolted Joku awake. He opened his eyes to find that it was already the next morning. Unbeknownst to him, he had slept the entire night away. He rose, washed his face, and made his way to the door. Click. As he turned the doorknob, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful figure standing before him. With a soft sigh, he remarked, "Indeed, it is you." Outside, the woman in red flashed a charming smile. "Hello, handsome. Did you receive my note?" Without waiting for Joku's response, she stepped inside. Opening her Louis Vuitton bag and spilling its contents, stacks of vibrant 100 yuan notes, across the floor. Joku gazed at the money, swallowing hard. Having lost both parents at a young age, he had been surviving by performing magic tricks, often worrying about his next meal. In recent years, his situation had improved slightly through live streaming his performances, allowing him to rent a small apartment. Yet he had never seen so much money all at once. "Sister, please don't tell me this is a reward from last night's magic show." "It's not a reward, but it is indeed all for you. Why are you giving me money?" You don't intend to support me, do you? The woman smiled gently. Oh, you child, what wild thoughts you have. This is all scholarship money. What? Scholarship money? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. She handed him her business card. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Yun, and I am a professor at the Noble School of the Dragon Kingdom. Divine card, 5 of diamonds. She produced her own playing card, the 5 of diamonds. Another playing card? Zhouke hesitated and asked, Are you also an extraordinary ability user? Extraordinary ability user? She giggled, covering her mouth. That term is truly peculiar. But I digress. We have no time to waste. You must hurry to enroll as a new student. Enroll? In what? Of course. In the Noble School of the Dragon Kingdom. Today marks the first day of school. The Noble School of the Dragon Kingdom is the nation's premier institution of higher learning, having produced countless top politicians, businessmen, and elites across various fields. Graduating from this school guarantees a future salary in the millions, marrying a beautiful heiress, and ascending to the pinnacle of life is but a dream away. Zhouke had long dreamt of attending this school, but it only accepted nobles. Sister, I am a commoner. I know, but you have been admitted as an exception. Huh. The dream was tantalizingly close, yet in that moment, Zhouke hesitated. A divine card user, a noble school, and this woman in red suddenly wanting to enroll him. It was all too strange. Zhouke glanced at the mountain of money. Are you saying that if I agree to enroll, all that money is mine? Of course. Without a moment's pause, Zhouke declared, Mentor, from this day forth, I shall be your student. Strange as it was, who would turn down money? To hesitate even a second would be to disrespect wealth. One who does not seize wealth is a fool. So, let us hasten to complete the enrollment process. Professor Chen Yun inquired again, Have you had breakfast? The new student enrollment starts at 8 a.m. What time is it? 8 o'clock. Zhouke pointed to the wall clock, but it's already 7:55. The Noble School of the Dragon Kingdom is located in the city center, quite far from Zhouke's home. Even by taxi, it would take at least an hour. Oh, that's no problem. We won't be walking there. She grasped her divine card in one hand and extended her other arm. Hold on tight. What for? Just hold on to me. Zhouke, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, placed his hand upon Chen Yun's arm. Chen Yun, her eyes slightly closed, clutched her square card and murmured, Square transforms all things. 5 defines the destined path. What square? What does 5 signify? Yet another cryptic verse? In an instant, Zhouke felt as though he were being compressed into an exceedingly narrow space, his entire being contorting in discomfort, gasping for breath. The next moment, the air suddenly became invigoratingly fresh. He blinked and surveyed his surroundings. The dilapidated environment of his apartment had vanished entirely, replaced by the resplendent entrance of a grand school, emblazoned with the words Divine Card Academy. Before him lay a sea of people. In the Dragon Kingdom, this prestigious institution is colloquially known as the Divine Card Academy. I just utilized my divine card to teleport here directly. Zhouke regained his composure. So, that little note couldn't possibly have been sent to my pocket through your extraordinary abilities, could it? Professor Chen Yun responded with a tone akin to praising a child. Clever boy. She glanced at her phone and added, Oh, I forgot to mention, to gain admission, you must undergo 3 entrance assessments. However, I have faith in you. With your capabilities, passing these assessments should pose no issue. I have other matters to attend to, so I bid you farewell. With that, the young professor vanished in a flash. Zhouke found himself somewhat speechless. A professor at such a young age, appearing rather frivolous, seemed rather unreliable. He sighed and looked ahead. At the forefront, an upperclassman called out, Freshman, please queue orderly for the first round of entrance assessments. Zhouke stepped forward to take his place at the end of the line, his heart racing with trepidation. This was a noble school. Could a commoner like him truly pass the assessments and enroll in the Dragon Kingdom as foremost academy? Hey, are you a new student too? Someone suddenly engaged him from the front. Chapter 4. Bloodline Assessment. Zhouke looked up to see an unusually dressed boy. This boy had long, flowing hair, and if not closely observed, one might struggle to discern his gender. His attire was exceedingly plain, were it not for the fact that this school only accepted nobles. Zhouke might have mistaken him for a fellow commoner. Zhouke politely replied, Yes. May I ask if you are as well? The long-haired boy exclaimed, That's wonderful. I'm so nervous right now, worried I won't pass the assessment. I'm terrified. Finally, I've encountered another freshman like me. My name is Zhang Yang. May I know your name, brother? Oh, I'm Zhouke. What a rare name. You must hail from an obscure noble family, just like me. Haha. My family is practically as poor as commoners. My parents spend quite a bit on my education. Zhang Yang tossed his hair. By the way, I heard that this year's freshmen include a legendary figure. Zhouke, eager to gather more information, looked on with interest. Pray tell, I'm all ears. Zhang Yang chuckled. I heard that yesterday, this person caused a blackout across the entire East Sea City for 5 seconds. Even the Yi family's financial skyscraper experienced a lighting malfunction, making it to the trending news. Moreover, it said that he accomplished this feat before reaching adulthood. On that very day, he received his divine card and earned his admission qualification. What's more, he obtained the rarest Plum Blossom Divine card. Zhou feigned ignorance and inquired, "Oh, is the Plum Blossom Divine card really that rare?" "Absolutely," Zhang Yang replied, brimming with knowledge. "In any case, I've never seen a plum blossom in the Dragon Kingdom." And, he added, adopting a mysteriously conspiratorial tone, two police officers leaked that this guy hails from a common background. Zhou pressed further. "What is the significance of being from a common background?" Zhang Yang stared at him in astonishment. "Aren't you shocked? This is the only known case in the world of a commoner being granted a divine card by the gods. He was even admitted to the school through exceptional circumstances." Zhou mused. "I wonder what made him favored by the divine. Does he possess extra limbs or something?" He feigned ignorance. "I have no idea. Perhaps he is simply very handsome." Up ahead, the upperclassmen continued to organize the line, calling out, one at a time, "No rushing." Zhang Yang, noticing the senior, excitedly shook Zhou's arm. Look at that person." Zhou glanced at the upperclassman, who was tall with a somewhat dark complexion, from a distance. He couldn't discern his features. "What's the matter? You don't understand?" "That's Senior Li Hanfeng. It said he achieved the highest score in the entrance assessments during his year." Zhou was unaware that the entrance assessments were ranked and did not grasp the significance of this score. He merely nodded, half comprehending. The line for the entrance assessments was long. Zhou observed as the freshman at the front passed through a device resembling a security checkpoint. Magical Element Level 3. Divine Card Square 4, qualified. Magical Element Level 5, Divine Card Spade 6, qualified. At that moment, Zhou quietly asked Zhang Yang, "Hey, what is happening up there?" "Of course, it's the first round of entrance assessments. You must know that all new students undergo 3 assessments to gain admission. This round is called the Bloodline Assessment, which evaluates the magical element levels within the students." "What does the magical element level signify?" Zhou inquired further. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, are you serious? You don't even know about the magical element?" Zhou fabricated an excuse. "I grew up in a common household. No one ever informed me." Zhang Yang began to explain earnestly. "In that case, you must have played games, right? You understand the concept of combat power, don't you? The magical element is an innate energy within nobles, akin to combat power. With diligent training, one can gradually increase their magical element level. When it reaches 10 points, one's divine card can ascend to the next level." As he spoke, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Many people graduate without ever achieving ascension, and some may never exceed a magical element level of 10 in their lifetime. "I don't aspire for much. As long as my magical element level is above 3, I can pass the assessment smoothly." Zhou felt a wave of unease wash over him. "If it falls below 3, will the school reject me?" Zhang Yang reassured him. "Don't worry, this round is just a bloodline check. As long as you are of noble descent, your magical element level will likely be above 3. Only commoners have no magical element at all, so you can rest easy." After hearing this, Zhou felt even more uncertain. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the front of the line. "Magical element level 11, Divine Card Square 8, qualified." The announcement from the security checkpoint drew everyone's attention. A magical element level of 11? It was rumored that 10 points marked a threshold that new students could not surpass. How could he achieve 11? Truly, the Yi family, one of the 4 great noble families, was inherently superior to us lesser nobles. The Yi family is the foremost family beneath the royal lineage, possessing pure bloodlines and wealth. Zhou peered ahead, spotting a flamboyantly dressed young man striding confidently past the security checkpoint, his demeanor decidedly arrogant. At this moment, Zhang Yang reacted just like the others. His mouth agape. This Yi Ling Tian actually surpassed the threshold of 10 points in magic essence upon enrollment. Zhou inquired once more, "Who is Yi Ling Tian?" Startled by Zhou's question, Zhang Yang exclaimed, "You don't even know who Yi Ling Tian is? Let me ask you, do you know that the financial building that experienced a blackout yesterday belongs to the Yi family group?" Zhou nodded. "Well, that is common knowledge among the common folk." "Exactly. Yi Ling Tian is the young master of the Yi family. His demeanor is rather ostentatious and domineering. It's best not to provoke him." Before the crowd could settle down, a commotion erupted further up the line. The detection gate produced another astounding result. Magic Essence Level 15, card, Spade Q, qualified. The crowd erupted into fervent chatter. A Magic Essence level of 15? Such talent is rare even among the great nobility. Who might this noble lady be? So meticulously concealed? Indeed, true experts often remain low-key. Zhou gazed at the noble girl undergoing testing. She wore a black mask and a flowing white gown. But most striking of all was her silvery hair, a rarity in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhou inadvertently glanced at her left wrist. where a silver bracelet subtly reflected the sunlight. Zhang Yang marveled. I can't believe this cohort has produced two top-tier geniuses. Moreover, her card point is Q. Zhouku queried again. Is there a distinction between Q and the other point values? Chapter 5. Letter Cards. Zhang Yang had grown accustomed to Zhouku's ignorance regarding the card ranking system, patiently explaining the J, Q, K, and A cards, colloquially known as letter cards, possess extraordinary abilities compared to other numerical cards. It is said that those who attain these 4-point cards have received direct guidance from the divine. I see. Zhang Yang suddenly pointed at the masked girl with an air of mystery. She must be the one who caused the citywide blackout yesterday. Only a letter card could wield such immense power. Look, she's afraid to reveal her face for fear of being recognized. Zhouku chuckled. Didn't you say that person had the club card? I heard the detection gate announce that the girl's card suit is Spade. Zhang Yang scratched his long hair. It seems you're right, I forgot. Soon, the two reached the front of the queue. It's our turn. Zhang Yang appeared somewhat anxious as he stepped forward to stand beneath the detection gate. Magic Essence Level 3, Card, Heart 5, Qualified. Phew, thank goodness. Zhang Yang smiled broadly as he accepted his school uniform and freshman registration handbook from a senior. Nearby, some students whispered amongst themselves. Only a Magic Essence Level of 3? Isn't that the minimum admission standard? Look at his attire. He is clearly of noble descent. Yet, Zhang Yang paid no mind to the surrounding murmurs. Waving his hands exuberantly, Magic Card Academy, here I come. Zhouku took a deep breath and stepped forward. Hello. I am the senior responsible for this round of testing. Please proceed through this detection gate, spoke a senior with dark skin. Standing under the detection gate, Zhouku silently closed his eyes. Enrolling in the Magic Card Academy is a pivotal step towards social ascension, wealth, and prominence. The detection gate emitted a series of beeps. Magic Essence Level 43, Card, Club K, Qualified. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze. The next moment, the crowd erupted into uproarious discussion. 43? A freshman? Which family does he belong to? Given his attire, he seems to be of noble heritage. How can a minor noble achieve 43? With a club suit? An AK point? Zhouku himself showed no excessive surprise. He was already aware of the uniqueness of his card. However, the detector seemed to have failed to recognize his card as a joker, instead reporting the appearance of his transformed card. Zhang Yang, who had just passed, turned around in shock, his mouth agape, stammering club? Could it be that you are? Zhouku calmly accepted his uniform and enrollment handbook, offering a slight bow to the senior. He then approached the stunned Zhang Yang and stated plainly, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhouku, of commoner origin. I am the one who caused the citywide blackout yesterday. On one of the campus towers, two professors quietly observed the enrollment testing ceremony. Director Chun, you truly have an eye for talent, remarked a middle-aged man, gazing at Zhouku in the distance. I heard you contacted him in advance and promised him support? Chen Yun chuckled lightly. It was merely good fortune. I happened to pass through East Street and encountered him performing a popular magic trick in the commoner world. Coincidentally, he turned out to be an exceptionally talented individual with a high magic essence level. However, you, Professor Yuan Xing, only recruit students of medium nobility and above in your class. You might miss out on some promising talents, the man known as Yuan Xing replied, furrowing his brow. I still believe that talent and lineage outweigh all else. The fact that a student of commoner origin possesses a magic essence level as high as 43 is merely a statistical anomaly. Furthermore, magic essence level does not guarantee success. His future performance remains uncertain. Yuan Xing hesitated, his thoughts unspoken. Chen Yun glanced at him. I know what you wish to convey. You've noticed his card as well. Yuan Xing nodded slightly, then remarked, a Club K card. It has been ages since one has been seen in the Dragon Kingdom. Dear classmate, join our student society. The senior responsible for the enrollment testing, Li Hanfeng, excitedly interrupted Zhouku. I am Li Hanfeng, the president of the Black Blade Society. Oh, by the way, the Black Blade Society is the best and most prestigious student organization in the school. A talent like you must join us. Li Hanfeng enthusiastically clasped Zhouku's hand, shaking it vigorously. Is this the fervor of university club recruitment? Before Zhouku could ponder how to respond, another senior called out. All students who passed the first round of testing, please come this way. The second round of testing is about to commence. Hearing this, Zhouku apologetically said, I'm sorry, senior, but I still need to complete the enrollment testing. Oh, my apologies, Li Hanfeng scratched his head. There might be other seniors trying to recruit you into other societies, so do not agree to them. Only a handful of students failed to meet the minimum magic essence level of 3 in the first round of testing. At this moment, Zhouku stood at the end of the queue for the second round of testing. Wow, so the mysterious commoner genius is actually you. Zhang Yang happened to be directly in front of Zhouku, his expression one of disbelief. Hey, did Li Senior just try to recruit you into his society? It seems so. Did you agree? No. Zhang Yang looked as if he had seen a ghost. Why didn't you agree? Countless people wish to join the Black Blade Society, but cannot. Li Hanfeng is quite the campus celebrity. It is said that he achieved first place in the entrance examination and ascended to a divine card in his second year. Not to mention his excellent academic performance that left him weak in the knees from the scholarships he received. Zhou Ke found himself overwhelmed by this impressive list of accomplishments. However, it is rumored that the Black Blade Corps only recruits students with the Spade Divine card. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and inquired, "So? Your divine card is truly the Spade King?" "Yes, what of it?" Zhou Ke replied. Zhang Yang appeared as though he had seen a ghost, and suddenly pretended to kneel, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I humbly bow before you." Hey, rise, my loyal subject. I cannot accept such grand reverence." Zhou Ke was bewildered by Zhang Yang's antics, so he decided to play along with the jest. "Humph," Zhang Yang chuckled. "Did I not mention before that those who possess letter divine cards seem to have received guidance from the deities? Moreover, different letters signify different meanings. J represents the page, Q signifies the queen, K denotes the monarch, and S stands for the ace. With your divine card being K, who knows? Perhaps you could become a king in the future." "Shoo, keep your voice down." Zhou Ke quickly covered Zhang Yang's mouth. Though we live in modern society, if someone overhears, they might gossip excessively. After all, isn't this just superstition? Wasn't there a girl before who possessed the Q divine card? Does that mean she will become a queen? Well, I wouldn't know. That's just what my mother told me. Zhang Yang scratched his head. She said that those with the K divine card are destined for kingship. Zhou Ke dismissed Zhang Yang's words, for his own divine card was a joker. It merely activated a special ability that temporarily transformed it into the Spade King. If Zhang Yang's theory held true, would that mean he, with a clown card, was destined to become a jester? Chapter 6. Aptitude Assessment. As the line gradually dwindled, Zhou Ke focused his attention on the upcoming assessment. "Brother, the second round of testing is called the Aptitude Assessment, which involves one-on-one competitions with other students," Zhang Yang explained, glancing at the second round of tests ahead. "However, it only serves to evaluate aptitude and will not eliminate anyone. Losing doesn't matter." Zhou Ke looked forward as well. The second round was overseen by an upper-class woman. She had short hair, fair skin, and appeared exceedingly beautiful, dressed in an exquisite and lavish manner. Many freshmen cast eager glances her way, and a few audacious boys even approached her to strike up conversations. Yet, the young woman remained indifferent, her expression icy as she methodically arranged the assessments for the new students. As Zhou Ke drew closer, he noticed a small metal pin to her collar, a ruby heart-shaped brooch. He couldn't help but glance at it a couple of times. "Hey, brother, you're not staring at Sister Zhuang, are you?" Zhang Yang remarked, having noticed Zhou Ke's gaze. "Don't even think about it. This sister is famously known as the Ice Queen, with a personality that is exceedingly proud and aloof. Sure, she's beautiful, but don't expect to get close to her. I've heard no one has ever seen a boy beside her." Zhou Ke withdrew his gaze. "I was merely admiring the brooch on her chest." Zhang Yang responded, "Oh, that. It's the emblem of one of the four noble families, just like the Yi family's emblem. This sister's surname is Zhuang, and the Zhuang family is also one of the four noble families. The Yi family is renowned for their square divine cards, while the Zhuang family is associated with the Heart family. Thus, their family emblems correspond to their respective suits." As the line continued to shorten, it finally reached Zhang Yang's turn. "It's my turn, brother. I'm off to take the second round of tests," he announced as he stepped forward. "Stand here." The sister's voice was notably cold. Zhang Yang complied and positioned himself in front of a testing apparatus resembling a large computer, which was connected to a helmet. "Wear it." The short-haired sister remained taciturn. Zhang Yang obediently sat in front of the computer and donned the helmet. Opposite him, another student took a seat, also adorned in lavish attire. Zhou Ke noted that this student wore a noble insignia as well, which differed from the sisters. It depicted intertwined branches and represented the square suit. Zhou Ke recalled that the Yi family's emblem was indeed a square. The boy across from him had an arrogant demeanor. "A mere petty noble dares to compete with me? How could I be tested alongside Yi Ling Tian? I am certain to lose." Zhang Yang, feeling despondent, muttered quietly yet forced a smile as he extended a hand. "Brother Yi, what an honor." Yi Ling Tian cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yang's attire. "I do not shake hands with those of lesser noble birth." Zhang Yang retracted his hand, disappointed. "This student, the assessment is arranged by the school. Please wear the helmet." The upper-class woman shot a stern look at Yi Ling Tian, her tone more authoritative. "Additionally, please refrain from expressing classist sentiments." Yi Ling Tian met the gaze of the upper-class woman, his eyes filled with resentment, as if he wished to retort. However, upon noticing the medal on her chest, he ultimately lowered his head and remained silent. He donned the helmet as well. The cool upper-class woman tapped a few keys on the computer, and in an instant, both Zhang Yang and Yi Ling Tian vanished. Clearing her throat, she announced, "Next." Joka took a deep breath and stepped forward. Simultaneously, another figure approached to take the position opposite him. This student was clad in a black cloak with a hood, obscuring their expression. What an unusual outfit. It seems rather unconventional. As Joku approached, the short-haired sister surprisingly lifted her head slightly and initiated a conversation. "You are the genius with a magic level of 43, aren't you?" Her inquiry elicited gasps from the classmates behind Joku. "No, I must have misheard. Did Sister Zhuang just strike up a conversation with a boy?" The sister remained unfazed by the whispers, retrieving a business card from her pocket and handing it to Joku. "I hope you will consider joining the Red Heart Corps, which is one of the 3 major clubs at the school. Here's my card." The crowd erupted in discussion. What? The sister is personally inviting him to join the Red Heart Corps? This is the first time I've seen Sister Zhuang invite a new student to a club. Goodness. The sun must be rising in the west. The aloof goddess facade has crumbled. Sister Zhuang glanced up, casting a cold glare at the new student line, her expression somewhat displeased. Remarkably, the crowd fell silent in an instant, no one daring to utter another word. Joku took the card and examined it. Zhuang Xingyao. Heart J Divine Card, Chair of the Red Heart Corps, Elite Cup Champion, Heir to the Heart Scepter. It was incomprehensible, yet it exuded strength. Joku accepted the card. "I will consider it." Countless pairs of eyes bored down on Joku, seemingly wishing to pierce him with daggers. "Consider it? Which family does this person belong to? It is said he comes from a humble background. Does he even realize what he is saying? Goodness. My greatest dream since enrolling was to join the Red Heart Corps one day, and he is merely considering it? Having a magic level of 43. He is bound to attract attention." Joku disregarded the clamor behind him. "All right, both students, please sit in front of the computer and wear the helmets. This round is the second round of entrance testing, the aptitude assessment." As the system selected the content for this round of assessment, both participants were automatically transported to the examination room. Joku donned his helmet, and the figure clad in black did likewise. Joku noticed a simulated roulette on the computer screen, with each segment inscribed with a word: strength, intelligence, luck, psychology. Zhuang Xingyao gently nudged the wheel, watching as it spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Ultimately, the pointer landed on a particular segment: luck. "Both of you, the content of this assessment is luck. As an old adage suggests, luck is a component of strength. In this round of evaluation, the student with superior luck shall emerge victorious. Prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. They were on the brink of being transported into the examination hall. Zhuang Xingyao clicked on the computer, and in the next moment, Joku felt everything around him whirl. He was reminded of the sensation of being teleported alongside Professor Qinyun, as it felt strikingly similar. It seemed as though he were being thrust into an exceedingly confined space, navigating through a relentless compression that made it difficult for him to breathe. Suddenly, the air transformed, becoming refreshing. Joku glanced around, finding himself in a new location. Chapter 7. Russian Roulette. Once Joku recovered from the disorientation, he began to scrutinize his surroundings. It was a small classroom, furnished with a solitary desk, 2 chairs, and a blackboard. He occupied one of the chairs, while the other was occupied by his opponent for this round, the student in black. Suddenly, a sharp knife emerged from the chair behind him, poised against his spine. Joku felt the chilling touch of the blade, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure. He knew better than to act rashly. Upon entering this room, the assessment had likely already commenced. This classroom was undoubtedly the examination venue. Reflecting on the roulette displayed on the computer screen, which had indicated luck, he pondered the nature of the luck assessment. Would it involve rock, paper, scissors, rolling dice, or perhaps drawing playing cards to compare values? Just as Joku was lost in thought, the blackboard flickered with fluorescent light, gradually revealing several lines of text. Second round of admission assessment, aptitude test, assessment focus, luck, examination content, Russian roulette. Russian roulette? Joku was well acquainted with this term, having encountered it in numerous films and television shows. It was a particularly cruel game of chance involving life and death. The game required a revolver, and the stakes were one's life. The revolver's cylinder contained 6 chambers, one of which would hold a bullet. After inserting a bullet into one chamber and spinning the cylinder, it was closed, creating a firearm with a randomly positioned bullet. The players would then take turns aiming the gun at their own heads and pulling the trigger. Naturally, the one who was shot would lose. The essence of this game hinged entirely on luck, aligning perfectly with the assessment of luck. However, was it truly appropriate to risk one's life for an admission test? The text on the blackboard continued to appear, elaborating on the examination's details. The revolver has 6 chambers, with 1 bullet. The 2 students will take the revolver and pull the trigger aimed at themselves, respectively. The person struck by the bullet will be eliminated. Note: please do not leave your seats and strictly adhere to the rules. Otherwise, the blades on the seats will pierce forward. After perusing the rules, Joku sighed. It was precisely as he had envisioned Russian roulette. Yet, he still grappled with the question, what kind of test was this? Did it truly necessitate risking one's life? As if in response to Joku's inner turmoil, the screen displayed 2 more lines. The examination room is a smart simulation, equipped with safety devices. After the assessment concludes, both participants will be teleported back to the school, and no one will sustain actual harm. Now that seemed reasonable enough. Joku shifted his gaze from the blackboard to the desk, where indeed lay a revolver. The luck assessment was undeniably straightforward and brutal. This student, shall you go first, or shall I? Joku inquired of his opponent in black. Outside the examination room, the assessment was abruptly halted. Qinyun rushed into the testing area, breathless. Zhuang Xingyao, having sent Joku and the student in black into the examination room, was now arranging for the next pair of students to don their helmets. Professor, what has happened? She asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. A killer from the Skull Club has infiltrated the examination room. What? Upon hearing the name, Skull Club, the new students present collectively gasped. Even Zhuang Xingyao, who usually maintained an icy demeanor, exhibited a slight change in expression. Qinyun, panting, managed to convey. We received intelligence that a killer from the Skull Club is masquerading as a student, intending to assassinate a new student. Moreover, he has already been transported into the examination room. The Skull Club is a top-tier assassin organization lurking within Longhua. Anyone targeted by the Skull Club meets an inescapable fate of death. Countless dignitaries, influential figures, and wealthy merchants have perished at the hands of the Skull Club. And now, shockingly, their target was an ordinary student. Professor, is what you say true? Are the new students here also in danger from the killer? Zhuang Xingyao hesitated, adding, the examination rooms are all smart simulations. Even if the assessments are perilous, they are ultimately fake. If one were to die during the exam, they would merely be safely transported back to reality once it concludes. Finally, catching her breath, Qinyun spoke with gravity. Someone within our school has compromised the safety system of the examination room. What? Zhuang Xingyao realized the gravity of the situation, her expression shifting from indifference to concern. She rushed to the computer control panel, murmuring, we must interrupt the test and evacuate the new students from the examination room. She clicked rapidly on the examination system panel. Soon, students were being teleported back, one after another, from their helmets. What is happening? I was about to win. Thank goodness, I almost lost. Countless new students either complained or secretly rejoiced, while most wore expressions of confusion, glancing at Professor Qinyun and Senior Zhuang Xingyao. I sincerely apologize, students. Due to technical difficulties, this round of testing has been cancelled. Professor Qinyun bowed in apology. Zhuang Xingyao bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on an electronic screen. What's wrong? Qinyun cast a puzzled look at her. In a rare moment of trembling, Zhuang Xingyao's voice wavered. One examination room has malfunctioned. The test content involves Russian roulette. There are still 2 individuals inside. We must get them out. Without the safety system, being shot by a bullet would indeed result in death. Zhuang Xingyao's voice grew hoarse as she whispered, the examination room is out of control. Furthermore, the bullets in the gun have been replaced with real ones. Inside the examination room, Joku attempted to converse politely with his opponent. Shall you go first? Or shall I? I'll go first. The figure clad in black spoke with a voice that was raspy and deep, distinctly lacking the timbre of a student. He extended his right hand with precision and deftly seized the revolver. Joku noted a black skull tattoo adorning the back of his hand. How unconventional, he mused. Could this be a rather eccentric individual? The man in black uttered not a single word. He raised the gun and aimed it at his own temple. Joku mentally calculated the odds of being shot. With 6 chambers and 1 bullet, the theoretical probability of being struck was approximately 1 in 6, or about 17%. In other words, if fortune favored him, the bullet could very well discharge at this moment, and with a single shot, Joku would emerge victorious. Of course, a 17% chance was hardly substantial, and it was far more likely that the gun would merely click empty. Click. The man in black pulled the trigger. The first shot. A blank, no hit. Silently, the man handed the revolver to Joku. Sighing inwardly, Joku lamented his misfortune. Indeed, it was a game of chance. A 17% probability was hardly favorable, and he clearly was not blessed with good luck. Joku quietly accepted the gun, weighing it slightly in his hand. It seemed to be a genuine firearm. He recalled the message on the examination room's blackboard. The examination is an intelligent simulation, equipped with safety mechanisms. After the assessment concludes, both parties will be transported back to school, and no one will incur any real harm. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder, if he were to be unfortunate enough to be shot, would it truly be without consequence? Chapter 8. Unexpected examination question. Joku raised the gun, positioning it beside his head. The barrel felt cold, sending a chill against his temple. 5 chambers remained, 1 bullet. The probability of being shot stood at 1 in 5, or 20%. Not particularly high, yet luck could be capricious. A single fateful shot was not beyond the realm of possibility. He closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Click. Joko exhaled softly. The second shot. A miss. After all, a 20% chance was still a factor, and it was unreasonable to expect such ill fortune. Joko stretched his shoulders, preparing to return the firearm. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated within the examination room. Ding. An unexpected examination question has been issued. The student currently holding the gun must complete a small task before they can relinquish the firearm. Otherwise, they must fire again at themselves. An unexpected examination question? Complete a task to transfer the gun? The classroom's projection flickered to life. With a flurry of actions, Zhuang Xingyao activated a large screen, broadcasting the entirety of this life or death assessment in real time. Russian roulette, originally a test of luck, had transformed into a perilous reality. In other words, should one be struck, the consequences would be dire. Zhuang Xingyao murmured to herself, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. She was not particularly concerned for the life of the individual involved. Rather, she bore the responsibility for this second round of testing. Previous assessments for new students had never resulted in fatalities, should an incident occur this time. She would undoubtedly bear the consequences. At that moment, all the new students in the school were fixated on the large screen, witnessing the encounter between the assassin of the Skull Society and Zhou Ku in this deadly game of chance. When Zhou Ku's first shot missed, Professor Chun Yun breathed a sigh of relief. If a student were to perish on the very first day of assessments, it would constitute a grave educational incident. The next scene displayed on the large screen announced the issuance of the unexpected examination question. An unexpected examination question? Professor Chun, do we have such a procedure? Zhuang Xingyao inquired, glancing up. Professor Chen Yun frowned, her gaze fixed intently on the screen displaying Zhou Ku. Absolutely not. The luck test is purely a measure of chance. Thus, this unexpected examination question must have been orchestrated by the assassin. Within the examination room, an unexpected examination question? Zhou Ku furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the blackboard. Why was it that when it came to him, an additional task was imposed? Was this also a test of luck? Those with poor fortune were burdened with extra tasks? Content of the unexpected examination question. Please find a red object and place it in the center of the table within a time limit of 5 seconds. Countdown. 5. A red object? All he had to do was find something red to place on the table. The task appeared deceptively simple. However, Zhou Ku quickly surveyed the austere examination room. The desks, chairs, and even the revolver were all shades of gray. There was not a hint of red in sight. 4. Zhou Ku could not rise from his seat to search the room thoroughly. After all, the initial rules explicitly stated that should he attempt to leave his seat, a sharp blade would immediately strike forward. He was not inclined to gamble on whether he or the blade would act faster. Moreover, even if he were to leave his seat to search diligently, there was no guarantee he would locate a red object. Zhou Ku glanced at the man in black across from him. In the shadows, his face bore a slight, enigmatic smile. 3. Something was amiss. This assessment was fundamentally flawed. The examination had clearly stated it was a test of luck. The content of the unexpected question had evidently transcended the bounds of a luck assessment. Furthermore, the fact that only he was tasked with this question was a blatant violation of fairness in testing. 2. There was no time for further contemplation. It was imperative to navigate this round of testing safely. A red object, a red object. Truth be told, Zhou Ku had already thought of a particular red item, though he was somewhat reluctant to accept it. Yet, with the countdown pressing on, he found himself with no other recourse. Resolutely, Zhou Ku extended a finger to his mouth, biting down with determination. 1. His expression remained calm as he withdrew the punctured finger from his mouth, placing it gently in the center of the table. Droplets of blood cascading down. Blood, after all, is red. Red object detected. Task completed. Emotionless, Zhou Ku handed the revolver to the man across from him, then inquired, "This fellow student? You seem entirely unfazed by the unexpected examination question. Moreover, your voice hardly resembles that of an 18-year-old. Might you enlighten me as to why you persist in concealing your face? Phew, you gave me quite a scare," Zhang Yang exclaimed, patting his chest after witnessing Zhou Ku emerge unscathed. "Brother, you mustn't perish. I've finally made a brilliant friend, and I still need to borrow your homework." Professor Chun Yun also retrieved a handkerchief from her LV bag, delicately wiping the sweat from her brow. Thankfully, the student I have my eye on is unharmed. Zhuang Xingyao remained silent for a moment, her gaze locked onto Zhou Ku. Upon observing Zhou Ku calmly bite into his own finger to resolve the unexpected task, and noticing the assassin's unusual demeanor, her eyebrows arched slightly. "Zhou Ku, what are you truly made of?" In the examination room, the assassin from the Skull Society disregarded Zhou Ku's inquiries. He simply accepted the revolver and, without hesitation, aimed it at his own forehead. 4 chambers remained, 1 bullet. The probability now stood at 1 in 4, or 25%. Click. The third shot. A blank. Joka frowned. The man across from him was alarmingly decisive, pulling the trigger without a hint of hesitation. Joka began to harbor suspicions that perhaps the enigmatic figure clad in black possessed foreknowledge, even prior awareness of the bullet's location. I am indeed not a student. The man in black suddenly spoke. However, I bear no animosity towards you. I am merely executing orders. Joka furrowed his brow and took the handgun, once again pressing it against his temple. He felt compelled to adhere to the examination's regulations, for he sensed a sharp blade poised at his back, seemingly eager to strike. You have altered the assessment rules in this classroom, haven't you? So, what commands have you been given? Joka inquired softly. 3 chambers. 1 bullet. A 1 in 3 chance. The probability of death stands at 33. This risk is alarmingly high, and the bullet is likely nestled within this round. Without hesitation, Joka pulled the trigger. He distinctly observed the glint of murderous intent flickering in the eyes hidden beneath the black hood. In that fleeting moment, the man in black uttered 3 words. I will kill you. Click. The fourth shot. An empty chamber. The man in black sighed, his tone laced with disappointment. What a pity. Joka gently lowered the handgun, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon his adversary. So, you are an assassin? If I am not mistaken, the safety protocols within this examination hall have indeed failed, haven't they? Should I be struck by a bullet, I would truly perish? The man in black raised his head, revealing half his face, his cold, malevolent eyes locking onto Joka's. You are rather astute. However, being too clever can be a detriment. I now comprehend why that person wishes to see you dead. Ignoring the assassin's words, Joka extended the handgun towards him. Yet, his counterpart did not accept it. Because ding, a sudden examination question is being issued. The mechanical voice echoed once more. Chapter 9. The most important thing in the world. Sudden examination question. The current holder of the firearm must respond to the following inquiry within 5 seconds. Should the response be incorrect, they must shoot themselves again. Please listen. What is the most important thing in the world? Countdown. 5 what? Another one? Joka clenched his fist. Indeed, it seemed that additional assessments only emerged when it concerned him. He was now certain that the individual opposite him was orchestrating this. 4. The question posed was about the most important thing in the world. Was it a specific object or an abstract concept? Wealth? Love? Career? Social status? Or perhaps life itself? Logically, life should be paramount. Without it, nothing else matters. Yet is this truly the correct answer? 3. Countless individuals have sacrificed their lives for freedom and dreams. Yet, many believe that without life, all else is moot. Ultimately, this question elicits 1,000 different answers from 1,000 different souls. It is an open-ended query, devoid of a singular correct response. A miser might argue that wealth reigns supreme, while a love-struck individual may assert that love is the utmost priority. Workaholics devote themselves entirely to their careers, while many throughout history have pursued longevity, considering life itself the greatest treasure. Joka frowned, his mind racing with thoughts. Regardless of how he answered, he felt it was unlikely he could arrive at a correct solution. This was an unsolvable conundrum. 2. Joka replayed the sudden examination question in his mind. Should the response be incorrect, they must shoot themselves again. The question did not stipulate the necessity of providing a correct answer. It merely stated that a wrong answer would necessitate another shot to oneself. Therefore, as long as he articulated an answer that could not possibly be deemed incorrect, he would prevail. The key to unraveling this dilemma lay in transcending the question itself and articulating an answer that could never be deemed wrong. 1. After deep contemplation, Joka suddenly raised his head and promptly declared, "My answer is incorrect." The system's voice momentarily faltered. It snarled through a mix of mechanical static. Clever indeed. Outside the examination hall, Zhuang Xingyao remained focused on the screen, anxiously manipulating commands. She had to act swiftly before the Skull Society could seize him. Professor Chun Yin anxiously fixed her gaze on the large display. Upon witnessing Zhou Ke's ingenious response, she exhaled softly and wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Many of the new students began to grasp the significance of Zhou Ke's answer and could not help but feel a surge of admiration. How had he conceived such a response? Zhang Yang remained utterly bewildered. He muttered softly, "What does this mean? Did Zhou Ke pass?" Beside him, Professor Chun Yun elaborated. The crux lies not in finding the correct answer, but in identifying an answer that cannot be deemed wrong. Zhang Yang tilted his head in confusion. Why wouldn't this answer be judged as incorrect? Professor Chun Yun meticulously analyzed. If this answer is deemed wrong by the system, what then? Zhang Yang strained to ponder Zhou Ke's response. He stated that his answer is incorrect. If that statement is false, then according to Zhou Ke's words, his answer must be correct. Zhuang Xingyao, still working diligently, chimed in, exactly. Professor Chen Yun nodded. Since the answer is correct, the system must recognize that he has passed this sudden examination question. Zhang Yang scratched his head, asking once more, but what if the system deems this answer correct? Professor Chen Yun explained further. If the system determines Zhou Ke's statement to be correct, then the declaration, my answer is incorrect, becomes true. This would render his answer incorrect once more, creating a contradiction with the system's initial judgment. Zhuang Xingyao summarized. Thus, this answer constitutes a paradox, devoid of right or wrong. In the absence of correctness, it cannot be deemed an incorrect answer. This freshman cleverly sidestepped the system's inquiry without providing a direct response. Zhuang Xingyao's hands suddenly stilled. Professor Chen Yun swiftly inquired, what is it, Xingyao? Have there been any developments in restoring the examination hall? Zhuang Xingyao gently shook her head. I have tried every method, and none have proven effective. At this moment, his only means of survival is to triumph in this assessment. Within the examination hall, after successfully navigating the second sudden question, Zhou Ke handed the handgun to the assassin before him. It is your turn. The expression on the assassin's face wavered slightly. Yet, he still aimed the handgun at his own temple. After all, the rules were absolute. The blade poised at the back of his neck compelled him to comply with the examination's regulations, lest he meet his own demise. The assassin's fingers began to tremble ever so slightly. 2 chambers, 1 bullet. A 50-50 chance. The probability of death now soared to 50. This time, the risk of mortality was alarmingly high. Zhou Ke observed the assassin's finger. It seemed he was intently focused on him, and after a 2-second silence, he pulled the trigger. Click. The 5th shot. An empty chamber. At that moment, the examination hall fell into a profound silence. Both individuals comprehended the impending events. The man in black chuckled with a sense of triumph. Do you grasp the significance of this empty chamber, young one? If you intentionally misanswered the surprise question, this empty shot is yours to claim. Consequently, I am compelled to accept your handgun that has already misfired twice. But now, he tossed the revolver towards him. It's your turn for the 6th shot. In this game of Russian roulette, we have 6 chances to fire, with 1 bullet concealed within. The first 5 shots are all blanks. This implies, Zhou Ke reluctantly grasped the grip of the gun. 1 chamber, 1 bullet. The probability of survival for this final shot stands at 100%, a guaranteed fatality. Is there any escape? Zhou Ke felt the sharp blade behind him, subtly piercing through his clothes and grazing his skin. Should he defy the rules, choosing to flee or to fight desperately, the blade on the chair would assuredly pierce forward. He could not gamble on whether he or the blade would be swifter. Exhaling a long breath, he placed the cold barrel against his temple. The temperature of the gun's muzzle radiated against his temple, a chilling sensation akin to the fingertip of death itself. Pulling the trigger would bring everything to an end. The man in black spoke softly. I apologize, but I am merely following orders. Regardless, I will meet my demise. Could you divulge who has orchestrated my end? Zhou Ke suddenly posed this question. The man in black shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. I could never reveal his name. Zhou Ke persisted. Inquiring once more, is it someone I know? Are they within this school? Upon uttering these words, Zhou Ke noticed a peculiar distortion in the assassin's features, hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. Such an exaggerated reaction, he thought, could only signify that his suspicions were correct. Within this very school, someone sought his demise. Why? He was merely an ordinary freshman. He could not recall offending anyone. Why would someone wish to kill him? Zhou Ke refused to relent, continuing to press the assassin. The man in black seemed to emit a cold laugh. Ah, you truly do not remember. Your parents? Chapter 10, The King of Spades. His own parents? Zhou Ke momentarily froze, his hand trembling around the gun. His parents had never spoken to him of divine cards or supernatural abilities. Growing up in poverty, he had always believed his parents to be commoners, entirely unconnected to any aristocracy or extraordinary powers. However, since childhood, Zhou Ke had been plagued by a recurring nightmare, a stranger invading his home amidst a conflagration, his parents meeting a tragic end while he, a mere child, cowered beneath the bed, trembling and powerless. In the final moment before his mother's death, she had urgently uttered a single phrase to him. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall the content of those words. Her voice had been loud enough that he should have heard her clearly. It was her final farewell, and he could not afford to disregard it. He had exerted himself to remember, employing every method imaginable, but the words seemed to have been erased from his memory. Each attempt to recollect brought forth excruciating headaches. Stop dawdling, let us proceed. The man in black urged as Zhou Ke hesitated to pull the trigger. Zhou Ke closed his eyes. He did not wish to die. He had yet to decipher his mother's words or understand the enigma of the divine cards. Was there any way to survive? Instinctively, he suddenly spoke a peculiar incantation. The spade shall establish the law of the realm. The moment the incantation escaped his lips, Joku himself appeared taken aback. He had never heard this phrase before, yet it flowed from him as if he had known it all along. Instantly, the playing cards in his pocket grew fervent. The King of Spades unconditionally altered the probability of events. Understanding dawned on Joku. He had witnessed others utilizing divine cards before. They had recited strange verses just as he had now unconsciously activated the powers of the King of Spades. Before him, numbers seemed to dance wildly. Initially, it stood at 100, but under his gaze, it rapidly diminished to 0. This number represented the probability of the bullet being fired. In that fleeting moment, the probability shifted from 100 to 0. Joku slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resolute. The anxiety that once consumed him vanished entirely. With an air of elegance and confidence, he regarded the assassin before him. I am a magician. Throughout my years of performance, I have often proclaimed, there are no failures in magic, only those who have fallen into a meticulously crafted ruse. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Click. The sixth and final shot of Russian roulette, the last discharge of the entire revolver, was a blank. The man in black appeared utterly astonished, seemingly unable to fathom what he had witnessed. The assassin stared blankly at Joku, and after a couple of seconds, incoherently stammered, "How can this be possible?" This was the last bullet. The probability of firing was 100. It had to hit. Joku remained remarkably composed, casually tossing the handgun back to him. Perhaps the bullet jammed. Perhaps there was never a bullet in the chamber. Or perhaps I executed a clever trick. Regardless, it is your turn to fire now. Russian roulette, the seventh shot. The man in black accepted the handgun, his voice trembling. He aimed it at his own forehead and declared fiercely, "Impossible. The organization cannot err. There must be a bullet in the chamber." Joku replied calmly, "Indeed, there is a bullet in the chamber, but it is in your shot. If I am not mistaken, you must adhere to the rules of this examination as well, correct? Regardless, pull the trigger. You must fire for me to escape." The man in black's trembling gradually subsided. He gazed at Joku with calmness. "You are astute. Exceedingly astute. Yet, to reveal such brilliance is not necessarily advantageous. Had you feigned ignorance, you might have salvaged your life. But you have exhibited qualities befitting your bloodline. You must die." He gestured to the black skull on his hand, and then pointed skyward. "This confrontation is being observed by those above me. They are undoubtedly more resolute in their intention to eradicate you. Should I perish, another assassin will swiftly follow." Joku silently regarded the assassin, raising his gaze to the heavens. "I apologize, but I have no knowledge of concealing my prowess, nor do I find it necessary. Feel free to dispatch more assassins. Let them come. I shall eliminate them all." The assassin was momentarily taken aback before ultimately pulling the trigger. Bang! His skull erupted, blood splattering across the entire table. The assassin from the Skull Society lay dead. On the blackboard, words swiftly materialized. Detection complete. Winner, Joku. Joku rose gracefully, bowing in acknowledgement. The magic act concluded perfectly. He retrieved a handkerchief, delicately wiping the bloodstains from his face. "You are about to be teleported out of the examination room." Gradually, Joku's body transformed into specks of light before vanishing entirely. In the next moment, he found himself beside the testing machine at school, emerging from the helmet. This examination had turned out to be quite the spectacle. He stretched languidly, his pace unhurried, leisurely stepping out of the teleportation portal. However, that assassin was somewhat melodramatic, and his monologue was a tad excessive. "Oh, why is everyone gathered here? Have you all finished your exams?" Surrounding Joku were countless pairs of wide-eyed gazes, staring at him in astonishment. Chun-Yun approached him, her expression one of shock, her voice slightly hoarse. "You just killed an assassin from the Skeleton Society. They have never failed before you." Within the confines of his home, Joku replayed the events of the day. The audience of his magic act, that woman in red, turned out to be a professor from the ability school. She had even invited him to participate in the entrance examination for the aristocratic school. To his surprise, he had inadvertently secured first place. This was unavoidable. After all, he was the sole victor of the second examination. Due to the fatality that occurred during the test, the entire assessment had to be suspended. The originally scheduled third examination was postponed to 1 week after enrollment. Therefore, theoretically, all the new students who participated in the examination were eligible for admission. Before heading home, Professor Chun-Yun had repeatedly insisted on sending someone to escort him. Yet, Joku declined. He preferred not to be shadowed by a throng of bodyguards. Such attention felt more like surveillance, which would hinder his movements. For 18 years, he had navigated life alone, resolving various challenges and survival crises by himself. He was more accustomed to solitude. Joku once again retrieved the Joker card. After utilizing the change probability ability, the card reverted from the King of Spades to its jester form, awaiting the next activation of his powers. Abilities, divine cards. The aristocratic school and assassins. He recalled the last words of that assassin. Do you not remember your parents? You have displayed qualities that align with your lineage. They are more resolute in their determination to eradicate you. Why would someone seek to kill him? Why did the assassin mention his parents? What was his mother's final utterance before her demise? The assassin's last words lingered in his mind. The next assassin will arrive soon. Joku was uncertain how soon that would be. All he knew was that he would be prepared. The following day, Joku arose early, ready to report to school. On the way, he witnessed a myriad of luxurious cars speeding past, Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, Porsches. Suddenly, an idea struck him. These opulent vehicles belonged exclusively to the aristocracy. Only the aristocrats possessed divine cards and abilities. Could it be? Chapter 11. Catching the subway. Perhaps it was precisely because the nobles were endowed with divine cards and aided by their abilities that they had become the elite in various fields, amassing immense wealth. Meanwhile, the commoners, devoid of divine cards and unaware of the existence of abilities, were relegated to mere beasts of burden, exploited by the aristocracy. This notion sent a chill down his spine. Joku recalled the incident 2 days prior when he was mistakenly apprehended by the police, accused of using abilities in front of commoners. Thus, the common folk were like livestock, kept in the dark, utterly oblivious to the existence of abilities. At the mercy of the nobility, Joku sighed. In just 2 days, his worldview had undergone a seismic shift. He had initially believed that this world, aside from its political system, bore little resemblance to his original Earth. However, the emergence of divine cards, abilities, magical schools, and the skeleton society assassins compelled Joku to acknowledge how little he truly understood about this world. He clenched his fist. Fortunately, he had received his divine card on his 18th birthday, granting him access to the real world. As long as he could attend divine card school, he would eventually become a part of the aristocracy. He refocused on his journey. The last time he went to school, he had been instantly transported there by Professor Chunyun's ability. Today, however, he was required to make his own way. He could not teleport and would have to take the subway instead. The subway station at 8 in the morning was a sea of people, overwhelmingly crowded, prompting Joku to sigh. The vast majority of the aristocrats possessed private vehicles. In this world, the subway was generally reserved for commoners or downtrodden minor nobles like Zhang Yang. As the subway arrived, passengers surged forward, jostling one another. Joku, using his agile physique, managed to board the train, only to find that all the seats were already taken. Reluctantly, he was forced to stand amidst the throng. Ding dong. The East City Square station had arrived. This was a large platform, and some passengers began to disembark. Joku remained in place, as he needed to ride to the final stop. Oh. In the cramped subway car, a soft form collided with Joku. Sorry. A melodious female voice called from behind him. He turned to see a girl with silver hair. Sunlight streamed through the windows, refracting into shimmering hues upon her silver locks. The skin visible above her black mask was fair, and her eyelashes cast butterfly wing-like shadows on her complexion. Dressed in a simple yet stylish manner, she exuded a clean and elegant aura. She appeared to be of Joku's age and carried a red backpack, seemingly also en route to school. After apologizing, the girl gently closed her eyes, not glancing in Joku's direction. Her distinctive silver hair instantly reminded Joku of who she was, the girl with the divine card of Queen of Spades from yesterday. Joku's gaze shifted to a beautifully crafted silver bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet bore a unique insignia, resembling the medals adorning the chests of Zhuang Xingyao and Yi Lingtian, yet with subtle differences. It depicted a spade pierced by a long sword. He recalled Zhang Yang's words. Zhuang Xingyao and Yi Lingtian belonged to the 4 great aristocracies, which explained their insignia. This girl before him was also among the 4 great aristocracies. Joku furrowed his brow. This subway was typically reserved for commoners, occasionally frequented by impoverished minor nobles. Why was she also riding the subway? Excuse me. Joku attempted to initiate a conversation. Suddenly, the subway jolted violently. Passengers looked around, bewildered, voicing their confusion. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? A chilling scream echoed through the subway car. A female passenger covered her mouth, pointing towards the end of the car, her voice trembling. There's a monster on the train. Joku turned to the direction she indicated. In the last carriage of the subway, a figure clad in black, with a hood obscuring their face, stood silently. At first glance, one might mistake them for merely an eccentric individual. However, what extended from the cuffs on either side was not the hand of a human, but rather dark, viscous, and slippery tentacles of an octopus. Gradually, the humanoid monster began to speak, its voice hollow and hoarse. The rebel is dead. This does not concern others. I am here to kill but one. As it spoke, it slowly advanced towards the position of Joku. Hey, what are you doing? Cosplay? A burly, muscular man blocked its path, declaring, "This is a public space. Please adhere to order." The creature halted, seemingly lifting its head to scrutinize the man's face. 2 seconds later, it emitted another raspy sound. Non-target, obstacle clearance. Suddenly, it thrust out a tentacle, raising it high before delivering a powerful slap towards the robust man. The man, despite his imposing stature, was sent flying like a mere sheet of paper upon being struck. The sound of slick movement emanated from beneath the creature's dark robe as the toppled man crashed against the train railing, the stainless steel vibrating with a resonant hum. The man collapsed instantaneously, unconscious. With the obstacle cleared, the monster continued its advance. The surrounding crowd gasped, frantically fleeing the train car in terror. Joker remained motionless. He noticed that the creature's black attire bore the image of a skull. He also observed that the silver-haired girl had not fled. It was a killing monster of the Skull Society. Typically, they would have predefined characteristics for their targets, thus sparing innocent lives. Therefore, the civilian man had not perished. The girl murmured, however, it is precisely because of this that such killing monsters operate with a mechanical and rigid logic. Joku sighed softly. He recalled the second round of the freshman assessment from the previous day. That assassin had vehemently proclaimed that they would soon send someone to pursue Joku. Upon encountering this tentacled creature, Joku had already mentally prepared himself, yet he had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. He sighed again, murmuring, they must be here to kill. They must be here to kill me. The silver-haired girl echoed softly. She had unwittingly stolen Joku's line. Joku cast a sidelong glance at her. My dear classmate, are you perhaps being a tad self-important? The girl paid no heed to Joku's gaze. Her attention fixated on the tentacled monster. In the next moment, she swiftly produced her divine card. The speed was impressive. Yet Joku still glimpsed the design upon it, a black queen. Spade Q. The silver-haired girl muttered, though it is illegal to use divine cards in public. This is an emergency. It must be done. She immediately recited an incantation. Spade, break the 10,000 armies. Princess, forge divine weapons. In an instant, a handgun materialized in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, she fired at the monster. The creature did not evade, absorbing the bullets without displaying any signs of injury. Continuing its relentless march forward, the girl's eyes widened in astonishment. She quickly shook her head and was about to step forward when suddenly an arm blocked her path. It was Joku extending his hand. Classmate, its target is me. Please do not sacrifice yourself unnecessarily. Joku positioned himself in front of her, speaking softly. The girl scrutinized him up and down, hesitantly inquiring, who are you? Chapter 12, The Tentacled Monster. Joku cleared his throat twice. Do you remember the one with a magic essence level of 43, the sole victor of Russian roulette? At that time, an assassin from the Skull Society sought to kill an ordinary freshman. The girl politely waited for him to finish. Indeed, I am that very person. The monster erupted into a furious roar. Before Joku could complete his sentence, the creature abruptly accelerated, charging towards the two. Sorry, we'll talk later. The girl swiftly brushed aside his arm and advanced. Upon noticing the silver-haired girl, the tentacled monster's focus zeroed in on her. It then emitted a hollow voice. Target identified. Joku was momentarily taken aback by the monster's words. Target identified? Was this girl truly the objective of the tentacled monster? Does your Skull Society intend to kill so many? Joku froze in place, feeling the girl's exasperated gaze upon him, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Divine Card Joker. Special ability activation conditions met. Why did the divine card activate? Joku distinctly remembered the sharp voice that spoke when he acquired the Joker divine card. Special ability. Possess the abilities of all other playing cards. Activation conditions, hidden. The conditions for activating the special ability had not been disclosed. At this moment, for reasons unknown, the ability had been triggered, randomly drawing divine card abilities. The voice remained sharp and distinctive. Joku recalled that the voice's owner referred to himself as the Joker God. In this situation, drawing a formidable ability would undoubtedly be advantageous. To be honest, Joku harbored hopes of drawing a stylish and splendid combat ability. That way, he could elegantly eliminate the monster, save everyone on the train, and garner a multitude of astonished gazes. He fixed his gaze on the divine card in his hand. Much like the scene from the day he first obtained the divine card, Joku observed as his card rotated in the air, ultimately transforming into another card. Heart 7. Divine card, Heart 7. Ability. Read the innermost thoughts of any individual. This divine card reverts to Joker after use. Mind reading? Could it be any more useless? Joku felt somewhat exasperated. To put it bluntly, in the midst of an attack by a monster, this ability was virtually worthless. Read the innermost thoughts of any individual. Whose thoughts was he supposed to read? The monster's? Did the tentacled creature even count as human? Soon, he came to terms with it. After all, the abilities were drawn at random. It was entirely reasonable not to draw an ability suitable for the current situation. In the blink of an eye, the monster had already lunged near the two. The silver-haired girl activated her divine card ability once more, instantly conjuring a long sword and fiercely swinging it at the creature. However, the tentacled monster reacted with remarkable speed. It raised its left tentacle, effortlessly swatting the sword away. Before she could react, it raised a second tentacle from its sleeve, aiming to stab at the girl. The girl trembled slightly, seemingly resigning herself to the struggle. Closing her eyes. At that moment, Joku took a slight step closer. Since the assassination target was not himself, there was no need for concern. Being closer should pose no danger. Crack. Just as Joku passed by the monster, the creature's hand abruptly halted midair. Its head tilted slightly, and the hooded face turned towards Joku. Joku felt as if he could see the glimmering eyes beneath the hood, staring directly at him. Joku blinked. If you intend to kill, then do so. Why look at me? The creature's emaciated mouth opened once more. Upon discovering his new target, he swiftly pivoted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Joku. Wasn't that girl just now your intended victim? Why has the focus shifted to yourself? He extended his tendrils, lunging towards Joku with such velocity that there was scarcely time for a response. Whoosh! The anticipated pain did not materialize. The girl stood at a distance, her posture poised as if to hurl something. She had inexplicably produced a long knife, which she threw at the tentacled creature, deflecting its assault. Joku momentarily found himself at a loss for how to react. What are you dawdling for? Run! The girl shouted from afar. In an instant, one of the creature's limbs, seemingly weighing 1,000 pounds, swung towards Joku. He hastily leaped to the right. Bam! The impact was a mere hair's breadth from colliding with his head. The tentacled beast, quick in its movements, charged towards Joku once more, launching another attack. Joku, sprawled on the ground, rolled to evade once again. He dashed through the train, eliciting gasps from the passengers aboard. Yet, the creature paid no heed to the others, fixating solely on Joku. What have I done to provoke you, great octopus? What is the skeleton gang's motive for wanting me dead? He seethed internally as he dodged. Spade breaks through the legions. Princess forges the divine weapon. The girl in the distance swiftly retrieved her playing cards, shouting once more. Whoosh! This time, she conjured a long spear and hurled it at the tentacled monster. The creature bent to avoid it. The subway glass shattered upon impact, and the passengers screamed. At last, Joku gained a fleeting moment of respite. The girl's ability, as Joku observed, appeared to allow her to summon any weapon she desired without restriction. This power, in contrast to his own, seemed exceptionally well suited for combat. However, he was no longer an ignorant bystander. As a member of the Divine Card Academy, he ought to adapt to utilizing his own abilities. His Joker had transformed into the Heart 7. Although he was uncertain if his mind-reading ability would prove advantageous in this scenario, it was certainly better than nothing. Emulating the girl, he grasped his divine card. Must I recite an incantation too? Regardless, I shall wield my divine card. In an instant, an extraordinary sensation surged within Joku. He felt the magical essence coursing through his veins. This sensation was identical to when he had invoked the Spade Q during the examination. Concurrently, a genuine incantation flowed effortlessly from his lips, as if he had been born to utter it. Heart, seize the myriad souls. 7. Unveil the truth of emotions. He sensed his power manifesting instantaneously. Suddenly, everything before Joku seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil of crimson mist. A cacophony of chaotic and murky voices flooded his mind. Execute the slaughter. Follow the command. Eradicate the royal bloodline. Joku was momentarily taken aback. Was this the inner thought of the tentacled creature? He recalled the girl's earlier words. This monster was a killing machine trained by the skeleton gang, acting solely according to commands. Eradicate the royal bloodline. Was this the assassination order he had received? Did royal blood refer to noble lineage? At once, a hypothesis emerged in his mind. The tentacled creature persisted in its assault. Utilizing his agile physique, Joku darted to and fro, evading the creature's two octopus-like appendages. Bam! His back collided with the subway railing, the cold metal sending a shiver down his spine. Joku finally distanced himself from the tentacled beast. However, that ominous, dark, gurgling voice re-emerged. Royal blood, eradicate. Distance too far, changing attack target. The creature's tendrils retracted, redirecting their assault towards the silver-haired girl. The girl, startled, leaped back, increasing the distance. In that fleeting moment, Joku once again heard the monster's inner voice, identical to the previous one. Distance too far, changing attack target. In an instant, the creature's offensive surged back towards Joku. Could it be? Joku seemed to vaguely comprehend the creature's attack logic. Chapter 13, Heart 7. Judging by the creature's inner thoughts, it would switch targets whenever the distance became excessive. Thus far, The monster had disregarded all other passengers on the train, fixating solely on him and the silver-haired girl. It appeared that the only individuals who fit its criteria for slaughter on the train were the two of them. Furthermore, if one of them created distance, it would target the other. When the tentacled monster had aimed to kill the girl, Joku had inadvertently stepped forward, prompting the creature to abandon her in favor of him. Joku formulated a hypothesis. The creature could kill only one person. Thus, it would always attack the one closest to it. Verifying this theory was straightforward. Joku looked up and shouted at the silver-haired girl, "Run towards me." "What?" The girl hesitated. "Trust me." The silver-haired girl scrutinized him, weighing her options, and ultimately complied, racing towards him. Changing attack target, the tentacled monster forsook Joku, turning its attention back to the girl. "Stop!" Joku shouted urgently. The silver-haired girl halted promptly, aligning with his command. Joku swiftly maneuvered his feet, sprinting towards the creature. As Joku drew closer, changing attack target, the monster retracted its tendrils aimed at the silver-haired girl, extending them once more towards Joku. Just as he suspected, the creature lacked independent judgment. Its logic was exceedingly simple. 1. It would only attack one of either Joku or the silver-haired girl. 2. It would select the closest target as its objective. Given this, the solution became glaringly apparent. Surprisingly, the mind-reading ability, which seemed ineffectual in this situation, proved unexpectedly advantageous. "There are no useless magical tools, only unreliable sorcerers," Joku murmured. "Who says aggressive abilities are superior in such circumstances? In the hands of an exceptional magician, even decay can blossom." Joku swept away the earlier panic, adopting an air of calm. He gracefully took a step back, exuding elegance and ease. At this moment, Joku, the silver-haired girl, and the tentacled monster were aligned in a straight line within the train. Furthermore, the distances between the two and the creature were precisely equal. In an instant, the creature suddenly froze. To an outsider, it appeared as if Joku's half-step back had immobilized the tentacled beast. Yet, the reason for this was known only to Joku. A smirk played on his lips as he listened intently to the monster's thoughts. Anomaly. Distances of both individuals are equal. The creature's logic was straightforward. It would only attack the one closest to it. However, if the two individuals maintained the same distance, it would cause his judgment to become muddled. This is the true method to break the deadlock. The girl momentarily stood in shock. She glanced at the motionless creature, then turned her gaze to Joku, casting him a look of disbelief. She could not hear the thoughts of the tentacled monster, so she was quite astonished that Joku could so effortlessly immobilize the creature. Yet, in the next moment, the tentacled creature extended two of its appendages simultaneously, lunging toward the pair. Simultaneous attack. The monster's voice was thick and murky, seemingly elevated by several degrees. "So, you're not as foolish as you appear," Joku muttered. He was not surprised by the creature's actions. In fact, had the tentacled beast been dull enough to forsake its attack and merely stand still, Joku would have questioned the intelligence of the Skeleton Association assassins. Joku quickly urged the girl, "Step back. We must maintain the same distance from it as we retreat." The silver-haired girl could not hear the creature's intentions, so she was perplexed by Joku's command. However, witnessing Joku's ability to hold such a monster in place with just a small step back instilled her with trust in his capabilities. Thus, she obediently complied. The silver-haired girl moved gracefully, leaping to the side wall of the train, evading the creature's attack. Following suit, Joku dashed backward with remarkable speed, resembling a shadow flitting through the surroundings. The two exhibited a remarkable synergy, maintaining the same distance, preventing the tentacled monster from concentrating its assault on a single target. As they retreated to a sufficient distance, the creature's appendages reached their maximum extension. At this moment, the scene within the carriage unfolded as follows. A tentacled beast stood in the middle, extending its appendages towards both sides, attempting to simultaneously assault the two youngsters. Unfortunately, due to the limited length of its tentacles, it found itself anchored in the center, its appendages stretching to their limits yet unable to reach either individual. The creature's intellect was woefully inadequate. Joku slightly bent his body and casually picked up a metal rod from the ground, a remnant of the train's railing dislodged during the recent confrontation. He weighed it in his hand, finding it quite satisfactory. In the next moment, he positioned the rod vertically, aimed it at the tentacle, and forcefully thrust it downward. Joku's strike instantly pinned the appendage to the ground. The tentacle struggled, yet remained firmly immobilized by the rod. The silver-haired girl stared at Joku's actions, bewildered by his intentions. Joku caught the questioning look in her eyes. "If you don't understand, just follow my lead." The silver-haired girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Activating her powers, she conjured a spear and, mirroring Joku's movements, deftly plunged it downward. The tentacle writhed violently, yet was ensnared by the spear. At this moment, the creature's appendages were rendered completely immobile. Let us draw closer together. But still maintain the same distance, Joka whispered. The silver-haired girl nodded in agreement. The two moved in perfect harmony, gradually approaching the tentacled monster while sustaining equal distance. As a result, the creature was unable to focus its attacks on a single target. It had no choice but to maneuver its appendages to strike simultaneously. However, its tentacles had already been firmly pinned to the ground by the two rods. This was precisely Joku's intention in anchoring its appendages. The duo safely arrived before the creature. Royal blood erasure. Error. Two targets at equal distance. The creature's thoughts continued to buzz, desperate to unleash its full force against the two, yet its own appendages remained firmly pinned to the ground. Thus, it could only writhe and struggle in place. Joka fixed his gaze on the skull emblem emblazoned on the creature's clothing, his expression darkening. I told you, feel free to send more assassins my way. No matter how many come, I shall eliminate them all. A cold glimmer flashed. Joku drew a short sword from his pocket and, with a swift and decisive motion, severed the creature's throat. Amidst the blood mist of the monster's disintegrating head, a red glimmer slowly flickered and faded from Joku's eyes. The creature's cacophonous thoughts vanished into silence. The effect of its powers dissipated, signifying the creature's complete demise. Joka stretched languidly, casually rolling his neck, as if he had merely awakened from a refreshing slumber rather than having just taken a life. The silver-haired girl looked at Joku, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, Joka urged softly. Chapter 14, The Princess. How did you manage that? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Her voice crisp and clear. Manage what? Joka replied. The silver-haired girl's eyes widened in surprise. To immobilize that creature. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, typically, an individual's divine card powers can hold someone in place. Yet, I only saw you take a step back, and suddenly the creature stopped moving. During that process, I didn't see you use a divine card. Joku was reluctant to reveal his use of the Red Heart 7 divine card, especially since, during yesterday's bloodline test, his divine card had been identified as the Spade King. Typically, one would only possess a single divine card. I don't quite understand either. Perhaps it was my charm that left it dumbfounded, he joked, attempting to divert her attention from the matter. She seemed to perceive his intention, smiling gently and responding with understanding. All right, I shouldn't pry. Hello, my name is Su Chensi, and I thank you for saving me. The girl performed a slight noble courtesy, her posture dignified and elegant. Joka pulled out a piece of tissue, silently wiping the blood from his face. No need for thanks. I'm Joku. Su Chensi's expression shifted. Joku? You are the one from yesterday, the commoner with a magic aptitude of 43 points, who also killed a Skeleton Association assassin. Joka nodded silently, countering with a question. You're the new student with the Spade Queen divine card from yesterday, right? I saw you use your abilities. Joka had an excellent memory. Among the group of new students yesterday, only she stood out with her striking silver hair. Su Chensi did not conceal her abilities and readily admitted, yes, I possess a combat-type ability. However, I can only manifest weapons I'm proficient with. Joka chuckled wryly. By the way, we just used divine cards in front of commoners and killed someone. Do you think the school will expel us? He recalled how, on the night of his 18th birthday, he had performed a spectacular magic trick, only to be treated as an ability user by the police. At that time, they had been quite stringent, even threatening him with the death penalty. Su Chensi shook her head. That creature was a killing monster affiliated with the Skeleton Association. They have long since lost their humanity. They only obey the slaughter commands of their trainers, automatically seeking out suitable targets to eliminate. It does not count as a human, and using abilities against it is considered a special circumstance, thus exempt from legal repercussions. Moreover, I will inform my father about this, so you need not worry. Upon hearing the term, Father Joku immediately grasped its significance. Indeed, before him stood a noble young lady, hailing from a family of power and influence. Furthermore, in accordance with the prior instructions from the tentacled creature, Joku had already discerned the girl's true identity. Thus, he inquired, as a member of the aristocracy, what brings you to the subway? With a smile, she replied, surely you do not presume I am one of those haughty noblewomen? In truth, I have always believed in narrowing the gap between the nobility and the common folk, advocating for equality in society. Therefore, I have come today to experience the sensation of riding the subway, to lead by example. She then sighed, yet, it seems this decision has attracted the attention of the Skull Society assassins. Judging by the creature's behavior, their mandate must be to eliminate all nobles. Joka raised his chin defiantly, but I am not a noble. She chuckled softly, there is no need for pretense. Though many assert you come from humble beginnings, your magical essence level is exceedingly high, an indication of noble lineage. Moreover, That short sword of yours is clearly an item of aristocratic origin. Short sword? Zhoka glanced at his right hand, where he still held the blade that had dispatched the monster, its tip still glistening with blood. This short sword was bequeathed to me by my parents. I am certain they were both commoners. As for my magical essence and the divine token I received, I must simply be an anomaly. Su Chenxi pondered for a moment. If you are indeed a commoner, what then is the directive received by the Skull Society's creature? To eliminate all students of the Divine Token Academy? Zhou remained silent, recalling the creature's resonant thoughts. Eradicate the royal bloodline. At that moment, the subway train glided into the station. Upon disembarking, they caught a distant glimpse of the spire of a building at their school. The throngs of people surged like a tide. Zhou, I must take my leave. Thank you once again for your assistance on the train. I owe you a personal favor, which I shall repay in due time. Well then, farewell. Zhou bid her goodbye. Truth be told, he held a favorable first impression of the girl named Su Chenxi. Despite her noble status, she chose to ride the subway to school and exhibited no airs of superiority. Embodying grace and politeness, Zhou was reminded of Yi Lingtian, who flaunted his family crest and held his nose high as if fearing others did not recognize his nobility. Though they belonged to the same class, the distinction was glaring. Wow, Zhou, you finally arrived. A sudden clap on his back startled him. Zhang Yang grinned broadly. How do you feel? Nervous? Excited? The freshman orientation ceremony is about to commence. The hall of the Divine Token Academy was bustling with new students, all abuzz with excitement, exchanging thoughts and observing the grand decor. At the front stood a magnificent stage, illuminated with dazzling lights, while rows of seats were filled to capacity with newcomers. Zhou and Zhang Yang settled into a position near the back. Hey, I just overheard someone say that the king's daughter is also enrolling this year. I wonder what the princess looks like. Coming from royal blood, she must be quite impressive. Perhaps, as classmates, I might even have an extraordinary encounter with her. Zhang Yang's imagination began to run wild. Zhou, however, was not as enthralled, merely engaging in casual conversation. If she is a princess, she would surely be quite proud. Would she even take notice of someone like you, a minor noble? Their banter continued, lacking substance. The ceremony commenced as an upperclassman took the stage, articulating in impeccable Mandarin. Teachers and fellow students, welcome to the Divine Token Academy. The orientation ceremony is now officially underway. Let us invite the principal to deliver a speech. With that, the senior host exited the stage. The new students buzzed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the principal's appearance. Yet, as time trickled by, no one emerged. Curiosity rippled through the audience, and whispers grew louder. Ahem, it seems the principal is delayed. We shall skip this segment for now. A young female professor rose to manage the situation. Recognizing her in her striking red attire, Zhou immediately identified her as Professor Chen Yun. Let us invite the representative of the new students to the stage. With that, Professor Chen Yun led the applause that echoed through the auditorium. The students joined in a chorus of clapping. According to custom, this privilege was typically reserved for someone of high nobility, likely that young scion from the Yi family. Hey, did you not hear? The royal princess is enrolling this year. It must be her. Zhou overheard discussions nearby. Amidst the applause, a captivating figure ascended the stage, capturing the attention of every newcomer. A young lady in a flowing gown with cascading silver hair gracefully approached the microphone. Look, the goddess has descended, Zhang Yang exclaimed, nearly drooling in awe. Zhou refrained from responding immediately, his gaze fixated on the silver bracelet adorning the young lady's left wrist. With a clear and melodious voice, she began, Hello everyone. I am Su Chenxi. Ah, her voice is so enchanting. Zhang Yang nearly leaped from his seat in excitement. Chapter 15. The seat Su Chenxi stood tall, articulating her words with clarity. It is a great honor to represent the newcomers and address you all. Most of you may already know me. Yet I wish to express that I do not wish to be viewed as a lofty princess, but rather as an ordinary classmate. Zhang Yang was momentarily struck dumb. So she is the princess. No wonder she is so stunning. Zhou discreetly covered his face with one hand, feigning unfamiliarity with the boy beside him. Su Chenxi continued her speech, though much of it was a standard official address. Only one sentiment resonated with Zhou, mirroring her earlier words. I hope that in the future, there will no longer be a divide between the nobility and commoners. As a princess, I chose to ride the subway to school just like everyone else. It seemed this was her genuine belief. My speech concludes here. Thank you all. She placed the microphone down and made her way back to the audience. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, though most were not captivated by her words, but rather by her royal status. Hey, the princess is coming toward the audience, Zhang Yang whispered excitedly, shaking Zhou's arm. Of course, she is also a newcomer. Where else would she sit? Zhou brushed off his friend's enthusiasm, urging him to maintain composure. As Su Chinsi walked slowly, her gaze searched for an available seat. The majority of eyes were fixed upon her, tracking her every movement. Several spots were vacant beside other students, but given her royal status, even without an air of superiority, she naturally exuded an aura of distinction that made it difficult for others to muster the courage to invite her. As Su Chinsi passed a particular row, a figure suddenly rose. Joka furrowed his brow. Adorned in opulent garments and exuding a rebellious demeanor, the individual before me was none other than Yiling Tian. He inclined slightly, extending a hand towards Su Chunshi with a courteous gesture. If your highness does not mind, you may take a seat here. An empty space lay beside him. However, Su Chunshi merely bowed in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you for your kind offer," as she gracefully passed by the row. He stood momentarily in awkwardness before resuming his seat. Zhang Yang couldn't help but silently applaud. Haha. It's the first time I've witnessed a member of the Yi family humbled. To refuse Yiling Tian's invitation, ordinary folk would surely suffer for such audacity. Yet, the princess belongs to the royal lineage. She can act with impunity. With a grin, Zhang Yang turned to Zhou Ku and inquired, "Hey, do you think the princess might choose to sit next to us, given that there are vacant seats?" Zhou Ku, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "She can sit wherever she pleases. Why concern yourself with it?" Suddenly, Su Chunshi paused right at Zhou Ku's row. Her gaze turned towards him, clearly recognizing him. "Hey, Zhou Ku. The princess is looking this way. Is she perhaps gazing at me?" Zhang Yang straightened, fervently hoping that the princess would indeed choose to sit beside them. As if in response to his thoughts, Su Chunshi approached their direction. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" She softly inquired of Zhou Ku. "No, you may sit." He replied nonchalantly. "Thank you," she said, promptly taking her seat. The surrounding classmates collectively inhaled sharply, whispering in hushed tones. Su Chunshi appeared oblivious to their murmurs and initiated conversation. "Earlier, I witnessed your results from the backstage. You ranked first among all newcomers in the first 2 rounds. Zhou Ku smiled faintly, responding humbly. It was merely good fortune. An unexpected incident occurred during the second round of qualification testing, causing the assessment to be interrupted. I was the only one who completed the test. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved first place." Su Chunshi returned his smile, saying, "You need not be so modest. Your performance on the subway convinced me that, even if the examination had proceeded normally, you would have excelled. Had you not been of common birth, it's likely you would have been selected as the student representative to speak on stage." Before Zhou Ku could respond, Zhang Yang let out a strange exclamation. His gaze flitted between Zhou Ku and the princess, then back to Zhou Ku, his expression one of disbelief. Both Zhou Ku and Su Chunshi looked at Zhang Yang in confusion. "What's the matter? What? Zhou Ku, do you know the princess?" Zhang Yang whispered, lowering his voice. Su Chunshi raised her head, looking at Zhang Yang with a polite smile. "Zhou Ku, is this your friend?" Zhou Ku, reluctant to admit it, introduced. "Su Chunshi, this is Zhang Yang, a friend I made upon enrolling." Zhang Yang, "This is Su Chunshi, we have met before." Su Chunshi added, "Zhou Ku saved my life, so he is my benefactor." Zhang Yang gazed at Zhou Ku with a look of intrigue. Zhou Ku merely smiled in response. "By the way, Your Highness, why did you choose to sit here?" Zhang Yang suddenly asked. Su Chunshi fixed her gaze on the stage and replied softly, "Where do you think I ought to sit?" Zhang Yang scratched his head. "Our seats are towards the back. Those who sit here are mostly minor nobility. When Yiling Tian invited you, I assumed you would choose to sit in the area reserved for the major nobility. Yet, you completely disregarded him, which is rather unexpected." Both Zhou Ku and Su Chunshi answered in unison, "Not at all unexpected." Su Chunshi turned to him, intrigued. "Oh, you comprehend my thoughts?" Zhou Ku replied casually, "It's merely a superficial analysis. As a princess, you wrap yourself up so tightly during school and even choose to take the subway. When you spoke earlier, you expressed a desire for everyone not to regard you as a princess. You concluded by stating that you hope nobility and commoners can coexist. All these factors indicate that you do not wish to be seen as a lofty noblewoman. Thus, rather than opting for the seats designated for high-ranking nobility, you prefer the ordinary seats occupied by minor nobility. And I, likely the only person you know in this area, happen to have a vacant spot beside me. Hence, your choice to sit next to me is entirely predictable." Su Chunshi was momentarily taken aback. After 2 seconds, she chuckled. "If I didn't know you were a member of the Plum Blossom K, I might suspect you possessed a heart-reading ability. You have discerned my inner thoughts." Zhou Ku regarded her. "So, among the heart cards, are there those with the ability to read minds?" Having activated the ability of his heart 7 once, he was aware of its nature. Yet, to maintain a facade and gather more information, he posed the question. Su Chunshi nodded. "Indeed. It is well known that the abilities of heart cards are generally related to the mind. Mind reading, mind control, hypnosis, memory alteration, and so forth." "Oh, you are so exceptional. I often forget you come from common origins." She smiled warmly. You seem to know so little about these matters. If you find it challenging to adapt here, feel free to ask me anytime. I can assist you. Do not hesitate, as you have saved my life. I must find a way to repay you. Zhou smiled in return. So, you truly snuck out to take the subway? Su Chunxi sighed. Yes, I finally managed to shake off a whole entourage of bodyguards. I wanted to experience public transport, but unexpectedly encountered an assassin. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to the passengers. The government will ensure proper compensation for the injured civilians. Observing the slight look of remorse on Su Chunxi's face, Zhou thought to himself that the assassin was likely a consequence of his own actions. The blame did not rest on her. He merely smiled faintly without voicing his thoughts. At that moment, Professor Chunyun slowly approached the stage, addressing the microphone. Everyone, please be quiet. I am Professor Chunyun, the head of the first-year department. The principal is unable to attend due to prior engagements. Thus, I will represent him to introduce the school. Chapter 16, Relics of the Divine. Professor Chunyun continued on stage. First and foremost, our school holds the Elite Cup every midterm. This is a large-scale competition organized by student clubs across the entire school. New students wishing to participate may consult the chairpersons of our 3 major clubs. By the way, you have already met 2 of them during the first 2 rounds of enrollment testing. Zhou recalled, indeed. 2 upperclassmen had invited him to join student clubs during the entrance assessments. One was a tall senior with a darker complexion, Li Han Feng, and the other a seemingly aloof senior girl with short hair, Zhuang Xingyao. Professor Chunyun continued. Secondly, it is customary for new students to undergo 3 rounds of entrance testing before enrollment. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, we were only able to proceed to the second round before it was interrupted. At this point, Professor Chunyun paused for a few seconds. Zhou sensed that she seemed to smile in his direction, blinking her eyes. Therefore, the most crucial third round of testing, comprehensive assessment, will take place 1 week after enrollment. This assessment will solely serve to rank the new students' abilities and will not eliminate any participants. Furthermore, the top performer in the comprehensive assessment will be rewarded with a divine relic. Upon hearing this declaration, the entire auditorium erupted in excitement. Some students began fervently discussing the implications. Divine relic? For us? What exactly is a divine relic? Exclaimed one student in astonishment. If I could sell just one of those, I would be set for life. Is that all you aspire to? Another replied incredulously. A divine relic cannot be measured in mere currency. So what precisely is a divine relic? Murmured the curious crowd. A mix of eager and bewildered faces. It is said to be a sacred artifact left behind by the ancient gods of the card realms, imbued with immense energy. But what is its true purpose? A few students engaged in fervent discussions, while the majority remained puzzled. As fragments of conversation reached Zhou's ears, he quietly inquired. Zhang, do you know what a divine relic is? He had expected Zhang to chastise him for his lack of worldly knowledge, but to his surprise, Zhang shook his head in confusion. This is the first I have heard of it too. Beside them, Su Chenxi sighed. It's perfectly normal not to understand. The rarity of divine relics surpasses that of your plum blossom spirit cards. Generally speaking, divine relics are conceptual treasures. Zhou turned to the princess. For instance, consider a blade that guarantees a fatal strike, a clock that can reverse time, or a gem that can bring the dead back to life. However, these are merely legends. Few have witnessed them firsthand. Nonetheless, if the professor has spoken of it, it must hold truth. Moreover, our school possesses one. Zhou was taken aback at the thought that the school would bestow a divine relic as a reward for excelling in the entrance examination this year. Suddenly, Su Chenxi gazed intently into his eyes. Zhou, do you aspire to claim that treasure? Her sudden question startled him. Why do you ask? I simply believe that if you wish to win, you are destined to be the victor. But I am just a commoner, lacking any noteworthy skills. You need not possess any particular talents. Your magical essence level is your true strength. With 43 points of magical essence, you surpass many upperclassmen. Zhou fell silent, reflecting on her words. After a moment, he replied, Yes, I do wish to obtain that treasure. His gaze shifted toward the area occupied by the prominent nobles in the front row. There, Yiling Tian was boasting to his fellow aristocrats, declaring his certainty of winning the championship and claiming the divine relic. Ahem, I know everyone is eager to learn about divine relics, Professor Chunyun began. But the next announcement is the main event. Those who demonstrate exceptional performance by the end of the semester will earn the right to ascend their spirit cards. What? The room erupted in excitement. Zhang couldn't help but wave his arms in exhilaration. Ascending one's spirit card was a dream cherished by many. Even Su Chenxi, usually composed and reserved, leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Only Zhou remained calm. It was not that he lacked desire for this card ascension. Rather, he was entirely ignorant of its significance. Clearing his throat, Zhou lowered his voice. Princess, could you enlighten me on what card ascension entails? Su Chenxi paused, then smiled warmly. Of course. After all, I promised you that you could ask me anything you do not understand about this world. She continued. If divine relics offer humanity a chance to connect with the divine, then card ascension allows one to transcend social classes, elevating from a minor noble to a high-ranking aristocrat, or even a king, and potentially becoming a deity. Every individual possesses magical essence, and upon reaching a certain threshold by the age of 18, one is bestowed with an extraordinary item from the divine. This is the spirit card. However, the strength of a spirit card is not fixed. Its powers can be upgraded. This process is known as card ascension. The level of the spirit card determines one's overall capabilities and the strength of their abilities, which ultimately reflects their social standing. Zhouke pressed further. Could you elaborate? Su Chenxi lowered her voice. If you manage to elevate your spirit card to the next level, you will earn a personal title from His Majesty, my father. You will no longer be a commoner, but rather one of the nobility. The surname Zhou will become a new noble family name. You will also receive a reward from my father, along with a small enterprise. Should you elevate your spirit card to the highest level, you may ascend to become a new deity. It is said that only one person in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom has achieved this. After absorbing her words, Zhouke quietly touched his Joker spirit card in his pocket. He had grown weary of the impoverished life of a commoner. Countless times, he had envisioned himself bearing a noble name, status, and wealth. Now, the possibilities seemed endless. He even dared to dream of one day ascending to godhood. At this moment, Zhouke felt an intense eagerness to deepen his understanding of this world, to acquire knowledge about spirit cards, and to enhance his abilities. As the entrance ceremony concluded, Professor Chinyan thanked everyone for their attendance. Students began to rise in groups, gradually vacating the hall. Let us head to the dormitory. I wonder what the accommodations are like. Zhang Yang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. They departed the hall. Su Chenxi was headed to the girls' dormitory, so she parted ways with them. Zhouke and Zhang Yang made their way to the boys' dormitory area. Wait a moment, are you Zhouke? A voice from behind suddenly called out. Turning around, Zhouke saw a lavishly dressed young man surrounded by a throng of aristocratic peers, his square badge gleaming brightly. Zhouke recognized him as Yi Lingtian. He signaled for Zhang Yang to head back first, then addressed Yi Lingtian. Yes, how may I assist you? Yi Lingtian held his head high. A commoner with a magical essence level of 43 is rather unexpected. I assumed that those of lowly bloodlines, like minor nobles and commoners, were all worthless. He flashed a smirk, his tone laced with disdain, as laughter erupted from his entourage. Frowning, Zhouke replied, get to the point. What do you want? Yi Lingtian scoffed. Honestly, I hardly ever converse with commoners. I find them repulsive and unworthy. When selecting followers, I never consider anyone below a mid-tier noble. Yet, your performance during the entrance examination was commendable. With the comprehensive assessment approaching in 7 days, which is unlike any before, the champion will receive a divine relic. I wish to claim that title, and I cannot do so without a capable follower. A great individual must always have many subordinates. Do you understand my meaning? Zhouke responded coldly. I appreciate your offer, but I must respectfully decline. I wholeheartedly agree with your statement. A great individual must always have many subordinates. However, you are not worthy to be mine. With that, Zhouke turned and strode confidently away. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, but as they grasped the implications of his words, they erupted in applause. Yi Lingtian's mouth hung open in disbelief, feeling insulted. Standing in the center of the hall, he shouted angrily at Zhouke's retreating figure. Empty words do not equate to true skill. In 7 days' time, I will claim the championship. When I obtain the divine relic, I shall command you to kneel and lick my shoes. Inside the dormitory. Hey, Zhouke, do you really have to work so hard? Zhang Yang yawned from his bed on the upper bunk. You can't possibly be taking Yi Lingtian's threat seriously, right? Zhouke did not lift his gaze, but continued to peruse his textbook. Zhang Yang, you misunderstand. I have never regarded Yi Lingtian as a worthy adversary. My efforts are solely for my own sake. It is I who desires to acquire that divine relic. Zhang Yang sighed. What's daunting is not the talent of geniuses, but the fear that they may outwork us. Zhouke remained silent, engrossed in his studies. He was acutely aware of his own ignorance of the world, necessitating a crash course in theoretical knowledge, which might prove useful for the comprehensive examination in 7 days. This textbook, titled Fundamentals of Divine Cards, offered a clear and detailed introduction to divine cards. There are a total of 52 types of divine cards in the world. 4 suits, 13 ranks. Each suit of divine cards possesses distinct types of extraordinary abilities. Spades specialize in martial prowess, hearts govern the mind, diamonds create transformations, and clubs disrupt causality. Spade cards are entirely combat-related. Heart cards are associated with the spiritual realm. Diamond cards predominantly involve creation and transformation. The rarest club cards in Longwa pertain to causality, conceptual extraordinary abilities. This knowledge was rather simple to memorize. Joku considered his memory to be superior to that of others, as he excelled in associative recall, linking difficult concepts with familiar ones. The shape of spades resembled a short sword, akin to a shield, hence its association with martial strength. Hearts, self-evidently, pertain to the mind. Diamonds could be likened to bricks, foundations, and thus related to creation and transformation. As for clubs, Joku recalled his own king of clubs, which had successfully altered probability once, and probability, in essence, is a concept of causality. Joku couldn't help but reflect on all the divine cards he had encountered thus far. The Queen of Spades belonged to Su Chensi, whose extraordinary ability allowed her to conjure weapons infinitely, categorizing her as a combat-oriented individual. The Seven of Hearts, which he had once utilized in the subway, enabled mind reading, thus classifying it as a mental ability. The Two of Diamonds was owned by a short, stout police officer, whose ability allowed him to cleave objects in two, fitting into the transformation category. The Five of Diamonds belonged to Professor Chen Yun, whose ability seemed to involve instantaneous relocation, also a transformation ability. The King of Clubs was his first extraordinary ability, capable of altering event probabilities, indicative of a causality-related power. Zhang Yang suddenly shouted from his bed, interrupting Zhou Ku's contemplation. Zhou Ku, who had been engrossed in his studies, felt quite vexed by the sudden disruption. What are you shouting about? Zhou Ku snapped. You must see the pinned post on the campus forum. Not interested. I'm studying, Zhou Ku muttered, flipping another page of his book. Zhang Yang sighed and read aloud the title of the pinned post. High stakes. Who will be the champion of the freshman assessment? The winner will share a reward of 50,000 dragon coins. The post was authored by an unknown senior student who initiated a betting poll. The names of all 500 freshmen were listed, and naturally, leading the votes was Princess Su Chensi of the royal Su family, with over 600 votes from seniors. The second place was Yi Lingtian, the eldest son of the Yi family, garnering over 400 votes, also from senior students. As for the third place and beyond, the votes plummeted dramatically. Hey bro, you have over 50 votes, Zhang Yang exclaimed, eyeing Zhou Ku's name, which was approximately ranked around 500. However, all the votes for Zhou Ku came solely from first-year students, with not a single senior backing him. Let me see where my name is ranked. Zhang Yang scoured through the list and finally found his name near the bottom, with a dismal 3 votes. How pathetic. I need to vote for myself. The thread was filled with countless discussions. It was well known that the Su family was a prestigious lineage renowned for their spade-type extraordinary abilities. A powerful asset for the freshman assessment. The Yi family was formidable as well, being the wealthiest family under the royal family, controlling the economic lifeblood of Longwa. Don't underestimate financial prowess. Who is this Zhou Ku? Is there even a family by that name? Why are all the votes for him coming from freshmen? What accomplishments does he have? I heard he hails from a common background. How could a commoner even enroll in a divine card school? At that moment, a senior girl with the ID Xin Yao unexpectedly posted, I vote for Zhou Ku. In an instant, the campus forum fell silent. Xin Yao was the ID of Zhuang Xingyao, the chairperson of the Red Heart Society. Typically reticent, she rarely engaged in such discussions, yet she made an exception, betting that this unknown commoner could emerge as the champion of the freshman assessment. Such a lively event cannot be without me. I also cast my vote for Zhou Ku. Another senior student with the ID Qi Gu Tao Tao chimed in. Li Hanfeng. Someone gasped in astonishment. Li Hanfeng, the chairperson of the Black Blade Society, noted for the rivalry between different student organizations, was unusually aligned with 2 chairpersons in this instance. This vote quickly inspired many other students to follow suit. Zhou Ku's vote count swiftly surged by nearly 50, propelling him into the top 100. After all, though Li Hanfeng often appeared unserious, he was the champion of the previous year's freshman assessment. A champion's judgment could not be questioned. Who is this Zhou Ku, and what is his background? He is rather handsome. The freshman assessment is not a beauty contest. What does that matter? Soon, someone unearthed all of Zhou Ku's information. Zhou Ku, hailing from a common background. Prior to turning 18, he was an internet celebrity and magician. In the first round of bloodline testing, he was assessed with a magic essence level of 43, with the divine card being the King of Clubs. In the second round of qualification testing, due to an accident, the exam was interrupted, but after defeating a Skeleton Society assassin, he became the sole victor among all freshmen. An eerie silence ensued. Zhou Ku's vote count skyrocketed, rapidly surpassing 200, instantly securing 3rd place on the leaderboard. Zhou Ku, aren't you going to vote for yourself as well? Zhang Yang waved his phone, calling out to Zhou Ku at the desk. Not interested, Zhou Ku replied, still engrossed in studying his divine card. There's money to be made. With a snap, Joku abruptly set down his book and pulled out his phone. Send me the link. A fool who doesn't seize the opportunity. Upon opening the post, Joku quickly located his name, ranked third. That essay bit high. Joku frowned as he noticed the phrase, share 50,000 yuan. Since it was a shared prize, the fewer the voters, the better. However, the intelligence network of the Divine Card School was formidable. His performance in the first 2 rounds of freshman assessments had been thoroughly scrutinized. Well, as long as there is something to gain. Without a second thought, Joku cast a vote for himself. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the time for the 3rd round of testing was upon them. At this moment, all the new students gathered on the lawn in front of the grand library of the school, each equipped with a computer identical to the one used during the 2nd round of testing, along with a helmet. Joku had enjoyed a restful night's sleep and was brimming with energy as he faced the examination. In contrast, his neighbor, Zhang Yang, appeared somewhat lethargic, stifling yawns. Before the assembly of students, a senior approached with a deliberate gait. He was slender, dressed in exceedingly simple attire, and his pale complexion bore an almost sickly hue. Upon recognizing the senior, Zhang Yang instantly perked up. It was none other than Senior Lu Yingming. Rumor had it that he hailed from an obscure noble lineage, yet excelled academically with remarkable mastery over his abilities. Indeed, I also heard that he serves as the president of the Diamond Club, one of the 3 major student organizations, alongside Li Hanfeng and Zhuang Xingyao. As expected, I have learned that the 3 principal examinations in the new student assessment each year are overseen by the presidents of these student organizations. Joku listened intently to the whispers circulating among his peers. Senior Lu's voice was calm and deliberate. This test constitutes the 3rd round of the new student admission assessment. The comprehensive evaluation, which will thoroughly assess students' physical capabilities, intelligence, decision-making skills, and adaptability to unforeseen circumstances. The aim is to simulate real-life scenarios. The comprehensive evaluation is the most crucial assessment in the new student testing process, and it also has the longest duration. The evaluation is divided into 3 stages, spanning a week, with each phase interconnected. The forthcoming event is the first stage of the comprehensive evaluation, which primarily lays the groundwork for the subsequent stages. Those who triumph in this phase will gain a competitive edge in the overall assessment. Now, let me introduce the contents of the first stage test. Joku's expression sharpened as he absorbed every word. He was determined to succeed. In the society of Long Kingdom, there exist 3 distinct classes: the monarchs, the nobility, and the commoners. The initial phase of this test is termed the title contest. All 500 students must strive to accumulate as many points as possible during this competition. The top 3 scorers will be awarded the title of monarch, while those in the top 500 will receive the title of noble. The remaining 1,000 participants will merely attain the title of commoner. Higher titles confer greater advantages in the ensuing 2 stages of evaluation. The methods for accruing points will not be disclosed prior to the test. It is up to each individual to explore and discover them independently. Now, let the competition commence. Please take your seats at the teleportation devices and don your helmets. Following a series of scattered sounds, all 500 students placed their helmets on. I have heard that some students performed exceptionally well in the first 2 rounds of testing. I look forward to witnessing even more remarkable performances from these individuals. Was it merely an illusion? For a fleeting moment, Joku thought he caught Senior Lu's gaze directed towards him. Lu Yingming pressed a button at the front, and in an instant, all the students vanished. His head spun. The ground felt cool beneath him. Once more, he experienced that sensation of teleportation. Joku had encountered this dizzying feeling during the previous round of qualification testing, and he still found it somewhat disorienting. As the intense dizziness subsided, Joku gradually opened his eyes. Where was he? He swiftly rose and surveyed his surroundings. It appeared he was in a classroom, albeit different from the last time. The lighting was dim, and through the windows, he could see it was night. Outside, familiar buildings, playgrounds, libraries, and expansive lawns were scattered about. He was still on school grounds, situated in a classroom within one of the school's buildings. Joku observed that not far from him, on a playground, countless students lay on the ground, cradling their heads, seemingly recovering from their own dizziness and looking around in confusion. The title contest examination has officially begun. A mechanical voice announced. The examination environment is simulated. No one will be harmed or perish. Above, in the sky, a massive screen shimmered with bold letters. Title contest. Rule 1, unrevealed. Rule 2, unrevealed. Rule 3, unrevealed. Unrevealed? Joku recalled the introduction to the competition rules provided by Senior Lu prior to entering the examination. The objective was to accumulate as many points as possible to achieve a higher ranking and secure a better title. He remembered that only 3 spots were available for the monarch title. However, the methods for earning points remained undisclosed. He gazed up at the screen displaying the 3 unrevealed rules. Were these hidden rules related to how points could be obtained? And how could these rules be made public? Oh dear. At the far end of the classroom, a blurred figure stirred, accompanied by a familiar voice. That voice belonged to Zhang Yang. Zhouke called out tentatively towards the silhouette. As the figure rose, he recognized the familiar long hair without a doubt. Big shot, take me with you, Zhang Yang exclaimed, lunging towards Zhouke and clutching his leg. Zhouke, somewhat exasperated, pulled him away. This examination is not a team battle. You must rely on your own abilities. Zhang Yang scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. Isn't it said that there are 500 spots for nobles? I don't ask for much. I just want to ride your coattails into the top 500. Or do you aspire to be a monarch? Zhouke raised his hand, unabashedly revealing his ambitions. While speaking, Zhouke suddenly noticed an electronic wristwatch had appeared on his left wrist. He immediately tapped it to check. The small screen illuminated, displaying several lines of text. Current identity, commoner. Points, 10. Hey, what are you looking at? Let me see. Zhouke deftly dodged Zhang Yang's gaze. Don't you have one too? Check yours. Zhang Yang raised his eyes to his own wrist. Indeed. He tapped on his screen and read aloud the contents. Current identity, commoner. Points, 10. Zhouke was somewhat incredulous. You just revealed that information so casually? Zhang Yang shrugged nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. You're the big shot. There's no one else here. So what is the harm in telling you? Besides, Zhang Yang fiddled with his wristwatch. It seems you are also a commoner. All commoners can see each other's status. Upon hearing this, Zhouke looked down at his wristwatch once more. Tap that commoner option, Zhang Yang instructed. Zhouke's finger grazed the word commoner. Instantly, the wrist display revealed a large table listing numerous names, each followed by the designation commoner. Both Zhouke and Zhang Yang were included in that list. Zhang Yang sighed. It's quite reflective of our real-life statuses. You are a commoner. And I am a marginal noble, which is nearly the same. The wristwatch's display continuously populated with messages, seemingly originating from that list. It appeared to be a chat group. Countless messages flooded the group chat. What is going on? Is this the examination hall? So what are the exam questions? I've been standing here for quite a while. This watch can chat too, quite impressive. Are all the people in this group commoners? I am. 1. Zhouke disregarded the meaningless chatter and meticulously examined the list of names within, suddenly noticing a peculiar anomaly, causing him to furrow his brow. Zhang Yang observed Zhouke's change in expression. Hey, what is up? Have you discovered some oversight? Chapter 19. Initial identities. Zhouke presented the list to Zhang Yang. Some names are conspicuously absent. Really? Let me see. Zhang Yang scrutinized the name list and swiftly scanned through it. It appears that Yi Lingtian's name is missing. Oh, and the princess's name isn't here either. I'll count how many people are on this list. Zhang Yang began from the top. 1, 2, 3. That's unnecessary. I've already counted. Zhouke interrupted him. There are 50 rows and 20 columns, totaling exactly 1,000 individuals. Oh, Zhang Yang seemed to realize his counting was somewhat foolish, sheepishly scratching his head. So, what does it signify that there are 1,000 commoners? He pondered, rubbing his nose. Zhouke rested his chin on one hand. Speaking softly, I recall that the kings are the top 3 scorers, the nobles are the top 500, and the commoners occupy the last 1,000 positions. This competition has just begun, and there are precisely 1,000 commoners. Thus, I deduce that everyone's initial scores must differ. There are 500 students whose scores are already higher than ours. Outside the examination hall at this moment, countless upperclassmen were keenly observing the test. They were watching the live broadcast from the examination hall on their phones, typing away in the campus network. Hey, none of the top 3 contenders for the championship drew the kings. 2 are nobles, and 1 is a commoner. Meanwhile, the score rankings were captured in a screenshot and shared in a post. Score rankings: 1. Zhang Liang, King 302. Wang Li, King 303. Su Xing, King 300. 79. Su Chenxi, Noble 50. 130. Yi Lingtian, Noble 50. 1228. Zhouke, Commoner 10. The Zhouke, who had consecutively excelled in the first 2 rounds of the new student assessments, was not so fortunate this time. Hard to say, perhaps the initial scores are not crucial? What are those hidden rules? Can any experts analyze them? Let us take a wild guess. We might earn points by completing various tasks in the examination hall. Inside the examination hall, Zhang Yang rubbed his nose and casually chose a desk to sit down. So, there are 500 students whose scores are initially higher than ours. Why is this competition unfair? Zhouke shook his head. No, this round is a comprehensive test, encompassing all factors, including luck. Moreover, Senior Lu Yingming mentioned that the exam would simulate reality as closely as possible. Isn't real life similar? Some are born into royalty, wealthy aristocrats, while others are born as destitute commoners. Our differing initial scores reflect a form of luck assessment. Zhang Yang sighed. Brother, we're in quite the predicament. In reality, we are at the bottom. In this examination, we are still commoners. Sigh. Zhou Ku, however, did not harbor much dissatisfaction. Wallowing in self-pity is futile. The opportunity for a comeback must be seized through our own efforts. Instead of lamenting, we should contemplate how to accrue more points. Zhang Yang was persuaded by Zhou Ku's words. You're right. It's far more gratifying to rise from obscurity. So, he looked at Zhou Ku with a grin. How exactly should we enhance our scores? Zhou Ku remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the large screen outside, where 3 rules were displayed, albeit in an undisclosed state. No one knew for certain at this moment. They could only await the announcement of these rules to gain clarity. What they could do now was seek out clues. The two emerged from their classroom and made their way down the corridor of the teaching building, spotting a row of other classrooms. Let us explore them one by one. After a while, they had nearly visited every classroom. Each room housed approximately 2 students. They inquired of many, but most were just as baffled by the assessment, unclear on how to earn points, and unwilling to disclose their scores or identities. They arrived at a vacant classroom that was bare, containing little more than a blackboard and desks. Sigh, the school is really something. Making us take an assessment without even revealing the questions, Zhang Yang grumbled, kicking a nearby pebble. With a plink, the kicked pebble flew onto the blackboard at the front of the classroom. The blackboard flickered twice and suddenly illuminated. By the blood of kings, unveil the law of conclusion. Zhang Yang repeated the line aloud. What does this mean? So difficult to decipher? Zhou Ku gazed at the line, pondering. The law of the king's blood? Law should refer to the revelation of the rules. Perhaps this is a method to unveil the rules? Zhou Ku formulated his hypothesis. Zhang Yang examined the line once more. It seems plausible, but how do we reveal the rules? Zhou Ku pointed to the first half of the phrase, the blood of kings. We have 3 titles, king, noble, and commoner. This blood of kings likely refers to the blood of those designated as kings among the students. Thus, if we were to spill the blood of a king upon this blackboard, it should unveil the rules. Zhang Yang scratched his long hair. Kings? Aren't there just 3 of them? Where do we find a king? And what does this conclusion law mean? Zhou Ku furrowed his brow, contemplating, and eventually shook his head. I'm not certain. I suspect it may pertain to the 3rd rule. Zhang Yang glanced at the words on the blackboard once more. So the meaning of this phrase is, if we spill the blood of a student with the title of king on it, the 3rd rule will be revealed? Zhou Ku nodded, admitting that without further clues, this was the only interpretation they could derive. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the campus. Abruptly interrupting their thoughts, they rushed to the window of the classroom to look outside. On the playground, a student wielding a knife plunged it into another student's chest. Despite the dimming light, Zhou Ku distinctly recognized the assailant's face, Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian muttered to himself, as long as I'm in the top 3 for scores, isn't that sufficient? If that's the case, there's no need to devise ways to earn points. I merely need to eliminate everyone ranked above me, and victory will be mine. Ha ha ha, this assessment is far too simple. The student who had been stabbed clutched his chest in agony, collapsing to the ground. Blood dripped steadily, seeping into the muddy grass of the playground. He collapsed to the ground, struggling briefly before gradually succumbing to stillness. After completing the grim act, Yi Lingtian swiftly activated his wristwatch. I see, he murmured to himself. On the upper floors of the teaching building, Zhou Ku noticed a faint smile tugging at the corners of Yi Lingtian's lips. In the next moment, Yi Lingtian suddenly dashed away, retreating behind a nearby structure, ultimately disappearing into the shadows of another classroom building. What is Yi Lingtian up to? Zhou Ku pondered, though it was clear that while the simulation arena prevented actual fatalities, the sensation of pain remained. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and exclaimed, surely he doesn't intend to rely on murder to secure victory in this competition? Zhou Ku did not answer immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation for a brief moment. I believe I understand, he finally stated. What do you comprehend? Zhou Ku, incredulous, responded. You can't possibly be considering winning the game through murder, can you? Zhou Ku raised his gaze. This competition is a comprehensive test, which implies that force is indeed a factor included in the assessment. When I said I understood, it is because I seem to grasp how to score points. Chapter 20, The Princess of Violence. Outside the examination hall, campus news continued to flood in. The rankings have shifted. Someone has scored points. What? Who has earned points? It's the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Lingtian. Someone reposted the ranking list. Score ranking list. 1. Zhang Liang, Monarch 302. Wang Li, Monarch 303. Su Xing, Monarch 304. Yi Lingtian, Noble 60. Haha, splendid. I voted for Yi Lingtian. Those who supported Su Chenxi and Zhou Ku are about to be proven wrong. At this moment, the number of votes for Yi Lingtian surged by over 100, nearly matching Su Chenxi's count of over 600. Meanwhile, Zhou Ku's votes lingered around 300, maintaining his position in 3rd, yet still significantly trailing behind the top two. Just then, Zhouke's vote count subtly increased by 1. Some keen observers immediately recognized who had cast that vote. Lu Yingming. He actually supports Zhouke. He is the chief examiner for the third assessment. Why? I've been watching the real-time footage. And Zhouke has been hiding in a classroom without making any significant moves. Confounded, another voice chimed in. I'm baffled. Public figures often influence others' actions. After Lu Yingming cast that vote, Zhouke's total votes increased by over 50. In the most popular voting thread on the campus network, the 3 most renowned figures, each the president of their respective student organizations, cast their votes. Li Hanfeng of the Black Blade Corps, Zhuang Xingyao of the Crimson Heart Corps, and Lu Yingming of the Diamond Corps, all unanimously supporting Zhouke. Inside the examination hall, Zhouke uttered the word murder with an air of nonchalance. What did you just say? Zhang Yang looked at him incredulously. The method to acquire points is through killing. Zhouke sighed. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang, we are at a significant disadvantage in this competition. Why? Zhang Yang displayed a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to grasp Zhouke's epiphany. Zhouke explained. Just look at Yi Lingtian's expression. After he killed a fellow student, he checked his wristwatch and displayed a look of delight. What does this indicate? Zhang Yang hesitated before responding. It suggests that the information on his wristwatch has changed in some manner, making him very pleased. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yang uncertainly remarked. Could it be that the information on the watch indicated an increase in his score? Precisely, Zhouke affirmed with a smile and a nod. Moreover, immediately after committing murder, he sought a place to hide. This indicates his realization that the means to increase one's score is indeed through killing. To avoid becoming a target himself, he had to conceal his whereabouts quickly. Hence, I assert that we are at a significant disadvantage in this competition. As one of us possesses a Plum Blossom System Divine card, and the other a Heart System Divine card, it is evident that the Spade System Divine card holds the most value. Zhouke had not anticipated that the knowledge he had gleaned from his studies prior to the assessment would prove to be instrumental. The Spade specializes in physical strength. The Heart governs the mind. The Diamond creates change, and the Plum Blossom disrupts causality. He had memorized this information about the types of supernatural abilities. During the Bloodline assessment upon enrollment, he learned that Zhang Yang's Divine card was of the Heart type, while his own had yet to be activated. It was clear that the Spade System Divine cards could enhance one's combat prowess, rendering them exceptionally advantageous in a scenario where points could only be obtained through killing. Zhang Yang lamented. Indeed, neither of us wields a Spade System ability. So what are we to do? Zhouke remained composed. He walked slowly toward the classroom window. A gentle breeze tousled a strand of his hair. Breathing in the fresh air, he elegantly gazed outside, exuding an air of confidence as he uttered a single word. Survive. What? Zhang Yang blinked in confusion. Zhouke maintained his smile. As long as we endure, we shall wait for the rules to be unveiled. This competition is a comprehensive test. It cannot solely hinge on brute force for victory. When all the rules are disclosed, it will be our moment to turn the tide and showcase our talents. The 2 unarmed civilians discreetly took refuge in a storage room of a tall building. This storage room was strategically positioned, featuring a broad window that offered a clear view of the outside. Additionally, it contained a fair amount of food. They settled into a convenient spot, peering out of the classroom window. Since Yi Lingtian initiated the chaos, more and more students began attempting to attack one another. Initially hesitant, they were uncertain whether killing another would indeed yield points. However, a few bold souls, undeterred by the prospect of death, took the initiative. Gradually, everyone recognized that murdering others would indeed augment their scores. Even those unwilling to act violently were compelled to eliminate potential threats for their own safety. After all, if one refrained from killing, others might well come for them. Consequently, a growing number of students joined the fray of mutual slaughter. Outside, on the playground, within the teaching buildings, and throughout the complex, cries of anguish echoed. Meanwhile, Zhouke and Zhang Yang, each clutching a bucket of popcorn, settled into an observation mode. That person seems quite formidable. They must have killed quite a few and amassed a substantial score. Look over there, that one covered in blood. Goodness, they unleashed a shockwave. They must also possess a powerful Spade System Divine card. Zhang Yang pointed toward a nearby scene. Hey, isn't that Su Chenxi in the center of the playground? Rampaging with a submachine gun? Zhouke squinted toward the commotion. A silver-haired girl wielded a submachine gun, spinning gracefully as she moved. Her actions were light and elegant, betraying no hint of the violence she was enacting. If it weren't for the blood-soaked figure and the blazing muzzle of her firearm, Zhouke might have fancied she was dancing. Countless students yearned to approach her, to attack, yet they were invariably met with bullets. Gradually, fear silenced their ambitions. To be frank, Su Chenxi, being a royal princess, had led Zhouke to presume she was somewhat delicate, or at least not excessively ruthless. However, the sight of this bloodied princess, brazenly taking lives, compelled Zhou Ku to revise his perception of her. One might wonder where such an arsenal came from. The firepower was overwhelming. No one stood a chance against her. Zhang Yang continued to scrutinize Su Qinxi, perplexed, as he remarked, I've witnessed her extraordinary abilities. She can conjure weapons from thin air. She's immensely powerful. Zhou Ku popped another piece of biscuit into his mouth. That makes sense, given she is the queen of spades. The spade suit is inherently martial, and being a queen, her combat prowess must be formidable. The duo exchanged remarks on the chaos unfolding outside, occasionally indulging in popcorn, as if this farce held no relevance to them. Su Qinxi had already eliminated a cluster of students, shifting her position, seemingly in search of new prey. They soon diverted their gaze from her, seeking other intriguing spectacles. By the way, Zhou Ku, with such madness rampant outside, are we really just going to hide here and score 10 points? Have you ever played Battle Royale? Surviving to the end is the key to victory. It doesn't matter how many you kill. If you don't survive, it's all for naught. Zhou Ku took a swig of soda. Stop shooting, please. A girl's voice rang out. Zhou Ku and Zhang Yang turned in unison towards the source of the sound. In the center of the playground stood a petite girl with a ponytail, shouting boldly. Her voice, though delicate, was imbued with courage. This competition is not meant for you to slaughter one another. Students should embody tolerance, friendship, and collaboration to earn points. The actions of the crowd came to a halt. Some students hesitated, glancing at their weapons, seemingly contemplating the morality of this method of scoring. Ding! Rule 1 announced. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. On the large screen, the first rule swiftly materialized. Rule 1. Spade assessment. The law of the jungle. Resources are limited, and everyone is a competitor. Points will not increase arbitrarily, but will be transferred through killings. The realization dawned upon the students who had grasped the rule. Those who kill can seize the points of the fallen. The girl in the center awkwardly smiled. You may continue as though I said nothing just now. With that, she turned and fled. Whoosh! A stray bullet struck her in the head. Thud! Her escape was abruptly halted, and she fell to the ground in a most undignified manner, meeting her end. Zhou Ku and Zhang Yang simultaneously remarked, tossing a chip into their mouths. When do you think it's our turn to perform? Zhang Yang mumbled through his snack. Patience. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Zhou Ku pointed again at the screen. We've deduced the first rule, but the second and third rules remain undisclosed. Acting rashly might yield counterproductive results. What if another rule states that the more you kill, the more points you lose? Then they would all be fools. While we could effortlessly secure victory, Zhang Yang's expression brightened at this. That makes sense. I feel as though victory is within my grasp. Time ticked by, and the cacophony of gunfire persisted. Students bearing the spade suit ruthlessly slaughtered their counterparts. Although the scene was gruesome and exhilarating, Zhou Ku found himself growing weary of the spectacle. Just as a yawn was about to escape his lips, a commotion in a corner of the playground drew his attention. There, a student with a scarred face was savagely pursuing a fragile girl. You can't escape. The scarred student, with a cruel expression, wielded a sharp knife as he chased the petite girl, who seemed utterly exhausted and unable to flee. In mere moments, he cornered her. With a swift thrust, he plunged the knife into her abdomen. Her eyes widened in horror as she clutched her stomach, collapsing to the ground in agony. The scarred boy, devoid of mercy, knelt and continued stabbing her mercilessly. Eventually, she lay still, her struggle ceasing as she succumbed to her wounds. Ding! The scarred boy's watch emitted a sound. He looked down to see. Current identity, King. I've finally ascended to King. He cackled. I never imagined my lowly spade suit would prove so advantageous in this examination. Crack! From a nearby corner, the sound of a branch snapping interrupted his celebration. He tightened his grip on the knife, barking, Who's there? The scarred boy advanced swiftly. In that corner, a chubby boy fell to the ground, crying out, Please don't kill me. I'm afraid of pain. I'm just a worthless civilian, barely worth 10 points. The scarred boy spat, glaring menacingly. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Every point counts. I won't spare a single one. With that, he raised his knife. Bang! A brick suddenly fell from above, striking the scarred boy's face. The boy paused momentarily before regaining his composure. You ambushed me, fatso? The scarred boy shook his head, seemingly unfazed by the blow. You didn't expect that, did you? My spade suit makes me impervious. Ordinary physical attacks are ineffective against me. Otherwise, how could I have survived this long with just a broken knife? The chubby boy stared in horror at the arrogant scarred face, tears welling up. He had orchestrated a plan with accomplices to drop bricks from above while he acted as bait. Little did he know he had encountered a formidable opponent. Please, go easy on me. I'm scared of pain. The chubby boy had entirely given up on resistance. He had witnessed the scarred boy's ruthlessness and knew he would not spare anyone. He only wished for a swift end to his suffering. The scarred boy licked his lips and swiftly drove his knife downward. Thud. Huh. The chubby boy touched his abdomen, feeling perfectly intact. In stark contrast, the scarred boy's expression froze. Suddenly, his own abdomen erupted. Blood and entrails spilled forth. He had no time to utter a word. His face contorted in disbelief as he staggered twice before collapsing lifelessly. Ding. The dazed chubby boy was suddenly startled by the sound of his watch. Hesitantly, he checked the notification. Current identity, king. Points, 310. He blinked in disbelief. A king? Had he instantaneously ascended from a commoner to royalty? This signified that his score had evidently placed him among the top 3 in the entire school. Ecstatic, he screamed and threw his arms wide open. I have become the king. Ha ha ha. All of this was witnessed by Zhou Ku, who was leaning against the window. Indeed, a twist of fate. Chapter 22, Counterattack. Zhou Ku clearly saw the student with the scarred face thrusting a dagger into the rotund figure. However, at the very moment the blade made contact, it was abruptly deflected. Simultaneously, the scarred student's body inexplicably exploded. Moreover, judging by the reaction of the little chubby one as he checked his watch and his exuberant expression, it was evident that he had undoubtedly acquired the scarred student's score. It was indeed the chubby one who had slain the scarred face. Yet, what perplexed Zhou Ku was why the chubby one appeared so astonished. Could it be that he had inadvertently killed the scarred face? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Ku glanced at the large screen. Rule 1. Spade Assessment, Jungle Law. Scores do not increase without cause, but are transferred through killings. Rule 2. Not revealed. Rule 3. Not revealed. The unrevealed rules could still come into effect. Thus, the bizarre death of the scarred face must have been triggered by certain rules. Hey, Zhou Ku, what are you looking at? Zhang Yang inquired. Noticing Zhou Ku had abruptly stopped eating popcorn, Zhou Ku remained silent, merely gesturing towards the direction of the little chubby one. I have become the king. Ha ha ha. The chubby one jubilantly rose to his feet, dancing with glee. However, he had forgotten that the assessment was not yet over. The position of king was merely temporary. Instantaneously, countless predatory gazes converged upon him. Realizing his faux pas, the chubby one took flight. Yet, as an ordinary individual without a spade divine card, and being a plump fellow at that, how could he possibly outrun the bloodthirsty students? A king-level target would not be overlooked. In an instant, a crimson figure surged forward. The glint of a dagger flashed. Trembling, the chubby one felt a warmth beneath him. He had wet himself in fear. With a gasp, he touched his neck. Huh, not a scratch on him. Before him stood a masked student wielding a dagger, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Then, he exploded into fragments, his demise mirroring that of the earlier scarred face. Am I truly this formidable? The person attempting to kill me meets their end? But that isn't even my divine card skill. The chubby one was utterly baffled. Unbeknownst to him, a sniper rifle from afar had him in its sights. The marksman pulled the trigger. The bullet zipped through the air, swiftly approaching the chubby one's temple. Click. The bullet was effortlessly deflected. Simultaneously, the sniper's head exploded. The chubby one trembled as he checked his watch. Score, 430. Suddenly, another student charged in, only to spectacularly detonate. Score, 480. The chubby one's face turned completely numb. He couldn't comprehend what was happening, only seeking refuge in the shadows. Did you see that? That chubby one is acting strangely, Zhou Ku remarked, pointing at the figure disappearing in the distance. Zhang Yang scratched his head, feeling as though his CPU might overheat. This is bizarre. Even while fleeing, numerous individuals attempted to kill him, yet they all blew themselves up. Completely incomprehensible, Zhou Ku analyzed. That little chubby one clearly has no understanding of the situation himself. Therefore, this cannot be his divine card skill. It must be the rules at play. Zhang Yang looked at the large screen. Are you implying that the remaining 2 unrevealed rules are involved? But what kind of rule could cause the assailant to explode? Zhou Ku did not respond immediately, instead meticulously piecing together the sequence of events in his mind. First, a scarred face killed a girl. He plunged the dagger into her abdomen, sealing her fate. Afterward, he distinctly checked his watch, revealing an exuberant expression. If Zhou Ku was not mistaken, some information on his watch had undergone unexpected changes. But what was this change? The information on the watch essentially consisted of 2 components. Zhou Ku glanced at his own watch. Current identity, commoner. Score, 10. Identity and score. Given the bloodstains on the scarred face, he must have committed multiple murders. Therefore, a mere increase in score should not be significant for him. Thus, the changes on his watch must have involved not just a shift in score, but also a transformation in identity. The identity had changed. Based on the scarred face's proficiency in killing, the score he amassed should have placed him among the top 500. Thus, he was at least a noble. Upon killing the girl, he ascended to the rank of king. Subsequently, the scarred face targeted the chubby one as his next victim. Judging by the chubby one's reaction when confronted, it was highly probable that he was a commoner. As a king, The scarred face chose to assault a seemingly commoner, chubby one. The result was utterly absurd. He exploded on the spot. While the reason remained unclear, it was certain that the chubby one naturally inherited the scarred face's score, rising to become the next king. However, why was it that the scarred face faced no repercussions when attacking the female student, yet met his demise when targeting the chubby one? Moreover, when the scarred face perished, the chubby one was far too ostentatious, even shouting in celebration, clearly reveling in his newfound score and kingly status. This, of course, drew the attention of many, resulting in a multitude of attacks directed at him. Those who initiated the attacks were undoubtedly nobles. After all, commoners would either cower in fear or, like Joku, hide away to observe the spectacle. Thus, only nobles would dare to strike first. Yet, these nobles were met with a backlash, obliterated while the chubby one remained unscathed. Joku did not believe the chubby one possessed any special attributes or had awakened some hidden advantage. His survival was merely a coincidence, a serendipitous triggering of a hidden rule. As for what this rule entailed, Joku pondered intently. Initially, the scarred face, noble, killed the female student, commoner. Following that, the scarred face, king, was countered by the chubby one, commoner. Subsequently, countless attacking nobles were also countered by the chubby one, king. Nobles killed commoners. Kings attacking commoners were countered. Nobles attacking kings were countered. Reflecting on the previous slaughter events, it was largely nobles preying upon commoners. Joku suddenly lifted his gaze and softly remarked, "I understand." Zhang Yang looked at Joku, puzzled. "What have you understood, my esteemed friend?" Chapter 23, The Overthrow of the Monarch. Joku replied in a hushed tone, "I have discerned the reason for the little chubby one's survival. I have also uncovered a certain hidden rule." He continued, "The abilities of the Spade suit cannot inherently be superior to those of the other suits. After all, this is a comprehensive test that evaluates more than mere martial prowess. There must exist a method for the weak to triumph over the strong." Zhang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Joku, you have once again anticipated the rules ahead of time?" Joku cast a sidelong glance at him. Shortly after the initial murder incident commenced, the examination hall announced the first rule. "I surmise that once a rule is triggered, it will soon be publicly disclosed." He added, "The second rule pertains to the existence of a counterbalance chain among identities." "A counterbalance chain?" Zhang Yang queried, somewhat bewildered. Joku elaborated, "The monarch may eliminate the nobility. The nobility may oppress the commoners. The commoners may overthrow the monarch. Should anyone attempt to reverse this order, say, if a monarch were to slay a commoner, they would face a backlash, leading to their own demise." This elucidated why Scarface could effortlessly kill that female classmate, yet stumbled when attempting to slay the little chubby one. Zhang Yang suddenly comprehended, because after murdering the female classmate, he ascended to the status of monarch. While still a noble, he could freely slay commoners, yet upon becoming a monarch, he became vulnerable to retribution from the very commoners he once dominated. Joku smiled with satisfaction. The youth is teachable. Outside the classroom, an increasing number of individuals began to notice that instances of murderers being retaliated against were occurring. Gradually, they ceased their indiscriminate attacks and opted to lay down their weapons. Observing the unfolding events with caution, Rule 2 announced. Upon hearing this system notification, all gazes turned towards the large screen. Rule 2. Heart Test. Class Suppression. The monarch executes the nobility. The nobility exploits the commoners. The commoners overthrow the monarch. You are my deity. Upon seeing the results on the large screen, Zhang Yang was so overwhelmed that he nearly knelt before Joku. Twice, he had accurately predicted the rules. This assessment, shrouded in secrecy, is utterly ineffective against a genius like you. Zhang Yang's flattery flowed forth. Joku, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Spare the flattery. It is far more beneficial for us to delve into the rules to secure victory in this examination." Zhang Yang chuckled, indeed. He then shifted his gaze back to the large screen. "Hey, Joku, I believe I have also stumbled upon a useful piece of information." "Oh?" Joku raised an eyebrow slightly. "Pray, do tell." Zhang Yang pointed outside. "Now that 2 rules have been announced, correct?" The large screen clearly displays. Rule 1, Spade Test. Jungle Law. Resources are limited, and everyone is a competitor. Scores will not increase, but will be transferred through killings. Rule 2, Heart Test. Class Suppression. The monarch executes the nobility. The nobility exploits the commoners. The commoners overthrow the monarch. Zhang Yang read the text displayed on the large screen. "I have noticed that each rule is followed by a suit hint. Could this imply some deeper significance?" Joku glanced once more at the rules on the large screen. "You are correct. There will be no extraneous information within the rules. This assessment is termed a comprehensive test, is it not? Thus, every quality will be taken into consideration. The so-called Spade test is essentially a contest of martial prowess. The act of killing to gain points tests the student's combat capabilities. Meanwhile, the heart test evaluates the mind. Zhang Yang nodded, somewhat understanding. I grasped the meaning of the Spade test. But what then of the heart test? How does the counterbalance chain relate to the psyche? Indeed, it does. Zhouke responded promptly. Would you divulge your identity to a stranger? Zhang Yang shook his head. Precisely, Zhouke continued. Thus, understanding the enemy's identity relies on one's own judgment of them. Essentially, reading their psyche. Deceiving the enemy regarding their identity constitutes a battle on a psychological level. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. So that is the essence of it. He added. Zhouke, it seems your mind works with remarkable speed. I feel as though I have yet again contributed little. Not at all. Zhouke praised, giving a thumbs up. Your insight is commendable. Huh. Zhang Yang was somewhat perplexed. Zhouke looked up at the large screen displaying the third rule. I recall you mentioning that the Dragon Kingdom lacks the Plum Blossom Divine card, yes? Zhang Yang remained somewhat confused. That is correct. Save for you. A smile crept onto Zhouke's lips then. If Rule 1 is the Spade test and Rule 2 is the Heart test, Rule 3 must undoubtedly pertain to the Diamond test. Zhang Yang suddenly grasped, of course. Spade, Heart, Diamond, each corresponding to a rule. Eureka! Does that not mean we can predict the third rule before it is announced? Zhouke pondered quietly, murmuring. The Spade specializes in martial prowess. The Heart governs the mind, whereas the Diamond creates change. Perhaps, when the third rule is unveiled, it will alter the entire landscape of this contest. Zhang Yang, filled with excitement, asked, So, shall we remain hidden until the unveiling of the third rule? Zhouke lifted his gaze to a few words in the second rule. Commoners, overthrow the monarch. He rose, stretched lazily, and a faint smile graced his lips. No, that won't be necessary. I have already devised a strategy in my mind. Now, it is time for us, the commoners, to take the stage. He opened the window, inhaling the air outside. The atmosphere was laced with the scents of gunpowder, the residue of gun oil, and a faint trace of blood. Gentle moonlight cascaded onto Zhouke, the breeze tousling his coat's hem. Peering through the window, he observed numerous individuals still engaged in fierce combat, their diminutive figures flickering in the dim light. Meanwhile, Zhouke remained within a small room, conserving his strength and preparing for the critical moment, refraining from acting unless absolutely necessary. From his elevated vantage point, the throng below appeared as insignificant as ants. Excitement and fervor glimmered in Zhouke's eyes. He murmured, in this game, brute strength is secondary. It is the ultimate strategy that defines a true sovereign. Within this modest warehouse, I have already discerned the path to victory. Come now, let the commoners overthrow the monarch. Chapter 24, The Powers Reawaken. Outside the examination hall, discussions surrounding this competition had erupted across the campus network. As the first rule was announced, the majority of new students commenced their participation in this bloodbath. The campus network buzzed with messages, one after another. Wow, are the new students this formidable? They've gone completely berserk. It seems the Spade abilities hold a significant advantage. I suspect the top 3 will all be from the Spade suit. Heh, I'm glad I placed my bet on the princess. Her Spade abilities are truly formidable. Wow. Yiling Tian's performance has been commendable as well. Although wielding the square type ability, he has adeptly concealed himself in the shadows, surreptitiously seizing numerous points. Alas, what is Zhouke doing this week? Has he logged off? I cast my vote in his favor. You truly dare to step forward, a mere commoner, facing such a bloody scene. He must be utterly petrified by now. At this moment, the rankings stand as follows. 1 Zhang Liang, King 640, 2 Wang Li, King 500, 3 Lu Wei, King 470, 4 Su Chenxi, Noble 470, 5 Yiling Tian, Noble 460. Among them, the top 3 kings have all attained their status through the assistance of others, whether by drawing the king card by chance or fortuitously rising from the ranks of commoners. They possess little real strength, yet their luck has been remarkable, as prior to the revelation of the second rule, they were gifted numerous kills by other inexperienced players. Furthermore, they exhibit a commendable survival instinct. Once crowned kings, they refuse to venture out recklessly, instead choosing to hide away in some obscure corner, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the competition. Only Su Chenxi and Yiling Tian have methodically hunted commoners, gradually accumulating points to ascend to their current standings. Meanwhile, Zhouke and Zhang Yang, 2 mere bystanders, have earned not a single point and thus find themselves languishing at the bottom. Inside the examination hall, as Zhouke finished uttering his striking line about overthrowing the king, a resounding bang echoed as the warehouse door was kicked open. Indeed, there were still commoners hiding here. A clear, melodious female voice rang out. Hiss! Zhang Yang, with a stiffened neck, turned to look. A figure clad entirely in blood red stood at the entrance, shouldering a submachine gun, blocking the only escape route. "Spare me, great hero." Zhang Yang intended to say something, but upon seeing the visitor's face, he was rendered speechless. Zhou Ku, too, regarded the newcomer with a serious expression. Silver hair, a fair and stunning visage. Su Chenxi. Upon seeing the two, Su Chenxi was momentarily taken aback before offering a polite smile. This smile, which would be enchanting under ordinary circumstances, appeared somewhat unsettling against her blood-stained attire in the dim lighting of the room. The silver-haired princess blinked and greeted them. "Hi. What a coincidence." Neither party moved, leaving a palpable silence while they pondered what to say next. Cough. "Zhou Ku, what do you think the princess's current identity is?" Zhang Yang whispered conspiratorially. "Without a doubt, she is a noble," Zhou Ku replied without hesitation. "Why?" Zhou Ku cast a discerning glance at the princess. "Firstly, her body is covered in wounds and blood. She must have slaughtered countless individuals, thus she could never be a commoner. Secondly, the kings are already among the top 3 in the school. They need not actively seek out prey, but rather focus on self-preservation, so she cannot be a king either. Therefore, by deduction, her identity can only be that of a noble." Upon hearing Zhou Ku's reasoning, Zhang Yang felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He noted that Su Chenxi remained stationed at the door, gun raised, unwavering. Embarrassed, Zhang Yang forced a smile and fabricated a small lie. "Your Highness, we are comrades. Both Zhou Ku and I are nobles." As soon as those words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the trio. Zhou Ku felt exasperated. Had this fool lost his mind? Su Chenxi maintained her polite demeanor, her tone eerily calm. "Oh, is that so? Then why is it that I do not see you in the noble list on my wristwatch?" Her tone seemed to mock a child. Zhou Ku frowned. Indeed, he had realized this long before when he saw all the commoner information on his wristwatch. Since commoners can see each other, nobles must also share their identity information. Although Zhang Yang's lie was rather feeble, it inadvertently revealed a useful piece of information. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. "Oh no, I completely forgot about that." He quickly employed his cunning mind, cleared his throat, and feigned nonchalance. "Actually, we are hidden kings. Do you believe that?" A chuckle escaped Su Chenxi's lips. Breaking her composed facade, she regained her seriousness, striving to maintain an air of solemnity. "You two were kings from the very beginning? Out of 500 students in the school, there are only 3 kings, and you happen to be 2 of them? How fortunate." Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned and quickly retorted, "Of course not. We became kings after scoring." Su Chenxi scrutinized them with her piercing gaze. "Neither of you bears a single bloodstain or wound. Pray tell, how did you become kings? By snacking?" Zhang Yang was left speechless. Zhou Ku rubbed his forehead, subtly distancing himself from Zhang Yang, then calmly addressed Su Chenxi. "We are indeed commoners. However, this does not imply that we are enemies. We could collaborate." Zhang Yang eagerly chimed in. Yes. Our points are minimal and of little worth. We had spoken earlier. In light of our camaraderie as classmates and good friends, let us forge an alliance." Su Chenxi sighed, finally retracting her smile. "Since this is an examination, it must be taken seriously. Although we are acquainted, this competition is not a team battle, and cooperation is futile. I apologize, but I shall be swift. You will not suffer." She raised her submachine gun and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Zhang Yang was struck in the forehead, blood erupting forth, concluding his smooth run in this round. "Now it's your turn." After dispatching Zhang Yang, Su Chenxi wasted no time, swiftly aiming her weapon directly at Zhou Ku's chest. Her fingers slowly crept toward the trigger. Outside the examination hall, as Zhou Ku had deduced the second rule prior to its announcement, the campus forum erupted in chaos. What kind of mind is this? I thought he was done for, but it turns out Zhou Ku is quite the character. Incredible. A commoner can slay a king. This is unprecedented. When Zhou Ku delivered his suave line upon the revelation of the second rule, he captured the admiration of countless onlookers. The dramatic entrance of Su Chenxi only heightened the spectacle. Wait, I thought Zhou Ku was finally turning the tide, and now a noble pops up out of nowhere? Oh no, it's Su Chenxi. That long-haired fellow just got shot in the head. Did this big shot's henchman just fall? Oh dear, those who voted for Zhou Ku. Your hopes are dashed. Zhou Ku is on the brink of death. Within the examination hall, Su Chenxi was poised to pull the trigger. Detecting the activation conditions for the ability, the divine card is activated. Zhou Ku once again heard that piercing voice. The activation conditions for the ability have been met. At that moment, Zhou Ku felt as though he were the protagonist of a novel, receiving an extraordinary boon just before facing demise. Randomly drawing a divine card. Square 8. Ability, transform into the appearance of another person. A square-type ability, Zhou Ku recalled, related to creation and transformation. The ability to change one's appearance at will undoubtedly belongs to the square type. Yet, he wondered, what use could this ability possibly serve? Zhou Ku was already aware of the function of one square ability, square 5. Zhou vividly remembered that Professor Chun Yun's divine card was the Five of Diamonds, and her extraordinary ability was instant teleportation. With such a prowess, Zhou could effortlessly activate his ability to escape perilous situations. However, in his current predicament, what use was this ability if he could merely alter his appearance? Would he perform a Sichuan opera face-changing act for Princess Su? Just as Zhou was deep in contemplation, the watch on Su Chenxi's wrist emitted a sudden beep. She raised her arm in surprise to check, and after 2 seconds of silence, she lowered her submachine gun. Zhou, quick to react, immediately deduced what had transpired. He smirked playfully and whispered, "What is it? My queen? Have you just ascended to the throne?" With a resigned gesture, Su Chenxi discarded her weapon and sat on the ground, saying, "I can't escape now. Take my life." Zhou approached slowly, refraining from aggression, and gently helped her to her feet. As she rose, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Chenxi's eyes. Zhou's lips curved into an elegant smile. "Did I not say, Your Highness? I wish to collaborate with you." Chapter 25, The Law of Termination. "So, what is your plan? Why not kill me?" Su Chenxi's expression bore a hint of melancholy as she silently followed Zhou. "I'm not as heartless as you," Zhou replied, casting her a sidelong glance. "I genuinely value the bonds of friendship among classmates." The situation was now unmistakably clear. When Su Chenxi eliminated Zhang Yang, she had added 10 points to her tally. It was precisely this 10-point difference that facilitated her ascension as the new sovereign. Consequently, the dynamic between Zhou and Su Chenxi shifted dramatically. The current score was 1 Zhang Liang, sovereign 640, 2 Wang Li, sovereign 500, 3 Su Chenxi, sovereign 480, 4 Yi Lingtian, noble 470. If Zhou were to kill Su Chenxi, he could effortlessly seize all the points she had amassed. Yet, he refrained from such an act, contemplating a more profound strategy. He insisted that Su Chenxi remain by his side, forbidding her from fleeing. Thus, they proceeded forward. Rustle, rustle. Their footsteps abruptly halted. Zhou whispered, "Your Highness, there is a commotion ahead." In the blink of an eye, a bloodied man wielding a knife leaped from the shadows, charging towards Zhou. Whoosh. Su Chenxi raised her hand, deftly pulling the trigger to eliminate him with precision. "Thank you. He was a noble. Had you not acted swiftly, I would have perished," Zhou remarked, remaining stationary with his arms crossed. "I comprehend now," Su Chenxi said, reloading her weapon. "You wish to keep me around for your protection, because I can slay the nobles, and you can eliminate me. Thus, you need me to shield you from their attacks." Zhou smiled slightly. That rationale holds merit. However, should not a sovereign protect her subjects? Su Chenxi intended to respond, yet suddenly let out a muffled grunt, clutching her left arm. "What's wrong?" Zhou inquired, his gaze filled with concern. "It's nothing. Just a minor injury from earlier," Su Chenxi replied, demonstrating remarkable fortitude as she stubbornly continued onward. "Let me see," Zhou insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. With a sigh, Su Chenxi slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing a wound that was neither too deep nor too shallow. The cut was long, a faint reddish-brown hue beginning to form. Upon seeing the blood seeping from the injury, Zhou suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Do not move. I shall tend to your wound." He produced a tissue, gently wiping the blood from Su Chenxi's arm. Then, he tore a strip of fabric from his clothing and wrapped it around her arm. Zhou performed this task with utmost care, diligence, and familiarity. Su Chenxi paused for a moment, then softly said, "Thank you, but I must insist that it's unnecessary. Once we teleport out of the examination area, the wound will cease to exist." Zhou did not lift his gaze, remaining focused on the task at hand. "Of course it's necessary, Your Highness. This contest may endure for an indeterminate duration. If your injury is not properly treated, you will experience considerable pain." Su Chenxi appeared momentarily lost in thought, wanting to speak, but ultimately refraining. Zhou seemed to perceive her intentions. "There is no need to thank me. It is the duty of a subject to serve their sovereign. Ultimately, protecting you is also a means of safeguarding myself. I would not wish for you to lose your combat capability due to a wound on your arm." As he spoke, Zhou carefully tucked the bloodied tissue away. "If you wish to express gratitude, simply remain by my side. After all, you are now a sovereign. There is no need to expend effort in increasing your score. Should I encounter another sovereign to eliminate, you will naturally remain safe." Su Chenxi nodded in understanding. All right. Zhou's current strategy was quite straightforward. He was a commoner, fearful of nobles, while Su Chenxi was a sovereign, capable of restraining them. As long as he remained under her protection, he was invincible. During this time, he aimed to locate a second sovereign to eliminate, thus achieving a triumphant reversal. However, after an extended period of searching, they had yet to encounter any individuals who might be sovereigns. Those currently holding sovereign status seemed to possess astuteness, hiding in obscurity and refusing to reveal themselves. Su Chenxi regarded Zhou as if she had something to say. Joka cast a brief glance her way. Please, speak your mind. With a sigh, she began. You have yet to locate another sovereign. If the competition were to conclude now, you would be left with only a commoner's identity. If you do not kill me, you may have no further opportunities. Joka chuckled. Are you suggesting that I take your life? How remarkably selfless of you. Su Chenxi replied courteously. I merely wish to avoid being in your debt. You saved me on the train, and I have yet to find an opportunity to repay you. This time, you could have killed me to become a sovereign, yet you chose not to. Now, nearly 3 hours have elapsed. The contest could end at any moment. If you do not kill me, I will owe you yet another debt. 3 hours had already passed. Joka felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. It seemed there was a flaw in the current competition rules. Before the contest commenced, Senior Lu Yingming had only informed them that the objective of this competition was to earn as many points as possible and achieve a higher ranking before its conclusion. However, if the scores were constantly fluctuating and rankings were perpetually changing, the question arose, when would the contest conclude? When would the scores be finalized? Joka pondered, then raised his head. Why has this competition not informed us of a time limit? Su Chenxi was taken aback. What? Joku observed her, Throughout this entire assessment, we have only been instructed to gather points as efficiently as possible. Yet, since the scores are continually changing and identities are in flux, if the contest cannot be concluded immediately, then no matter how many points we accumulate now, they will ultimately hold no value. Su Chenxi supported her chin with one hand. Contemplating, that is a valid point. I had not considered that. Joku reflected for a moment, then looked up at the large screen displaying the rules. At that moment, only Rule 3 remained unrevealed. The duration of this match has indeed been considerable. Perhaps the solution to conclude the competition lies within the rules. Su Chenxi also turned her gaze towards the rules displayed on the large screen. Are you referring to the yet-to-be-revealed Rule 3? Rule 3. It is time. Joka lifted his head. Su Chenxi, accompany me to a certain place. Joku walked ahead, while Su Chenxi followed closely behind. The two continued onward until they arrived at an ostensibly empty classroom. Su Chenxi, please stand guard at the door while I take a look inside. Joku instructed before entering the classroom. No problem. I won't run away, Su Chenxi replied softly, positioning herself beside the door. I trust you, Joka said as he entered the familiar classroom. It appeared quite vacant, yet in truth. Joku approached the blackboard and lightly tapped it a few times. The blackboard instantly illuminated, revealing a line of text. With the blood of the king, unveil the law of conclusion. If I am not mistaken, this law of conclusion not only signifies the final rule, but also represents the means to end the competition. Joka retrieved a blood-stained tissue from his pocket. The blood on this tissue belonged to Su Chenxi. Moments ago, he had bandaged her wound not merely out of kindness, but to seize the opportunity to collect her blood. This was indeed Su Chenxi's blood, and at this moment, she held the title of the king. Joka smeared the blood onto the blackboard. Suddenly, it flickered rapidly. 2 seconds later, the writing transformed. Gradually, a line of silver text emerged. To pay homage to the king, I present the final rule. Chapter 26, The Art of Disguise. Rule 3. Kings do not meet. Should 3 kings gather, the competition shall immediately conclude. This rule will be disclosed to the entire school in 10 minutes. Just as I thought. Upon reading this rule, Joku felt a surge of exhilaration. The so-called law of conclusion refers not only to the final rule, but also to the method of concluding the competition. Joku reread the rule. If 3 kings gather, the competition shall immediately end. In an instant, a brilliant idea surged forth in Joku's mind. His divine card had currently transformed into Square 8. The unique ability of Square 8 was to alter one's appearance. In the realm of magic performances, a technique often employed is known as the double. A smile crept onto Joku's lips as he softly chuckled. The magic show is about to commence. Joku slowly exited the classroom. At the entrance, Su Chenxi remained faithfully stationed. You actually didn't seize the opportunity to escape, Joku remarked, somewhat surprised. I promised to protect you, and I shall not go back on my word. Su Chenxi nodded slightly. Your decision not to flee is wise, Joku replied with a light chuckle. I have devised a method to conclude this competition, and moreover, to ensure that both of us can become kings. I shall rank first, and you second. I will turn all kings into my pawns and orchestrate a grand coronation ceremony. Such words, if uttered by another, might easily come off as arrogant. However, Joku, having triumphed overwhelmingly in the first 2 rounds of the freshman assessment, undeniably lent his words credibility. Su Chenxi's eyes flickered slightly. What method? Joku smiled and raised his hands. One of the 3 principles of a magician: never reveal the contents of the magic in advance. Just follow my instructions, and all will be well. First, you need to open your king's chat panel and inform those 2 king classmates with a message after the 3rd rule is announced. Gather at the highest point of the school tower. The third rule? Su Chenxi replied, somewhat perplexed, yet complied. She opened her wristwatch and swiftly sent Zhou Ke's message word for word in the king's chat channel. Why wait for the third rule to be announced? Why summon them to the tower? Su Chenxi's gaze reflected half confusion and half curiosity. Zhou Ke smiled elegantly. I already know what the third rule is. Moreover, I can assure you that after the rule is made public, those two king classmates will undoubtedly go to the tower. Additionally, Zhou Ke suddenly lowered his voice and whispered something into Su Chenxi's ear. Upon hearing it, her pupils constricted sharply. Her astonished gaze fixed intently on Zhou Ke. You are insane. Su Chenxi covered her face, quietly and stealthily walking along the school street. The rustling sound of grass came from a nearby corner. Come out. I am not a commoner. There is no need to attack me. My aim is precise. You cannot escape. My score is sufficient. As long as you reveal yourself, I shall spare your life. Su Chenxi's voice was crisp and clear. She halted, aiming her gun at the patch of grass. The concealed figure in the corner showed no signs of revealing their identity. Su Chenxi raised her voice. If you do not come out, I will shoot. Wait. From the shadows, a slender figure slowly emerged. He performed a standard noble etiquette. Your Highness, the princess. Dressed in exquisite and splendid attire, adorned with a shiny square medal on his chest, and possessing a defiant gaze. It was Yi Lingtian. Su Chenxi sighed. It's you. I have never liked you. Yet, Yi Lingtian seemed unfazed by her words. Oh. But I have always held great admiration for you. My parents have also proposed to His Majesty. His Majesty was quite satisfied, yet you have consistently declined. Su Chenxi's expression remained unchanged. On this matter, I have my own thoughts. Yi Lingtian furrowed his brow. Your own thoughts? I have never heard of any boy who could catch your eye. He paused. Could it be that commoner fellow? At the enrollment ceremony, you rejected my invitation and chose to sit beside that commoner. Do you have feelings for him? Of course, everyone knows that Princess Su does not care about others' bloodlines. However, commoners are quite filthy. I advise you against associating with such people. Su Chenxi raised her gun. Yi Lingtian, utter another word, and I shall kill you. No. Yi Lingtian panicked. Everyone knows that Her Highness the Princess is most trustworthy. Since I have voluntarily revealed myself, according to our agreement, you ought to spare my life. Yi Lingtian was no fool. He noticed that Su Chenxi's name had suddenly vanished from the noble chat list on his wristwatch, and he understood that she had ascended to the rank of king. Thus, Su Chenxi could easily eliminate Yi Lingtian, a noble. May I ask, Your Highness the Princess, as a king, why do you not remain hidden in the shadows waiting for the competition to conclude? Yi Lingtian had moderated his demeanor considerably before the princess, no longer exhibiting that haughty attitude. I am heading to a specific location. Su Chenxi openly stated her objective. Where to? Yi Lingtian inquired curiously. Su Chenxi seemed to have suddenly thought of something. If you can assist me with a task, I will spare your life and tell you where I am going. I shall not go back on my word. Yi Lingtian inclined slightly. Please, what task? Su Chenxi extended a foot and smiled playfully. Kneel down and lick my shoe. Yi Lingtian's pupils widened in shock. This phrase was a harsh remark he once directed at Zhou Ke. Is it mere coincidence that Her Highness the Princess has uttered something so akin? Such somewhat crude words are difficult to imagine coming from the lips of that dignified princess. Yet, faced with the threat of death, he had no time to ponder this further. He slowly knelt on the ground. Su Chenxi, having been running about, had her thick athletic shoes caked in mud and blood. Yi Lingtian knelt as well, his lips gently brushing against the soiled shoe of Su Chenxi. After all, it was the princess's command, and even Yi Lingtian dared not disobey. Su Chenxi nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, Zhou Ke is the most handsome man I have ever seen. Far surpassing you. Yi Lingtian shuddered, suppressing his discomfort, pretending he had not heard this remark, and raised his eyes to smile. Can you grant me mercy, Your Highness? Yes. You may leave. Su Chenxi waved her hand, seemingly eager to send him away. Yet Yi Lingtian stubbornly remained still. Additionally, may I inquire where you are headed? I recall this was our prior agreement. Everyone knows that the princess never breaks her word. Su Chenxi cast him a faint glance. To the tower, the highest floor. To meet the other kings. After uttering this sentence, Su Chenxi swiftly vanished. Yi Lingtian lingered, murmuring to himself, seemingly unable to comprehend the meaning of her words. Meet the other kings? The tower? Why? He found himself perplexed. The princess's reputation was well known throughout the noble circles. Upholding her promises and refraining from deceit were the principles by which Su Chenxi lived. Therefore, the information she conveyed must surely be true. It was unquestionable that her identity was that of a king. However, there existed no constraints among kings, nor could they harm one another. What purpose did her meeting with other kings serve? Yi Lingtian struggled to grasp this until, ding, the third rule is revealed. The familiar system notification echoed. At that moment, All examinees in the school simultaneously looked up at the large screen. A line of text gradually materialized on the display. Rule 3. Square assessment. Kings shall not meet. If 3 kings converge, this match shall immediately conclude. Upon reading this rule, Yi Lingtian felt a jolt of alarm. If 3 kings converge, the match concludes immediately? And the princess just mentioned going to meet other kings at the highest level of the tower? This is bad. He suddenly realized. His score had not yet reached the top 3. He could not allow the game to end like this. Without hesitation, disregarding the possibility of being attacked by others, he swiftly made his way towards the tower. At the school tower, Su Chenxi sat silently in the elevator. Ding! The highest floor has arrived. She took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The highest level of the tower was devoid of any presence. She walked to the center, removed her mask, revealing her signature silver hair. Her voice remained crisp and melodious. Come out, you two. I have arrived. With a rustle, 2 figures cautiously emerged. Your Highness, is that really you? Oh, how wonderful. Now the 3 kings shall meet. Zhang Liang, who had always been an inconspicuous person with a buzz cut and glasses, stepped forward excitedly. Another boy named Wang Li ambled out, notably shorter, not even reaching Zhang Liang's chin. As long as we gather together, the match should end, right? This competition terrified me. Killings were rampant everywhere. Thankfully, I managed to remain hidden until now and acquired the title of king for free. The 3 gradually came together. However, an unexpected silence lingered, as no announcement had been made to declare the game over. Why is the match still ongoing? Did the 3 kings not meet? Zhang Liang and Wang Li exchanged bewildered glances. Su Chenxi struggled to contain her laughter. Your Highness, what is this? The 2 looked at Su Chenxi, their confusion deepening. Yet neither dared to move. At that moment, Su Chenxi could no longer hold back, bursting into a fit of laughter. Her fair and beautiful face, under this audacious expression, revealed an unexpected allure. The tower echoed with the princess's clear yet boisterous laughter, startling the other 2, who had never witnessed such a side of the usually elegant and poised princess. Su Chenxi decided to drop her charade, preparing to unveil her true self. She softly intoned an incantation. Square, transforms all things. 8, reflects exquisite beauty. Upon the utterance of this spell, the expressions of the other 2 shifted dramatically. This is the incantation of the Square 8 divine card, isn't it? Your Highness, you are not of the Spade class, are you? The voices of the 2 kings trembled. Su Chenxi's visage contorted rapidly, her height suddenly surging. In the blink of an eye, the princess transformed into the visage of a youth. This boy, sharing the same pale complexion and striking beauty as Su Chenxi, was Zhou Ke. Upon shedding her disguise, Zhou Ke smirked. Now, take a good look at me. Who am I? Zhang Liang and Wang Li stood frozen in shock. They could never have imagined that the message purportedly sent by the princess herself had led to a completely different individual. Zhou Ke wasted no time in explanation. Instead, he swiftly drew a dagger from his pocket. Swish! A flash of cold light appeared. With a clean and decisive movement, Zhou Ke's blade traced a graceful arc. And in an instant, 2 fountains of blood erupted from their necks. The 2 kings remained in a state of terror and disbelief, swaying slightly before collapsing to the ground. Zhou Ke had simultaneously severed the lives of both individuals. He smiled gently, his breath carrying a note of mirth, as he whispered, commoners overthrowing kings. Then, I shall be crowned as the new monarch. Ding! The sound of his wristwatch chimed. He tapped the panel. Current identity, king. Score, 1150. He then pressed the king button once more. The watch immediately displayed the king's chat panel. Zhou Ke typed furiously. Su Chenxi, you may come now. It turned out this was your plan. The real Su Chenxi leaped in from outside the tower, her voice ringing clear. To eliminate 2 kings at once. You are indeed bold. I must admit, your execution was splendid, and the plan has unfolded flawlessly thus far. However, she posed a new inquiry. You have become a king, yet the game is not over. Although your score is currently substantial, it is merely temporary. Due to the existence of the second rule, the chain of restraint, any commoner may eliminate you. How do you intend to ensure your safety? Zhou Ke waved his hand dismissively. The commoners no longer have that opportunity, because the entire match is about to conclude within this tower. Zhou Ke glanced at his wristwatch. At this moment, the names of all 3 monarchs lay before him. Zhou Ke, Su Chenxi, and he lifted his gaze towards the tower's grand entrance. A smile gracing his face. The final piece on the chessboard should have arrived by now. The magic show had commenced, complete with twists, climaxes, and ultimately, bang! A breathless figure burst through the door. The gaunt silhouette now stood, staring blankly at Zhou Ke and Su Chenxi. Yi Lingtian. He must urgently prevent the monarchs from meeting. This was undoubtedly the thought racing through Yi Lingtian's mind at that moment. However, after Zhou Ke had dispatched 2 monarchs, the current standings had transformed into Zhou Ke, 1150 points, Su Qinxi, 480 points, Yi Lingtian, 470 points. Originally ranked 4th, Yi Lingtian had now ascended to the status of a monarch. The instant Yi Lingtian entered the tower, the three kings converged. Ding! The law of termination has been triggered. This match is concluded. The mechanical system's voice resonated, heralding Zhou Ke's resounding victory. Zhou Ke slowly strolled to the window of the tower. A gentle moonlight bathed him, as though he were draped in a luxurious silver robe. This was the finest coronation for the newly ascended monarch. Zhou Ke softly murmured, reciting his favorite line that he cherished after each performance. The magic has concluded perfectly. Chapter 28. The competition for talent. Outside the examination hall, countless upperclassmen fixated on the live broadcast of the simulated testing arena. A second later, the image of Zhou Ke handsomely severing the heads of two monarchs appeared. An overwhelming cheer erupted among the students. In an instant, an ordinary commoner had reversed his fortunes, soaring from the bottom of the rankings to achieve an overwhelming score. Zhou Ke maintained his position at the top, with a score surpassing that of the second and third places combined. On the campus forum's most popular pinned post, many upperclassmen who had voted for Zhou Ke were utterly elated. Conversely, those who had cast their votes for Su Qinxi and Yi Lingtian felt disheartened. Don't get too cocky. Zhou Party. The third test was merely an introduction. The remaining two phases will be the true test of skill. Ha ha ha. Who says commoners can't win? The nobility is just that. Mere pawns. Due to Zhou Ke's spectacular performance in the freshman test, an increasing number of upperclassmen joined the betting activity on the victors. Ding. The anonymous poster added new information to the thread. Given the growing number of participants, the prize pool had been raised to 100,000 yuan. Moments later. Impressive. Our boss is generous. May you be blessed, boss. More and more students joined the betting frenzy. Following Zhou Ke's recent dazzling display, his votes had now surpassed Yi Lingtian's, landing him in second place. With a whirl of the world around him, Zhou Ke returned to the familiar air of his school. He rubbed his head, savoring the refreshing atmosphere. Zhou Ke, you're incredible. In an instant, another familiar figure lunged towards him. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with admiration. After I was eliminated, I kept watching your performance. When you disguised yourself as the princess and executed the ultimate reversal, the entire school erupted. You have no idea how fervently we cheered in the dormitory area. I even heard it on the playground. You are now the favorite to win the comprehensive test, the school's most talked about figure. By the way, could you tell me how you disguised yourself? I remember that's a power exclusive to the divine card. Zhou Ke deflected. In the commoner world, I am a magician. I have ways to disguise myself without the divine card. Oh, Zhang Yang scratched his head. I don't know much about magic. But I have heard of something like the Sichuan opera face-changing technique in the commoner world. It seemed he had convinced himself. Ahem. Up ahead. The chairman of the Diamond Group, Senior Lu Yingming, the chief examiner for this test, cleared his throat. Comprehensive test. The first phase has concluded. We are about to announce the recipients of the 3 monarch titles. Please, the 3 students, upon hearing your names, step forward to the stage. The entire lawn buzzed with fervent discussions. A small portion of students who had been eliminated midway through the competition had witnessed the final scene and were excitedly discussing it. Meanwhile, more students, having been teleported out of the examination room after the conclusion, were curious, casting their eyes around, seemingly eager to ascertain who had claimed the top 3 positions. Senior Lu Yingming pronounced each name with deliberation. Third place, for 170 points, Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian rose. His head held high. He strode forward with a confident gait, as if eager for the world to know he had secured a top spot. Applause erupted, intermingled with various discussions. The nobility truly is impressive. I guessed it would be him. You don't know, Yi Lingtian's ascension to monarch was actually orchestrated by Zhou Ke. Is that true? I didn't see the end. Don't deceive me. Senior Lu Yingming continued. Second place, for 180 points, Su Qinxi. Su Qinxi smiled gracefully, her silver hair flowing as she walked with poise. This time, the applause grew even more fervent. Princess is indeed formidable. Her divine card is a powerful spade. Having eliminated many, I thought she was a pampered princess, but she strikes without hesitation. Right? I was taken out by her with a single shot. Senior Lu cleared his throat and continued. First place, 1150 points. Countless students craned their necks, eager to discover who had achieved this remarkable feat, surpassing both Su Qinxi and Yi Lingtian. Zhou Ke. The crowd fell silent for 2 seconds, seemingly in disbelief. Soon after, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Most students recognized Zhou Ke, the prodigy hailing from humble beginnings, his image already deeply ingrained in their minds from the previous 2 assessments. The applause was especially fervent among those from minor noble families, who resonated with the tale of a commoner claiming the top spot through sheer determination. Zhou Ke's expression remained unperturbed. He simply rose calmly and strolled onto the stage. The discussions erupted anew. Zhou, I know him. The genius with a magical energy content of 43. I heard he comes from a common background. 1,150 points? So many? That's more than the combined scores of the princess and young Master Yi. How many people did he eliminate to achieve such a score? Haha, you wouldn't understand. I watched the entire match. He only drew his weapon once throughout the game. What? Only drew once and scored over 1,000 points. On stage, the three stood together, Zhou positioned in the center. To his left, Yi Lingtian cast a sidelong glance at him, snorted softly, and turned his head away, no longer looking in Zhou direction. To his right, Su Qinxi maintained her poised elegance, offering Zhou a slight nod of acknowledgement. Senior Lu Yingming displayed 3 cards resembling postcards before them. He explained, these 3 cards, known as monarch cards, are the tools to be utilized in the next phase of testing. Please, Zhou, as the highest scorer, select one of the monarch cards first. As he spoke, Senior Lu Yingming produced 3 cards. Each card bore the image of a crown, yet inscribed upon them were distinct symbols: spade, diamond, and heart. Why is there no club? Zhou suddenly inquired. Lu Yingming replied in a somber tone. The 3 suits of spade, diamond, and heart represent 3 factions, a tradition of our school. After all, aside from you, no student has ever possessed the Club Divine card here, hence the Club King card is naturally excluded. What purpose do these 3 king cards serve? Yi Lingtian interjected. Lu Yingming shook his head. I'm afraid the usage of the king cards is something you must explore on your own. As you know, the comprehensive assessment is divided into 3 phases, and the one just completed was merely the first. I can only say that the king cards hold paramount significance in the final phase of the comprehensive assessment, potentially turning the tide of the competition. Within them lie clues to the contest that you need to decipher yourselves. Zhou scrutinized the 3 cards once more. He glanced at Yi Lingtian's chest, where the red emblem of the diamond, entwined with branches, shimmered brilliantly. Then, he observed Su Qinxi's left wrist, where the emblem of the spade, with a sword embedded, was equally resplendent. With a soft sigh, he retrieved the Heart King card from the center. Please, the second contestant may come forth to choose. As expected, Su Qinxi showed no hesitation, directly claiming the Spade King card. Yi Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he contentedly accepted the last Diamond King card. Now, I will announce the contents of the second phase of the comprehensive assessment. After distributing the cards, Senior Lu Yingming promptly addressed all the students. The second phase of the test is called Talent Competition. It is widely acknowledged that the essence of the Dragon Kingdom lies in its people. The rise and fall of any nation is profoundly intertwined with the talents it harbors. The second phase, Talent Competition, is a contest wherein the 3 kings strive to garner allies. Each king card signifies an allegiance to a nation: the Heart Kingdom, Spade Kingdom, and Diamond Kingdom. Naturally, the 3 kings are the leaders of these factions. The duration of the second phase is 1 week, taking place within the confines of this school, allowing for free movement. The 3 kings are to rally their fellow classmates identified as nobles and those designated as commoners to join their respective nations. Every student must select a nation to affiliate with. Undoubtedly, the more supporters a nation possesses, the more advantageous it will be in the final third phase competition. We eagerly anticipate the performance of the 3 kings over the course of the week. The third phase competition will commence immediately thereafter. I hereby declare the first phase of the comprehensive assessment concluded. Upon absorbing the rules, Zhou exhaled deeply, preparing to return to his dormitory for some much-needed rest. The exertion he had expended during the first phase was considerable, and he desperately needed to rejuvenate his mind. The students dispersed in small groups. Before Zhou could venture far, Senior Lu Yingming suddenly intercepted him. Wait a moment, Zhou, could you spare some time? I wish to speak with you privately. Chapter 29. Distributing flyers. Zhou stood in confusion. Lu Yingming continued. You may have learned during the entrance ceremony that those who excel by the semesters in will be granted the Divine Card, Ascension, qualification. I am aware that you hail from a commoner background, so perhaps the concept of Divine Card Ascension is unfamiliar to you. Would you like me to elaborate? Zhou smiled. No need. I have heard a general outline from friends. Divine Card Ascension can significantly enhance one's extraordinary abilities, and it is said that achieving the highest level of Ascension can lead to becoming a deity. Lu Yingming's eyes glimmered. Indeed, that is correct. Zhou blinked. Senior, you didn't call me over merely to enlighten me about divine card knowledge, did you? Lu Yingming quickly replied. No, certainly not. Typically, only those who perform exceptionally within a semester may attain such honors. I can help you become one of those individuals. Zhou's interest was piqued. I would appreciate your guidance. Lu Yingming hesitated momentarily. Perhaps you have already encountered Zhuang Xingyao? Zhou recalled the short-haired senior, somewhat aloof and proud. who also served as the president of a certain club, the president of the Red Heart Club, and notably, the sole divine card ascendant from the previous year. Her magical essence level is the highest among all senior students, and I am confident it surpasses that of many professors. The reason for her exceptional magical essence level is her victory in the Elite Cup. Elite Cup? Zhou faintly remembered hearing that term during the entrance ceremony. He inquired, "What exactly is the Elite Cup?" Lu Yingming elucidated, "Every year, the school hosts two major events. One of them is the 3-round new student assessment, which you are already aware of. The second is the Elite Cup. The victor of the Elite Cup can significantly enhance their magical essence level. Furthermore, those who exhibit particularly outstanding performance will earn the qualification for Divine Card Ascension. However, participation in the Elite Cup is limited to student organizations." At this point, Zhou comprehended Lu Yingming's intentions. He was the president of a student organization and sought to recruit him. "Zhou, would you like to participate?" Zhou politely responded, "Senior, I understand the importance of the Elite Cup, but at present, I have more pressing matters to attend to." With that, he waved the king card in his hand. "I still have the new student assessment to complete." Lu Yingming fixed his gaze on Zhou, seemingly attempting to discern his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he softly remarked, "Very well. Should you ever desire to participate in the Elite Cup, I welcome you to join my organization, the Diamond Club." In the dormitory, Lu Yingming invited you to join his club, Zhang Yang exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. "Did you accept?" "No. Why not?" "First, it was Li Hanfeng, and now Lu Yingming. Each big shot is trying to recruit you, and you still refuse. By the way, Senior Zhuang Xingyao also extended an invitation to me," Zhou casually mentioned. Zhang Yang looked at him in disbelief. "You can't be telling me that you turned them all down?" Indeed, Zhang Yang's expression resembled that of someone who had just witnessed a 5 million yuan lottery ticket being discarded. It's exceedingly difficult for newcomers to enter the 3 major clubs. Countless upperclassmen strive to join any of the 3. Those who gain entry into any student organization are the cream of the crop. You turned down such a golden opportunity? Not once, but thrice? Zhou remained largely unfazed. There will always be opportunities in the future. For now, I wish to focus my energy on the upcoming new student assessment. He recalled the champion's reward, the relics of the divine being. A conceptual treasure, whatever it may be, he was determined to obtain it. All right, let's set that aside for now. Zhou, do you have any thoughts on the second phase of the comprehensive assessment, talent competition? Zhang Yang asked, reclining on his bed while munching on chips, his words somewhat muffled. Zhou sighed softly, "None. The task of the second phase, in essence, involves rallying other classmates to join one's own faction. This is contingent upon one's connections. I cannot compete with Su Chenxi's noble lineage, nor can I rival Yi Lingtian's wealth. Coming from a humble background, I doubt many would wish to join my team." "How could that be?" Zhang Yang suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "I want to join you, Your Majesty, as long as you do not mind that I am a commoner." Zhou smiled, replying, "Thank you. You are my first teammate." With fervor, Zhang Yang declared, "In that case, regardless of what the third phase assessment entails, we are now a united team. Since we are already teammates, we must devise a plan. Let's distribute flyers at the entrance of the academic building tomorrow." Zhang Yang seemed to have conceived a brilliant idea. Distributing flyers? Indeed, we should list all of Zhou's accomplishments on the flyers. Other students will surely be compelled to join our ranks. He continued, "I have even thought of a title. Legendary Commoner Genius Zhou, teammates wanted." Zhou, 18 years old. Magical Essence level 43, ranked first in the Bloodline assessment. He defeated the Skull Association assassin in the qualification assessment, emerging as the sole victor. In the comprehensive assessment, during the title contest phase, he outshone all others, securing the top score. Come join Zhou's Heart Kingdom, the optimal choice for new students. As he spoke, Zhang Yang leapt from his bed and hurried to his computer. Zhou, intrigued, leaned closer. Zhang Yang was using a photo editing software to create something. "I am designing the flyer. An aesthetically pleasing flyer is essential for attracting attention," he said, his eyes glued to the screen. Zhou observed Zhang Yang's design process. His movements were swift, suggesting he was quite adept at such tasks. "You seem quite skilled at this." Zhang Yang proudly patted his chest. "Of course. My family specializes in promotional design. Although it may sound like common work, it is a respectable job for a minor noble like us. I often lend a hand." I must admit, the flyers Zhang Yang designed were exquisite. The layout and colors harmonized beautifully, and when he detailed Zhou's various accomplishments, Zhou experienced a fleeting illusion of triumph in this recruitment contest. "Just wait. Tomorrow, I will ardently promote you, and you will undoubtedly be the most popular monarch among the 3 of us." However, the following day, they arrived early at the academic building's entrance, fervently distributing flyers. Yet, not a single person took one. In fact, Many averted their gaze, hastily walking past Joku without so much as a glance. What is going on, Joku? Did you offend them? Joku was equally perplexed. No, I just enrolled. How could I have upset them? At that moment, another female student passed by. Without having time to catch a glimpse of her features, Joku hurriedly extended a flyer. Excuse me, please support my Heart Kingdom team. Joku braced himself to be ignored once more. To his surprise, this particular student accepted the flyer directly. Joku, it seems a bit improper for this flyer to end up in my hands, came a clear, melodic voice. Joku finally raised his eyes to observe her appearance, silver hair and a black mask. The girl gently removed her mask. It was Su Chenxi. The flyer has fallen into the hands of a competitor. Su Chenxi smiled, waving the flyer in her hand. You may find it hard to believe, but you are the first person to accept my flyer today. Is my appeal really that lacking? Joku sighed. It's not about your charm. Many wish to join your team. Yet, Su Chenxi seemed to know something, hesitating before shaking her head and pointing toward a distant bulletin board. See for yourself. With that, she departed with a light step. Joku and Zhang Yang approached the bulletin board. What is this? Chapter 30, Campus Bullying. The bulletin board was plastered with identical notices. Notice: any new students are prohibited from joining the Heart Kingdom in the upcoming competition. Yi Lingtian. There was even a QR code attached. This is a blatant attack. Yi Lingtian is resorting to such underhanded tactics. Zhang Yang angrily tore down several notices. Hey, what is this code? Let me scan it. Joku and Zhang Yang took out their phones and scanned the QR code, which led them to a web page. At last, they understood why no students dared to accept Joku's flyers. The QR code linked to a post on the campus network, authored by Yi Lingtian. Notice: any new students are forbidden from joining the Heart Kingdom. You all know who my father is. Your parents' businesses are under my father's purview. With a mere flick of his finger, he could bring you to ruin. If you wish to avoid becoming destitute and a mere commoner, it's simple. Just don't join Joku's team. Yi Lingtian's declaration. In a second post, he listed the names of all non-monarch new students, adding a line: I am watching you closely. This was a blatant use of power to intimidate. Joku's expression darkened, unable to face me directly. He resorts to such tricks. Hey, Zhang Yang, what do you think? Joku turned to Zhang Yang, only to find him as pale as a ghost. Zhang Yang. What is wrong? Zhang Yang, his neck stiffly turning, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Joku, my parents' design shop is affiliated with the Yi family's company. My name is also on that list. Joku sighed softly. I understand. If you have reconsidered and do not wish to join me, that is perfectly fine. You have already helped me immensely. Zhang Yang hung his head, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly looked up, determination in his eyes. Brother, I will never support Yi Lingtian. However, he glanced back at the notice. Any new students are forbidden from joining the Heart Kingdom. It only stated that one could not join the Heart Kingdom, but it did not say one could not support Joku. I could choose to join Princess Su's Spade Kingdom while still assisting you. Joku was taken aback for a moment, then patted him on the back. You rascal. Are you trying to play both sides? Zhang Yang chuckled. But I had promised to join your kingdom. You won't hold it against me for changing my mind. Will you? Joku gently placed his hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder, speaking softly. Rest assured, your choice of kingdom to support is entirely your prerogative. I am not like Yi Lingtian. Days passed, yet no classmates were willing to join Joku's team. As Zhang Yang had previously stated, while they dared not openly support Joku's Heart Kingdom, he had been tirelessly helping Joku recruit teammates. Thank you, Zhang Yang. Logically, you intended to join Spade Kingdom, becoming Su Chenxi's teammate, yet you have consistently aided me. Zhang Yang nonchalantly replied. Oh, what is that? We are good friends, after all. Besides, even if I ultimately join the princess's team, I can still lend a hand to your Heart Kingdom, can't I? We agreed to be in Xiao's camp, yet have our hearts in Han. Joku let out a gentle sigh. I fear that in the end, I might truly become a mere figurehead, with not a single teammate beside me. They strolled leisurely, soon arriving at the front of the teaching building. A commotion at the entrance caught their attention, as it was thronged with people. At the center stood a girl of diminutive stature, her ponytail swaying as she appeared to be delivering an impassioned speech. Joku, look over there. Let's go see, Zhang Yang urged, unable to resist the allure of the unfolding spectacle. As they drew closer, the content of her speech became clear. The comprehensive assessment is a fair competition. Resist tyranny. Reject class oppression. Every student should possess the right to freely choose their faction. Zhang Yang nudged Joku with his elbow. Hey, seems like she's speaking up for you. Who is she? Joku scrutinized her closely, quickly recalling where he had seen her before. That conspicuous backpack. Oh. Zhang Yang also took a closer look at the girl. Short stature, ponytail. Wasn't she the one who, during the previous test, had called for an end to infighting, only to be shot down? Her actions were undoubtedly in defiance of Yi Lingtian. Whether they would succeed was uncertain, yet her courage was commendable. Zhouke furrowed his brow slightly, sighed, and prepared to take a detour. Hey, you over there. What are you doing? A familiar voice rang out. Zhouke turned instinctively. Yi Lingtian approached, flanked by a large entourage, making his way towards the girl delivering the speech. The onlookers, upon seeing Yi Lingtian, quickly lowered their heads and dispersed, leaving the ponytail girl standing alone. She was encircled by Yi Lingtian's entourage. Though her stature was small, she summoned her courage to shout, Yi Lingtian, I'm not afraid of you. What you're doing is wrong. The comprehensive assessment must rely on the student's own abilities. Relying on wealth and parental threats to intimidate others undermines the fairness of the assessment. Yi Lingtian advanced slowly, towering over her, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. The girl swallowed hard. What do you intend to do? Yi Lingtian's expression darkened. So you wish to oppose me? You intend to join Zhouke's team, then? Despite her trepidation, the girl boldly retorted. So what? A student of common origins has won the title of king through his own merit, unlike you, who relies on your father's influence to bully others at school. Zhouke sighed, turned back, and prepared to move on. Zhouke, are you just going to walk away? Aren't you going to take a look? Zhang Yang queried from behind. Her actions have nothing to do with me. While I appreciate her speaking up for me, openly defying Yi Lingtian is rather impulsive. Moreover, I do not know her. There is no need for me to meddle. Let us go. We still have class. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Zhouke's steps faltered. He slowly turned around. A woman standing beside Yi Lingtian had just struck the conspicuous girl. This woman, adorned with smoky eye makeup, was one of Yi Lingtian's companions. She lifted her arm once more, striking again. Slap. The blow was heavy, sending the short girl crashing to the ground. She cupped her face, her eyes wide with shock. Yi Lingtian raised his foot, stepping over her. School bullying? The phrase flashed through Zhouke's mind. It was surprising that even the most prestigious school in Longwo was not immune to such phenomena. Zhang Yang, you go on to class. I'll join you shortly. Zhang Yang looked up, somewhat concerned. What are you going to do? I have to, Zhouke replied nonchalantly. Yi Lingtian grinned maliciously, crouching down to meet the girl's gaze. He sneered. Zhouke's victories in these assessments are merely a stroke of luck. He is nothing but a commoner. His bloodline is tainted with the filth of the lower class. He doesn't deserve to be here. You wish to join Zhouke, do you? You believe he is vastly superior to me? Where is he? Perhaps he's hiding in a corner, sobbing and begging to drop out. Thud. A brick flew through the air, striking Yi Lingtian squarely on the forehead. In the blink of an eye, Zhouke leapt into action, swiftly weaving through the crowd until he reached Yi Lingtian's side. He then extended his hand, pressing Yi Lingtian's head down forcefully against the ground. Simultaneously, Zhouke unsheathed his dagger, pressing it against Yi Lingtian's neck. Zhouke's grip was firm, and in an instant, a faint line of crimson appeared on Yi Lingtian's throat, as if blood were about to seep forth. Did your father not teach you not to speak ill of others behind their backs? Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events. When he recognized the face before him, he lay on the ground, cursing venomously. If you dare to kill me, my father will have you finished. Zhouke's tone turned icy, his eyes gleaming with menace. I truly would kill you. He lifted Yi Lingtian's head, then forcefully slammed it back into the ground. Yi Lingtian let out a muffled groan, his face a mask of blood and pain. Yi Lingtian's entourage attempted to approach. One step closer, and I will plunge this blade into his throat, Zhouke stated calmly yet with utmost seriousness. Yi Lingtian frantically shouted, Don't come any closer. Zhouke whispered, Yi Lingtian, you spoke a truth. I am indeed a mere commoner, without parents or attachments. My life is worthless. Come on, let us trade. Zhouke understood that reasoning was futile in the face of school bullying. The best approach was to counter violence with violence. He was indeed willing to risk everything against Yi Lingtian. After all, Yi Lingtian was a privileged scion, while his own life held little value. As the saying goes, the coward fears the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Zhouke, usually lighthearted, transformed into a figure of madness and ferocity when the situation demanded it. As he spoke, he pressed down harder, the blade biting in. Stop. Zhouke. I was wrong. Fear spread through Yi Lingtian's body as he saw the murderous intent in Zhouke's eyes. The dual pressures of pain and terror caused tears to flow unbidden down his cheeks. Brother, spare me. Apologize. Zhouke's gaze remained cold. He uttered only those two words. Yi Lingtian hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind your back. I'm not human. Zhouke frowned, slightly loosening his left hand to allow Yi Lingtian to lift his head from the ground. Yi Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief, believing it was finally over. But in the next moment, slap. Zhouke's left hand struck down again, slamming Yi Lingtian's head into the ground for a third time. Yi Lingtian lay there, bloodied and lifeless, his eyes vacant. Wrong, Joka stated flatly. It's not an apology to me. Apologize to her. Joka spoke softly, tilting his head slightly towards the girl. The petite girl remained half reclined on the ground, covering one side of her face, her eyes appearing dazed. Yiling Tian's head moved slightly before he finally turned to face her. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have acted out or said those things. His voice was weak, dwindling to a whisper. The girl appeared quite flustered. All right, that's enough. Joka raised his hand. You all, take him to the hospital. Joku's tone brooked no dissent. Since Yiling Tian had already capitulated, he too decided to exercise restraint. Moreover, he noticed a professor slowly approaching from around the corner. Yiling Tian's friends hurriedly lifted their leader off the ground. Yiling Tian tilted his head, shooting Zhou a venomous glare, muttering indistinctly, Zhou, during the final round of the comprehensive test in 3 days, I will make you regret it. Zhou maintained a calm expression, replying, Indeed, I am more pleasing to the eye than you. Thank you. Yiling Tian merely shot him a resentful look. They too noticed the swiftly approaching professor and fled the scene. What is going on here? An elderly professor with graying hair confronted Zhou, glancing at the fallen girl, and then at Yiling Tian being escorted away. I heard quite a commotion. Zhou crouched on the ground, contemplating how to explain the recent altercation. Although it was born out of a sense of justice, the fact remained that Zhou had initiated the violence. Moreover, he had indeed struck a little too hard. Before Zhou could articulate his thoughts, the girl interjected, It was Yiling Tian. He assaulted me. This classmate just happened to pass by. The professor hesitated, observing the blood on Zhou's knuckles. You didn't engage in a fight, did you? That's against school regulations. No. The blood on his hands is from when he helped clean my wound. The girl hastily clarified. Zhou was taken aback for a moment. This girl was actually lying to shield him. Very well. You are Zhou, correct? Please escort this young lady to the infirmary. The professor then departed. Thank you. What is your name? Zhou wiped the blood off his hands. Tang Xian. The girl blinked. Hello, I'm Zhou. Tang Xian blinked again. I know you, Zhou. Zhou nodded in understanding. I see, after all. I did make quite a stir when I enrolled. Not that. Tang Xian exclaimed rapidly. I knew you before you started school. Zhou regarded her face, feeling quite unfamiliar, as he did not recall knowing Tang Xian previously. Where have we met? Tang Xian continued speaking at a brisk pace. I used to watch your magic live streams often and even gifted you quite a bit. Zhou had assumed he was merely a small streamer, so he was surprised to find a fan at school. My ID is Tang Xian, she said, her voice lowering, a hint of shyness creeping in. Tang Xian was the #1 fan in his livestream chat. She had been generous with her gifts, which indeed allowed Zhou to sustain himself through streaming. He had imagined her to be an older woman, only to discover that this top supporter was, like him, an 18-year-old student. Tang Xian rubbed her left cheek, clearly still in discomfort. Zhou, can I join your team? She suddenly asked. Zhou looked at her in surprise. Finally, someone was willing to join him, which brought him great joy. He initially intended to agree outright, but the words caught in his throat. But aren't you afraid? Zhou inquired. Afraid of what? Tang Xian blinked quizzically. The Yi family might trouble your parents, and Yiling Tian could come after you. Zhou pointed in the direction Yiling Tian had just left. Tang Xian shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to fear? If I show any weakness, I'll be bullied relentlessly. I want to strike back just like you did, Zhou. As she spoke, she waved her little fists at the air. However, her mood seemed to dip again. But my status is merely that of a commoner. I might hold your team back. I would understand if you didn't want me. Tang Xian. Zhou interrupted her, looking earnestly into her eyes. Welcome to my team. That evening, as Zhou pushed open the door to his dormitory, he was greeted by Zhang Yang's excited exclamations. Bro, I want to join your team. He waved his arms enthusiastically. You changed your mind? Zhou was puzzled by the sudden turn of events. Zhang Yang chuckled. Of course, little buddy. After you ditched me to go confront Yiling Tian. Zhou raised an eyebrow. How did you know? I saw you go to class, and then toss that brick. Zhang Yang said seriously. Next time there's an opportunity like that, you must call me. I'm always on your side. Zhou coughed lightly. I'm just afraid you'll be as impulsive as I am. You're not like me. I have no parents, nothing to lose. So I'm not afraid of Yiling Tian. But you have your own family business. And I worry that Yiling Tian might use his family's influence against you. Zhang Yang's expression turned earnest. I'm not afraid anymore. I want to be like you and confront him head on. So what if he is a rich second generation? What do the 4 noble families matter? I'm not scared. Zhou pressed further. So, how exactly did you find out about my fight with Yiling Tian? Zhang Yang wore a mysterious smile, pulling out his phone and showing Zhou a screen. Zhou accepted it. On a popular campus forum post, someone had uploaded a video of him thrashing Yiling Tian. Countless comments supported Zhou. So bold. A commoner isn't afraid of Yiling Tian. Why should I be? Even if all the freshmen refuse to join your team, I'll still support you. It was exhilarating. It was my first time seeing Yiling Tian being humiliated. The four noble families are nothing. Zhang Yang laughed. See? Your exploits are spreading online. Zhouke frowned. He immediately took out his phone, logged into his account, and typed out a few lines. Thank you all for your support. But I know that Yiling Tian has issued threats to you. I do not wish for any classmates to face repercussions from the Yi family due to my actions. Therefore, I do not require anyone to join my heart kingdom. Once this message was sent, Zhouku's image of righteousness was instantly established. Numerous classmates began to leave comments. So moving. Zhouku, I definitely want to join Yiling Tian, don't worry. Yeah, I'll join the Spade Kingdom. Princess. Yiling Tian would dare meddle. Zhouku set down his phone and said to Zhang Yang, you should join the Spade Kingdom too. However, Zhang Yang wore a serious expression. I'm not afraid. I want to join your heart kingdom, be your teammate, and fight Yiling Tian. He quickly opened the school's official new student testing system, and with a flurry of clicks, entered his name into the Heart Kingdom list, confirming it. Oh, I'm not the first to join. Zhang Yang looked at the number of people in the Heart Kingdom. 2. Zhouku smiled. Do you remember that conspicuous package? She was the first. Chapter 32, Heart King Card. There are 2 days left until the end of the second phase of the comprehensive test, talent competition. At this moment, all the students had formed their respective teams. Zhouku gazed at the comprehensive testing interface on the school's official website and sighed. The statistics revealed that there were as many as 103 students in Su Chenxi's Spade faction, while Yiling Tian Square Camp comprised 394 members. Zhouku's Heart Nation, however, counted merely 3 members, himself, Zhang Yang, and Tang Xian. This was not entirely unexpected. Zhouku had already informed everyone online that if they wished to support him, they should join the Spade faction. Consequently, those who initially intended to ally with Zhouku, intimidated by Yiling Tian's threats, opted to join Su Chenxi instead. Due to his humble beginnings, Zhouku was not particularly familiar with the newcomers. Rather than amass a plethora of unfamiliar allies, he preferred to rely on a few trusted acquaintances. Yet, as he looked at the number 3 beside the Heart Nation, he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. After all, Senior Lu Yingming had mentioned that the more teammates one had, the better the odds in competition. He hoped that in the testing scheduled for the day after tomorrow, the size of the team would not be of paramount importance. In addition to the scarcity of supporters, Zhouku faced another worry. He gently retrieved his king card, which depicted a heart adorned with a crown. During the first round of the competition, Senior Lu Yingming had stated that this card would play a crucial role in the final round, but the method of its use required personal exploration. However, what could a mere card possibly accomplish? Zhouku held it up to the sunlight for a closer inspection. It appeared to be an utterly ordinary card, indistinguishable from a commonplace postcard. He pocketed the card and prepared to head out to the school library in search of clues. Zhouku, Tang Xian, what a coincidence. Just as he entered the library, Zhouku encountered Tang Xian at the entrance. Zhouku, the third phase of the competition is about to begin. Is there anything I can assist you with? Zhouku presented the Red Heart King card for her to see. Here it is. This card is said to contain clues for tomorrow's competition. Do you have any ideas? Tang Xian held up the card, scrutinizing it against the sunlight, but found nothing unusual. Zhouku, have you tried heating it with fire? Fire? Yes, Tang Xian replied. Writing with milk on paper makes the text invisible once it dries. If you heat it, the proteins in the milk will turn brown, revealing the writing. Zhouku regarded her with appreciation. You certainly know quite a bit. I enjoy reading detective novels. Many clues are hidden this way. But unfortunately, I'm not a spade card, so I can't conjure flames, Tang Xian lamented. Use this. Zhouku promptly produced a lighter and ignited it against the king card. I know this. It's a little device invented by commoners because they lack any special abilities. Tang Xian leaned closer with curiosity. Ahem, I don't smoke, Zhouku clarified. Before coming to school, I was a magician. I often used a lighter for performances. Sometimes, flames can create magnificent illusions. But you certainly wouldn't know that I never perform fire magic during live streams, Tang Xian remarked, somewhat confused about what constituted great fire magic. Yet nodding along, the flame flickered gently, warming the king card, as Zhouku and Tang Xian gazed intently at it, yet they saw no signs of color change. It seemed that the writing was not made with milk. Zhouku stowed the lighter away with a sigh. Tang Xian, do you know any other methods for invisible ink? Of course. Tang Xian brightened up, eager to help. You can write with rice soup and reveal it with iodine. Lemon juice can also be revealed with fire. There's even a special ink that can be exposed under ultraviolet light. Tang Xian rattled off a dozen methods, her excitement unabated. Stop. Zhouku interjected hastily. Let us try them one by one. After a series of failures, Zhoukou had rushed to the infirmary for iodine and borrowed a UV lamp from the lab. He found no success. By now, night had fallen. Perhaps our approach is flawed? Zhoukou mused, gazing up at the starry sky. Hey, isn't this our little brother Zhoukou? A tall figure suddenly appeared before him. Who are you? Zhoukou inquired, eyeing the boy, who had dark skin and a friendly smile. Li Hanfeng, Senior? Indeed. What's up? Why do you look so glum while strolling with a pretty girl? Li Hanfeng chuckled. Zhoukou felt somewhat speechless and contemplated making an excuse to slip away, hoping to avoid being pressured into joining his club. Suddenly, Zhang Yang's earlier remark resurfaced in his mind. He had mentioned that one of Li Hanfeng's achievements was, "By the way, Senior, I heard you were the freshman champion of last year's comprehensive test?" Zhoukou asked politely. Li Hanfeng's smile faded as he pretended to be serious. "Oh, you've heard my story?" Zhoukou returned the seriousness. "No, but your face tells a tale." Li Hanfeng's expression shifted subtly. "Ahem. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm quite accomplished. I consistently rank first in exams and frequently win various competitions." Zhoukou raised a hand to halt him. "Stop. Who asked you? Why bring up the comprehensive test?" Li Hanfeng queried. "I merely wanted to ask." Zhoukou lowered his voice. "Did you use this king card last year?" Li Hanfeng looked momentarily stunned. "You're not trying to pry information out of me, are you? This topic is generally off limits for upperclassmen to discuss with freshmen." He quickly changed his tone. "But I don't play by the rules. You're quite the clever one for seeking answers about past exam questions from seniors. I admire that." Zhoukou smiled. "Flattery won't get you anywhere. I have no qualms about using any means to pass the exam." Li Hanfeng smiled mysteriously. "I do have some information regarding the secrets of the king card. The key lies in the distinction of suits." "Oh, please elaborate. Think about it. Aren't there 3 king cards? Why go through the trouble of distinguishing 3 suits? The secret is quite simple. If you agree to join the Black Blade group, I'll share it with you. Then forget it." Zhoukou turned away, leaving Li Hanfeng standing alone in the cold wind. Once he had walked a distance away, he said, "Tang Xian, could you hold on to this king card for me?" He handed over the card. "Oh, sure," Tang Xian replied, taking it and lifting it higher. Zhoukou instructed her to hold it up. As she raised the card before him, he fixated on the heart symbol. Although he hadn't gained concrete assistance from Li Hanfeng, the hints from their conversation provided him with some insight. He pondered Li Hanfeng's words regarding the distinction of suits. In the realm of divine cards, spades excel in martial prowess, hearts govern the mind, and diamonds create change. His king card belonged to the heart suit, which signified the mind. Was he to approach this king card with sincerity? Zhoukou suddenly leaned in, gently placing a kiss upon the card, whispering softly, "I love you." Eh, eh, eh. Tang Xian was evidently bewildered by Zhoukou's gesture, her cheeks flushing an exquisite shade of crimson. "Do not interrupt. I am conversing with this card," Zhoukou declared, his gaze unwavering. In the next moment, the King of Hearts card spun rapidly, then revealed shimmering silver threads that emerged from above. These threads twisted and transformed, ultimately forming a line of text. "There can only be one king in the world." Success. His conjecture was indeed correct. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhoukou focused on the inscription. "There can only be one king? Is this the clue?" It suggests that in the forthcoming final stage of the competition, one must eliminate the other 2 kings? "Thank you, Tang Xian. You may return the card to me now." "Oh, all right." Tang Xian finally comprehended that those words were not directed at her, reluctantly handing the card back. Chapter 33, The King of Spades and the King of Diamonds. The final day. Only one day remained until the ultimate entrance examination commenced. Zhoukou had unraveled the mystery of his king card. Yet, it was insufficient, far from adequate. Merely deciphering the card in his possession was not enough. There were 3 king cards. He desired them all. The divine had bestowed these cards upon those of exceptional talent, marking the inception of nobility. In history class, the venerable professor tirelessly recounted the annals of the world. Countless students below were battling drowsiness. Zhoukou, in a state of ennui, rested his chin on the desk, absently rotating his king card. It was not that he was unwilling to listen. Rather, he had perused the textbook thoroughly on the very first day of school. He had absorbed all the foundational knowledge. His gaze fixated on a silver-haired figure in the front row, who was attentively listening. Su Chenxi sat upright, her eyes fixated on the blackboard. After class, he must seize the opportunity to inquire about her king card. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Zhoukou yawned and stretched, just as he contemplated rising to seek information from the princess. Unexpectedly, the silver-haired figure darted past him and settled in front of him. Su Chenxi had taken the initiative to approach him first. "Oh, I was just about to look for you." Zhoukou blinked, inviting her to speak. "Zhoukou, I am aware that due to Yi Lingtian, very few classmates have aligned with your team. This has resulted in many who initially wished to support you now joining my ranks." Zhoukou gently shook his head, letting out a sigh. "It is unavoidable. After all, Yi Lingtian dares not bully you. Those students who feel threatened are disinclined to join me and unwilling to assist Yi Lingtian, so they must aid you instead. Su Qinxi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Because of this, some of the students in my team originally wanted to help you. I should not have taken your allies, so let us form an alliance. An alliance? Zhouke blinked, gesturing for her to continue. Precisely. Tomorrow's competition will likely be a battle of the three kings. By collaborating, we can prioritize confronting Yi Lingtian. You may also command my teammates. Zhouke smiled. I appreciate your goodwill, but I do not require it. Su Qinxi appeared taken aback. You do not require it? Indeed. Zhouke reclined casually on his desk. For 18 years, I have grown accustomed to solitude. Too many teammates would only serve as a constraint upon me. A few genuine friends who wholeheartedly support me suffice. Moreover, I am quite satisfied with my two teammates. They are enough. Su Qinxi nodded in understanding. I see. However, regarding the previous competition, I still owe you a favor. You did not eliminate me until the very end. My attainment of the king title is largely due to your assistance. Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly assist if it is within my capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhouke's eyelids flickered. Anything at all? He smiled, raising an eyebrow. Su Qinxi nodded earnestly. I will not go back on my word. Very well. Then tell me the secret of your king card, Zhouke stated with unwavering clarity. Huh. Su Qinxi was momentarily taken aback. The secret of the king card? I do not know. She replied blankly. I had no intention of deciphering the mystery of the king card. I believe my own strength suffices to pass the test. Impossible. Let me see. Zhouke extended his hand. Su Qinxi, trusting him wholeheartedly, placed the King of Spades card into his palm. Zhouke examined the card, finding no signs of damage. He sighed helplessly. My dear princess, while you are undoubtedly astute, you rely too heavily on brute force. Raw strength cannot resolve every issue. With that, Zhouke suddenly exerted force, decisively tearing the king card in two. Su Qinxi stared at him, momentarily oblivious to what had transpired. Huh, redemption. What are you doing? The composure she had maintained for ages finally revealed a hint of turmoil. She snatched back her card, now torn in half. Su Qinxi, you now owe me a favor. Zhouke merely stated this. In an instant, a stream of silver lines flowed from the king card, coalescing into another line of text. Killing earns points. What is this? Su Qinxi momentarily struggled to grasp the situation. A hint for tomorrow's competition, Zhouke replied succinctly. But how did you decipher it? Quite simply. Observe the suit. My king card is hearts, indicating that one must treat the king card with sincerity to unlock its secrets. Yours, being spades, represents force and destruction. Thus, the method to decipher it is straightforward. Destroy the card. Su Qinxi gazed at Zhouke in astonishment, then slightly bowed, restoring her serene demeanor. Regardless of the nature of the competition tomorrow, I will not turn against you. I owe you a favor. After class, Zhouke leisurely exited the classroom. At this moment, he had already gleaned information regarding two king cards. Killing earns points. There can only be one king. Now, he merely needed to devise a means to extract information from Yi Lingtian, and he would possess the entirety of the intelligence. As fate would have it, Yi Lingtian emerged from the adjacent classroom, fiddling with his king card, muttering, "Damn it, how do I read the information on this card?" He sighed, placing his king card into his left pocket. Zhouke approached briskly. "Hello, would you like to see a magic trick?" Yi Lingtian, sensing Zhouke's approach, was immediately on high alert. "What do you want? I haven't provoked you this time." Zhouke drew his short sword, giving it a subtle twirl. "Why the panic? Can't we chat?" Upon seeing the short sword, Yi Lingtian swallowed hard. As Zhouke twirled the short sword for a third time, he snapped it out of existence with a flick. Yi Lingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. Vanishing trick? Isn't that a power of the diamond suit? How can Zhouke wield it? Before Yi Lingtian could react, he swiftly advanced, reaching into Yi Lingtian's pocket. Ah, so the short sword was concealed here. Zhouke extracted the short sword from Yi Lingtian's pocket. The magic ends here. See you at tomorrow's competition, he declared before turning and departing, leaving Yi Lingtian standing alone, bewildered by the strange occurrence. The divine gold. Yi Lingtian shook his head and patted his own pockets. Oh no, where's the king card? After walking away, Zhouke retrieved the square king card from his pocket. The art of magic lies in the performance, primarily in diverting the audience's attention. He feigned the act of transforming the short sword into Yi Lingtian's pocket, while in reality, it was merely a clever technique that allowed him to conceal it within his sleeve. Then, under the pretense of retrieving the short sword, he took advantage of Yi Lingtian's momentary confusion to pilfer the king card from his pocket. This trick was one Zhouke often employed in his childhood to swipe wallets. Zhouke toyed with the square card, pondering, now it is time to unravel your secret. Chapter 34, The Battle of the Three Kings. The Spades specialize in martial prowess. The hearts govern the mind, and the diamonds create change. Therefore, Joker folded the king card in intricate patterns, swiftly transforming it into a paper crane. In the next moment, the crane seemed to come alive, soaring gracefully through the air. Its beak slightly parted, revealing a line of silver thread. This silver thread, identical to the previous two instances, quickly formed a line of text. Class oppression still exists. Class oppression? Joker quickly made the connection. It referred to the second rule of the first phase assessment from last time. The king executes the nobles exploit the commoners, and the commoners overthrow the king. With this, he had gathered all the fragments of information. At this moment, Joku had collected the hidden messages of all three king cards. Killing earns points. Class oppression still exists. Only one king can remain. It appears that tomorrow's competition will bear a striking resemblance to the one from 7 days ago. The rules from that competition were similar to those here. Points would not increase arbitrarily, but would be transferred through bloodshed. Different identities exist within a chain of counteractions. However, the third rule had changed. The previous rule stated that when all three kings gathered, the competition would conclude. This time, only one king can remain. Joku surmised that this was the rule that would determine the end of the competition. When only one king survives, the entire contest would be settled. It seems that he, along with Su Chenxi and Yi Lingtian, are destined to be adversaries in tomorrow's competition. As Joku contemplated the rules, Yi Lingtian approached, visibly furious. Joku smiled slightly, folding Yi Lingtian's king card into a paper airplane and tossing it towards him. Yi Lingtian stumbled, barely catching it. Joku waved his hand. I've helped you decode the information. No need to thank me. Finally, the long-awaited final segment of the new student assessment, which had captivated the attention of all faculty and students, was about to commence. All 500 new students gathered on the playground. Joku Zhongyang and Tang Xian stood together. Joku, who is this? Tang Xian inquired, her curiosity piqued by the long-haired Zhongyang. This is my friend and roommate, Zhongyang. Zhongyang, this is Tang Xian. Hello, Zhongyang responded, his eyes widening. Notable package. Huh. Tang Xian was taken aback. Joku quickly covered Zhongyang's mouth, smiling. For this competition, the three of us are teammates. Go Hearts. Yeah, Joku, let us do our best. Tang Xian exclaimed, shaking her fist excitedly. Lu Yingming stood at the forefront, reading with a formal tone. The final phase of the 2025 Divine Card School New Student Comprehensive Assessment officially begins. This test is named the Battle of the Three Kings. The venue remains a virtual examination ground, where no real harm can befall you, and death merely results in a return to school. For specific testing rules, please consult your king. Prepare yourselves. You are about to be transported into the simulation arena. The test officially begins. 321. The world spun wildly. What is happening? What is happening? The competition has started, and the live footage is coming in. At this moment, the entire campus network buzzed with discussions regarding the new student assessment. After all, the victor of this test would receive the relics of the divine. In the discussion thread, someone posted the data footage from within the competition. Total surviving individuals, 1,500. Spade Nation, 1103. Diamond Nation, 394. Heart Nation, 3. Countless upperclassmen were unaware of Yi Lingtian's threat in the new student group chat, merely speculating about the reason for such a vast disparity in numbers. Huh. The gap is so significant? Why does Joku's Heart Nation only have 3 supporters? Is he not well liked? Humph. I said those from common backgrounds are unreliable. They lack popularity, and no one trusts him. Oh no, I placed all my bets on Joku. He can't lose, can he? Inside the examination ground, the familiar sensation of dizziness returned. His vision gradually blurred. Until now, Joku had experienced this feeling countless times. Initially, he found it disconcerting and felt nauseous. But now, he was well acquainted with this teleportation process. As his sight cleared, Joku sat up. Blue skies, white clouds, the ocean, sandy beaches, and trees. Is this a deserted island? Joku attempted to walk to the shoreline, but it seemed an invisible barrier prevented him from touching the water. Evidently, this marked the edge of the examination ground. Only the interior of the island constituted the student's activity area. Ding! Divine card ability activated. That familiar, high-pitched voice echoed once more. Joku sighed, hey, what are the activation conditions for your ability, O Clown God? The Clown God seemed oblivious to his inquiry, continuing its monologue. Randomly drawing abilities. Ding! Congratulations. Spade Q. Ability, summon lightning for attack, intensity determined by magical essence level. This divine card reverts to Joker after 1 use. Joku gazed at the Joker card before him as it transformed into a Spade Q, his heart racing. Finally, he had acquired a Spade-type divine card, and it was a letter card. Summoning lightning for an attack sounded immensely powerful. However, reverts to Joker after 1 use. This ability, as usual, granted only a single opportunity for use. He must seize this chance wisely. Zhouke carefully stowed the divine card away. As he stood up, he suddenly noticed his left wrist vibrating. It was the same watch as the one from 7 days prior. Zhouke quickly clicked to check. Identity, King. Faction, Heart Nation. Current score, 0 buzz. The watch vibrated again, displaying an unread message. Zhouke clicked again. Zhangyang. Hey, where are you guys? I seem to be on a deserted island. Tang Xi and me too. There are quite a few other students around. I've already hidden myself. Zhangyang, Zhouke. How are you faring? You are our sovereign. You must not falter. Zhouke instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Members of the same faction could communicate through their wristwatches. I am fine, quite fortunate. As it appears there are no other classmates nearby, Zhouke typed rapidly. Tang Xi, our team is few in number. Shall we move together? Zhangyang, that is an excellent suggestion. It will allow Zhouke to safeguard us. No, rather. We shall protect Zhouke. Zhouke chose to disregard Zhang Yang's initial comment. He lifted his gaze, surveying the island with a cursory glance. In the distance, a low hill loomed, upon which sat a cluster of small structures. Let us convene in that cluster of houses atop the hill. It is certainly safer than an open area. By the way, do exercise caution. This assessment still relies on eliminating others for points. Zhouke shared 3 rules with the group. Points are awarded for kills. Class hierarchy remains in effect. Only one sovereign may exist. Zhangyang, understood. I excel at survival. Tang Xi, in this round, I shall certainly avoid drawing attention. Zhouke set aside his wristwatch, preparing to follow the plan and swiftly rendezvous with his teammates at the small houses on the hill. Yet, after only a few steps, a rustling sound echoed from the forest. Zhouke furrowed his brow and swiftly concealed himself within a patch of grass. Someone was approaching his location. Chapter 35, Sanitary Napkin. Zhouke held his breath, remaining motionless as he observed. The footsteps drew closer. 2 individuals were conversing, and Zhouke caught snippets of their dialogue. Yiling Tian has hidden himself, leaving us to scout ahead. Alas, what can we do? He is a noble, a second-generation rich kid, and our sovereign. We must heed his commands. They mentioned that upon encountering Zhouke and his teammates, they were to eliminate them without hesitation. The critical question remained. Could they truly contend with Zhouke? He was, after all, a prodigy of remarkable magical prowess. Zhouke's expression turned serious. Unfortunately, these 2 were indeed members of the Square Nation, allies of Yiling Tian. Zhouke suppressed his breath, remaining utterly still, awaiting their departure. It was imperative that he kept his position undisclosed. The footsteps gradually receded. Taking a deep breath, Zhouke settled onto the ground. Through their conversation, he gleaned 2 vital pieces of information. First, Yiling Tian did not intend to strike first, but rather to hide. Second, he harbored significant animosity toward Zhouke, instructing his subordinates to seek him out. As Zhouke contemplated his next move, he noticed a small box partially obscured in a patch of grass. He approached and gently prodded it. Ding! His wristwatch promptly emitted a sound, displaying a notification. Random treasure chest. Contains various weapons, items, food, and supplies. A treasure chest? Zhouke immediately grasped its significance. The rules for the conclusion of the competition were likely, only one sovereign remains. However, if the sovereigns survive, the competition could persist indefinitely, potentially lasting days. Although it was a simulated battlefield, all students could be injured or starve. With a total of 1,500 candidates, a means of acquiring supplies was essential. This treasure chest appeared to be the school's method of distributing provisions to students. Zhouke placed his hand on the chest's lid. Common treasure chest, supplies accessible to those of citizen rank and above. With a click, the lid sprang open. Zhouke felt a twinge of disbelief. Inside the chest lay a solitary, sanitary napkin. A notification promptly appeared. Sanitary napkin. Provides optimal care for those experiencing their menstrual cycle during the examination. How considerate of the school. It could indeed be a lifesaver for female students caught unprepared. However, for Zhouke, it was utterly useless. He tucked the sanitary napkin into his pocket. Though he was uncertain of its utility, possessing it seemed prudent. Reflecting on the earlier notification, Zhouke pondered. Common treasure chest. Accessible to those of citizen rank and above. Given the existence of common treasure chests, Zhouke surmised that this deserted island likely harbored more advanced treasure chests, possibly even exclusive ones reserved for sovereigns. He jogged toward the summit, determined to rendezvous with his team while remaining vigilant for nearby treasure chests. Along the way, he discovered 3 common treasure chests, which yielded a package of bread, a bottle of mineral water, and a pack of tissues. At least he had secured some sustenance, which was satisfactory. As dusk fell, Zhouke arrived at the edge of a lake. As he leaned down to wash his face with the cool water, he noticed a glimmer beneath the surface. He quickly retrieved the shimmering object, which turned out to be a metal treasure chest. Simultaneously, a notification appeared. Noble treasure chest significantly increases the likelihood of weapons and special items, accessible only to those of noble rank and above. Zhouke's heart leapt with excitement as he prepared to open the chest. Set the items down. A raspy voice interrupted him from behind. Simultaneously, another sharp voice chimed in. After searching for so long, we finally found someone. The voices belonged to the earlier two individuals from the Square Nation who had been lingering nearby. Zhouke was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It was of no consequence. They were unaware of his identity. Despite having made headlines upon entering school, Zhouke was still a commoner in the noble realm. His fame eclipsed by figures like Su Qinxi or Yiling Tian. Zhouke's mind raced as he devised an escape plan. Yiling Tian's team comprised over 300 individuals. They could not possibly recognize everyone. If he feigned being one of their teammates, he might deceive them. Oh, brothers. I finally found you. Zhouke exclaimed with feigned joy as he turned around. This island is vast, and I've been alone, unable to locate my group. May I ask, are you both also part of EGE's team? Upon seeing their faces, Zhouke's heart sank. This was bad. They were acquaintances. The two men halted abruptly, an awkward silence enveloping them. Zhouke, what are you pretending for? One of the men, a bespectacled fellow with a buzz cut, sneered. Indeed. I would recognize you even in ashes. Echoed the other, a short man. These two were none other than Zhang Liang and Wang Li, the sovereigns Zhouke had eliminated just before the previous competition concluded. Ah, what a coincidence. You played us beautifully during the title contest phase. Yes, we hit perfectly, surviving the entire round, only to emerge victorious. Yet you deceived us, seized our points, and became the sovereign. Thanks to you, we are now commoners while you reign as the sovereign. According to the information Yiling Tian shared in the wristwatch group, class hierarchy is still in effect. Commoners can kill sovereigns. Zhouke, your time has come. Zhouke tightly closed his eyes, remaining silent. Escape? Behind him lay a vast lake. Where could he flee to? Dive into the water? Face them head on? No, that was utterly impossible. The rules of the restraint chain were absolute. A monarch attacking a civilian would inevitably perish on the spot, regardless of how formidable their powers might be. Was it a deadlock? Was there any way to evade this predicament? Zhouke silently reached into his pocket, intending to draw his short sword and fight to the death, only to unexpectedly encounter a soft object. The texture, it was that sanitary pad. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Zhouke's mind. Who said sanitary pads were of no use? In that instant, he conceived a perfect method to break free. Zhouke was indeed a magician. He mused inwardly. Watch closely. I shall perform a flawless escape act here. Zhouke abruptly opened his eyes, donning an innocent expression and slowly advancing. What are you discussing? I don't comprehend. Have we met before? This statement startled the two men. Zhouke could not possibly fail to recognize them. Why feign ignorance at this moment? Moreover, wasn't Zhouke a monarch? Why not retreat, but instead approach the civilians? They instinctively stepped back. Zhouke, what kind of trick are you playing? Why pretend not to know us? Observing their retreat, Zhouke felt a flicker of delight within. He felt the blade of his short sword in his pocket. Its sharpness palpable, then pressed a finger against its tip. The skin broke instantly, a drop of blood oozing forth. Stealthily, Zhouke dripped the blood onto the sanitary pad while continuing to advance, weaving his web of lies. What are you truly talking about? Zhouke, oh no. Have I met you somewhere before? Zhouke persisted in feigning ignorance. And then, plop. The bloodied sanitary pad accidentally slipped from his pocket. The two men stared dumbfounded at the article. Zhang Liang scratched his buzz cut, uncertainly inquiring, is your period here? Chapter 36, The Deception of Impersonation. At that moment, all three gazes fixed upon the bloodied sanitary pad on the ground. Ahem, would you believe me if I claimed to be a woman? Zhouke awkwardly suggested. Zhang Liang and Wang Li widened their eyes, regarding him with the expression reserved for the insane. You're a woman? Zhouke took another step forward. The two men recoiled in terror. Don't come any closer. Zhang Liang and Wang Li were utterly bewildered. At that moment, their thoughts raced. Why is he not afraid of us? Why does he not recognize us? Why does he have a bloodied sanitary pad in his pocket? Ahem, Zhang Liang. Do you remember how we perished last time? Wang Li whispered to his companion. Of course. The original Princess Su suddenly performed a Sichuan opera face change and transformed into another person, Zhang Liang replied in hushed tones. Are you implying that the one before us is also a fake? Zhang Liang responded quietly. It must be so. The person in front has used a shape-shifting ability. Wang Li declared with conviction. Exactly. Everything makes sense now. Why Zhouke fears them? Why Zhouke does not recognize them? Why Zhouke is on his period? Because this is another girl with the Square 8 Divine card, impersonating Zhouke. The ability of the Square 8 Divine card is shape-shifting. It had to be true. The Zhouke before them was not Zhouke, but rather a girl. She possessed the square 8 divine card. Utilizing her powers, she had transformed her appearance to resemble Joku. Huh, I don't care who you are, don't come any closer. The two men's voices trembled as they shouted at Joku. Joku was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, who am I? I am Joku. Zhang Liang bellowed. Stop pretending. I understand now. You are from the Spade Kingdom, right? I've heard that the Spade Kingdom has allied with the Heart Kingdom. Wang Li chimed in. This must be Zhou Ku's plan. He has instructed those among you with shape-shifting skills to impersonate him, tricking us into launching an attack. Huh. Unfortunately, this trick won't work on us. We've already fallen for it once, and won't be fooled a second time. Zhou Ku outwardly displayed a facade of surprise, yet internally, he reveled in delight. Zhou Ku was a magician, and magicians adhered to 3 cardinal rules. First, never reveal the content of the trick in advance. Second, never perform the same trick for the same audience. Third, never disclose the secret of the trick. Zhou Ku had always abided by these 3 principles, particularly the second, never perform the same trick for the same audience. He had already utilized shapeshifting before these 2. But this was not shapeshifting, it was a counter-psychological tactic. Ah, you're civilians, aren't you? Zhou Ku, holding the iron box, slowly approached. Perhaps you were correct. I am indeed not Zhou Ku, but an ordinary girl. I used the square 8 divine card to alter my appearance for self-protection. However, I need not be a noble. Right? If I am not a noble, then you are not in danger. They hailed from the Square Kingdom, and the information on the Square Kingdom's monarch card read. Class oppression still exists. Yiling Tian was the monarch of the Square Kingdom. This was the only rule he knew. And at this moment, this rule had undoubtedly been transmitted via wristwatch to all individuals of the Square Kingdom. Naturally, these 2 were aware that the restraint chain still persisted. Zhou Ku continued to draw closer, stating, since I am impersonating Zhou Ku, it implies that I wish to assume the identity of a monarch. And a monarch can restrain nobles, indicating my fear of nobles. Therefore, my identity is that of a civilian, just like you. Hence, there is no need for you to flee. Zhang Liang paused. That sounds somewhat reasonable. What nonsense. Wang Li punched him. Have you lost your mind? He pointed at the iron box in Zhou Ku's hand. Look at what she is holding. Zhang Liang followed Wang Li's finger. That box is made of iron. Why is that? Aren't treasure chests usually wooden? Wang Li shouted. Only civilian treasure chests are wooden. That thing is a noble treasure chest. Only individuals of noble rank or higher can open it. If she can open that treasure chest, it signifies she is a noble. Are you saying that if someone of noble rank can open it, could she possibly be a monarch? Zhang Liang weakly inquired. You fool. There is only one girl who is a monarch, and that is Princess Su Chenxi. Wang Li appeared exasperated, deeply frustrated with his companion's lack of intelligence. And we know the princess possesses the Spade Q divine card. This girl wields a square 8 divine card, so she cannot be Su Chenxi. Thus, she must be another girl. Yet she can open noble treasure chests. Therefore, her identity must be noble, and nobles are the very ones who slay us civilians. Click. Zhou Ku smiled as he opened the treasure chest. All correct. In the next moment, Zhou Ku seized the contents within and lunged fiercely at the 2 men. To be honest, if those 2 were so stunned by fear or were not intimidated by Zhou Ku's performance, his ruse would have utterly failed. However, Zhou Ku was acutely aware that the essence of a magic performance lies in the conviction it instills. If he himself did not believe in the authenticity of his magic, how could the audience be persuaded? Zhou Ku's strategy for breaking the impasse was remarkably straightforward. He feigned ignorance of their identities and deliberately dropped a sanitary napkin, an item typically associated with women, intending to craft an image of himself as just another girl. The reason for his appearance resembling Zhou Ku was attributed to the use of a disguise from Square 8. The 2 individuals reacted with remarkable speed, shrieking and hastily fleeing. In order to heighten the theatricality, Zhou Ku even pursued them for quite a distance, until they dared not look back again. Once they had fled far enough, one of them exclaimed in a breathless panic, "Goodness, I almost fell for that." Regardless of who that person was, they were fortunate that she had made a blunder, leaving her sanitary napkin behind. Zhou Ku gradually came to a halt. In the realm of magic performances, feigned errors were commonplace, designed to lead to even greater climaxes. Observing the 2 in their frantic escape, he muttered softly, "2 fools. There was no mistake in the magic. You simply fell into a meticulously crafted trap." With his exceptional performance driving off the pair, Zhou Ku finally settled down to meticulously examine the treasure chest he had just opened. Earlier, in the pursuit of realism for his act, he had hastily seized its contents without a glance. Now, he could scrutinize them closely. Inside the noble chest lay a peculiar vial of potion. Zhou Ku gingerly grasped the neck of the vial, and simultaneously, an introductory text materialized. Noble chest, item type. Flame immunity potion. Upon consumption, This potion grants immunity to all burns and scalds, as well as fire damage for 1 hour. Immunity to fire damage? This potion could indeed prove useful. Joku recalled his current divine card, the King of Spades. Given that his current ability was to manipulate lightning, it was conceivable that someone else might wield the power of fire. After all, if he could cleverly utilize a mere sanitary napkin, this vial might one day save his life. Joku carefully stored the item away. Chapter 37, Spoils of War. Joku continued on his journey, finally arriving at the low hills of the island as darkness enveloped the sky. At this moment, he found himself before a black house, the designated meeting point agreed upon with his teammates. He cautiously approached the heavy iron gate, cracking it open to peer inside. The interior appeared cluttered with a myriad of sundries. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Only after entering did he notice something amiss. What he saw were not mere objects, but countless standing silhouettes. Had this place been claimed by others? Joku quickly concealed himself in the shadows. Yet, he waited for an extended period, and the figures remained motionless. Sensing something was off, he slowly emerged and approached one of the silhouettes. It was then that he discovered the reason for their stillness. They were not real persons, but rather eerily realistic mannequins. The dolls exuded a foul, decaying odor, their bodies entwined with yellowed cloth strips. Their appearance resembled that of mummies. Joku shook his head, deciding against further examination of these figures. He opened the chat panel on his wristwatch and quickly typed a few words. I have arrived. Almost immediately, a reply from Tang Xian came through. I'm nearly there. Suddenly, Joku felt a hand patting his shoulder. He swiftly drew his short sword and turned around, placing it against the person's neck. Hey, Joku, it's me. Zhang Yang exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender, trembling slightly. Joku exhaled, sheathing his sword. By the way, where did you get that sword? Zhang Yang inquired, leaning in for a closer look. It was left to me by my parents, Joku replied, opening his palm. He recalled that Su Qinxi had also shown curiosity about the blade. The hilt of his short sword was engraved with a dark plum blossom pattern, glimmering with an eerie sheen in the dim light. No, that's not what I meant, Zhang Yang said, looking at him with a hint of confusion. I meant, how did you get it into the examination hall? Joku was perplexed. I just put it in my pocket and brought it in like that. I've used this sword many times in the examination hall. What's the issue? Zhang Yang's expression turned astonished. What? That's impossible. He shook his head vigorously. The anti-cheating measures in the examination hall are extremely stringent. After candidates are transported into the school's examination hall, they can only bring their clothing, nothing else. Otherwise, everyone would bring their preferred weapons, and how would the exam be conducted? Joku lowered his gaze, reflecting on the previous examinations. Indeed, he had never seen other students bringing items into the examination hall. Moreover, apart from this short sword, all other personal belongings had vanished. Was there something special about this short sword? Zhang Yang gazed at the plum blossom pattern on the sword, lost in thought. After a moment, he asked again, Joku, are you really of commoner origin? Joku recalled his childhood. His parents had never exhibited any signs related to supernatural abilities or divine cards, nor had they ever discussed such matters with him. I suppose so. Zhang Yang pointed to the pattern on the sword. The craftsmanship resembles that of noble items. How so? Joku inquired. Zhang Yang began to explain. You see, due to lineage, many noble families have similar divine card patterns. Thus, they often use these patterns to represent their family crest. For instance, the royal family of princess uses a black spade-long sword, while the Yiling Tian family prefers a branch diamond. And yours? Zhang Yang suddenly paused, chuckling as he returned the short sword to Joku. No, forget what I said. Yours must simply be a commoner's crafted item. Why is that? Joku was well aware of the question Zhang Yang had almost posed next. He glanced at the plum blossom shape on the sword. Isn't that the plum blossom suit from a deck of cards? Joku, have you forgotten? Zhang Yang scratched his head. But it's understandable. Coming from a commoner background, you're not familiar with our world. Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are no noble families associated with the plum blossom. In fact, apart from you, I haven't seen anyone with a plum blossom divine card. So the plum blossom emblem on your sword must be a mere coincidence. In the distance, a girl was jogging towards them. Ah, prominent classmate Belle, you finally made it. Zhang Yang teased. Tang Xian, panting heavily, ignored Zhang Yang's banter. Sorry for being late. Now, the entire group from the Heart Kingdom had assembled, albeit only 3 of them. Since we are all here, let us share our intelligence. Zhang Yang was the first to empty his pockets. I opened a commoner chest, weapon type, and I feel incredibly lucky. Zhang Yang displayed a handgun in his hand, though it only contained 1 bullet. After all, it's commoner gear, and I'm satisfied. Joku nodded. Yes, make sure to keep it safe. That single bullet might prove invaluable. Zhang Yang agreed. I think so too. Tang Xian retrieved a yellowed piece of paper from her pocket. I also found something decent in the chest. Joka looked at the paper. What is this? The entire map of the island was spread out before them, as Tang Xian explained. As Joka gazed at the map, he observed that the island was circular in shape, with a large lake situated at its center, the very lake he had passed before arriving. Aside from this central lake, the entire island was enveloped in dense foliage. It's all trees, Zhang Yang remarked softly. Joku added, it seems the examination committee deliberately arranged this to provide ample hiding spots for everyone. If the island were too open, this competition would merely devolve into a brutal slaughter. That makes sense, they all concurred as they continued to study the map. Their current location was in a modest warehouse on a low hill, not far to the north of the Great Lake. The warehouse was unremarkable and not very conspicuous. Had it not been for Zhouke's keen eyesight, they might have overlooked it entirely. Ah, Zhang Yang exclaimed, pointing at the lake. I just remembered. When I passed by there were a lot of people diving into the water. Diving. Zhouke encouraged him to elaborate. Zhang Yang, smacking his lips, continued. I was curious as to why so many people were gathering by the lake and jumping in. So, I inched closer to eavesdrop. I overheard some individuals, who seemed to be from the Black Spade Kingdom, claiming they had received intelligence about a treasure chest called the King's Chest in the lake. That's why so many are diving to search for it. What do you think? Should we go seize that treasure chest as well? Zhouke shook his head. The source of that intelligence is unknown, and with our limited numbers, we certainly cannot compete with them. We should stick to our original strategy. Zhang Yang immediately grasped Zhouke's implication. You mean that strategy? Exactly. Zhouke replied with a smile. Only Tang Xian looked curiously at the two. What original strategy? What are you talking about? The two exchanged glances, and Zhouke explained, the strategy Zhang Yang and I devised. Survive. Zhang Yang agreed, that's right. Surviving to the end is victory. It's a pity that just as we were about to win, we encountered the princess. She took me out with a single shot. How ruthless. Ah, let us not dwell on that. Zhang Yang lamented, shaking his head. Tang Xian produced a metallic box from her belongings. By the way, on my way here, I discovered a noble treasure chest. Unfortunately, I couldn't open it, so I brought it with me. I believe you, Brother Zhouke. Should be able to open it. She handed the noble treasure chest to Zhouke. As soon as he received it, a prompt window appeared. Noble treasure chest, weapon type. With a click, the chest sprang open. What is this? Zhouke inquired, pulling out its contents. It was a small, round black object, seemingly with a fuse attached. A concentrated bomb. Tang Xian exclaimed in amazement. They say this is a powerful weapon. Zhouke handed the bomb to Tang Xian. Since you found the treasure chest, you should keep this weapon. Wait, no, Brother Zhouke, you are more important. Such a fine weapon should be in your hands, Tang Xian insisted. Zhouke remained resolute. Placing the bomb back in Tang Xian's arms, I'm not accustomed to using such weapons. I am more proficient with a short sword. It was Zhouke's turn to showcase his spoils. He rummaged through his pockets. I also opened a few treasure chests, one noble treasure chest, and the rest were common ones. The common treasure chest contained some food, while the noble treasure chest held a vial of fire resistance potion. As he spoke, Zhouke produced the items in a single heap. In truth, he had also opened a sanitary napkin chest, but he deemed it unnecessary to mention. Zhang Yang's gaze fixated on the bread Zhouke had brought forth. His stomach audibly growled. Zhouke sighed and pushed the food toward him. Go ahead and eat. Zhang Yang shook his head. That won't do. We should share it among the three of us. Tang Xian quietly interjected. It's fine. I'm not hungry. Zhouke replied. This piece of bread is quite small. Sharing it one tea suffice. Just eat generously. Don't worry. Consider it a debt you owe me. Zhang Yang chuckled. Then I one tea hold back. Rest assured, once I find more food, I will definitely repay you. He tore open the packaging and devoured it hungrily, clearly famished. Indeed, the examination had lasted from morning until now without a single bite to eat. The bread was indeed too small. Zhang Yang quickly finished it, appearing unsatisfied. Zhouke summarized their loot. Zhang Yang acquired a pistol with only one bullet. Tang Xian found a map and a concentrated bomb. I found some food and a vial of fire resistance potion. Let us search this warehouse. Perhaps there are more treasure chests. Zhouke suggested. Great. Perhaps we can find more food. Zhang Yang replied enthusiastically. Thus, the three prepared to explore the warehouse separately. The warehouse was tall and expansive. But aside from a collection of seemingly immobile cloth dummies, there was little else in sight. Zhang Yang searched the east side, Tang Xian the west, while Zhouke took the central area. After arranging their tasks, Zhouke commenced the treasure chest exploration. The central section was filled with a multitude of lockers, all locked and seemingly difficult to open. However, this posed no challenge for Zhouke. As a magician, lockpicking was a fundamental skill. He drew out his short sword and picked up a piece of iron from the ground, carefully shaving off a small sliver. Thus, a lockpicking tool was fashioned. With a bit of technique, ordinary locks were no match. And so, the lockpicking endeavor commenced. The first locker, empty. The second, void. The third, upon opening the third locker. Joku involuntarily gasped. A person. There was indeed someone locked inside the locker. However, upon closer inspection, he shook his head in resignation. It was merely another cloth dummy. The dim lighting had momentarily tricked him into believing it might spring to life. He smirked at himself and closed the locker. As time passed, he continued to pick the lockers. Either they were empty or contained the same cloth dummies as before. His stomach now echoed with a powerful pang of hunger. Having not eaten since the beginning of the examination, Joku felt a dull ache in his belly. "Ah, I found a treasure chest," came Tang Xian's excited voice from the west. "What is it?" Joku refrained from shouting, not wanting to waste energy and exacerbate his hunger. Tang Xian's voice rang out clearly. "It's a common treasure chest, item type." No longer wishing to continue opening the seemingly barren lockers, Joku made his way toward Tang Xian to see what lay within the treasure chest. When he arrived beside Tang Xian, she had just opened the chest and was pulling out its contents. "Is this a lighter?" she asked, holding up the shiny little object. "Brother Joku, you take it. I'm not very skilled with this." Joku accepted the lighter, grateful that at least they could start a fire at night to stave off the cold. "Hey, you all come quickly. I found a treasure chest too." To the east, Zhang Yang elongated his voice, exclaiming, "It's a noble treasure chest. I can't open it." Hearing Zhang Yang's call, the two hurriedly rushed towards him. Before Zhang Yang lay a large treasure chest. An imposing iron box that indeed resembled the noble treasure chest Joku had encountered earlier. Joku approached and placed his hand upon the lid of the chest. "Noble treasure chest, item type. Yet another item type? Couldn't they provide us with some food instead?" Zhang Yang murmured in discontent from the side. Joku remained silent, opting instead to directly open the chest. "Item, gasoline canister." "Gasoline? Can you drink gasoline?" Zhang Yang weakly inquired. The three of them were simultaneously famished and parched. Although Joku's mouth was also parched, he retained his composure and remarked coolly, "The components of gasoline can cause irreversible damage to the human nervous system. If you wish to transform into a fool or a vegetable, by all means, take a sip." "What is the use of this stuff then?" Zhang Yang complained. Clutching his head, Joku's gaze remained fixed on the gasoline, deep in thought. The items, gasoline and lighter, seemingly related, had appeared simultaneously within this warehouse. Instinct told Joku that these two items must possess significant utility. "By the way, Joku, did you find any treasure chests?" the two inquired. Joku sighed. "Come with me, and you'll see." The three approached the center of the warehouse, silently observing the myriad of storage cabinets lining the walls. "The only place I can think of to hide treasure chests is right here. I've already opened half of them." Joku paused before continuing, "Let us proceed." The trio persisted in prying open the locks, peering inside with hopeful anticipation. However, until the very last storage cabinet, they found nothing of value. Instead, numerous cabinets concealed a series of rag dolls. Tang Xian gazed at these rag dolls, her eyes glimmering with an undercurrent of concern. Joku astutely noticed this. "What is wrong?" Tang Xian gently cradled her head. "I feel like I've seen a description of this type of thing in some book, but I can't recall at the moment." "Oh well, it probably isn't significant." They continued to unlock the cabinets. Joku had already lost hope, mechanically using muscle memory to pry open the final cabinet. Opening it revealed nothing. Joku sighed, about to speak when suddenly, a strange sound echoed from somewhere. Joku swiftly turned to locate the source of the noise. The central section of the warehouse floor suddenly sprang open. The three exchanged glances and made their way towards the center. As the tiles on the floor lifted, a dark, gaping hole became visible. The opening wasn't very deep, perhaps just over a meter. At the bottom of the gaping hole, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tang Xian also happily bounced a couple of times, her ponytail swaying. A resplendent, gleaming treasure chest lay quietly within the opening. Who would have thought that opening all the storage cabinets would trigger such a mechanism? Joku murmured to himself, leaping into the hole and reaching for the treasure chest. King's treasure chest, unknown type. "It's the King's treasure chest." Tang Xian's voice brimmed with exhilaration. "Unknown type? Could there be food inside?" Zhang Yang queried, puzzled, as he glanced at the emerging panel. "Who knows? Let us open it and find out." Joku exerted force with his wrist. Click. It won't open. This treasure chest appears to be locked. In the next moment, another panel appeared. The treasure chest can only be opened after completing the King's trial. "Would you like to proceed?" The three silently exchanged glances. "What is the King's trial?" Tang Xian asked, somewhat perplexed. "It's likely some kind of task, possibly quite challenging or dangerous," Joku speculated. "Let us do it. There is nothing to fear." Zhang Yang flexed his muscles. "Initiate," Joku whispered. In the next instant, the treasure chest began to shake violently. Joku quickly dodged to the side. The chest suddenly burst open, soaring high into the air until it nearly touched the warehouse ceiling before coming to a halt. At this moment, the chest hovered at a height of about 7 or 8 meters. The king's trial has begun. Good luck. Boom. All the doors and windows of the warehouse abruptly slammed shut. Joka hastily leaped out of the hole. So what are the trial contents? Tang Xian said, her voice tinged with unease. Creak, 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 creak. A strange and jarring sound suddenly erupted, reverberating throughout the warehouse. This sound. Joka reacted quickly, immediately glancing toward the storage cabinets. The doors of the cabinets were moving. No, it wasn't the doors moving, but someone pushing them. At that moment, countless rag dolls with glowing red eyes turned to face the trio. The living beings murmured through their decaying mouths, extending withered hands towards Joku and his companions. Clap, 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 clap. They leaped down from the cabinets, slowly advancing toward the trio. Initially, they seemed unaccustomed to their forms, moving sluggishly. Yet gradually, their bare, strip-clad feet picked up speed, culminating in a full sprint. Their rotting, gaunt mouths opened wide, revealing sharp fangs. Living ones must die. Chapter 39, The King's Trial. Run! Joka shouted sharply. In an instant, the three scattered in different directions. Joka tightly gripped his short sword. As one of the bandaged dolls charged towards him, he aimed for its neck and thrust the sword forward. Thwack! The short sword cleanly pierced the doll's decaying flesh. Yet, it bore no effect. The bandaged doll shed not a single drop of blood and seemed entirely oblivious to pain. The doll screeched wildly, lunging at Joku. Fortunately, Joku reacted swiftly, withdrawing the sword and leaping backward. Several dolls surrounded him. However, Joku was faster. He spotted a gap and deftly slipped through. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at his two companions. Zhang Yang seized an object resembling a chair and swung it at the dolls. Meanwhile, Tang Xian was running slowly, gradually becoming encircled by the rag dolls. Just as it seemed she would be bitten by the doll's sharp teeth, in a moment of desperation, she drew her god card. She shouted loudly, "Square, transforms all, 5 dimensions set the course back." In an instant, her form vanished, only to reappear in a nearby corner the next second. The power of Square 5. Joka clearly remembered that Professor Qin Yun's ability was the same. Instantaneous teleportation. Time ticked away. The dolls showed no signs of slowing down, and the trio continued to evade. Gradually, fatigue began to set in. Although the dolls moved slower than they did, they seemed to possess inexhaustible stamina. The entire warehouse was sealed, with no possibility of escape. Zhang Yang, unable to evade in time, was bitten on the shoulder by a doll. He swiftly raised his foot to kick it away, evading the horde of lifeless dolls. Yet his movements had evidently slowed. What should he do? If this continued, they would inevitably exhaust their strength and be buried by the army of these animated mummies. Joka clenched the divine card in his pocket. It was the King of Spades, possessing formidable offensive abilities that could summon lightning. However, it could only be used once. Was it truly wise to deploy it in such a place? Moreover, these monsters were indestructible. Perhaps even using it would not alter their grim predicament. Brother Joku. I just remembered. Tang Xian shouted from afar. These creatures are called living dead. They are already dead, so any attack against them is futile. Zhang Yang chimed in from a distance. Thank you for imparting this trivial knowledge. However, you may not realize that we have already discovered this through experience. Tang Xian furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. Moments later, she yelled, "Fire! The only way to destroy them is by setting them ablaze. That's the true purpose of the lighter and the gasoline can. Brother Joku, hurry and ignite it." Joku, still dodging the onslaught of the corpses, bellowed. No way. During this time, he had considered every possible solution. The ideas that Tang Xian could conceive had certainly crossed his mind long before, including setting fire. Absolutely not. This warehouse is enclosed, and there are so many of these living dead. If we set it ablaze, the entire warehouse will ignite, and we will be consumed by the flames. Brother Joku, don't you have the fireproof potion? Drink it. And what about you? The potion is only enough for one person. We don't matter. You are our king. As long as you survive, that is all that counts. After fending off another attack from the living dead, Joku fell into frantic contemplation. Should he sacrifice his two teammates here? Zhang Yang and Tang Xian were the only two who supported him throughout the school. They had disregarded Yi Lingtian's threats to stand by him. Yet, in this dire situation, they could no longer protect themselves. The current scenario was painfully clear. Either set fire, leaving himself the sole survivor, or perish together with them all. Tang Xian continued to shout anxiously from afar. Hurry, Brother Joku. Sacrificing us is the only way for you to live. Joku did not respond immediately. In this urgent moment, he stood calmly in place, forcing himself to block out all external noises. It was a difficult choice. What should he choose? To let two perish? Or for all to die? Joku chose to save all three. He quickly opened his eyes, staring intently at the ceiling of the warehouse. There, a golden treasure chest shimmered faintly. The aim of the king's trial was to open the treasure chest. This meant that if he could unlock it, the trial would conclude early. Tang Xin, quickly teleport to that treasure chest. What? Tang Xin paused slightly. Hurry, trust me. But I've never tried teleporting to such a high place. I can't do it. You can. Tang Xin closed her eyes, grasping her block 5, softly murmuring. Block transforms into myriad forms. 5. Fixes the path home. Just as the jagged teeth of the living dead were about to sink into Tang Xin's shoulder, she vanished. In the next instant, she suddenly found herself atop the treasure chest. She stood precariously on the golden chest, fumbling to prepare for its opening. Ding. Civilian identity privileges too low to open the treasure chest. She froze. Brother Zhouku, I can't open the king's chest. Zhouku dodged attacks while rushing toward the chest below. What you need to do is not to open the chest, but to attract the horde. As Tang Xin approached the treasure chest, countless living dead began to congregate toward the center of the warehouse, beneath Tang Xin. They screeched and stretched out their decaying, filthy hands. However, since Tang Xin stood at a height, they could not reach her. Attracting the horde? Tang Xin glanced down at the mass of living dead, seemingly grasping the concept. The number of living dead continued to swell. The later arrivals began to climb upon the backs of those in front of them. Gradually, the mound of corpses formed a grotesque hill. Countless rotting arms and legs writhed and slapped against one another. Yet, the height remained insufficient. The living dead at the summit were still a meter or two away from the treasure chest. Not all of the living dead were part of this mound. A small fraction continued to pursue Zhongyang and Zhouku. Zhouku observed Tang Xin sitting silently atop the chest, seemingly deep in thought. The next moment, her expression suddenly solidified with determination. She raised her divine card toward her wrist. The edge of the card was exceptionally sharp, capable of serving as a small blade. With a swift motion, Tang Xin sliced her wrist. Blood dripped down. Zhouku froze for a second. What are you doing? Tang Xin let her wrist hang, swaying it toward the living dead below her. The best way to attract the living dead is with the blood of the living. Indeed, upon catching the scent of blood, the remaining living dead opened their mouths wide, mumbling indistinctly, blood, the blood of the living. They surrounded the mound of flesh, climbing upwards. Gradually, the pile of corpses rose higher. By the time the last living dead stood atop this heap, it was less than half a meter away from reaching Tang Xin with its claws. It's time. Zhouku dashed toward the flesh mound. With each step, he climbed swiftly atop the bodies of the living dead. Precisely, Zhouku exploited the living dead's instinct to pursue the living, constructing a human ladder. Originally, the treasure chest floated at the ceiling, and without teleportation abilities, it would have been utterly unreachable. However, Zhouku easily ascended to the chest using the human ladder formed by the living dead. He immediately reached out to touch the king's treasure chest, and its lid popped open. Zhouku quickly retrieved the contents within. It was a black staff, adorned with a plum blossom motif. Ding! Trial completed. The chest swiftly descended, and the writhing, growling living dead suddenly fell silent. The red glow in their eyes dissipated instantly, reverting to their former tranquil, motionless state. In the next moment, the human ladder crashed down. Zhouku and Tang Xin plummeted straight down. However, the pile of living dead cushioned their fall, leaving them unharmed. It's over. Zhouku stood atop the mound of living dead, holding the spoils high. The light illuminated the staff, casting a brilliant glow. Chapter 40, King-Level Artifact. King's trial concluded. As the treasure chest descended, the living dead returned to their previous serene state. They had succeeded. All three had survived. Are you okay? Let me bandage you. Zhouku helped Tang Xin, who had collapsed atop the pile of living dead, back to her feet. He then deftly tore a strip from his clothing and wrapped it around her injured wrist. So cool, Zhongyang exclaimed as he emerged from the side. One decisively slashed his wrist, while the other ascended upon a tide of corpses to open a treasure chest. However, what on earth is this item within the chest? Zhongyang picked up the black staff, examining it with curiosity. Alas, it would have been far better had it been something edible. Zhouku retrieved the staff, proclaiming, "This is an item from the royal chest, undoubtedly far superior to mere food." Ding! A prompt appeared at the opportune moment. Plum Blossom Staff, royal grade item. The monarch possesses the authority to establish laws for the realm. By wielding this staff, one can ascertain all the rules of this game. Moreover, the monarch may abolish one of these rules. To learn of all the game rules, in an instant, the golden staff shimmered, exuding silvery mist as it delineated 3 rules. 1. Points are earned by killing, but scores reset upon death. 2. Class oppression persists, though those of the same class may contest each other's strength. 3. Only one monarch may reign. The game concludes immediately upon the last monarch's survival. Oh, Now the rules have been thoroughly unveiled. Previously, Zhouke had only grasped the first half of the rules within the royal card. Yet now, the entirety of the rules was laid bare. Indeed, Zhouke contemplated the third rule. One must kill to gain points, but should one perish, nothing is retained. Simultaneously, the chain of restraint imposed limitations on killing. However, individuals of the same identity may still engage in combat. Ultimately, only when a solitary monarch remains shall the contest conclude. This elucidates the situation. Su Chenxi and Yi Lingtian are foes. You may choose to abolish one rule. Will you proceed? There is no need for haste. Zhouke stowed away the royal staff. Ding, royal grade item in use. Suddenly, a system notification resounded loudly, echoing throughout the entire island. What? Zhouke questioned. I did not expend it, did I? No, this sound was not emanating from his wristwatch, but was an announcement for the entire examination hall. Attention, all candidates. Royal grade item, block staff, has been utilized. Block staff? Zhouke felt an ominous premonition. Randomly reveals the location of a monarch and fixes it in place for 1 hour. Ding, the location of the Red Heart Monarch has been disclosed. Zhouke. Current position, Short Mountain Warehouse. In the next moment, Zhouke felt his body seize up, rendered immobile. Just for a fleeting moment of astonishment. He quickly regained his composure and assessed the situation. There is more than one royal grade item. If he could uncover such an item, so too could Su Chenxi or Yi Lingtian. One of them must have found the block staff and utilized it. This block staff can disclose a monarch's location and render them stationary. Zhouke attempted to will his body to move, but to no avail. His entire being felt paralyzed. Unresponsive. Is this the might of royal grade items? You must flee. Zhouke remained rooted in place, forcing himself to articulate. My position has been revealed to the entire examination hall. Soon, enemies will approach, and the two of you will undoubtedly be unable to withstand their assault. Zhang Yang, with disbelief etched on his face, inquired, Zhouke, do you intend to face them alone? You cannot even move. Zhouke replied nonchalantly, I am aware. Thus, I have long prepared for the inevitability of defeat. But you are different. Your identities are those of commoners. Should I perish, you may still slay the monarch. Remember, killing the monarch may yield significant points. You even stand a chance to place among the top ranks. Perhaps even first. Victory awaits. Go now. Do not concern yourselves with me. Zhang Yang's gaze hardened. Impossible. Brother, we will never abandon you. Tang Xian nodded vigorously. Indeed, we are teammates. In this moment of impending crisis, Zhouke did not choose to sacrifice his comrades. Now his allies would not forsake him either. Zhouke attempted once more to move his body, yet remained utterly still, exclaiming in exasperation, You see, I cannot even budge. Do not hesitate. The longer we linger, the greater the likelihood of the enemy's arrival. At this moment, Zhouke could faintly hear the distant murmur of a crowd. Zhang Yang stood still, seemingly lost in thought. In the next moment, he made a resolute decision, dropping to the ground and frantically digging through the mound of corpses. What are you doing? Zhouke questioned, puzzled by Zhang Yang's frantic actions. I am going to hide you, Zhang Yang succinctly replied. Since you cannot move, I shall bury you beneath this pile of corpses. Do not forget, there is a hole beneath this mound. You will be perfectly safe there. Zhang Yang, hurry. They are coming. Tang Xian anxiously glanced out the window. Then, she scrutinized Zhouke, suddenly beginning to strip him of his outer garments. What are you doing? Disguising myself as you. Tang Xian continued her task without pause. Once she had removed Zhouke's outerwear, she donned it herself. Your position has been revealed to all. When they arrive at this warehouse and do not find you, they will undoubtedly suspect you are hidden among this pile of corpses. Therefore, it is imperative to have a Zhouke present at the disclosed location to divert their attention. Right. Zhang Yang, give me the lighter from Zhouke's pocket. Tang Xian called out urgently. What do you need the lighter for? Zhouke suddenly sensed what Tang Xian intended. Surely not. Zhang Yang swiftly handed the lighter to Tang Xian. Tang Xian smiled, albeit with a tinge of sorrow. Zhouke, you once said that a lighter can conjure great magic. I wish to give it a try. Soon, Zhang Yang had excavated the pile of corpses, revealing the hole that had originally contained the treasure chest and placing the immobilized Zhouke within. Zhang Yang, you must get in too. Tang Xian pushed Zhang Yang into the hole alongside Zhouke. You need to stay with Zhouke. No, I must stand with you against them. But Tang Xian moved with incredible speed, burying the two of them beneath the mound of corpses. Then, she stood atop the small hill, quietly awaiting the arrival of the crowd. At this moment, the entire warehouse was a tableau of this scene. Zhouke and Zhang Yang lay concealed beneath the pile of corpses, while Tang Xian stood atop the mound, draped in Zhouke's coat, quietly awaiting their fate. Zhouke lay buried beneath the rotting, putrid corpses, utterly immobile. He could only hear countless footsteps flooding into the warehouse. At least dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals. The enemy has arrived. Is this Zhouke? He doesn't look very tall, does he? There's no mistake. Zhouke has been fixed in place, unable to move. The system pinpointed his location, exactly as indicated. Countless murmurs reached Zhouke's ears. Through the gaps in the pile of bodies, he glimpsed Tang Xian's figure. She wore Zhouke's clothing, her body trembling slightly. Zhouke could hear that Tang Xian's voice quivered, yet it remained resolute. She deliberately lowered her voice, mimicking Zhouke's speech. What? Is Yi Lingtian too afraid to show himself, sending you all to your doom? Fortunately, most of the adversaries had never heard Zhouke's voice before and harbored no suspicions, merely perceiving his tone as slightly feminine. Yi Lingtian? Huh, Zhouke, are you mistaken? A roar of laughter erupted from the crowd. A rough male voice at the forefront boomed. We are from the Spade Kingdom. What? Zhouke's mouth fell open in silent shock, unable to utter a word. The Spade Kingdom? Su Chenxi, how could this be? Hadn't they agreed to an alliance? Let me be honest with you. It was the princess herself who opened the king's treasure chest and utilized the item. It was she who personally ordered a nationwide manhunt for you. No, that's impossible. Zhouke felt his nerves dulling at their words. Su Chenxi had betrayed him? Chapter 41, The Prominent Package. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Xian's voice trembled, clearly unable to believe Su Chenxi's treachery. The Spade Kingdom and the Heart Kingdom had long since allied. You must be one of Yi Lingtian's people from the Diamond Kingdom, here to sow discord. The leader drew closer, sneering. You're about to die. Do I still need to incite discord? Once I kill you, only one king will remain. The game will come to an end. He inched nearer. Through a gap, Zhouke caught a glimpse of the man's face, scarred. Instantly, he recalled where he had seen him before, in the title contest, where that scarred face had ascended to kingship through murder, only to be outmaneuvered by a chubby little boy. A single statement from the scarred man left Zhouke puzzled. Once I kill you, only one king will remain. The game will come to an end. This utterance conveyed a wealth of information. Firstly, the scarred man evidently understood the rule that there can only be one king. The only individuals aware of this rule, apart from Zhouke's 3 companions from the Heart Kingdom, were Su Chenxi. Perhaps Su Chenxi had relayed this rule to all her teammates via her wristwatch. This indicated that the scarred man was indeed from the Spade Kingdom. Secondly, the implication that killing Zhouke would leave only one king suggested that either Su Chenxi or Yi Lingtian had already perished. It was reasonable to assume, with nearly 1,500 individuals active on the island, that conflicts and battles were inevitable. At this moment, only 2 kings remained alive. Ah, Zhouke, you've been hiding here. Oblivious to the events unfolding outside, the scarred man grinned maliciously. Since the game is ending anyway, I might as well enlighten you. I am indeed from the Spade Kingdom, but I am also in service to Yi Lingtian. Huh. I followed Yi Lingtian's orders, infiltrated the Spade Kingdom, and extracted countless pieces of intelligence from Princess Su. I killed Su Chenxi and seized her wristwatch. Since you are about to die, it matters not whether I share what transpired. The scarred man began narrating the events that transpired outside 1 hour ago. In the large lake, Su Chenxi, clad in a diving suit, navigated the depths of the water. Utilizing her divine card, she conjured a machete, tirelessly severing aquatic vegetation while scanning the muddy lake bed. Countless teammates from the Spade Kingdom, endowed with diving capabilities, were also combing the underwater terrain under her direction. Someone in the Spade Kingdom's chat panel mentioned that a king-level treasure chest lay hidden within the lake. Su Chenxi was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Suddenly, a beam of light caught her eye. Not far away, amidst a patch of mud, a golden treasure chest gleamed enticingly. She had found it. Swiftly, she swam toward it, her hands brushing against the chest. A text window promptly appeared. King-level treasure chest. Would you like to initiate the King's trial? Su Chenxi nodded slightly. The King's trial has commenced. In the next moment, a swarm of half-human, half-fish monsters surrounded the treasure chest. She quickly activated her divine card's extraordinary ability, transforming it into a harpoon, and launched an attack on the monstrous horde. The scarred man happened to be nearby and, seeing the merfolk, hurried over to assist. Armed with a dagger, he slashed at the aquatic fiends, both wielding spade-type abilities. They swiftly vanquished the entire horde of fishmen. Having successfully passed the trial, Su Chenxi reopened the treasure chest. Inside, she extracted a red scepter adorned with square-shaped patterns. Square scepter, upon use, randomly reveals the location of a king and fixes them in place for 1 hour. The scarred man's teammate immediately opened the wristwatch panel and typed, Your Highness, this item is incredibly powerful. Use it now. Su Chenxi shook her head, replying through her wristwatch. No, its effect is random. It could very well expose Zhouke's location. The scarred man, perplexed, asked, Why have you allied with Zhouke? Is he not your enemy? Su Chenxi typed a few words. I owe him a debt of gratitude. We agreed to an alliance. I keep my promises and never go back on my word. Subsequently, She carefully stowed the scepter away. Suddenly, a sharp thud echoed as she felt an intense pain sear through her back. Instantly, a cloud of blood spread through the water. She turned in astonishment. The scarred man wore a wicked grin, clutching the glinting dagger. He grinned wide, mouthing the words, "Sorry, I'm a traitor." He reached out and yanked the oxygen tube from her diving suit. Su Chenxi felt a jolt of agonizing pain in her lower back. Her body weakened, accompanied by a suffocating dizziness as her vision began to blur. The scepter was snatched away, and without hesitation, the scarred man activated it. King-level item has been used. A system notification seemed to sound, but Su Chenxi's consciousness was fading, rendering her unable to comprehend what the system had declared. She felt a tugging at her wrist. Her wristwatch had been stolen by the scarred man. Though she attempted to fight back, her body was too weak, and her awareness gradually dissipated. The scarred man, using Su Chenxi's wristwatch, typed, "The alliance with Zhou Ku is nullified. All members gather at the warehouse on the low hill. Eliminate him." Su Chenxi's body plummeted, her silver hair flowing freely. In her final moments, as she closed her eyes, she glimpsed the scarred man's grotesque smile. The icy, biting water enveloped her, and she watched helplessly as she sank further from the lake's surface. Amidst the spreading blood, she descended into the depths, the silver-haired princess drowning at the lake's bottom. Listening to the scarred man's triumphant recounting, Zhou Ku's fists clenched tightly. Regrettably, he was immobilized. Otherwise, he would never have hidden among this pile of corpses. Watching helplessly as Tang Xian faced this group, Zhou Ku observed Tang Xian's pale face, managing to utter two words, "Beast." In an instant, she tore off her hood and brandished a small black orb. "Do you recognize this?" Tang Xian no longer spoke in a hushed tone. The scarred man's expression abruptly changed. Concentrated bomb. Tang Xian raised her lighter, whispering softly, "Zhou Ku, I have deceived you. In truth, I possess the ability to wield a lighter." Zhou Ku's pupils abruptly constricted as understanding dawned upon him. She intended to ignite the concentrated bomb, seeking mutual destruction with the enemy. He yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped his throat. Crack! Tang Xian ignited the lighter and guided its flame toward the fuse of the concentrated bomb. The scarred face turned towards Tang Xian, exclaiming, "You are not Zhou Ku. Who on earth are you?" Zhou Ku beheld Tang Xian's pallid visage adorned with a faint smile. "Me? I am merely bait to draw your attention, scientifically known as a distraction." Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash of white light. The very air within the warehouse seemed to ignite instantaneously. Glass shattered, walls crumbled, and bricks cascaded down. Countless enemies fled in panic, the smug grin on the scarred face evaporating. Under the overwhelming force of the concentrated bomb, none could escape. In his final moment of consciousness, Zhou Ku glimpsed Tang Xian's bloodied smile before her body was torn asunder by the blast. Outside the examination venue, the data panel displayed total survivors, 902. Spade Nation, 614. Diamond Nation, 386. Heart Nation, 2. The remaining count of Heart Nation dwindled from 3 to 2. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Zhou Ku longed for eternal slumber. Yet, a relentless chill and hunger gnawed at him, compelling him to open his eyes. He propped himself up, realizing he had been liberated from his constraints and was free to move. The time limit had elapsed, and the immobilizing effect of the diamond scepter had dissipated. Darkness enveloped him, as though he were buried beneath a heap of ruins. He was ensconced deeply, with the putrid corpses of the undead above him, followed by the debris of the blasted warehouse. Time appeared to stretch infinitely, for he felt utterly drained, his sole desire being to consume a morsel of food and sip water. Struggling, he inadvertently kicked something alive with his legs. Through the faint light filtering through the cracks above, Zhou Ku discerned a bloodied face. "Zhongyang." He hastily shook him awake. Zhongyang groaned upon awakening. "Where are we? We should still be in the warehouse. The outside is silent now. Tang Xian sacrificed herself to protect us. The enemy must be annihilated. We survived because the undead shielded us from the shockwave. Zhongyang, we need to get out of here. Yes, we must escape." Zhongyang's voice was frail, as if he had reached the brink of starvation. Zhou Ku lifted his gaze to the ceiling, fervently clawing at the undead that trapped them. Suddenly, Zhongyang gasped in pain. "Zhou Ku, I seem to be unable to escape. What's wrong?" Zhou Ku glanced toward him. A fallen rebar had pierced through one of Zhongyang's legs. The flesh around the wound dark and congealed. The blood had long since dried. Zhongyang appeared to realize his dire state. "I wondered why my leg hurt so much." His voice was barely audible. "Zhou Ku, I'm nearing exhaustion. I am in pain, dizzy, weary, and famished. I cannot accompany you out." Zhou Ku immediately retorted, "Don't say that. Wait for me. I will carve a path for us to escape together." Zhou Ku intensified his efforts, digging through bricks, metal shards, and the bodies of the undead. Yet he lacked strength. The prolonged absence of sustenance left him utterly enervated. His nails were caked with blood and grime. Suddenly, a system notification resounded. Can you hear me? Zhouke, Zhangyang. It was Professor Chen. Chapter 42. Brother, you smell divine. I am Chen. I have been monitoring the students' movements from outside the examination venue. You are currently buried deep beneath the rubble, and your physical conditions are dire, suffering from the dual threats of asphyxiation and starvation. AI assesses your probability of starvation at 937. However, you can directly apply to forfeit this assessment and be transported outside the venue. After all, we do not wish for students to endure such torment. Forfeit? What nonsense. Zhouke responded promptly, Professor, I will not concede. The life Tang Xi in exchange for mine shall not be squandered. However, even if you refuse to forfeit, your ultimate fate will be starvation amid the ruins. Your current physical condition does not support your escape from these ruins. Zhouke furrowed his brow. No, I can endure. I will definitely escape. Zhouke. AI assesses your probability of starvation at 937, leaving 63, which accounts for other potential accidents. And without consuming anything, your probability of escaping these ruins is 0. Zhouke bellowed. Even if it's 0, I will fight. A feeble voice echoed back. Clearly, Zhangyang had reached his limit. Zhouke was taken aback, then said, however, Zhangyang can forfeit. He need not endure this suffering any longer. Zhouke understood that the injuries sustained in this examination were merely simulations. As soon as Zhangyang returned to reality, he would be as lively as ever. No, I cannot forfeit. Zhangyang forced himself to speak. Professor, I apologize. I will not concede either. Very well, I wish you both luck. The voice hesitated for a moment before fading away. Zhouke said, Zhangyang, why do you refuse to leave the examination venue? You need not endure such suffering. Zhangyang groaned. If I withdraw, my body will also vanish. My body is flesh and blood. It is sustenance. Zhouke, you must be hungry too. You haven't had a drop of water or a morsel of food in 2 full days. Zhouke's pupils dilated in sudden realization. He comprehended the implications of Zhangyang's words. He shouted, Zhangyang, what nonsense are you speaking? We can escape together. Zhouke, do you remember what you said when I ate your bread? Zhouke felt a chill run down his spine as he murmured, that was merely a jest. You needn't take it seriously. Zhangyang managed a weak smile. Zhouke, that meal? Consider it a debt. Where there is borrowing, there is repayment. Zhouke silently parted his lips, but uttered not a word. Now it is time for me to repay. Zhouke, you are hungry, aren't you? You heard what the professor said. Without consuming anything, it is impossible for you to escape. Zhangyang suddenly raised his voice. Zhouke, kill me. Zhouke shook his head vehemently. No matter what, I cannot do such a thing. Zhouke. Zhangyang called out his name with whatever strength he had left. I am gravely injured. If you do not kill me, I will starve to death or bleed out. Both of these deaths are agonizing. I fear the pain. Zhangyang murmured. Zhouke felt tears welling in his eyes. He forced himself to be strong, declaring, that is still not an option. Does it not hurt to be slain by a dagger? Zhangyang chuckled, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Zhouke, have you forgotten? Or are you merely dazed by hunger? Hee, it appears my brilliant roommate has finally succumbed to folly. Zhangyang seemed to teeter on the brink of unconsciousness. His speech intermittent and devoid of contemplation. Yet Zhouke recognized the gravity of his words. What? Zhangyang, what are you implying I have forgotten? Zhangyang moved slowly but resolutely, gesturing towards his pocket. A gun. There is a handgun in my pocket, and it holds but a single bullet. A chill surged through Zhouke, piercing his very mind. Do not speak further. Yet Zhangyang continued unabated. You once mentioned that this bullet should be preserved. It might prove invaluable. It was meant for me, after all. Zhouke forced himself to avert his gaze, frantically digging through the rubble that entombed them. Stop with the nonsense. I am on the verge of escape. The path will soon be clear. But the pangs of hunger rendered him dizzy, his stomach twisted in agony, his hands devoid of strength. Zhouke, Zhangyang shouted, expending his last reserves of energy. End my life, and then do what you must. Zhouke paused. His actions stilled. Hurry, Zhouke. Every fiber of my being aches. Grant me a swift release. It would be a form of liberation. Zhouke regarded him in silence, pondering for an extended moment. Finally, trembling, he reached into Zhangyang's pocket and retrieved the handgun. He raised it, yet his grip faltered, and he ultimately let it drop. Feebly, with a deep sigh, Zhouke handed the pistol back to Zhangyang. I cannot bring myself to do it. You must take the reins. Zhangyang smiled, aiming the gun at his temple. Brother, you must triumph once we are free. Bang! The gunshot reverberated. Zhangyang's hand fell limply, the firearm slipping from his grasp. Zhouke gently cradled Zhangyang's body, closing his eyes softly. After fulfilling what needed to be done, his strength gradually returned. He began to dig fervently through the debris, using his nails, the dagger, and salvaged rebar as tools. At last, he beheld the starry night sky. He stood elevated, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, greedily inhaling the fresh air outside. Joka had emerged. Who goes there? To his astonishment, another person lingered amidst the ruins. Without waiting for a response, Joka lunged forward, thrusting the dagger into the stranger's chest. A vengeful glint flickered in his eyes. The individual barely had time to utter another word before they collapsed, struggling and lifeless. Joka stood resolute, surrounded by countless charred corpses. Among the remains, he stood, wielding a dagger, blood staining his lips. Chapter 43, Fire and Thunder. Zhang Yang was dead, Tang Xian was dead, Su Qinzi was dead. He sought vengeance. Zhou was unaware of how many had conspired to bring about Su Qinzi's demise, nor could he fathom the number of those who had targeted him. All he could resolve was to eliminate them all. Zhou muttered darkly to himself. The fierce winds howled across the island at night, the trees swaying ominously. The wind's wail resembled the lamentations of tormented spirits from the depths of hell. The gale billowed Zhou's coat as he raised a hand. Grasping a black scepter, the plum blossom scepter, it allowed him to eliminate any rule of his choosing. In that moment, Zhou had already devised his plan. I choose to erase the second rule. Instantly, the chains of restraint vanished. An announcement echoed throughout the examination grounds. Attention all candidates. King-level item, Plum Blossom Scepter has been used. At this moment, the rules have changed. User, Zhou. Countless candidates looked up, gazing at the proclamation. Yet, they remained oblivious to the nature of the rule that had shifted. They were even less aware that a harbinger of death was awakening. Once this rule vanished, whether commoner, noble, or king, all would become Zhou's prey. All constraints preventing his slaughter had been dismantled. Zhou looked down, scanning his surroundings until he spotted Tang Xian's body. Her form was charred, her eyes wide open, fixed upon the night sky. Zhou reached out, gently embracing her, tenderly lowering her eyelids. Then, he extended his other hand towards her clenched palm. Tang Xian, I know you can use a lighter, but your magic was only half complete. Allow me to finish the other half for you. He procured the silver lighter. The winds continued to howl. Zhou, with a solemn gait, approached the gasoline barrel. He poured the gasoline over the heap of corpses at his feet. The corpses were wrapped in cloth strips, excellent kindling. Next, Zhou retrieved the bottle of fireproof liquid from his pocket and drank it down in one gulp. With a crisp snap, he tossed the glass vial to the ground, shattering it with a sharp sound. He lifted the lighter, igniting it with a flick. Tang Xian, I am pleased you remember what I once said, Zhou murmured, his voice akin to the whisper of death. Fire can create a magnificent spectacle. The lighter slipped from his hand. Boom! Flames erupted instantaneously, spreading like a crimson serpent with the aid of gasoline and flesh. The winds continued to howl, trees swaying in response. The inferno intensified, initially igniting the pile of corpses, then rapidly consuming the surrounding forest with the wind's assistance. The entire island was engulfed by the forest. This meant that the conflagration would ignite the entire island. Long before Zhou laid eyes on the complete map of the island provided by Tang Xian, a plan had already taken root in his mind. This island was shrouded in countless forests. Fire. A mere spark was sufficient to incinerate the entire land. A single spark could ignite a prairie. No one could escape. As the flames spread, Zhou's expression darkened, and he walked slowly through the blaze. Soon, the forest was filled with the anguished screams of countless individuals. They cried out, fleeing from the clutches of the fire god. Occasionally, some noticed Zhou strolling amidst the flames, but they were too preoccupied to care. Ultimately, this fire ignited the entirety of the island. In the distance, Zhou spotted Yi Lingtian, desperately fleeing from the inferno. Yi Lingtian had never taken the initiative to strike. He had remained hidden deep within the forest, directing his subordinates to search for the king and engage in combat with the Spade Nation. Now, however, he was forced to flee before the encroaching flames. Zhou looked up, catching a glimpse of Yi Lingtian's horrified expression, astonished at why Zhou appeared unaffected by the raging fire. Then he noticed the gasoline barrel clutched in Zhou's hand. It was Zhou who had ignited the blaze. Zhou began to stride toward him. Blood still stained Zhou's clothing, the wind billowing his coat, with the inferno raging behind him. At this moment, he resembled a demon emerging from the inferno, crawling forth from a mountain of corpses. Brother Yi, to the lake. Quickly. In the distance, a throng of individuals huddled around Yi Lingtian, fleeing in haste. They were not fools. The land of this island was cloaked entirely in forest. There existed but one refuge from the surging flames, the central lake. Countless souls leaped into its waters, while those unable to reach the sanctuary were left as charred remains. The number of examinees dwindled rapidly. The panel outside the testing ground, which had initially displayed over 900 survivors, now flickered chaotically before settling on a singular, immutable figure, 65. Only these 65 souls managed to find solace in the lake, fervently praying for the fire to abate. However, Zhouke would not grant them mercy. Knowing that Yiling Tian and the others were aware of the lake's sanctuary, Zhouke had anticipated this very outcome. He had studied the map and understood that the sole place on the island untouched by the trees, a refuge from the forest fire, was indeed the central lake. While sheltering beneath the water could prevent them from being incinerated, it would not shield them from aerial assaults. Zhouke would not allow any to escape. His intent was to eradicate every last one of them, avenging his comrades. None would be spared. He ambled toward the lake's surface, his gaze icy as he fixated upon the equally frigid waters. Raising his head, he revealed his divine card, the King of Spades. Zhouke had withheld his divine ability for this crucial moment, intending to unleash it at the pivotal instant. Water may extinguish flames, but it does not guard against lightning. On the contrary, water possesses remarkable conductivity. Zhouke concentrated on his divine card, feeling the surge of magical energy. His vision blurred as the atmosphere grew arid. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Thunderous roars echoed from afar. Zhouke directed his gaze toward his divine card, uttering the incantation to summon lightning, a whisper akin to the voice of death. King of Spades, break the myriad armies. Descend, heavenly thunder. The heavens shifted dramatically. The winds howled fiercely, and lightning crackled ominously. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as Zhouke gestured, and a powerful bolt of lightning struck down in an instant. This celestial bolt radiated a blinding white light, illuminating the entire night sky. The darkness transformed into daylight. In that fleeting moment, the lake shimmered brilliantly, and countless individuals within the water screamed silently, struggling in vain. Yet none escaped. As the electrical current coursed through the lake, those who sought refuge within succumbed to instant death. An array of lifeless bodies began to surface. Outside the testing ground, the panel displaying the remaining survivors fluctuated wildly, diminishing rapidly. 65, 43, 22, 17, 5. Ultimately, it settled on a definitive number, 1. Under the dual onslaught of fire and lightning, no one survived except Zhouke. At this juncture, the originally thriving population of over 900 within the testing ground had been decimated by Zhouke alone in a mere half hour. Zhouke slowly descended to the ground, observing the ripples upon the lake's surface. At this moment, the sky crackled with lightning, a raging inferno blazed behind him. Fierce winds howled around him, and corpses floated ominously before him. In the very center sat the world's solitary, eternal, and desolate king. He reclined on the searing earth, whispering softly, "Magic." A perfect conclusion. Chapter 44, The Sole Victor. A wave of dizziness enveloped him. The fire, the thunder, the boiling waters of the lake, all vanished in an instant. The familiar playground reappeared before him. Here, sunlight bathed the scene, a gentle breeze caressed the air, and the melodies of birds mingled with the fragrance of blossoms. Everything was serene and harmonious. It was as though the trials of the testing ground had merely been a dream. Countless classmates began to awaken, glancing about as if still acclimating to their surroundings. Zhouke remained motionless in his place. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply, adjusting his immersed emotions back to reality. Ahead, the data screen displayed clearly. Remaining survivors, 1. Ranking results, 1 Zhouke, 15,000 points. 2 XXX, 0 points. 3 XXX, 0 points. XXX, apart from Zhouke, all other students had scored 0. Meanwhile, Zhouke alone amassed a staggering score. All the new students instinctively turned their gazes toward him, yet Zhouke's expression remained one of calm detachment. In this overwhelming victory, Zhouke was undeniably the champion. On stage, Senior Liu Yingming appeared momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, he initiated applause, the sound echoing alone in the hall. Zhang Yang was the second to join in, and as he returned to reality, the hunger and pain dissipated. He quietly celebrated the triumph of the Red Heart Nation alongside his teammates. Tang Xian also regained her composure, slowly clapping her hands. Su Qinxi was the fourth, having exited early and witnessed Zhouke's victory from outside the testing ground. She maintained a dignified posture, her applause resonating louder than anyone else's. Gradually, applause spread like wildfire, growing in intensity, reverberating throughout the campus. They unanimously acknowledged Zhouke's rightful claim to the championship. Yet, there remained a few, such as Yiling Tian, stubbornly seated and unmoving, but this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. The entire campus network erupted with fervor. The scene of Zhouke engulfing the island in flames and summoning heavenly thunder went viral across the campus network. Even the upperclassmen had never witnessed such a spectacle during the freshman assessment. Undoubtedly, Zhouke had delivered an unprecedented and breathtaking performance for the entire school. Senior Liu Yingming grasped the microphone, Now, the undisputed champion of the freshman assessment is invited to share his acceptance speech. For a moment, Joku remained still. Gradually, he rose, bowing his head as he walked slowly forward. His pace was deliberate, his expression shrouded in shadow, rendering it difficult for others to decipher his thoughts. Joku did not survey his surroundings, but simply advanced step by step. Upon reaching the stage, he ascended the steps. Though the staircase was not long, Joku ascended with measured slowness. One step, then another, akin to a king making his way toward the coronation, preparing to receive his crown. At last, he stood upon the stage. Joku took hold of the microphone. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, and after the harrowing comprehensive assessment, they all speculated what this sole victor might say. Joku slowly raised his gaze and cleared his throat, swiftly altering his demeanor. Ahem. Does everyone recall that voting thread on the campus network? The one betting on who would win, with the victor splitting 100,000 yuan? I simply wish to say, please have the poster promptly transfer the money to me. I voted for Joku. Whether I am the champion or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I am in dire need of funds. The tone he adopted was as if the recent feat of vanquishing nearly 1,000 souls was merely a trivial matter to him. He returned the microphone, stretched languidly, and departed with an air of nonchalance. Below the stage, all the freshmen stood in astonishment. A lone individual, with merely 3 companions, had single-handedly eliminated almost all the newcomers to secure victory, and during his acceptance speech, he merely requested the prompt disbursement of his prize money? What an ultimate hedonist. Thus, Professor Chinyan, where are we headed now? In the elevator, Joku inquired of Professor Chinyan. She smiled softly. Naturally. We are going to present you with your reward. Joku's eyes sparkled. The relic of the gods. Professor Chin nodded with a smile. Indeed. The promises made by the school must be fulfilled. Initially, I thought the principal was mad for considering this treasure as a reward for the students. However, after witnessing your performance during the freshman assessments, my perspective has completely transformed. You are most deserving of this treasure. Joku humbly chuckled. Oh, it was merely good fortune. Professor Chin playfully pinched his cheek. Can luck alone render you the sole victor among the 3 assessments? Do not be modest in front of your instructor. She was entirely correct. Joku had achieved overwhelming victories in each of the 3 assessments for freshmen. In the first, the bloodline test, his magical essence level surpassed all newcomers, scoring a remarkable 43 points, far exceeding the second place, Su Chenxi's 15 points. The second test, the aptitude assessment, although interrupted midway, witnessed Joku accomplishing a feat never before achieved, the extermination of the Skull Club's assassin. The third test, the comprehensive assessment, was even more telling. Joku single-handedly eliminated all remaining contestants, rightfully claiming the title of champion. Hence, this relic of the gods belongs to you. Joku, intrigued, asked, So, Professor, what exactly is this relic? Why must we descend to the basement to retrieve it? Professor Chunyan raised a finger to her lips in a mysterious manner. The basement houses the entire school's repository, filled with an array of wondrous artifacts. As for what the relic truly is, you shall discover upon arrival. With that, Professor Chen suddenly posed an unexpected question. Joku, do you aspire to become a deity? Joku paused, meeting the gaze of Professor Chen. Her eyes, devoid of their usual levity, bore a hint of seriousness. Thus, Joku earnestly replied, I do not know. Professor Chen was taken aback. You do not know? Joku nodded. Indeed, I have heard that by continuously ascending the divine rank, one can elevate their status in society. Even achieving the highest tier could lead to divinity. I would prefer to become a noble, earn more money, and establish my own small enterprise. After all, I come from humble beginnings and have known poverty. However, I do not harbor a particularly strong desire to become a deity. Professor Chen regarded him thoughtfully. That is simply because your time has not yet come. People cannot resist the allure of power. One day, you will yearn to become a deity. Joku politely inquired. So, Professor Chen, your question is not merely a curiosity about the thoughts of an 18-year-old boy, is it? Professor Chen smiled. Certainly not. I merely wish to know if you would choose to collect all the relics of the gods. Joku appeared puzzled. Collecting all the relics? Is that related to becoming a deity? Ding. The elevator reached the lowest level. Professor Chen gestured for him to continue their conversation as they walked. You might not be aware, but this is known only to a select few. To become a deity, aside from ascending the divine rank to its pinnacle, there is another method. That is to gather all 14 relics of the gods. Professor Chen led Joku to a small safe, smiling as she did so. Now, you are about to receive one of those 14. She entered a code, and the safe opened with a click. Inside lay a crystal skull, resting quietly. Joku retrieved it. The eye sockets of the skull were deep, and he felt as if he might be drawn into them. He quickly shook his head. Averting his gaze, Professor Chen continued to smile as she explained, this artifact is called the Skull of the Seer. It is one of the 14 relics of the gods in the world. Legend has it that it is the skull of a deity that fell from grace. Joku, feeling the chilling touch of the skull, inquired. So, what use does this skull serve? Professor Chen waved her hand dismissively. I do not know. Huh. Joku was stunned. Perhaps you should ask it yourself? Professor Chen wore a mysterious smile. The skull of the seer is alive. If it recognizes you as its master, it will serve you. Chapter 45. The Skull of the Seer. The skull of the seer, one of the 14 relics of the gods. It is said that this crystal-like skull harbors the soul of an omniscient deity. It can provide knowledge, avert disaster, and even predict the future. As of now, no one has been able to unlock the full potential of this crystal skull. Currently, this relic is housed in the underground repository of the Divine Rank School. With a clap, Joku closed a thick tome. The moment he acquired this relic, he hurried to the school library to research it. He learned that all 14 relics of the gods were immensely powerful, each possessing the potential to shake the very foundations of the world. Collecting all 14 would grant the power to ascend to divinity. Such a formidable artifact was now in his possession. He had once questioned why such a powerful treasure would be awarded to students, directly asking Professor Chen about it. However, she merely stated it was the principal's decision. Joku sighed, lifting the iridescent skull once more, gazing into its hollow eye sockets. Hello. A voice, ethereal and devoid of emotion, suddenly echoed in his mind. Joku paused momentarily but quickly composed himself. The information had indicated that the skull housed the soul of a deity. Thus, the skull of the seer was indeed alive. Hello, my name is Joku, and I am currently your possessor. The skull paused for 2 seconds before responding in Joku's mind. Deities have no possessors. You merely hold my skull. This deity seemed to possess quite the sense of pride. So what can you do? Joku promptly asked. I lack a physical form. Yet I possess boundless knowledge and comprehend the laws governing all existence. In other words, I understand all, including the past, present, and future of this world. Joku's eyes lit up. Really? You know everything? So, whatever I ask, you can answer? Naturally. Pose your question. Is it the chicken or the egg that came first? The trolley problem. If a trolley is about to run over 5 people tied to the tracks, but you can pull a lever to divert it, causing it to run over another innocent bystander, would you pull the lever? The ship of Theseus. If a grand ship were to continuously replace its damaged components until every single part had been exchanged, would it still be the same vessel? The prophet's skull fell silent. 2 seconds later, it remarked, these are merely nonsensical inquiries, trivial riddles to ponder. Surely, you are not oblivious to the answer, intentionally obfuscating the truth? Provocation holds no sway over deities. I had assumed you would pose more valuable and significant questions. I see now, you are nothing more than a charlatan of prophecy. The skull lapsed into silence once more. Just when Joku thought the prophet's head was truly lacking in substance, it spoke again. If I were in your position, I would inquire, what were your mother's final words? Joku was taken aback. How could you possibly know? Before you, I have encountered countless owners. Some have become affluent merchants with the knowledge I provided. Others have entered courts, transforming into politicians wielding immense power. And some have emerged as invincible generals. My previous owner was elected principal, all thanks to the counsel I offered. Thus, please refrain from doubting my capabilities. It is merely a waste of time. Very well. Joku decided against toying with this deity and began to contemplate more serious inquiries. Truth be told, Joku was a traveler from another realm, possessing scant understanding of this world. The varieties of divine cards, the workings of society, how to enhance one's mana level, and the specifics of ascending to divinity, all remained elusive to him. However, these were merely fundamental truths. In due course, Joku would inevitably grasp them. Therefore, the questions he sought to ask should be of greater importance and complexity. After much deliberation, Joku formulated 3 inquiries in his mind. 1. The divine cards number 52. Why then do I possess the jester card, which falls outside this count? 2. Who was responsible for the deaths of my parents? What were my mother's last words? 3. Why is my mana level so remarkably high? Am I truly just an ordinary commoner? He posed all these questions in a single breath. The prophet's skull continued to emit a dim green luminescence, and after 2 seconds, it replied, your mana level is insufficiently low. The prophet's skull responded, maintaining that ethereal tone. To which of my questions does that answer pertain? I have not answered. I am merely stating a fact. I possess independent thought, which is accurate. However, I also require a mental link with my owner to communicate with precision. The mana level of the owner determines the ceiling of questions I can entertain. All the inquiries you have posed are indeed significant. The answers to these questions are not something one with under 100 mana points can endure. Very well. I discern your disdain for my paltry 43 mana points, unwilling to assist me. I never imagined a deity could harbor such discrimination against combat prowess. The skull paused momentarily. 43? No, That was in the past. Of course, you are still unable to surpass the 100-point threshold. However, your current mana level is considerably higher than 43. Upon hearing this, Joku felt a surge of excitement. My mana level has increased? It is known that mana level equates to combat prowess in this world. Even a slight enhancement signifies an increase in strength. My mana level is the strongest among all first-year students. Yet, it does not hold true for the entire school. Upperclassmen, especially the presidents of various student organizations, undoubtedly possess higher mana levels. So, what is my current mana level? I cannot disclose that information, but you will learn it in tomorrow's class. Oh, are you making a prophecy? Can you truly foresee future events? Joku's interest was piqued once more. The prophet's skull fell silent again. No matter how Joku pressed, it appeared to have drifted into slumber. He sighed and placed the skull into his backpack. By the way, the skull's voice echoed softly, in tomorrow's class, you will perish. Joku froze. Has it made a prediction? Or is it cursing my demise? Unless you bring a lighter, it may save your life. Chapter 46, Fundamentals of Mana. Joku, what a coincidence. A clear female voice called out. Joku, yawning as he made his way to the lecture hall for an early class, was unexpectedly approached. Turning around, he beheld Su Chensi, impeccably dressed, her posture erect as she approached with a graceful stride. Hi, Joku greeted tersely. Su Chensi reached his side. Are you also headed to the Fundamentals of Mana class? Joku yawned again, indeed. An 8 o'clock start is rather excessive. It's customary for junior high and high school students to begin at 6, but for a university student like me, 8 feels quite taxing. Su Chensi chuckled. You should be cautious not to arrive late. The instructor for this class is Professor Yuan Xing, and he is not particularly affable. Moreover, he is said to place great importance on students' lineage. Those of lesser noble birth do not fare well in his eyes. Joku seemed unfazed. What does it matter? He teaches his, I learn mine. Besides, I finished the entire textbook last night. Su Chensi's eyes widened in surprise. You are already a genius. And yet you are so diligent. They walked side by side along the main path of the school, drawing the attention of numerous students, with many whispering amongst themselves. Joku noticed the commotion around them. Su Chensi, being accompanied by a commoner like me to class might tarnish your image. Look, everyone is watching you. Su Chensi paused in surprise, then burst into laughter, covering her mouth. They are watching me? Do you truly believe they are gazing at me? Are they not? Joku shook his head and finally turned to face the crowd. Nearby were groups of young girls, clustered together, gazing at Joku with adoration. As they passed by, he faintly overheard remarks such as, Wow, look, Joku seems to be looking this way. Nonsense, he clearly nodded at me. Joku is even more handsome than in the campus videos. Do you think if we approached him for contact information, he would oblige? Did you not see Su Chensi beside him? You cannot compete with a princess. Joku feigned ignorance and hurried past. Su Chensi maintained her smile. After the 3 major freshman assessments, your reputation has eclipsed mine significantly, having acquired a precious divine relic. You have already become a prominent figure in the school. Were it not for my status as a princess, I would hesitate to walk beside you. Joku humbly replied. Your popularity among boys is hardly inferior to mine. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the classroom. Silence enveloped the room. Once the class bell rang, a middle-aged male professor entered. The professor, sporting a neatly trimmed beard and meticulously combed hair, exuded an air of sternness. After surveying the classroom, a palpable silence enveloped the students. With swift strokes, he inscribed his name on the blackboard. Yuan Xing. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. For all students were aware that Professor Yuan Xing was the most formidable instructor in the entire institution. My class, he declared, only admitted the most exceptional students. Maintaining his serious demeanor, he continued to scrutinize the class. Most of you seated here are the creme de la creme of the freshman assessments, the elite among the elite. Therefore, I do not wish to witness the chaos that has characterized this classroom in the past. He paused momentarily, his gaze never faltering, and added, I have also observed that many students hail from commendable backgrounds. This is commendable, as I have long held a belief. Lineage surpasses all. Upon uttering this statement, he paused again. Joku, languidly resting on his desk with one hand propping up his chin, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Glancing sideways, he noticed Su Chensi, seated not far ahead, subtly furrowing her brow in response to Professor Yuan's remarks. This reaction was hardly surprising. Yuan's philosophy was one of lineage supremacy, while Su Chensi had always espoused ideals of class equality. Suddenly, Yuan raised his voice. I also noticed that our class is not devoid of students from lesser noble backgrounds. Several classmates of minor nobility instinctively shrank their shoulders. To his surprise, Yuan's gaze fixated on Joku, and there are commoners seated in my class. The students naturally understood who the professor was referring to and turned their attention towards Joku. He remained half leaning on his desk, his eyes barely open. It was not that he was disinterested in the lecture. Rather, the middle-aged professor had been rambling without delving into the teaching material. Consequently, Joku had little inclination to lift his gaze. Perhaps some believe themselves to be prodigies, thinking they can slumber through my class? Joku finally opened his eyes, gazing calmly at him. Joku, answer my question. How many levels are there for the divine cards? Upon Professor Yuan's inquiry, countless students began quietly rifling through their books. In the foundational course on magical essence, the topic of divine card levels appeared in a later chapter. However, Joku had already perused the material thoroughly and could readily respond. 7 levels. Professor Yuan, initially assuming that Joku, being of commoner descent, would possess limited knowledge on the subject, was taken aback by the speed of his response, revealing a moment of surprise. Many classmates turned their attention to this exchange, their eyes widening slightly. Yuan's astonishment was fleeting as he quickly followed up. What are the 7 levels? How are they distinguished? The room erupted into a cacophony of flipping pages. Joku remained seated, undeterred. Determining the level of a divine card is quite simple. Observe the back of the card. With that, he produced his divine card, revealing its reverse side. A magical essence level of 0 to 10 corresponds to an iron card back, denoting an iron grade. Countless students pulled out their own divine cards to examine the materials on the backs. As the vast majority of students possessed magical essence levels below 10, they each had iron backs. A magical essence level below 10 signifies limited abilities. The strength of combat-oriented spade abilities is quite weak, and the versatility of square abilities is similarly restricted. In fact, many students struggle to effectively utilize their powers. Joku had first-hand experience with this. Tang Xian's divine card was a square 5, as was Professor Qinyan's. The ability of a square 5 is teleportation. While Professor Qinyan could instantaneously transport herself dozens of miles to the school gate, Tang Xian found it challenging to move just a few meters. Identical divine cards yield vastly different effects at varying levels. Joku continued. To surpass the 10-point magical essence limitation, one must undergo divine card ascension. Displaying the back of his playing card, an iron grade card, upon ascension, becomes copper grade. In this class, only 3 students possess copper grade card backs: Su Qinxi, Yi Lingtian, and Joku himself. The magical essence level for copper grade cards ranges from 10 to 100. At this level, individuals can generally wield their powers freely. Most ordinary nobles in the society of Longhua also fall within this range, as a magical essence level of 100 represents a significant threshold. To surpass it, one must ascend their divine card once more. Professor Yuan suddenly raised his hand. Wait a moment. Joku, I did not anticipate your depth of knowledge. It seems I have underestimated you. Joku politely replied. No worries, Professor. I am no stranger to being underestimated. Despite his disdain for those of lowly origin, Professor Yuan held a deep respect for diligent and earnest students. He cleared his throat. Joku, since you mentioned divine card ascension, could you elaborate on how one might elevate their divine card level? Chapter 47. The Mysteries of Divine Card Ascension. I do not know, Joku replied, his tone remarkably calm. A wave of astonishment rippled through the classroom. You don't know? The prodigious Joku, the champion of the freshman assessment, had just admitted to ignorance for the first time. Indeed, there was a question Joku was unable to answer. Nearby, Yi Lingtian burst into laughter. Haha, you've finally been stumped. Clap, clap, clap. In a rare moment, Professor Yuan exhibited a look of satisfaction and began to applaud. Precisely correct, he declared. Over half the class was left bewildered. Each year, I posed this question to a student. Yet, they invariably provide nonsensical answers. I do not fault them, for the knowledge of how to ascend a divine card is not included in the textbooks. Even the advanced materials fail to mention it. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for one to be unable to answer. However, I never expected you, Joku, to articulate the standard answer. Yi Lingtian, mouth agape, hesitated before raising his hand. Professor, I cannot have misunderstood your meaning, right? You are asserting that the standard answer is, I do not know? Professor Yuan scrutinized him for a moment, noting the square medal on his chest. You are the scion of the Yi family, are you not? Your assessment is correct. The right answer indeed is unknown. He strode purposefully towards the podium. Since time immemorial, the question of how to ascend a divine card has perplexed human society for millennia, yielding no definitive answers. Some individuals toil tirelessly for years, yet remain ensnared at the same level, unable to ascend. Others, indulging in leisure and pleasure, find their divine cards inexplicably elevated by a level. Ancient sages have proposed countless theories regarding the mysteries of divine card ascension, performing a certain ritual, earning the favor of the divine, achieving a spiritual awakening. Yet, all have been refuted. Thus, one must conclude, how to ascend a divine card, nobody knows. Professor Yuan paused, surveying the room. I dare say, Should anyone uncover the profound mystery of the divine card's ascension, the state would undoubtedly elevate him to the status of a new noble. No, he would be conferred titles of Marquis and Prime Minister, perhaps even becoming the first king of a different lineage in the Dragon Kingdom. Yuan Xing's impassioned lecture stirred the air, but as he cast his gaze downward, he found his students staring at him, seemingly entranced and utterly motionless. His expression darkened. "Why do you gaze at me? Make sure to take note of my words." Awakened from their reverie, the students hastily opened their notebooks, diligently recording the key point, the mystery of divine card ascension, unknown to all. Yuan Xing nodded approvingly. "Zhou, your ability to answer this question correctly suggests you have invested considerable effort after class." At that moment, Yuan Xing's impression of Zhou transformed entirely, coming from humble beginnings. Perhaps he held merit after all. Yi Lingtian scoffed. "Humph, he surely had no clue and merely got lucky." Zhou cast a calm glance his way, his voice steady. The Theory of High-Level Divine Cards, 3rd edition, page 257, line 7. Regarding the mystery of divine card ascension, the ancient sages conducted countless explorations, ultimately concluding, unknown to all, the original text from the library's 5th row of the advanced bookshelves. Professor Yuan Xing stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds before erupting in applause. "Indeed, a commendable student from my class. Now, let us return to the previous question. What are the 7 levels of divine cards?" Naturally, Zhou had already provided the answer for the first 2 levels, iron and copper. He blinked a few times and suddenly called out, "Su Qinxi, Your Highness. Could you elucidate further?" Acknowledged by her name, Su Qinxi inclined her head slightly before commencing her explanation. "Certainly, Professor. As Zhou has already mentioned, the levels of divine cards can be directly observed from the back of the card. The first level is the iron card back, the second level is copper. Advancing further, the third level, with a magic essence level ranging from 100 to 1000 points, is categorized as silver. This level is exceedingly rare throughout the Dragon Kingdom and quite uncommon in our school as well. To my knowledge, only a handful of upperclassmen and professors possess cards of this level. The abilities unleashed by silver-level divine cards carry considerable potency. For instance, a spade-type silver card, at its peak, can unleash enough force to demolish an entire building." Yuan Xing nodded appreciatively. "Excellent. Please continue." Su Qinxi gracefully bowed slightly. "The 4th level, gold, with a magic essence level of 1000 to 10,000 points. The abilities at this level possess the power to obliterate an entire city. At this tier, they are exceedingly rare nationwide, with only a scant few present in our institution. The reason behind this scarcity is precisely the knowledge point the professor mentioned earlier. The mystery of divine card ascension remains unknown. Elevating magic essence levels is straightforward. However, upon reaching 10, 100, or 1000 points, one encounters a threshold. To continue advancing, one must ascend the divine card level. Yet, no one knows how to ascend. Thus, the higher the level of the divine card, the more elusive it becomes. Yuan Xing approached the podium. "Su Qinxi, your response was exemplary. There is no need to elaborate on the remaining 3 levels." "Why?" many students inquired, their curiosity piqued regarding how to enhance their divine card levels. Who would not desire to grow stronger? Because they exist only in theory. The last 3 levels, platinum, diamond, and divine, are only documented in ancient texts, and no one has ever witnessed them in reality. Currently, no one in the Dragon Kingdom has succeeded in ascending a divine card to the platinum level. It is said that individuals at the platinum and diamond levels possess a semblance of divinity and can be termed demigods. Their bodies are impervious to injury, they do not experience hunger or fatigue, and may even achieve immortality. As for the divine level, as the name implies, it refers to true deities, the creators of the world. Alas, Yuan Xing's gaze fell, his voice lowering. Becoming a deity is the dream of countless souls throughout history, with only one individual rumored to have achieved it. Though that too may be a mere myth. And demigods are, but theoretical. "No," Su Qinxi said, meeting the professor's gaze with conviction, her voice rising slightly. "Demigods do exist." Professor Yuan Xing regarded her quizzically. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Su Qinxi nodded slightly. "I apologize, Professor, but according to my father, there exists a demigod in the Dragon Kingdom." Yuan Xing's eyes flickered. "Your father, His Majesty the King, spoke of this?" Su Qinxi affirmed. "Indeed." Yuan Xing's demeanor brightened with excitement. "Is it true? If His Majesty said so, could that individual reside within the royal court of the Dragon Kingdom?" Su Qinxi's expression darkened. "No, that demigod is my father's enemy. He is within the Skeleton Society." Chapter 48, The Skeleton Society. The Skeleton Society? Upon hearing this name, all students in the classroom gasped in unison. Even the brazen Yi Lingtian lost some color in his face. This reaction was hardly surprising. Joku had already skimmed through the history of this world. The Skeleton Society is a top-tier assassin organization lurking within the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone marked by them meets a gruesome fate. The alarming aspect is their selection of targets, which appears utterly illogical. Individuals from all walks of life and various identities have fallen victim. One could easily find themselves or their family targeted by the Skeleton Society. The government is powerless against them. In summary, the Skeleton Society is a terrifying organization composed of antisocial elements. Thus, all nobles turn pale at the mere mention of the Skeleton Society. Professor Yuan Xing furrowed his brow. Are you serious? There exists a platinum-level assassin within the Skeleton Society? Su Qinxi sighed. Yes, though it seems this platinum demigod possesses a divine card ability that is not particularly formidable in combat. Hence, he does not pose a fundamental threat to the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, being platinum is still significant, and the Skeleton Society's strength is comparable to that of the government. Fortunately, the leader of the Skeleton Society appears to disfavor indiscriminate killing, opting instead to target specific individuals for assassination. Those marked by them are invariably doomed. Their current target seems to be. Su Qinxi suddenly fell silent. The students, sensing a shift, cast their gazes toward Joku. Indeed, although the reasons remained unclear, the Skeleton Society's next target was Joku. Professor Yuan Xing cleared his throat. The Skeleton Society is not as fearsome as it seems. Did not Joku himself eliminate an assassin from the Skeleton Society during the freshman assessment? Yi Lingtian interjected with a malicious grin. That was merely a temporary setback. My father once cautioned against provoking the Skeleton Society. For every small assassin you eliminate, more will come. He was merely a small fry. The true threat lies ahead. They will not rest until they achieve their goals. Historically, all those targeted by them have met with bizarre deaths. Yi Lingtian turned his gaze toward Joku. Speaking with ill intent, you shall meet your demise sooner or later. Joku maintained a calm demeanor. I care not. The moment I killed that assassin, I declared my stance. No matter how many come, I shall slay them all. Enough. Yuan Xing suddenly raised his voice, tinged with anger. Do not resort to alarmist rhetoric. The idle chatter has come to an end. Let us return to the classroom. What were we discussing? Joku replied. You were just speaking about the ascension of divine cards and the 7 levels of divine cards. Professor Yuan Xing resumed his usual solemn demeanor. Indeed. However, this course is titled Fundamentals of Magic Essence. Today's main topic will still be how to enhance Magic Essence level. Just then, Professor Joku suddenly raised his hand. What is it? He inquired. I still wish to delve deeper into the knowledge regarding divine card ascension. Yuan Xing furrowed his brow. Did we not just discuss this? The mysteries of divine card ascension are known to none. I understand, Joku promptly responded. But does that not merely imply that no one knows? In other words, perhaps beings beyond humanity might possess knowledge of it? For instance, the gods? Gods. Yuan Xing momentarily failed to grasp Joku's meaning. The relic of the deity. The cranium of the prophet. Joku succinctly mentioned these 8 words. Upon hearing the term relic of the deity, all the students simultaneously lifted their heads. Their interest peaked as they turned to Joku. They were aware that Joku had received a relic of the deity as a reward for being the champion of the freshman assessment. Yet the specifics remained unclear to them. The cranium of the prophet. Professor Yuan Xing showed no reluctance in discussing this topic. It appears you have done your homework and are aware of what this relic of the deity entails. Joku nodded slightly. The cranium of the prophet harbors an omniscient deity. It claims to possess knowledge of all things, including the past, present, and future. Joku recalled vividly that just yesterday, when he believed he could glean no information from the cranium of the prophet, the skull had suddenly spoken. Yesterday, in the library. Tomorrow, in the Fundamentals of Magic Essence class, you will die. What? If you do not heed my words, you shall perish. No. Have you lost your mind? I cannot possibly die in class. Wait, you are merely a hollow skull, devoid of a brain. I am quite serious. Someone wishes to kill you. They have failed, but they shall not relent. Tomorrow, they will succeed. Joku immediately grew solemn. The cranium of the prophet could foretell the future. Although the veracity was uncertain when it pertained to his life, he chose to believe in its authenticity. Might I inquire? Great prophet, how can I escape this peril? A lighter. What? Bring a lighter to class tomorrow. It may save your life. You, a deity, are aware of lighters. The skull ceased its speech once more. Joku placed great emphasis on its prophecy and promptly stowed a lighter in his possession. At this moment, within the confines of the Fundamentals of Magic Essence class, Joku appeared outwardly composed, yet he was brimming with vigilance. He listened attentively to Professor Yuan Xing's lecture while discreetly gripping the lighter within his pocket, remaining alert for any potential threats. However, as the class progressed, it was merely an exchange between the professor and the students, devoid of any imminent danger. Could it be that the cranium of the prophet was incapable of foretelling the future? The cranium of the prophet, Professor Yuan Xing chuckled. Indeed, it possesses knowledge. What? Zhouke momentarily lost focus, uncertain of what he had just heard. It knows? It knows how to ascend the divine card? Certainly. Professor Yuan affirmed with conviction. It is a deity, an omniscient deity. Alas, it will not divulge its secrets. That is the mystery of becoming a god. Zhouke, do you know why the principal bestowed such a precious relic of the deity upon you? Zhouke politely nodded. I would like to hear more. Because the principal has already exhausted all inquiries he could pose. He has extracted every bit of knowledge the cranium of the prophet can reveal. Of course, he could not uncover the mystery of divine card ascension. However, perhaps you can. Me? Zhouke inquired. Why? Professor Yuan Xing hesitated abruptly, as if contemplating whether to speak. In truth, the cranium of the prophet specifically requested to meet with you. Meet with me? Indeed. Professor Yuan Xing stated. It has insisted that you should possess it. Yet Zhouke questioned, if memory serves me correctly. The cranium of the prophet is meant to be awarded to the champion of the freshman assessment, is it not? What if I had not won the championship? You will certainly win, Professor Yuan Xing asserted confidently. This is the prophecy of the cranium of the prophet. Its predictions have never been wrong. At this moment, all the students turned their gazes towards Zhouke. He merely pondered the professor's recent statement. Its predictions have never been wrong. Meanwhile, the cranium of the prophet had made 2 prophecies to Zhouke just the day prior. 1. Zhouke would discover his current magic essence level in this class. 2. Zhouke would face a life-threatening danger, which could only be mitigated by carrying a lighter. As of now, the class remained tranquil. Although Zhouke had not spared a moment of inattention, no signs of danger had emerged. Neither of these prophecies had yet come to fruition. Very well. Professor Yuan Xing rapped his knuckles on the desk. As we are the elite class, we have indulged in many extracurricular discussions. It is time to formally commence the lesson. Personally, I have always believed that practical application is the best means of assimilating knowledge. He suddenly raised his voice. Is there anyone here whose divine card is Spade 2? In a corner, a rather timid-looking boy quietly raised his hand. Excellent. Please share with us the abilities of Spade 2. The boy's voice was soft. The Spade abilities are related to combat power. Spade 2 possesses this single target attack ability. It can launch an attack against a single enemy, with strength corresponding to the magic essence level. Professor Yuan Xing nodded. Correct. And what is your magic essence level? 44 points. Yuan Xing frowned in displeasure. That is somewhat lacking. A magic essence level of 4 points cannot fully unleash the true potential of Spade 2. Very well. Step forward. The boy appeared somewhat timid, hesitating to approach. The professor suddenly produced a small cage from beneath the desk, containing a small white mouse. You shall launch an attack on it using your divine card. All right. The boy took a deep breath and recited an incantation. Spade breaks through 10,000 armies. 2. Cleaves the enemy's soul. His voice was not loud, nor did it exude confidence. However, the divine card evidently had an effect, as the mouse within the cage began to tremble violently, emitting squeaks. Yet, moments later, the mouse seemed to return to normal, lively and frisky once more. Yuan Xing appeared noticeably displeased. You must project your incantation with vigor. Fix your gaze firmly on your target. In your heart, envision the destruction of your foe. He pushed aside the timid student and pulled out his own divine card. Zhouke observed that Professor Yuan Xing's divine card was also Spade 2. He fixated on the mouse in the cage and suddenly shouted. Spade breaks through 10,000 armies. 2. Cleaves the enemy's soul. A resounding explosion echoed. The white mouse emitted a piercing cry, as though struck by a blade, blood rapidly oozing from its flesh. In the next moment, boom! The cage exploded. The little white mouse within exploded, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. In that fleeting moment, the creature met its untimely demise. Numerous students gasped in shock. If my target were a living person, their fate would be no different from that of the mouse, Professor Yuan Xing remarked softly. He turned to address the entire class. Did you witness that? Even with identical divine tokens, the effects of abilities can vary immensely under different levels of magical essence. This course is dedicated to enhancing each student's magical essence. The simplest method to elevate your magical essence. Professor Yuan paused, as many students leaned forward, brimming with excitement. After all, enhancing one's magical essence directly correlates to an increase in their extraordinary abilities. Everyone aspired to grow stronger. Is through practical combat. By personally unleashing the powers of divine tokens and continuously honing your skills, you can gradually augment your magical essence. Now, please form a line and approach one by one to attack this training dummy. Professor Yuan retrieved a mannequin from the corner of the classroom, its surface wrapped in countless strips of bandages. Through hands-on practice, one can indeed enhance their magical essence. I will grade you based on the extent of damage inflicted on the dummy. The highest scorer will receive a reward for this lesson, a small vial of magical essence. Upon hearing this, many students' eyes widened in awe, whispering amongst themselves. Zhouku overheard Yilingtian conversing quietly with his followers nearby. I must win that vial of magical essence. Just one sip could potentially boost my magical essence by at least 10 points. Zhouku's understanding deepened. The magical essence was akin to a potion that rapidly increases one's magical essence, comparable to experience books in online games. However, a girl from the class raised her hand to inquire. Many of our classmates do not possess spade abilities and cannot launch attacks or inflict damage on the dummy. Several students nodded in agreement, casting puzzled glances at the professor. Professor Yuan seemed prepared for their questions. He produced an object resembling a glass orb. Do not worry. With this magical device in my hand, you can still launch an attack. Does anyone know what a magical device is? Su Chenxi from the front row raised her hand. Professor Yuan nodded. Excellent. Please share, Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi spoke. A magical device is an extraordinary item crafted from magical essence by nobles, capable of executing various functions and achieving effects similar to divine tokens. However, as a man-made tool, its potency pales in comparison to the effects granted by divine tokens. The distinction between a magical device and a divine token is akin to the difference between a counterfeit and an authentic product. Nonetheless, magical devices are sufficient for our daily lives. Professor, if I am not mistaken, the magical device you hold should be infused with the magical essence of Spade Q, correct? Its function now mirrors that of the Spade Q divine token. Professor Yuan nodded appreciatively. Well said. Indeed, this magical device, resembling a crystal ball, can now execute single-target attacks against foes. However, being an artificial construct, its power is even less formidable than that of the divine token wielded by the earlier male student. Hence, you must fully harness the magical essence within you to enhance its offensive capability. Now, one by one, come forward, take hold of this magical device, and attack the training dummy. I will keep score. Thus, the students rose, forming a queue, each stepping forward in turn. Zhouku positioned himself towards the back of the line, not out of reluctance to engage in training, but rather to observe the classroom once more, remaining vigilant against any potential threats. The oracle had foretold of impending peril, indicating that a lighter could save his life. What dangers could lurk within the confines of an ordinary classroom? Zhouku was uncertain, yet he gripped the lighter tightly in his palm, never allowing his guard to falter. At the front, the first student had grasped the magical device. Her face flushed as she attempted to attack the mannequin, yet no reaction ensued. Professor Yuan's voice echoed. You must feel the flow of magical essence within you to activate the energy of the magical device. As the professor elaborated, Zhouku seized the opportunity to scrutinize the classroom further, searching for any signs of danger. The classroom appeared entirely mundane, furnished with standard desks and chairs, a blackboard and multimedia tools at the front, and a clock hanging at the back. None of these elements seemed capable of posing a threat to Zhouku's life. Zhouku redirected his focus to the training session. A shorter girl wielded the magical device, swinging it at the mannequin, yet the dummy remained utterly unresponsive. The magical device only emitted a faint glow. Alas, 30 points. You may step aside, Professor Yuan sighed, gesturing for the next student to approach. Thus far, no student had managed to surpass a score of 60. Most could only inflict minor bruises on the dummy, with some failing to elicit any response from their magical devices. The next student was the boy who had previously wielded the Spade Q divine token. Professor, since my divine token is Spade Q, may I forego using the magical device? He asked, filled with hope. Absolutely not. Professor Yuan firmly declined. This is not merely a training exercise. I need to assess your performance for grading. The abilities triggered by divine tokens far exceed those of magical devices, and using a divine token would be unfair to your classmates. The boy, dejected, stowed away his divine token and accepted the crystal-like magical device. To everyone's astonishment, the magical device immediately radiated a brilliant light. The boy fixed his gaze on the training dummy. Whoosh! An unseen blade seemed to slice through the air. Crack! A shallow gash appeared on the mannequin. Excellent. Finally, we have a commendable performance among so many students. 80 points. Professor Yuan acknowledged with a nod. The boy appeared relieved, rubbing his nose with a sense of triumph. However, do not grow complacent. This magical device was infused with Spade Q's magical essence. And your divine token is also Spade Q, which triggered a resonance of magical essence. Under ideal conditions of matching divine token and magical device, a commendable performance is to be expected. Theoretically, you should have scored above 90 to be considered proficient. The boy, visibly disheartened, walked away with his head down. Zhouku, however, remained unconcerned about his own performance, still pondering where the true danger lay. Was it the crystal ball magical device that might explode when his turn arrived? Or could there be a hidden assassin from the Skull Society among his classmates, poised to strike? Next, Professor Yuan's voice resonated like a bell. Yiling Tian stepped forward with utmost confidence. He grasped the magical device, and in the next moment, it emitted a faint glow. Professor Yuan nodded slightly. The resonance phenomenon is quite impressive. Yiling Tian focused intently on the training dummy. Boom! The dummy shook violently. Swish, swish, swish. It was as though countless blades were slicing through the air. Wood splintered everywhere, and with a crash, one of the dummy's arms broke off. Falling to the ground, Yiling Tian proudly raised his head high. Yuan Xing gently clapped his hands. Not bad, a score of 90. Yiling Tian strolled over, boasting to his companions, "What is the difficulty? I've used this magical device countless times before attending school. For me, this is merely a kindergarten exercise." Next, countless students subsequently underwent the training assessment, yet none surpassed Yiling Tian's score of 90. His smile remained unwavering. The essence of magic is mine. Next, Su Chunshi approached the podium with a measured pace. To everyone's surprise, the usually stern Yuan Xing revealed a smile and nodded at her. Su Chunshi slightly bowed, accepting the magical device. With a crisp sound, the crystal ball radiated a dazzling light. Facing the teaching automaton, Su Chunshi gently closed her eyes. In the next moment, she abruptly opened them. The princess, who had previously appeared calm and dignified, now bore a gaze akin to a sharpened blade, brimming with lethal intent. This expression evoked memories for Zhou Ku of the violent princess he had witnessed during the freshman assessments, brandishing a submachine gun. Bang! The training automaton exploded into fragments. Excellent. Professor Yuan Xing clapped enthusiastically. 95 points. After all, Su Chunshi was also a member of the Spade suit. Having already attained a bronze level, launching an attack against a lifeless automaton was certainly within her capabilities. Her expression softened back to its usual gentleness as she slightly bowed to the professor and returned the magical device. After several more students, it was Zhou Ku's turn. His expression remained indifferent as he approached the podium. Due to the automaton being destroyed by the princess, a new training automaton had been set up. This automaton appeared slightly different, with many yellowed strips of cloth wrapped around it, emanating an unusual odor. Zhou Ku frowned slightly at the sight. He had formed a hypothesis regarding the strips of cloth. He took the magical device crystal ball in hand. Boom! The magical device emitted an intense white light. A tempest arose. Zhou Ku felt the device in his hand becoming alarmingly hot. Crack! Crack! The air reverberated with muffled explosions. Invisible blades of air flew chaotically. Swish! Swish! Desks were cleaved in half. Windows shattered in a shower of glass. Students hastily ducked down, seeking cover. Boom! The classroom door was thrust open with a resounding crash by the force of the air, swaying back and forth with the gusts. Zhou Ku concentrated, gazing intently at the automaton, ready to unleash his power when, crack, the crystal ball in his hand suddenly exploded. The aberration in the classroom vanished instantly. The tempest ceased as though it had never existed. The room was left in disarray, littered with shards of glass and students sprawled haphazardly. Having fallen, Yiling Tian scrambled to his feet, and, upon seeing the shattered magical device in Zhou Ku's hands, gleefully exclaimed, "Ha! You broke the magical device. Do you have any idea how expensive one is? Selling you wouldn't cover the cost." Zhou Ku calmly regarded the fragments on the floor. Responding nonchalantly, "I will compensate for it." He looked to Professor Yuan Xing, bracing himself for a reprimand. He had resolved to accept whatever anger the professor might express. After all, he had indeed ruined a magical device. To dare to take responsibility is the essence of manhood. To everyone's astonishment, however, Professor Yuan Xing appeared momentarily dazed. "No. There's no need for compensation." He gazed at the shattered magical device, then back at Zhou Ku, seemingly perplexed. This phenomenon should not occur. 2 seconds later, a look of sudden realization crossed his face. Could it be half silver level? Chapter 51, Magical Essence Detection Instrument. Half silver level? Upon hearing the professor's words, the students turned their attention towards Zhou Ku. Zhou Ku understood the implications of being at half silver level. A magical essence level exceeding 100 points denotes a silver rank. However, a level between 50 and 100, while still classified as bronze, is nearly twice as strong as one ranging from 10 to 50. Thus, this stage is referred to as half silver level. Professor Yuan Xing stood amidst the chaos of the classroom, then looked down at the shattered crystal ball. Suddenly, he raised his head in excitement. "No, what luck! The probability of encountering this is exceedingly low." He turned to Zhou Ku. "Wait for me. I will fetch the magical essence detection instrument." Having uttered this to himself, he abruptly left the classroom. The magical essence detection instrument? Joku recalled the first prophecy made by the prophet's cranium. You will discover your current magical essence level in tomorrow's class. Minutes later, Professor Yuan Xing quickly returned, holding a sophisticated device. Yi Ling Tian, observing from a distance, raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the highest grade magical essence detection instrument? Is it truly necessary to use such a precious magical device on someone of common origin? Professor Yuan Xing ignored him and handed the magical essence detection instrument to Joku. Joku took it and examined it closely. The magical essence detection instrument looked entirely different from the machine used for bloodline testing at the beginning of the semester. It appeared extremely advanced and exquisite. This magical essence detection instrument is the finest in the Dragon Kingdom. It can instantly and accurately measure your magical essence content without any deviation. Professor Yuan Xing explained. As soon as Joku touched the surface of the detector, the numbers began to flicker rapidly. 43, 44, 45, 60, 70, 80, 85, 86, 87. Finally, the screen settled at 87. 87. Professor Yuan Xing exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this number, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. Professor Yuan Xing, uncertain, raised his gaze to Joku and asked, "What was your magical essence level upon enrollment?" 43. Joku promptly replied, "Have you consumed any magical essence?" Joku politely responded, "Until I attended your class, I was unaware of what magical essence was." Professor Yuan Xing looked at him incredulously. "In just a fortnight since enrollment, your magical essence level has increased so dramatically, and you haven't ingested any magical essence? Typically, enhancing one's magical essence level relies solely on continuous training and the activation of one's divine card abilities." He suddenly chuckled, patting Joku on the shoulder. "I see. Joku, you must have been relentlessly employing your abilities during these past 2 weeks, right? Haha, theoretically. Such fervent training over 2 weeks could indeed yield such an increase in magical essence levels, but don't overexert yourself. However, your spirit is commendable and should serve as an inspiration to all. Look, even geniuses like Zhou could dedicate themselves tirelessly, training day and night. Genius requires effort." Joku smiled and shook his head. "Professor, you seem to be misunderstanding something. During these 14 days, I've indulged in leisure, enjoyed my meals, and slept a full 8 hours each night. Aside from necessary circumstances, I have never activated my divine card." At this, Professor Yuan Xing was momentarily rendered speechless. "Then how many times in total have you activated your divine card?" Joku counted on his fingers, stopping after reaching 4 times. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the students. Yi Ling Tian curled his lip in disdain, exclaiming, "What a fabrication! To enhance the usage of the divine card even by a mere point is a formidable challenge, let alone by over 40 points. Such a feat is inconceivable." "Nay." Professor Yuanxing interjected with unwavering conviction, "Joku has not lied. I am aware of a particular circumstance that can significantly elevate one's magical essence level. This occurs when one exploits the unique abilities of their divine card to their utmost potential, thereby attracting the attention of the divine." Upon hearing the professor's words, Joku reflected on his own experiences with the divine card. During the first instance, he drew the King of Diamonds, altering probabilities to escape near death, securing the qualification assessment, while countering an assassin from the Skeleton Society. The second instance involved the Seven of Hearts, where he activated his mind-reading ability in combat. Seemingly futile at first, yet he maximized its potential to control a tentacled creature, ultimately leading to its demise. In the third occurrence, he wielded the Eight of Diamonds, employing his shape-shifting ability to impersonate Su Chenxi, tricking the other 2 monarchs into a confrontation that culminated in a double kill, thus triumphing in the initial phase of the comprehensive assessment. The fourth instance featured the King of Spades, where he commanded lightning not merely to attack, but ingeniously utilized water's conductivity to eliminate an entire lake's worth of adversaries. In each instance, Joku had harnessed the unique characteristics of his powers, transcending their basic functionalities to achieve extraordinary outcomes, aligning perfectly with the professor's assertion of maximizing potential. Perhaps it was these endeavors that garnered him such a wealth of magical essence points. "Joku, this magical essence detector, valued at 10,000 dragon coins, is yours," Professor Yuanxing declared, patting Joku on the shoulder. Joku was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is too extravagant. I cannot accept such a precious gift." "Oh, I have always held a deep appreciation for exceptional students, and your performance has utterly transformed my perspective. A humble lineage can still yield brilliance. I must express my gratitude for your presence in my class. This is my personal token of appreciation. You must accept it," Professor Yuanxing insisted. "From now on, you may check your magical essence points at any time, making it exceedingly convenient. Unable to refuse, Joku reluctantly accepted, saying, "Thank you, Professor. I will forever cherish your kindness." With this tool, his future endeavors would indeed become significantly more manageable. He tucked it into his pocket. Despite his soaring magical essence level and the acquisition of a magical essence detector, Joku felt no overwhelming joy. For at that moment, the first prophecy of the prophet's skull had come to fruition. He had discovered his current magical essence level, 87. This, in turn, indicated that the second prophecy was imminent. Joku gripped the lighter nestled within his pocket tightly. It was not solely a lighter. It also contained a vial of fireproof potion. This item had emerged during the comprehensive assessment, allowing him to evade fiery harm. When the prophet's skull foretold the necessity of the lighter, Joku resolved to prepare thoroughly. He had learned that the school's laboratory housed such potions, and fortuitously, the student on duty that day was a young girl and a fan of his. Thus, he employed his charm to borrow the vial of fireproof potion, utilizing both sleight of hand and persuasive words. "By the way, Joku, you have yet to complete the attack test on the training dummy. I must prepare a superior magical artifact for you," Professor Yuanxing remarked, retrieving another crystal ball from beneath the lectern. The previous one was designed for students with magical essence levels below 50, hence why it shattered upon your grasp. This one, however, is suitable for those with 50 to 100 magical essence. "Here, take it." As Joku accepted the new crystal ball, he immediately sensed its enhanced stability compared to its predecessor. It emanated a soft glow, devoid of the erratic trembling and imminent explosion of the former. With the magical artifact in hand, he fixed his gaze intently upon the training dummy, a simmering intensity igniting within him. The magical essence coursed through him, coalescing at the core of the crystal ball. With a sudden surge, a powerful gust coalesced into a colossal wind blade, slicing through the chest of the dummy. The force surpassed that unleashed by Yi Lingtian and Su Qinxi combined. The blade struck, propelling the dummy violently against the classroom wall, leaving a massive fissure in its wake. Joku had even shattered the classroom wall. "Bravo!" Professor Yuanxing exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight, seemingly unfazed by the destruction of the classroom. "I have never witnessed such formidable power." 100 points. However, just as Joku prepared to withdraw his strength, the dummy twitched unexpectedly. What had once been a lifeless figure suddenly lurched upright. The entire class stood in stunned silence. "The dummy has come to life?" One student murmured, bewildered. The dummy rose, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. With a series of ominous creaks, its joints began to move, and it spoke in a dry, sinister tone. "Living beings must perish." It lunged toward Joku with alarming speed. Anticipating this, Joku deftly sidestepped, having sensed something amiss the moment he laid eyes on the training dummy. The yellowed rags and decaying flesh bore an unsettling resemblance to the creatures encountered during the comprehensive assessment, the undead. While the previous students' attacks had elicited no reaction from this undead, it seemed that certain conditions must be met for it to awaken. Joku speculated that perhaps this particular trait rendered it suitable for use as a training dummy. Yet, he remained vigilant, ready to evade the oncoming assault, which allowed him to narrowly escape the undead's charge. Nevertheless, this particular undead was evidently more formidable than those encountered during the comprehensive assessment. Its speed and reflexes far surpassed those of the shambling corpses he had previously faced. Just as Joku regained his footing, the undead was upon him once more. "The time has come." He tightened his grip on the lighter. Fire. He recalled vividly how Tang Xian had once remarked that the undead could not be killed by conventional means. The sole method of annihilation was through fire. As he prepared to draw the lighter, Professor Yuanxing interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Joku. "Danger! Move aside." Joku relinquished his hold on the lighter. Indeed, there was still a professor present in the classroom. As a professor of the Spade series divine card, he was undoubtedly more capable of handling these creatures. With this thought, Joku acquiesced, allowing the professor to confront the threat alone. The undead, thwarted by Professor Yuanxing, appeared quite displeased and lunged at him. Yuanxing gripped his Spade Q divine card tightly, raising his voice assertively. "Spade shatters the multitude. 2 blades sever the souls of foes." Crack! The cadaverous body quivered violently, stumbling forward a step before regaining its former speed, lunging towards Yuanxing. Yuanxing was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the undead could still move. Being of advanced age, he was unable to evade in time, and was bitten on the shoulder. The student stood in stunned silence. How could this be? Professor Yuanxing's Spade Q divine card, in theory, should guarantee a one-hit kill against a solitary life form. Why did this creature exhibit no reaction? Joku was equally astonished. However, his shock stemmed not from the undead's lack of response, but rather from the ignorance displayed by his classmates and Professor Yuanxing. "What is wrong with you all?" Do you not know that this creature is unkillable? Joka shouted at his classmates. They all wore bewildered expressions, shaking their heads in confusion. Very well, Professor, do you also not know what a zombie is? Joka urged anxiously once more. Professor Yuan Xing, relying on his expertise in divine cards, barely managed to push the undead back a step. I have no idea what the hell a zombie is. Yuan Xing seemed incredulous that his divine card could not vanquish a mere ragged creature, and in a frenzy, he relentlessly unleashed his divine abilities against the undead. Yet, these attacks evidently proved futile, only serving to embolden the creature further. In the midst of their struggle, the undead gained the upper hand once more, sinking its teeth into Yuan Xing's arm. Stop! The undead cannot be killed. It possesses no life. Joka shouted again. However, Professor Yuan Xing was far too preoccupied, grievously wounded and bleeding profusely, nearly losing consciousness. Why? Joka could not fathom why a professor like Yuan Xing was unaware of what a zombie is. The surrounding students exhibited fear, retreating hastily, while the quicker ones had already fled the classroom to summon other professors. Joka glanced at his classmates. They too appeared utterly oblivious, as if no one in the classroom, save for himself, had ever encountered a zombie. Joka closed his eyes, and as he calmed himself, the reason dawned upon him. Indeed, ever since he left the comprehensive assessment simulation, he had perused countless tomes and libraries. Yet, none had ever provided knowledge about the undead. The only reason he knew of them was through Tang Xine's account. Had he not met Tang Xine, he too would likely be as lost and bewildered as these students. Joka distinctly recalled Tang Xine stating that only fire could annihilate the undead. He was the sole individual privy to this knowledge. Thus it fell upon him to eliminate this creature before his entire class. With this thought, a plan began to take shape in his mind. Joka immediately turned his attention to Su Chenxi. He observed Su Chenxi raising her Spade Queen divine card, ready to conjure a weapon and join the fray. Stop! No one should attempt to attack this creature. Joka commanded urgently. Su Chenxi, along with the other students, must escort the professor and evacuate the classroom. What? Su Chenxi froze mid-action. What will you do? Rest assured, I have a plan. Joka stepped forward, diverting the undead's attention. If I am not mistaken, your target must be me, correct? The undead ceased its assault on Yuan Xing, glancing at Joka, before lunging toward him mere moments later. Joka tightened his grip on the lighter in his hand, a smirk forming within. Hooked. Flames can conjure magnificent magic. Ugly creature, prepare to embrace the fiery baptism. Chapter 53, for a greater purpose. Hisses. The undead emitted an eerie sound, swiftly lunging at Joka. He ducked to evade. At this moment, everyone in the classroom had evacuated outside, and the space suddenly felt expansive, allowing Joka to unleash his full potential. He retrieved the bottle of fireproof potion, uncapped it, and drank it in one swift motion. Crack! He deftly discarded the glass bottle, the floor resonating with the crisp sound of shattering glass. A warm sensation enveloped him. Joka knew the fireproof potion had taken effect, rendering him impervious to flames. He raised the lighter slightly. Tang Xine had mentioned that only fire could obliterate the undead. Previously, due to the overwhelming number of undead, Joka had refrained from igniting flames, but now it was time to put that knowledge to the test. Tang Xine, I hope you spoke the truth. Joka murmured softly. In an instant, he tossed the lighter into the air. The lighter spun, its silver surface glinting with a faint glow. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Even the undead appeared momentarily frozen. Joka suddenly lunged, seizing the crystal orb magical artifact from the podium. A mere lighter lacked sufficient power to produce the desired flames. The lighter contained a spark plug for ignition, which, theoretically, would explode upon impact, potentially releasing a fireball with a diameter of 30 centimeters. This would be enough to ignite a zombie wrapped in flammable rags. Yet, Joka was unwilling to gamble on a potentially failed endeavor. He sought complete and utter victory. He grasped the crystal orb, aiming it at the airborne lighter. Focusing his mind, he infused it with magical energy. Boom! The magical force of the crystal orb amplified the explosion's potency exponentially. In an instant, the lighter deformed and erupted. A fireball surged forth from the center, expanding rapidly. The room's temperature soared. The undead seemed to finally sense the imminent danger, screeching as it attempted to escape the fiery epicenter. Yet, its speed paled in comparison to the instantaneous explosion. The fireball's diameter continued to swell, ultimately engulfing the entire room. In a split second, the rags on the undead ignited, and it flailed its decayed arms helplessly, writhing in agony. Joka stood amidst the flames, impervious to the searing heat, feeling only a tingling sensation. He watched calmly as the undead writhed in torment within the inferno. The rags fell away. Joka clearly observed a black skull tattoo revealed on the undead's body. Huh, it is indeed you. I warned you. Send as many as you wish. I shall slay them all. Hiss. The undead, once thrashing, abruptly froze in place, emitting only hissing sounds. Its hollow eyes, glowing red, fixated intently on Joku. For a grander purpose. After uttering this phrase, it seemed to expend its final ounce of strength, collapsing to the ground. For a grander purpose? What goal could a mere corpse possess? Joku regarded the lifeless body of the undead with suspicion. Boom! The flames roared once more, saturating the entire classroom. Desks and chairs turned to ash. Outside the classroom, countless classmates fixated on the tightly shut classroom door, utterly astonished as flames engulfed the room. Had Joku lost his mind? Was he truly intent on perishing alongside that monstrous entity? Gasps erupted among the students. Impossible. He is the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. Joku will be fine. Su Chenxi's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the door, though her words suggested otherwise. The tension was betrayed by her clenched fists, the beads of sweat trickling from her hair, and the pallor of her lips. Who would emerge alive from that door? Joku or that abomination? Bang! The door swung open. Out stepped a living corpse. Aya, everyone must die. The students watched in horror as the undead figure flailed its arms and emitted a ghastly wail, its complexion turning ashen. Ha ha, just kidding. Look at how frightened you all are. Joku, who had been concealed behind the corpse, suddenly poked his head out. Releasing the lifeless arm he had been gripping and tossing it aside nonchalantly. No need to worry, it's thoroughly dead. He casually kicked the charred remains of the once living being. Behind him, the fierce flames blazed, tousling his hair in the breeze. He stretched languidly, completely unscathed. Su Chenxi, witnessing Joku's antics, nearly burst into laughter despite the perilous circumstances. Joku still had the audacity to jest. The campus fire brigade, upon seeing Joku emerge safely, sprang into action to extinguish the inferno. With his backpack slung over one shoulder and a large bag of snacks in hand, Joku returned to the dormitory. Welcome back, superstar. As he pushed open the dormitory door, a cheeky voice rang out. Zhang Yang's mischievous grin appeared, phone in hand. Big star. You've made it onto the campus confession wall again. What? Joku immediately snatched the phone. Confession wall, a shout out to Joku from the elite class. He saved the professor and all his classmates from a terrifying monster. And when he emerged, he looked incredibly handsome. The post was accompanied by a meme stating, Joku, love, superfan. The comments section was overflowing. Is this true? I heard that even Professor Yuan Xing from the Spade department couldn't harm that monster, yet Joku single-handedly defeated it? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes, and I even took pictures. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. I'm a classmate of Joku. Absolutely true. I saw it myself. On the blackboard from the classroom. Old Chinese medicine for vitality and delay, details V, XXXXX. Joku returned the phone with a resigned shake of his head. Zhang Yang chuckled. How can you look so handsome even in class? To date, Joku had ignited countless trending topics on campus. From the initial school year, causing a citywide blackout for 5 seconds to the 3 rounds of freshman assessments. And now this incident in class, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the campus popularity rankings. Zhang Yang pulled up another interface displaying a list independently compiled by the students of Shinpai Academy, ranking the popularity of all students. Prior to Joku's enrollment, the top spot had been a rotation among Li Hanfeng, Zhuang Xingyao, and Lu Yingming. Su Chenxi had briefly held the first position after her arrival. But now Joku was a household name, firmly established at the pinnacle of the popularity leaderboard. His popularity even surpassing that of the second place Zhuang Xingyao by a factor of 2. I'm indifferent to such trivialities, Joku said, returning the phone to Zhang Yang and handing over the large bag of snacks. What is this? Zhang Yang asked, blinking in confusion. For you. Joku generously offered all the snacks. As a token of gratitude for your selfless sacrifice during the comprehensive assessment. Here is your food back. Zhang Yang accepted without hesitation. Who are we kidding? Just let me borrow your homework in the future. Despite his nonchalance, he tore open a bag of chips and devoured its contents. Joku sighed. We're in different classes now. How can you copy my homework? After the 3 rounds of freshman assessments, Joku, having secured the top spot in his grade, was naturally assigned to the best class, the elite class. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Tang Xin found themselves in the ordinary class. This was unavoidable, considering that everyone else scored 0 in the final round. Thus, the school had to rely on lineage testing results and the scores from the first round of comprehensive assessments for rankings. Joku sat on his bed, contemplating the last words of the living corpse, for a grander goal. What could this mean? Was the grander goal referring to that of the living dead or the skeleton society? It was evident that the undead creature bore a black skull insignia, indicating allegiance to the skeleton society. This suggested that the skeleton society had never ceased their pursuit of him. Suddenly, Joku stood up, donned his jacket, and headed for the door. Where are you going? Zhang Yang mumbled with a mouthful of chips. To find Tang Xin and inquire about something. As Zhouke passed by the campus hospital, he paused momentarily. Perhaps it would be prudent to visit that individual before meeting Tang Xin. The student on duty at the campus hospital was a girl. As Zhouke approached, she spoke without looking up. Visitors must register their names. Zhouke. Upon hearing this name, the girl looked up sharply. Zhouke, it's really you. Could I please have your autograph? Zhouke chuckled softly. The consequence of becoming a celebrity was that he encountered fans wherever he went. He quickly signed his name and hastened to the hospital room. Professor, I've come to see you. Zhouke placed a bouquet of flowers on the bedside. Professor Yuan Xing was covered in bite marks. And upon hearing Zhouke's voice, he struggled to sit up. Professor, please remain lying down. Professor Yuan sighed, alas. This is the first time I've witnessed such a major incident in class. I never imagined an educational puppet could come to life. Zhouke hesitated for a moment before asking, do you truly not know what a living corpse is? Living corpse? Professor Yuan appeared perplexed. I've never heard of that. Are you referring to that puppet? We've used it as a teaching tool for decades, and today was the first incident. Zhouke shook his head. It's nothing. By the way, Professor, I have another question. Have you ever heard of the phrase, for a grander goal? As soon as Zhouke finished speaking, Professor Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. He began to cough urgently, his eyes filled with fear. Where did you hear that phrase? Zhouke did not hide the truth. Replying directly, I heard it from the mouth of that puppet. Professor Yuan's eyes widened further. Zhouke, that phrase is the motto of the Skeleton Society. They utter it before each of their murderous activities. Zhouke continued to inquire. So, what exactly is their goal? Professor Yuan shook his head. I don't know. No one knows. Their methods are always shrouded in mystery. Despite possessing such immense power, they neither seek wealth nor power, only engaging in acts of murder. However, lofty aspirations, I am uncertain of their nature. However, their immediate objectives are abundantly clear. At this juncture, Yuan Xing suddenly gazed sorrowfully at Zhouke. To eliminate you. They have never faltered. Zhouke furrowed his brow. They have long since failed. I have evaded assassination 3 times. Zhouke recollected with clarity. The first instance occurred during a game of Russian roulette, where a hooded figure was shot dead. The second occurred in the subway, where a tentacled monstrosity met its end at Zhouke's hand. The third instance transpired today, with a zombie serving as the assassin. Professor Yuan Xing's tone shifted, becoming unexpectedly grave. You have not truly escaped. Do you not realize? They dispatch only half-human abominations. They have not lost a single genuine member of the Skeleton Society. This indicates that the true lethal strike is yet to come. His gaze grew mournful once more. The motto of the Skeleton Society, for a greater purpose, signifies that they will never engage in meaningless endeavors. Their previous failures in pursuing you may have been deliberate. Deliberate? Zhouke was momentarily taken aback. Child, you are the most gifted student I have encountered. Although the Skeleton Society has never missed its mark, I hope you will be the exception. Zhouke pondered for a considerable time. Rest assured, Professor, more than anyone, I yearn to survive. He rose to his feet, bowing politely. I shall not intrude upon your recovery any longer. I have another friend to visit. Professor Yuan Xing suddenly interjected. Wait a moment, I almost forgot. As he rummaged through his bedside, he produced an item. This is for you. Zhouke accepted it, a small vial of purple elixir. As I mentioned, I would reward the most outstanding student in class with a vial of essence of magic. He gestured toward the potion. How could I have forgotten? Zhouke replied politely. Thank you, Professor. Upon exiting the infirmary, Zhouke continued toward his predetermined destination. You survived today. An ethereal voice suddenly emerged. Zhouke hastily slipped into a secluded corner, opened his backpack, and retrieved the green glowing crystal skull. Why do you appear like a ghost, failing to announce your presence? Oh right, you are dead. It is expected you would be a ghost. The prophet's skull did not respond to Zhouke's sardonic jest. I am pleased to see you heeded my prophecy. For in that classroom, no one could confront that abomination. Had you not carried a lighter, you would have perished at the hands of that zombie. Then, the entire school would report on your funeral. Zhouke waved his hand dismissively. All right, I acknowledge your contributions. Speak, what else is there? I suggest you gift that vial of essence of magic to the girl you are about to visit. Zhouke inquired tentatively. Cannot I keep it for myself? Your magical aptitude is advancing rapidly. You have no need for the essence of magic. Consuming it would be wasteful. And do not feign ignorance. You intended to do just that. Zhouke chuckled lightly. Indeed, I wish to present a token of appreciation to my teammate. The prophet's skull fell silent for 2 seconds. I perceive you have further inquiries. Ask away. Zhouke sighed lightly. The relics of the divine possess undeniable significance. Thus, I shall inquire. How does one ascend to the divine tablet? Chapter 55, A Birthday Gift. Desire to know? Indeed. I shan't divulge. Zhouke sighed. I suspected as much. for you shall soon uncover it yourself. Zhou, initially resigned, felt a surge of hope. What do you mean? I say, the secrets of divine tablet ascension. You shall explore independently, without my guidance. Zhou pressed on. Did you not claim that the ascent of the divine tablet remains a mystery? That is a conclusion drawn by you humans, merely inscribed in textbooks. In truth, there have been those who have uncovered the keys to divine tablet ascension. They have simply never made it public. Zhou relentlessly pursued. When shall I learn of it? The skull was silent for 2 seconds, then spoke somberly. When you find yourself ensnared by an inescapable death curse, you will be thrust into the precipice of life and death. Afterward, you shall discover the means of divine tablet ascension. Zhou inquired, how long might that situation persist? Sooner than you imagine. Approximately. Within a month. Zhou nodded, his mind racing as he swiftly extracted his phone and opened a note. He created a new entry titled Prophecies from the Talking Skull. He began typing fervently. Within a month, I shall be afflicted by an inescapable death curse. Following this, I shall uncover the secrets of divine tablet ascension. What is this? A good memory is inferior to a poor pen. Zhou declared plainly. I admit, you, the skull, possess some merit. It is no wonder you are one of the 14 divine relics, as your 2 prophecies have both come to pass. Had I not heeded your advice to carry the lighter, I might well have met my demise. Thus, I intend to document all your key points and act accordingly. The prophet's skull remained silent for 2 seconds before remarking, you, human, are rather intriguing, more astute than any I have encountered before. In that case, I shall offer you another piece of advice. Zhou regarded its eye sockets. Pray tell, do not acquiesce to that girl's request. Zhou swiftly typed this sentence into his notes. That girl, it must be Tang Xine, right? Worry not, I shall heed your counsel. I shall not comply with any of her requests. Do you not wish to inquire about the reason? Isn't it up to you to divulge? To attempt to preserve your life. Understood. Zhou nodded, adding another note. Declining Tang Xine's request serves the purpose of self-preservation. Zhou resolved to cease attempting to decipher the prophet's skull's prophecies. Ultimately, it would certainly prove accurate. As Zhou began to stow away the prophet's skull, before he could take 2 steps, another familiar, high-pitched voice suddenly rang out. Hello, my child. Do you remember me? It was another deity, the jester god. What brings you here? Zhou sighed. I merely wish to observe you mingling with the other deities. It vexes me. You covet the deity's attention too? That prophet is merely a skull. Not at all. In life, she was a striking beauty. What? You claim the prophet's skull was female? Zhou found it difficult to envision her as a beauty, recalling the ethereal voice. Ah, deities possess no gender, however, by your human standards. Her appearance in life would indeed classify her as a beauty. Regardless, she is a skull now. Zhou suddenly recalled something and asked again. If I ascend the divine tablet, what will transpire? How will my abilities be enhanced? The jester god exclaimed. You have finally posed a question. Ah, if one were to elevate the divine card, all the abilities you acquire would indeed possess the strength of ascension. Not only that, perhaps the limitations on ability activation, the random selection mechanism, and the one-time usage restriction could all be lifted. After this, you would truly become the owner of 52 abilities, a hexagonal warrior. So powerful. At this moment, Zhou felt an overwhelming desire to ascend the divine card. If those restrictions could be eliminated, he would genuinely become the master of 52 abilities. Having gleaned the information he sought from the Joker god, Zhou continued his journey toward Tang Xine's classroom. As he drew nearer, the crowd thickened. Numerous clusters of young girls, upon spotting Zhou's approach, gazed at him with starry eyes and whispered among themselves. Wow, look, it's Zhou. So handsome. What brings him to the regular class? Could it be that he is here to find someone? Who could that possibly be? Zhou sighed, automatically dismissing the surrounding chatter. He finally understood why Su Chenxi always wore a black mask. Becoming a celebrity and avoiding attention was indeed quite troublesome. Inside the regular classroom, several girls surrounded Tang Xine, chattering excitedly. What shall we eat after classes tonight? I want to go to the barbecue place outside the school. Tang Xine, isn't today your birthday? Have you received any gifts from the boys? Tang Xine, feeling a bit shy, scratched her head. How could anyone give me a gift? I just started school. How could that be? You're so adorable. One girl exclaimed, pointing out the window. Look outside. Outside the window stood a handsome young man, casually leaning against the wall with a languid expression. Ah, it's Zhou. He has come to our class. Tang Xine, he must be looking for you. Another girl chimed in. I heard you and Zhou were teammates during the freshman assessment. I can't believe he remembers your birthday. In that moment, Tang Xine felt a swell of pride. Blushing, she dashed out of the classroom. Zhou had not anticipated that his appearance would draw such attention. Had he known, he would have arranged to meet Tang Xine elsewhere. Fortunately, before he could locate her, a small figure emerged on her own. Zhou. Were you looking for me? She had tried her best to steady her emotions, yet excitement still seeped through her voice. It's too crowded here. Let us go somewhere else. Zhouke took Tang Xian by the hand and led her away. Finally escaping the group of giggling girls, Zhouke teased, Tang Xian. It seems you cannot escape the nickname spotlight. Tang Xian playfully patted her cheek. What can I say, Zhouke? You are a superstar. Hee. It's not so bad being in the spotlight after all, having just been whisked away by the renowned celebrity. Tang Xian felt as if she were the heroine of a novel. Observing Tang Xian's joy, Zhouke was suddenly reminded of her during the comprehensive assessment. The petite figure, wielding a bomb to attract enemies, selflessly sacrificing herself for him, was left charred. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart. He extended a bottle of magic essence potion toward her. Here, a gift for you. Wow. Tang Xian's eyes sparkled. Zhouke, how did you know today is my birthday? Thank you for the birthday gift. Birthday? Zhouke paused momentarily. Skullhead, you truly have some insight, he murmured softly. The suggestion to give this potion to Tang Xian had come from the Prophet's skull, and it serendipitously became a birthday gift. Prophet's skull. Could this also be part of your calculations? Clearing his throat, he said, Happy birthday. However, Zhouke's visit was not merely to present gifts. His true intent was to inquire how she knew of the existence of the living dead. First, he needed to cheer her up to facilitate the conversation. Tang Xian toyed with the magic essence bottle, enchanted. I've heard this potion not only rapidly elevates magic levels, but also tastes delightful. She proceeded to uncork the bottle. Zhouke, let me try it. Zhouke nodded. Yes, please do. It's meant for you. With delight. Tang Xian brought the bottle to her lips and drank deeply. Wow, it's indeed very sweet. Zhouke, thank you for your gift. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Oh, Zhouke, I have a request. What is it? Zhouke feigned nonchalance, but internally braced himself for her response. As anticipated, the Prophet's skull had predicted that Tang Xian would make a request. He had resolved to refuse her no matter what she asked. Do you want to? But before Tang Xian could finish, her right hand trembled violently, causing the empty bottle to crash to the ground with a sharp sound. Her expression abruptly stiffened, and she began to tremble uncontrollably. In the next instant, Tang Xian collapsed to the floor, frothing at the mouth, her eyes rolling back. She writhed on the cold ground, emitting anguished cries. Chapter 56. Poisoned. Tang Xian struggled on the floor, her complexion turning a deep shade of purple, her throat issuing intermittent pain groans. She has been poisoned. Zhouke immediately realized that the magic essence potion was tainted. Acting swiftly, he scooped Tang Xian into his arms and raced towards the school infirmary. The school doctor, upon witnessing Tang Xian's dire state, widened her eyes in terror. Is there no treatment available? Zhouke implored anxiously. Tang Xian lay on the examination table, still frothing at the mouth, the ECG beside her displaying erratic fluctuations. She teetered on the brink of death, in imminent danger of being claimed by the Grim Reaper. Her struggles weakened, her breaths grew shallower. All the attending doctors could see that Tang Xian was already on the verge of death. Zhouke. Tang Xian's eyes were tightly shut. What? Zhouke was momentarily taken aback, immediately grasping her hand. Yet, Tang Xian could only utter that one call before slipping back into unconscious murmurs. Is there truly no one who can treat her? Zhouke bellowed. One of the school doctors suddenly had a revelation. She quickly grabbed her phone and dialed. Professor, please send Lu Yingming over immediately. Lu Yingming? Zhouke inquired urgently. Can he save Tang Xian? The school doctor hesitated. I'm not sure. But his divine card ability is related to healing, and his magic level is quite high. Perhaps he can help. When will he arrive? He'll be here shortly. Zhouke nodded, returning to the infirmary. Tang Xian, can you hear me? Help is on the way. With her eyes tightly shut and her body convulsing, Tang Xian seemed to calm slightly upon hearing Zhouke's voice. Zhouke noticed her feeble nod. Tang Xian's once fair and lovely face was now purple and contorted in pain. Clenching his fists, Zhouke recognized that Tang Xian was teetering on the edge of death. Little Spotlight, you must hold on. He recalled the first time he had met Tang Xian. A petite girl with a ponytail stood at the center of the playground, fervently calling for an end to the mutual slaughter. However, as soon as the rules were announced, she was struck by a stray bullet. At that moment, he was unaware of her name, merely referring to her as the conspicuous package. Later, he encountered her again when she implored their classmates not to fear Yi Lingtian, only to face violent bullying herself. After Zhouke drove Yi Lingtian away, Tang Xian even deceived the professor to absolve Zhouke of the responsibility for the fight. It was then that Zhouke discovered he had a little fan of magic within the school. Subsequently, Tang Xian joined the Red Heart Nation, becoming Zhouke's teammate. During a comprehensive assessment, when confronted by the attack of the undead, she resolutely utilized the sharp edge of her divine card to slice her wrist. letting her blood flow to attract the assault. Zhouke realized that Tang Xian was no mere ornamental teammate. She was a little madcap as well. Later, when Zhouke found himself immobilized, it was Tang Xian who swiftly devised the idea of impersonating him. Alone, she faced hundreds of enemies without hesitation, igniting a bomb to perish alongside them. She, herself, was torn to pieces by the explosion. At that moment, as Zhouke confronted Tang Xian's demise, his heart experienced a tumult of emotions. Yet it was all a facade. In the examination hall, no matter how tragic the death, reality would always revert to its original state. And at this moment, it was reality. Tang Xian lay in agony on the hospital bed, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, Zhouke felt utterly powerless. Bang! Zhouke suddenly struck the ground with fury. He loathed himself. He despised his own impotence, though everyone deemed him a genius. Such brilliance does not equate to omnipotence. He yearned to employ his divine card to save Tang Xian. Yet, his divine card's powers had yet to be activated. Zhouke had previously paid little heed to this, but at this moment, he realized his abilities were not particularly formidable. The sole divine card, Joker, possessed all powers. However, the conditions for activation were concealed, and the abilities drawn were random. Furthermore, each ability could only be utilized once, laden with restrictions. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Professor Chen Yun from 2 days prior. People cannot resist the desire for power. One day, you will yearn desperately to become a deity. At the time, Zhouke had only partially comprehended this statement, but now he fully grasped its significance. If he possessed a higher-level divine card, he could eliminate the restrictions on ability activation. He could, like a deity, merely gesture and manifest anything, including reviving Tang Xian. At this moment, a profound longing to enhance his strength surged from deep within him. If only he were a bit stronger, Tang Xian could survive. Boom. The door to the ward was suddenly flung open. Senior Lu Yingming rushed in. Zhouke immediately exclaimed, "Senior, please save my friend." Without delay, Lu Yingming bent down to assess Tang Xian's condition. His typically expressionless face now displayed a hint of astonishment. "What kind of poison is this? I have never seen it before." Zhouke felt a chill at Lu Yingming's words. "What? You can't help either?" Lu Yingming's expression turned grave. "I can only attempt it. My divine card is a square 10, and my ability is purification, which removes all specified substances. Perhaps it can cleanse the toxins from her body." He then softly recited an incantation. Square transforms all forms. 10 purifies the murky dust. Zhouke observed that the back of Lu Yingming's divine card was silver. His magical essence content exceeded 100, placing him at the silver level. A faint glow surrounded Tang Xian. The girl gradually ceased her trembling, slowly calming down. The readings on the nearby medical instruments stabilized at safe values. Tang Xian had returned from the brink of death. Zhouke breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a profound sense of guilt. His divine card was Joker. He could have transformed it into square 10. He could have saved Tang Xian. But his card's level was too low to freely utilize its powers. Moreover, the conditions for activating his abilities remained concealed and undiscovered. Had Lu Yingming arrived even a moment later, he would have been forced to watch a life wither before him. Following this incident, Zhouke earnestly wished to uncover the activation conditions of his divine card, enabling him to wield his powers at will. Beep, beep, beep. The medical equipment suddenly erupted with alarming sounds. Tang Xian convulsed violently, screaming in anguish. Lu Yingming's face turned pale. "This is bad. I made a mistake. The poison she has cannot be simply purified. It will accelerate her demise." Lu Yingming's voice trembled for the first time. What? Even Lu Yingming, with his silver-level healing ability, could not save Tang Xian? What hope remained for him? Tang Xian's screams grew louder, increasingly harrowing. She coughed violently, blood gushing from her mouth. Lu Yingming clutched his head, bowing down. "This symptom. No, I have seen it before." Suddenly, he shouted, "I've remembered. Only you can save her." Zhouke immediately responded, "What must I do?" Lu Yingming pondered for 2 seconds, his expression fraught with urgency, seemingly recalling. "This poison is targeted. It is called targeted poison. Just as an arrow must strike the target, this poison must sense its target to dissolve. And the target of the poison is you. Zhouke, your part. You must feed her a part of yourself to neutralize the poison." "What? A part of himself?" Without hesitation, Zhouke yanked out a strand of his hair. He then seized a vial of antidote from the school nurse and dissolved his hair within it. He rushed forward, disregarding Tang Xian's bloodied form, and administered it to her. Tang Xian's lips had turned purple, her movements unfocused. She struggled to swallow the potion. After a few seconds, Tang Xian ceased trembling, her breathing stabilizing. The readings on the medical instruments returned to normal. Tang Xian had emerged from the precipice of death. Phew. The school nurse wiped the cold sweat from her brow. She needs to rest a bit longer, but she is no longer in danger. Why did you deceive me? After leaving the ward, in a secluded corner, Zhouke raised the prophet's skull high. If you utter one more falsehood, I will smash you to pieces. I did not deceive you. The voice of the prophet's skull was remarkably calm. You are omniscient. You knew that vial of magical essence contained poison. You still wanted me to present it to Tang Xin as a gift. I have stated that all my suggestions are to preserve your life. The rest is of no concern to me. Then why not simply instruct me to discard it? The prophet's skull fell silent. After 2 seconds, it responded, I am omniscient. Including your innermost thoughts, I am fully aware. The facades you present before the senior and the school doctor are unnecessary to perform again in my presence. What do you mean? Zhouke's tone suddenly turned cold, his expression shifting swiftly from initial anger to a composed demeanor. He furrowed his brows, fixating his gaze upon the skeleton. I merely offered a suggestion in accordance with your wishes. Ultimately, you were already aware that the essence in this vial is toxic. Were you not? Did you not long to have someone test the poison? What are you talking about? Are you implying that I am intentionally harming Tang Xin? Although Zhouke still did not admit it, his tone had lost the frantic urgency it held in the hospital room. This calm intonation resembled a conversation with an old friend. The hollow eye sockets of the prophet's skull held a penetrating intensity. 2 seconds later, Zhouke, your cold-blooded madness has seeped into your very marrow. In this school, someone seeks your life, and you have always known. You have never relaxed your vigilance. You deduced long ago that the essence of magic is poisonous. You have already perused the knowledge of targeted poisons in the library. From the first assassin, you extracted information regarding the existence of skeleton club assassins within the school. Thus, you have been secretly searching for this individual. Zhouke feigned confusion. Oh? So you are suggesting that I suspect Tang Xin to be affiliated with the skeleton club? Indeed. Your visit to Tang Xin is not merely to inquire about the information regarding the living dead. After that fateful class, you realized the connection between the living dead and the skeleton club. And Tang Xin is the only one who comprehends the living dead. In your eyes, Tang Xin is the prime suspect. Hence, you intentionally handed her the poison. If she hesitates to drink it, you have caught her. Upon hearing the prophet's skull's narrative, Zhouke's expression darkened. He lowered his head, his visage obscured by shadows. Zhouke pondered deeply, pausing for an extended moment. After a while, he suddenly broke into a chilling laugh. It seems the prophet's skull truly sees through everything. In that case, I shall cease my performance. I must survive. By any means necessary. Tang Xin is far too suspicious. Why did she publicly speak at the entrance of the teaching building to win my favor? What a coincidence that she is a fan of my magic. Why did she sacrifice for the team in the comprehensive assessment? Why did she not seek to save herself? Years of struggling through the harsh realities of society, poverty, and suffering have led me to a profound truth. All mortals act in self-interest. The prophet's skull remained silent. Yet you are mistaken. Tang Xin drank the potion. What if she truly is your ally? What if she genuinely admires you? What if she, in earnest, harbors feelings for you? Zhouke's lips curled slightly. I am not so cold-hearted. I would not abandon a true ally in their time of peril. In the last second, did I not provide her with the antidote? That was an act of desperation after Lu Yingming recalled the method of detoxification. Upon hearing this, Zhouke offered no response. Instead, he raised his gaze and approached a window. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, while his smile appeared utterly deranged. It was unavoidable. I must survive. All dangerous elements surrounding me must be eradicated. He suddenly posed a question. Do you know of Cao Cao? What? The prophet's skull seemed to encounter an unfamiliar term for the first time. He is a historical figure from my world. There is a saying of his that I greatly admire. I would rather be the one to betray the world than to allow the world to betray me. Joker. In many cultures, the jester is not merely a comedic figure, but also embodies horror, mystery, and madness. A gentle breeze ruffled Zhouke's hair. As a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, the light was warm, yet Zhouke's visage remained cold. His complexion was unnaturally pale, and a mocking smile twisted upon his lips. He raised his blood-stained hands, extending his fingers to the corners of his mouth. Then, with a slight upward motion, he smeared them, creating 2 sanguine arcs. A bloodied grin. At that moment, Zhouke appeared more like a deranged jester. Chapter 58, Welcome Party. So, your objective is my immediate goal is undoubtedly survival. I desire to live more than anyone else. In this school, there are those who wish to take my life. I am in the light, while he lurks in the shadows. However, this individual who seeks my demise must have some connection to me. Therefore, it must be someone I know. For now, I can temporarily exclude Tang Xin from suspicion. Countless familiar faces flashed through Zhouke's mind. Zhang Yang, Su Chenxi, Yiling Tian, these are classmates. Li Hanfeng, Zhuang Xingyao, Lu Yingming, these are seniors. Chen Yun, Yuan Xing, and even the enigmatic principal cannot be ruled out. Perhaps a professor desires my demise. I will devise a means to uncover the truth. In the span of just one day, 2 assassination attempts against Joku have already transpired. He does not intend to sit idly by. He must take the initiative. Fine, since that is the case. Our objectives align. You wish to survive, and I wish to ensure your safety. Go meet that girl. She should be awake now. Do not forget to refuse her request. Otherwise, you will perish. In the hospital room. Tang Xian, how are you feeling? Joku inquired with concern as he sat at the edge of the bed. I cough. I am fine now. Tang Xian's complexion was somewhat pale, her voice weak. Joku, I heard it was you who saved me. No. Joku replied remorsefully. It is all my fault. I failed to notice the poison in the essence. Tang Xian continued to cough as she spoke. Joku, please do not say that. I heard the doctor mention that the poison in the essence was specifically tailored for you. Had you ingested it, you would have lost your life within a second. She said these words with a hint of lingering fear. Thankfully, I drank it. Joku paused for a moment, then grasped her hand. Tang Xian, thank you. By the way, Tang Xian, it seems you had a request for me before you drank the potion? What was it? Although Joku asked, he had already resolved to refuse whatever Tang Xian said. It is nothing of great importance. Tang Xian replied softly. I heard from classmates that the school will host a welcome party at the end of this month. A welcome party? Joku had not anticipated that Tang Xian would mention such a matter. The school's official website will likely announce it today, although it is termed a welcome party. All students will be in attendance. Every grade has a few slots for students to perform in front of the entire school, showcasing talents such as singing and dancing. Tang Xian suddenly felt a wave of shyness as she asked, Joku, are you going to participate? I just think if you perform magic in front of the whole school, it would be absolutely stunning. Joku initially intended to decline immediately, but hesitated for a fleeting moment. You mean, in front of the entire school? Everyone will be watching? Tang Xian nodded. The warning from the prophet's skull echoed in his mind. Do not comply with her request, or you shall face dire consequences. In that instant, Joku grasped the meaning of those words. Considering Tang Xian's request, if he were to perform at the welcome party, he would become a target for assassins, thus sealing his fate. Yet, this also presented a unique opportunity to capture the assassin. A sudden brilliant idea surged within Joku's mind. Maintaining a calm exterior, he secretly chuckled. If I do not dare to challenge death, I would no longer be a joker. He raised his head and said to Tang Xian, all right, I will participate. Rest assured, I will present a grand and spectacular magic show before the entire school. He acquiesced to Tang Xian's request, marking the first time in his life that Joku made such a reckless decision. He chose to defy the omniscient entity's advice. What are you doing? After leaving the hospital room, the prophet's skull roared immediately. Did I not instruct you to refuse her? Are you deliberately courting death? Did you not claim to want to survive more than anyone else, only to dismiss it as mere nonsense? The prophet's skull, a divine being, now emitted a furious growl. Joku, however, did not rush to respond but instead remarked casually, I heard that in your previous life, you were a stunningly beautiful deity? The prophet's skull was momentarily taken aback. What does that have to do with what I just said? It certainly does, Joku replied with a smile. A beauty must not be angry. Madman. Joku ceased his jesting. Since you are still willing to converse with me, it implies that my demise is not a foregone conclusion, is it? So, in the future, is fate predetermined for you? No. Fate is a tangle of probabilities. I merely foresee that if you do not agree to Tang Xian's request and do not make an appearance at the welcome party, your chances of survival are significantly higher. But if I must participate in the welcome party and earn the applause of all the students, your odds of survival are merely 1 in 52. Joku smiled slightly. Then, that is sufficient. Quite high indeed. What? Even if it is 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000, I am willing to take the gamble. Moreover, I am certain I will win. What is there to fear about 1 in 52? Hey, Skull, you are indeed a relic of the divine. Your prophetic abilities are formidable. However, you are not the only divine relic in the world. You may see through the future, but you cannot perceive a manipulated future. After uttering this, Joku, not waiting for the skull's response, tucked it back into his bag. He then retrieved his phone and opened the memo titled Predictions from the Talking Skull. Adding 2 lines, participate in the welcome party, survival probability, 1 in 52. He bolded the probability figure. The number 52 is indeed quite coincidental, Joku mused. Hey, clown god. Joku found a secluded spot and softly called out to the air. Here I am. You miss me again? I want to ask. If I publicly use my divine card, what would it appear to others? Oh ho ho, you've hit the nail on the head. Do you remember the bloodline test when you enrolled? What did that device reveal your divine card to be? Joku nodded yes. The device stated that my divine card is the King of Diamonds. Correct. That device is the most sophisticated detector in Dragon Country. It cannot detect the existence of the clown card. You can use it without worry. Regardless of whether it is in human eyes or through machines, they will only perceive the King of Diamonds. Even if you thrust the divine card in their faces, they would only believe you were utilizing the powers of the King of Diamonds. Hey, didn't you take the basic magic course and learn what magical artifacts are? When you use your powers, your classmates will think you are employing some strange magical artifact. That makes things easier. Oh, so why do you ask this? I am preparing to use my divine card once again in front of the entire school. Oh ho ho. My child, have you forgotten something? The clown card cannot simply be used at will. To activate it, a hidden triggering condition must be met. Chapter 59, The Skull Society of Seven. Joku was calm, his voice unwavering, showing no surprise. So far, he had triggered his divine card's powers 4 times. Although each instance was a passive trigger, Joku had begun to sense a certain commonality among them. On the day of my 18th birthday, when I first received the divine card, you informed me that the condition to activate the clown card was hidden. Yet I have discerned what this hidden condition might be. But it requires further verification. Joku took his clown card into his hands. The card flipped at his fingertips, revealing the faint outline of the dark red block. With a snap, he pinched one corner of the card firmly between his fingers. At the welcome party, I will proactively activate the divine card. I will uncover the triggering conditions of my powers. I will present a flawless magic show to all the students. I will connect the present with the future, shattering the limitation of that 1 in 52 probability. I will defy the death prophecy foretold by the prophet's skull. In a corporate building, a man hurriedly entered an elevator. This elevator happened to be empty, much to his liking. Beep. The man swiped his divine card and pressed a button for a specific floor. The elevator descended slowly. The man frequently glanced at his watch, his expression fraught with anxiety. As the elevator neared its destination, he reached into his inner clothing layer and retrieved a mask, slowly placing it over his face. The mask was designed to resemble a skull. Ding dong. The underground level 1 had arrived. This was supposed to be the company's underground parking garage. But as the elevator doors slowly opened, what lay before the man was a dimly lit, shadowy room. The room was unlit, instead illuminated by countless rows of candles. Giving it a retro vibe, the man slowly stepped inside. Within the room stood a long table, surrounded by 6 figures, all similarly adorned with skull masks. There were both men and women, varying in size and shape. In the dim light, each figure's form appeared vague and indistinct. At the long table, 3 individuals occupied the left side, while 2 others were seated on the right. At the head of the table, a gaunt man sat with his hands crossed, his knuckles prominent, and his elbows resting upon the surface. "You are late, Greed," he spoke, his voice hoarse and dry yet light, as if he were reciting a lyric. "Apologies, Arrogance. There was an issue at the school that required my attention." The man known as Greed provided a brief explanation as he pulled out a chair on his right. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor echoed in the empty room with a sharpness that pierced the silence. Unfazed, he took his seat. "It's not your fault. After all, we all know you work for the leader, for the Skull Society." The man at the head of the table, designated as Arrogance, continued in his soft tone, "You are doing well. We are gradually advancing towards our goal." Greed nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have been adhering to the organization's plans. No one at the school suspects my involvement." Opposite Greed sat a provocatively dressed woman who cleared her throat twice. Leaning casually on the back of her chair, she questioned, "But are our actions truly beneficial to the leader? After all our assassination attempts on Joku have failed." "Of course, Lust," Arrogance replied gently. "You need only to follow the leader's plans. The Skull Society has its arrangements." Lust appeared unconvinced. "We have been working for the Skull Society for quite some time. Why does the leader refuse to meet us personally? And you, Arrogance, we have been following your directives. But how can we be certain you are indeed working for the leader?" Arrogance's voice revealed displeasure as he elevated his tone. "My loyalty to the leader is beyond question. The leader is presently occupied. Yet he confided all his plans to me before departing. I am directly accountable to him, and you are accountable to me." Seated to Greed's right was a portly man who piped up, his voice somewhat shrill. "Then can't you disclose the leader's plans to us?" "No." Arrogance's voice brooked no dissent. "Keeping you in the dark is part of the plan. Gluttony, what the organization requires is not doubt, but execution." The rotund man, designated Gluttony, quickly responded, "I hold absolute loyalty to the leader and the organization." "Very well." Arrogance returned to his previous melodic tone. "Greed, reiterate the orders you have received." "Certainly." Greed promptly replied. "I remain at the school, receiving directives from the organization, and according to the leader's plans, I am orchestrating the assassination of Joku. Thus far, I have executed several operations, deploying hooded killing machines for Russian roulette, sending out tentacled killing machines for subway attacks, and employing the undead to administer drugs in the essence of magic." Arrogance continued to inquire, "What were the outcomes of these assassination attempts?" Greed stated each word deliberately, All failed. The other attendees gasped, casting anxious glances at Arrogance's expression. Unexpectedly, he began to clap slowly. Excellent. It seems you have entirely grasped the leader's requirements. Greed nodded, articulating clearly. Only failure is permitted. Success is not allowed. Arrogance lightly tapped his forehead in satisfaction. The assassination during the welcome party is no different. Greed, maintain contact via phone. Ensure Zhouke's magic proceeds smoothly until the final second of his performance. That is when we strike. He spoke in a sing-song manner, an inescapable death curse. Rising to his feet, he clenched his left fist and placed it upon his chest. The yellow flame of the candle flickered in the breeze, casting a dim light upon Arrogance's mask. Beneath his dark golden skull mask, his eyes gleamed with arrogance. And all of this was for swish. The sound of countless chairs moving filled the air. All present stood, raising their left fists to their chests. Their voices, a chorus of men and women, some high-pitched and others deep, resonated in unison, for a grander goal. Chapter 60, The Inescapable Death Curse. In the dormitory. Zhouke, are you really going to participate in the welcome party? Zhang Yang's voice brimmed with excitement. That's fantastic. I've heard you are a master magician. I've never seen the popular magic of commoners before. Once you perform at school, you'll likely attract a horde of admirers. Zhouke lay on his bed, distractedly scrolling through his phone, responding absently. It's just a magic show, quite ordinary in the world of commoners. It's just that you nobles have never seen it. Which is why you were so thrilled. Zhouke had already signed up for the welcome party on the campus website. Of course, his purpose was far from the mundane pursuit of admirers, as Zhang Yang suggested. He aimed to seize this opportunity to test the triggering conditions of his divine card and to break the death prophecy issued by the Oracle's skull. Simultaneously, he sought to identify members of the Skull Society lurking within the school. Naturally, the magic performance had to be spectacular. Pursuing perfection was Zhouke's life creed. He opened his phone's notes and located the section titled Prophecy from the Talking Skull, clicking to open it. The content consisted of 2 lines. The first line read, "Do not agree to Tang Xian's request. It is a matter of survival. TSK. He grimaced and deleted that line. He had already defied this prophecy and advice. He must participate in the welcome party. The second line read, "Probability of survival upon attending the welcome party, 1 in 52. Humph. He scoffed and removed the 1 in 52 phrase, then added a few words to the screen. Now, it transformed into, "Probability of survival upon attending the welcome party, 100. Zhouke continued to scroll down. The third line read, "I will be subjected to an inescapable death curse." Zhouke furrowed his brow. An inescapable death curse was a term he had never encountered before. His customary solution for unfamiliar knowledge in this world was to go to the library. In the library? Damn, I can't find anything. Zhouke perused countless books, yet found no relevant content. He even utilized the electronic search system in the school library, but still failed to locate similar keywords. However, this was a prophecy from the Oracle's skull. Surely it could not fabricate a term to deceive him? Nevertheless, although he could not uncover the details of the death curse, he still made other discoveries. Zhouke sat in a small corner, leafing through a thick tome. It was within the pages of this very book that he had previously encountered descriptions of divine relics. Earlier, he had perused the catalog of the known divine artifacts, which included a lethal blade, a time-reversing clock, and the all-knowing skull of a seer. He turned to the page preceding the description of the seer's skull. The clock of time reversal was illustrated there, depicted as a pocket watch. It is said that this relic was left by the god of time. The possessor of this item can reverse time and return to the past. Zhouke lightly tapped his finger on this page, murmuring, "I aspire to collect all 14 divine relics, including this one." Upon exiting the library, Zhouke ventured forth to various locations, procuring an array of items. These were essential props for his magic performance. Later that night, in solitude, he made his way to the grand auditorium of the school. This very auditorium was to host the upcoming welcome party. He meticulously examined the stage and undertook several preliminary arrangements. After completing these tasks, an entire day had elapsed. Yet, Zhouke felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he found a deep sense of fulfillment. Just wait, he thought, at the welcome party. I shall present the most spectacular magic performance. Days slipped by, and the school's welcome party arrived as scheduled. Within the auditorium, the stage lights danced vibrantly. The audience seats brimmed with students from the entire school, all eagerly gazing at the stage. The opening rock music erupted, igniting the atmosphere of the hall. "Oh yes," Zhang Yang exclaimed from the center of the stands, wildly waving a glow stick. "This is exhilarating. Keep it down." Tang Xian, sitting beside him, covered her ears, seemingly unaccustomed to such a lively ambience. How many opportunities does the school have to host such a grand event? Lighten up and enjoy. Zhang Yang's spirits remained high. By the way, Why didn't you sign up for a performance, you wallflower? Hiding in the audience doesn't suit your persona. Please don't call me wallflower. I have a name. Tang Xin sighed in exasperation, glancing towards the backstage. There, Joku awaited his turn to take the stage. Like before, I am more suited to being an audience member for a grand magician. In a dimly lit corner of the auditorium, a man was typing rapidly on his phone. Currently, the plan was progressing smoothly. Joku was preparing to perform a highly perilous magic trick. Meanwhile, I had already sabotaged his props in advance. Moreover, I had embedded a humanoid killing machine in an inconspicuous location, poised to strike during Joku's performance. Moments later, a message arrived from across the distance. Good. Remain on standby. The man furrowed his brow and typed a few more lines. Yet, there are still some details I do not comprehend. Ask. My plans are entirely orchestrated by you, and you, in turn, are following the directives of the leader. Am I correct? Naturally. However, the leader also mentioned, only failure is permissible, success is not allowed. Indeed, those are the leader's exact words. The man hesitated and sent a few more messages. But if this assassination plan proceeds, Joku cannot escape death. Based on my assessment at the scene, the probability of his survival is exceedingly low. Your assessment is not incorrect. The leader stated that his chances of surviving this assassination are only 1 in 52. What difference does that probability make compared to certain death? You are not mistaken. The details of the assassination plan were arranged by the leader. The survival probability was also explicitly stated by him. However, you need not worry. If he truly perishes, it simply means Joku is not the person we seek. Thus, if our assassination is indeed successful, the leader will not hold us accountable. But what if the assassination fails? What if he actually falls into that 1 in 52 probability? Then it would mean the leader's arrangements were flawless. Do not forget, our true ace. An unbreakable death curse. He will not escape. The man chuckled softly, continuing to type. I wonder how the entire student body will react when they witness their grand magician perish in public. Chapter 61. Awaiting in the preparation room at this moment. Joku was in the preparation room behind the stage, perusing the program list for the welcome party. Most of the performers were unfamiliar to him. However, a few familiar names caught his eye. Li Hanfeng, solo stand-up comedy performance. Joku immediately envisioned that somewhat silly senior. Stand-up comedy suited his character well. The second name, Zhuang Xingyao, original song solo. Joku recalled the image of that cool senior. With short hair and fair skin. She had been somewhat aloof during the freshman assessments, yet she was quite pleasant with herself. He wondered if she sang beautifully. The third name, Lu Yingming, martial arts performance. This surprised Joku. Senior Lu Yingming, a member of the Square System Divine faction, was unexpectedly interested in martial arts. Flipping further, he spotted another familiar name, Su Chenxi. Although Su Chenxi had not signed up for a performance, she had become the host of the evening. Joku's own magic performance was listed last on the program. Due to the unique nature of his act, he had not participated in the preliminary rehearsals. However, he had privately practiced countless times alone. The music roared to life, filling the grand auditorium with warm-up melodies. The welcome party had commenced. Joku set down the program list and found a spot near the door in the preparation room, allowing him a clear view of the stage. Since his performance was scheduled last, he could take this time to enjoy the performances of others and pass the time. As the music played, a figure clad in white gracefully ascended the stage. Su Chenxi, with her flowing hair and elegantly crafted makeup, donned a long white gown as she strode onto the grand stage. The lights illuminated her, capturing the attention of every audience member. A collective gasp resonated from the audience. Even though Su Chenxi was not performing, merely standing there, she commanded the focus of all. Although she was just a host, the spectators were led to believe that she was the true star of the evening. As the warm-up music faded, the lights swept across the audience. Su Chenxi opened her lips, her words resonant and clear. Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students. To the class of 2025, please receive the blessings from the school. Tonight, beneath the roof of the Divine Card School's auditorium, we are no longer in a world of concrete and steel, but in a realm of music and dance. The ceiling of the auditorium had transformed into a starry sky. As the students listened to Su Chenxi's address, they waved their glow sticks in unison. Within this institution, countless fervent dreams shimmer like stars, and many legends of transformation from caterpillar to butterfly abound. Each dream fuels the students, propelling them to become rising stars in their own right. Over the next 3 hours, the audience would be treated to moving song and dance performances, side-splitting stand-up comedy, and a captivating display of magic. And now, the welcome gala officially begins. Su Chenxi concluded her opening speech with an elevated tone, and the audience erupted in waves of applause and cheers. Even though Joku hid behind the stage, he could not help but be somewhat swept up by the fervent atmosphere. Yet the weight of reality would not allow his emotions to waver or his vigilance to relax. He constantly reminded himself that he was not merely here for amusement. His magic performance was far more than just a show. After Su Chinsi completed her address and announced the first performance, she swiftly descended the stage and made her way to the preparation room. Upon seeing her approach, Zhouke quickly clapped a few times and praised her. "Your Highness, a goddess descended." Su Chinsi, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "I'm merely the host. The true contributors to this gala are the students performing." Zhouke inquired, "What magic will you perform? You didn't attend the rehearsal, so you remain quite the enigma." Zhouke smirked slightly. "One of the magician's rules. Never reveal the secrets of the trick in advance. You'll find out when I perform. Rest assured, it will be spectacular." Su Chinsi sat beside Zhouke. "Throughout the entire welcome gala, your performance is what I anticipate the most. Best of luck with your magic." In the stage preparation room, about a dozen students awaited their turn. After each performance, Su Chinsi would return to the stage to deliver a connecting address and introduce the next act. Time passed, and during one performance, Su Chinsi returned to the preparation room after announcing the program, sitting beside Zhouke. She removed her shoes and rubbed her heels. "Wearing high heels is truly exhausting. I hope your performance comes soon, so I can rest." Zhouke commented, "You seem quite unaccustomed to this environment." Su Chinsi softly replied, "As a princess, maintaining basic etiquette and attending various public functions is a fundamental requirement. Yet, I still prefer martial arts and combat." Zhouke nodded slightly. He had long understood that although the princess appeared graceful and dignified, she was, at her core, a fierce girl. "Ah, Zhouke, so you're hiding here." A male voice suddenly called out. Zhouke looked up to see the smiling face of Senior Li Hanfeng. "I told you, I saw your name on the program. So I knew you'd be here." His loud voice drew the attention of everyone in the preparation room. Zhouke noticed that in the corner, Senior Lu Yingming was staring intently at him, while across from him sat Senior Zhuang Xingyao, who had been engrossed in her phone but now lifted her gaze in his direction. Realizing their reactions, Zhouke suddenly understood what Li Hanfeng was about to say. Attempting to draw him into a scheme, he cleared his throat. "Senior, isn't it time for your performance?" Li Hanfeng scratched his head. "It seems the next act is indeed mine, but don't think you can change the subject." Suddenly, he adopted a deliberately serious tone, pretending to be a senior with wisdom to impart. "My junior, the welcome gala is merely a minor affair. The real grand event for the entire school is the Elite Cup, and the prerequisite for participating in the Elite Cup is..." "Here we go again." Zhouke resignedly interjected, "Joining a student club." "Correct." Li Hanfeng chuckled. "So, have you not joined a club yet? How about the Black Blade Society?" Zhouke noticed from the corner of his eye that Senior Zhuang Xingyao had completely set her phone aside, and Senior Lu Yingming had crossed his arms, both seemingly waiting for Zhouke's response. Chapter 62, The Comedian and the Song God. Not only that, Zhouke observed that even Su Chinsi beside him had turned her head, seemingly awaiting his answer. Nevertheless, Zhouke remained resolute. "Senior, I haven't decided yet." Li Hanfeng sighed. "Oh, how can you still give that answer? Forget it." He suddenly turned to Su Chinsi and casually asked, "And what about you, Your Highness?" Su Chinsi, clearly taken aback by the sudden question directed at her, hesitated, glancing between Zhouke and Li Hanfeng. "I'm not in a hurry. I'm still considering my options." Li Hanfeng pressed on. "Princess, as a fellow Spade God card, the Black Blade Society is the premier choice for Spade enthusiasts. Would you rather join those two dullards clubs than the Black Blade Society?" He lowered his voice, discreetly pointing to the two in the corner. Dullards clearly referred to Zhuang Xingyao and Lu Yingming. Su Chinsi hesitated, unsure how to respond. On stage, the music softened as the previous group of performers exited. Su Chinsi suddenly gasped and jumped up. "I'm sorry, Senior. I must host the gala now." With that, she bowed deeply and swiftly exited the scene. Li Hanfeng sighed and turned back to Zhouke. "Ha! If you don't join us, the princess won't come either." Zhouke inquired. "What do you mean by that?" Li Hanfeng lowered his voice. "I just noticed. When I invited the princess, she glanced in your direction. Clearly, she wants to join a club with you. Come on, Zhouke, join us at the Black Blade Society." Hee, with both the new student king and the princess joining, "We're bound to soar." Zhouke scoffed. "The new student king? Referring to me?" "Of course. Every champion of the entrance examination in their first year is called the new student king. Back in my day, I was also the new student king," Li Hanfeng reminisced, lost in fond memories. On stage, Su Chinsi's voice echoed. "Please welcome the next student to perform." Senior?" Zhouke feigned a cautious tone. "What is it?" Li Hanfeng snapped back to reality. "Isn't it your turn to perform next?" Li Hanfeng's expression froze, and he sprang up. "Oh no." He then threw down a casual remark. "Zhouke, we'll talk later," before dashing to the stage. This personality truly suits a stand-up comedian. After Li Hanfeng left, Two figures not far away simultaneously stood up. Zhuang Xingyao and Lu Yingming faced each other, both seemingly realizing that their intentions mirrored one another. Zhuang Xingyao locked eyes with Lu Yingming, showing no signs of backing down. Lu Yingming crossed his arms tightly, unwavering. Thus, they stood in silence, their gazes seemingly engaged in a silent battle. At last, Lu Yingming's gaze wandered to the collar of Zhuang Xingyao, where he beheld the crimson heart emblem. With a resigned sigh, he settled down and softly uttered, "You may proceed." "Ladies first." Zhuang Xingyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then made her way towards Zhou Ku. Zhou Ku had been engrossed in the stand-up comedy of Senior Li Hanfeng outside, utterly oblivious to the movements of the other two. It must be said that Senior Li truly possessed a knack for humor. He was a natural-born raconteur. His anecdotes, some original and others drawn from popular memes, elicited raucous laughter from his peers with every punchline. Once, a classmate inquired why my club was named the Black Blade Society, wondering if it was due to my card being spades or my name containing foam. I replied, "No, it is because of my complexion. I am, indeed, a black man." Suddenly, the background music erupted with Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse, prompting an uproar of laughter throughout the venue. Zhou Ku smiled knowingly, just as he was about to hear Li Hanfeng's next joke when a cool, melodic voice interrupted. "May I trouble you for a moment?" Turning his attention, Zhou Ku focused on the girl before him. Zhuang Xingyao maintained her characteristic serene demeanor, her short hair and strikingly fair skin catching the light. It seemed she had donned a light makeup for the welcome gala, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Zhou Ku sighed, "Sister, you have already troubled me once. Why ask again?" Zhuang Xingyao paused for a moment, then quickly lowered her gaze. "I apologize." Her tone was quite sincere. Zhou Ku stated plainly, "Sister Zhuang, I am already aware of your intentions." My response remains unchanged from last time. Zhuang Xingyao shook her head. "No, you misunderstand. I am not here to invite you to join my club. Next week, the Crimson Heart Society will hold a ball at the school's comprehensive building, and I hope you can come to observe. Of course, it's merely an invitation. You are free to decline." Zhuang Xingyao looked directly into Zhou Ku's eyes, her expression earnest. "If it's just to observe," Zhou Ku replied, "thank you for the invitation. If I have the time, I will certainly attend." Offstage, Li Hanfeng launched into another joke, igniting cheers from the audience. Zhuang Xingyao returned to her original position, and Lu Yingming, initially inclined to approach, ultimately chose to remain seated, not wishing to disturb Zhou Ku, who had already redirected his attention to the performance, clapping enthusiastically. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the welcome gala was halfway through. Su Chenxi announced, "Now, let us welcome Senior Zhuang Xingyao to present her original song." Zhuang Xingyao adjusted her attire and strode confidently onto the stage, her demeanor betraying no signs of nervousness. As she took the stage, the audience erupted into cheers once more, rivaling the fervor witnessed during Li Hanfeng's entrance. The two exchanged microphones, and as the stage lights illuminated them, both appeared stunningly beautiful, making it difficult to discern who was more captivating. Su Chenxi returned to the preparation room. Taking a seat beside Zhou Ku, Senior Zhuang Xingyao is exceptionally talented. Her lyrics and compositions are all original. The rock music abruptly ceased, and in the next moment, a hauntingly beautiful traditional melody filled the air. The audience instinctively silenced, enveloped by the poignant atmosphere of the music. With a gentle voice, Zhuang Xingyao began to sing. And with just a single line of lyrics, she captivated the entire audience. The crowd erupted, waving their glow sticks wildly, many holding colorful light boards emblazoned with Zhuang Xingyao. The song's elegant style, though somewhat subdued, was undeniably enchanting. "Ah, Senior, I adore you. It's simply exquisite. A divine voice." The audience erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic screams. Every student in the crowd, regardless of gender, wore expressions of fervent infatuation akin to a grand fan meeting. No, it was 1,000 times more fervent than a celebrity concert. Some girls screamed unabashedly, disregarding all semblance of decorum, while a few boys, invigorated, shouted as they waved their shirts above their heads. Zhou Ku furrowed his brow. This was peculiar. He acknowledged that Zhuang Xingyao's singing was indeed impressive, of high caliber. Yet the audience's reaction was excessively unnatural. It was as if they were manipulated. Chapter 63, The Crimson Heart J, Something was amiss. Leaning against the door of the preparation room, Zhou Ku observed the audience with a discerning eye. Their enthusiasm was palpable. His gaze swept across the crowd and quickly located Zhang Yang and Tang Xian. At that moment, Zhang Yang was utterly unconcerned with his image, bouncing around like a baboon. Even Tang Xian was resting her chin on her hands, her expression one of infatuation. Zhou Ku frowned and glanced back at the stage. Zhuang Xingyao, with her eyes closed, was lost in her performance, seemingly unfazed by the raucous crowd. Shaking his head gently, he turned back toward the room. To his surprise, Even the classmates in the preparation room appeared to exhibit this strange reaction. Each face reflected the same expression of obsession. Senior Li Hanfeng's reaction was the most intense. Goddess Xiao Zhuang, unparalleled in the world. Had Zhou Ke not intervened in time, Li Hanfeng would have rushed onto the stage. Moreover, from the corner of his eye, Zhou Ke noticed that even the typically reserved Lu Yingming was blushing, sitting silently with pursed lips as if in restraint. Zhou Ke sighed. Was there truly no unaffected normal person left in this grand auditorium? Of course, there was. Su Qinxi remained calm, her demeanor unchanged as she spoke to Zhou Ke. Have you heard of the siren? Siren? Zhou Ke queried uncertainly. The legendary female demon from ancient tales? Su Qinxi nodded slightly. Indeed. In the tales of the common folk, the siren is a mythical sea creature, often found lurking among rocks and ships, singing enchanting melodies. Her voice would often mesmerize passing sailors, leading to maritime disasters. Zhou Ke responded, I have heard of this myth. Su Qinxi continued. This is merely how the common folk have woven it into a story. However, many of the deities, demons, and spirits found in myths have their origins. They are, in fact, ancient card-bearers. The siren, the legendary sea demon, was one of the earliest card-bearers, her card being the Crimson Heart J. Additionally, it is said she is the progenitor of the Crimson family, the Zhuang clan. Zhou Ke nodded in understanding. Ah, this explains the bizarre phenomena occurring here. If I am not mistaken, Senior Zhuang's card is the Crimson Heart J, with the ability of Allure? Su Qinxi nodded. Precisely. The Crimson Heart J's Allure ability significantly enhances others' fondness for the bearer. The strength of the Crimson Heart J card varies with its level. Aaron level would only slightly increase an individual's fondness. A copper level would evoke intense love and even obsession. A silver level Crimson Heart J can create group allure, inciting fervor within small groups. As for Senior Zhuang's card level, it is gold. Her magical energy level exceeds 1,000 points, a truly terrifying figure. Should she unleash her divine card abilities to their fullest extent, she could easily captivate the entire school. Zhou Ke's expression shifted slightly. So powerful? Su Qinxi replied softly. The Heart J, a servant card, possesses an ability strength far superior to that of ordinary numerical cards. Moreover, she benefits from her elevated magical energy level. Zhou Ke glanced towards Zhuang Xingyao outside. So, she activated her divine card abilities? Was it really necessary at such a small gathering? Su Qinxi shook her head. No, she did not employ her divine card at all, which is precisely what makes this situation so alarming. She merely sang with such earnestness and passion that she inadvertently stirred the magical energy within her. If one's magical energy level is excessively high and not meticulously controlled, it can lead to a loss of control over one's abilities. Zhuang Xingyao's ascension to gold grade, though attributed partly to her hard work, was largely a matter of fortune. Consequently, she struggles to harness the power bestowed upon her by the gold grade divine card. This predicament weighs heavily on her mind. Su Qinxi suddenly smiled. Did you know? Zhuang used to be quite different. She wasn't always this aloof. I've known her since childhood, and she was once vibrant and enthusiastic. However, after her first incident of divine card loss of control, she transformed. She had to isolate herself, maintaining an impenetrable facade of indifference to diminish her allure and prevent a recurrence of today's events. Yet, despite her cold demeanor, she remains unable to escape the interference of her magical abilities on others. Thus, many continue to adore her, and she consistently holds the top position on the campus popularity charts. Such as the power of a gold grade letter card. Truly, she is a princess. Zhou Ke could not help but admire Su Qinxi's vast reservoir of knowledge. Being in the company of a princess raised in a noble environment, Zhou Ke recognized that he had learned quite a bit. However, curiosity piqued within him. But why are you unaffected? Su Qinxi blinked, her inquisitive gaze scanning Zhou Ke. You are a typical boy, yet it seems you exhibit no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. Zhou Ke's expression remained as calm as still water, devoid of any turbulence. To be honest, he himself was uncertain. Zhuang Xingyao's song was indeed beautiful, yet beyond that, he harbored no superfluous thoughts. What about you, my lady? You seem to be the second person, aside from myself, unaffected by charm. The best way to respond to a question is to return it. Su Qinxi smiled gently. That is due to my bloodline. Although both Zhuang and I hail from the four noble families, the Wang family possesses a lineage far more distinguished than the other three. Do you recall the rules of the comprehensive assessment, particularly regarding class suppression? The rules are derived from reality. A higher bloodline grants immunity to such involuntary magical energy loss of control. Su Qinxi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her mouth slightly agape as if she wished to inquire further. Zhou Ke was already aware of her unvoiced question. As a commoner without noble blood, how can you also be immune to charm? He began contemplating how to deflect her curiosity. By this point, Zhou Ke no longer considered himself an ordinary commoner. Various clues, including the pursuit by the Skeleton Society, had sown seeds of doubt regarding his origins. However, for the sake of self-preservation, he continued to assert his commoner status to others. Just as Zhou Ke pondered how to respond, the music gradually subsided. Su Chenxi's expression shifted as she abruptly stood. Apologies, we shall continue this discussion later. It's my turn to host now. Chapter 64, The Desperate Escape. Zhuang Xingyao's song came to an end, and the music gradually quieted. As she regained her composure from the emotional performance, the audience too returned to their senses, many shaking off the frenzy of charm and awkwardly resuming their seats. Su Chenxi quickly took to the stage, seizing the microphone to redirect the audience's attention, calmly announcing the next program as if nothing had transpired. Senior Lu Yingming's martial arts performance was equally impressive, eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd. As one act followed another, the welcome party approached its final performance, Zhou Ke's magic show. After the penultimate magic act concluded, Su Chenxi cleared her throat. The performer for our final act is surely well known to you all. He is the only commoner in our school, the sole victor in the 3 assessments, an undisputed newcomer king, reigning at the top of the campus popularity charts. Please welcome Zhou Ke. Oh! The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. As the top figure on the popularity list, Zhou Ke's fame had eclipsed even Zhuang Xingyao's. In this moment, the audience's reaction was several times more fervent than when Zhuang had taken the stage. Zhou Ke, Zhou Ke, Zhou Ke. The crowd spontaneously chanted. Zhang Yang vigorously waved a fan sign reading Zhou Ke. Love. Superfan. While cheering, Go Zhou Ke. Though Tang Xian didn't display such exuberance, her expression mirrored eager anticipation. Elsewhere, a man tapped away at his phone screen, inputting messages. It's Zhou Ke's turn. Are you certain of a flawless outcome? Indeed. I have meticulously analyzed Zhou Ke's magic performance and found it infallible. Is the humanoid killing machine arranged as well? Certainly. I have concealed it in a location Zhou Ke would never anticipate. The man's eyes remained fixated on the stage's curtain. In 3 seconds, he would make his entrance. Not just the man, but all students in the school eagerly stared at the red curtain. 3, 2, 1. The curtain remained still. Zhou Ke did not appear. Su Chenxi, standing to one side of the stage, appeared puzzled. What is happening? A student murmured from the audience. Boom. The lights abruptly extinguished. What just occurred? Students exchanged bewildered glances, whispering amongst themselves. Boom. Another loud crack resonated. The lights suddenly illuminated the curtain. The entire venue was shrouded in darkness, the dimness accentuating a singular bright spot that shone brilliantly. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhou Ke's voice echoed from all directions, reverberating throughout the auditorium. The magic show begins. His voice was vibrant and full of life, undeniably infectious. At that moment, a background melody surged forth, a graceful and lingering symphony filling the air. Whoosh! Countless playing cards cascaded down from above the stage. Following this, 2 strings of white doves soared through the air, each grasping an end of the red curtain in their beaks, gradually pulling it apart. Zhou Ke's figure suddenly emerged from behind the deluge of cards. Dressed in an elegant black and white ceremonial robe adorned with shimmering silver sequins, he appeared dazzling under the lights. He twirled gracefully in the air, spiraling before astonishingly soaring toward the audience. His attire billowed as he flew, his hair dancing in the wind. A resounding cheer erupted from the audience, filling the auditorium with an electric enthusiasm, accompanied by fervent applause. Zhou Ke took an entire lap around the grand hall before reluctantly returning to the stage, descending gracefully. Finally, he lightly tapped his toes upon the ground. This was merely the prologue, yet it ignited the fervor of all his classmates. Glow sticks waved exuberantly, and the chants surged in waves. Zhou Ke, Zhou Ke, Zhou Ke. Standing at the center of the stage, Zhou Ke basked in the collective gaze of the audience. Enveloped in the warm embrace of the stage lights, he performed a slight bow, then elegantly conjured a rose from thin air, tossing it into the crowd. Some audience members sprang to their feet, eagerly vying for the rose Zhou Ke had thrown. The fervor of this spectacle surpassed even the chaos witnessed during Zhuang Xingyao's uncontrollable magic show. Of course, Zhou Ke had invested considerable effort into this performance. While his primary aim was to discern the conditions under which the divine card could be triggered and to find a chance to escape death, he maintained a magician's essential professionalism. Presenting an exquisite magic show was also a pursuit he held dear. For this performance, he had deliberately spent money on resplendent attire, meticulously styled his hair, and even applied a touch of makeup. This transformed his appearance into that of a star, radiating an unprecedented charm. With a clap of his hands, he signaled the audience to quiet down. Instantly, the exuberant crowd stilled, yet their ignited emotions remained palpable as they eagerly awaited Zhou Ke's next move. He began to speak slowly, Magic is an ancient and mysterious art, allowing an ordinary person like myself to wield effects akin to extraordinary powers. What you just witnessed was but a warm-up. Now, the main event unfolds. With a crisp clap, the stage trembled slightly. In the center, a hidden door suddenly sprang open, and a large water tank gradually ascended, 1 meter wide and 2.5 meters tall, filled to the brim with clear water that shimmered with a bluish hue. As the tank rose, the water surface rippled. A thunderous boom reverberated through the hall, and the lights elevated to reveal a large transparent glass box descending slowly. Tethered by an iron rod, this glass box resembled a miniature version of the water tank below, yet it contained something far more perilous: piranhas with razor-sharp teeth. Joka moved forward deliberately. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinary magic simply cannot do justice to our welcome party. Thus, I shall conjure the most spectacular spectacle. I must candidly inform you that should this magic fail, I shall risk my life. His declaration sent a wave of gasps through the audience, many inhaling sharply in disbelief. However, challenging oneself is precisely what a distinguished magician must undertake. I shall seal my lips and bind myself, ensuring I cannot utilize any divine card props. Then, I will plunge into the water tank. Subsequently, I will endeavor to free myself from the restraints and escape the tank, all within a minute. Joka paused for effect before continuing. Of course, I see some of you harboring skeptical glances. A minute cannot possibly drown someone, can it? Why would I risk my life? With a smile, Joka raised a hand, gesturing towards the glass box filled with piranhas. After 1 minute, the base of this glass box will automatically spring open. At that moment, whether I am in the water tank or not, the piranhas will fall, all of them. If I fail to escape, I shall be torn to shreds by these ferocious tropical fish. Ladies and gentlemen, Joka's voice soared, and the background music reached a crescendo. Welcome to my magic show, The Death-Defying Escape. As the title suggests, the audience perceived it as the magician's escape from the water tank. However, Joka's true objective extended far beyond that. The real escape he sought was not merely from the tank, but from the deadly machinations of the Skull Society. Joka paced deliberately, ascending the steps constructed on stage. With each step, he rose higher, inching ever closer to his escape plan. He noted the audience still cheering, their anticipation palpable. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of the steps, facing the open top of the water tank, the clear water rippling invitingly. Of course, Joka had already entertained numerous theories regarding the assassination methods employed by the Skull Society. Drowning, sending an assassin mid-performance, or even rigging his props with lethal devices. Yet he remained unfazed. He was confident in his survival, believing he could conquer any assassination tactic that might be employed against him. Inwardly, he chuckled. The seer's skull can only perceive the future, but cannot comprehend the manipulated future. It can ascertain the probabilities of fate, yet cannot discern the tampered probabilities. Joka produced 2 pairs of iron handcuffs, showcasing them to the audience. He had deliberately tested the strength of these cuffs, demonstrating their authenticity and durability. He secured his wrists and ankles firmly, wrapping several loops of chain around himself. At this juncture, murmurs began to ripple through the audience. He is tied up like a pretzel. There is no way he can retrieve the divine card. Is he relying solely on his strength to break free? But I've heard commoners possess lockpicking skills. Though, 1 minute seems rather brief, I wonder if he can succeed. If he truly drowns, that would be something. Joka raised his hands, displaying the chains. Ladies and gentlemen, if I fail to escape the water tank within the allotted time, this magic trick will be deemed a failure. A slight smirk graced his lips. Should such a scenario arise, do not forget to hold a dignified funeral for me. Laughter erupted from the audience, who naturally interpreted this as a magician's dark humor. Taking a deep breath, Joka held his breath, closed his eyes tightly, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, he leapt into the tank. Splash! The magician's form was engulfed by the icy embrace of the water. The sensation of the frigid, clear liquid enveloped him entirely. Subsequently, a red curtain descended slowly, obscuring the tank. Beep! The large screen on stage illuminated a bold red countdown. 59, 58, 57. The 1-minute countdown commenced. What the audience failed to notice was that the moment he plunged into the water, the lid of the tank suddenly sprang open and sealed shut. This lid was quite heavy and robust, and a small iron lock instantly secured it. With the top sealed, Joka was trapped within the tank. He had successfully fallen into the trap I had set. Somewhere within the auditorium, a man continued to send messages on his phone. A few days ago, upon witnessing him set up a fish tank and procure a multitude of piranhas, I delved into extensive research. Soon enough, I stumbled upon a particular illusion known as the water tank escape. The fundamental process of this illusion involves the magician binding their limbs, plunging into the tank, and subsequently, within a stipulated time frame, unshackling themselves from the handcuffs and chains to emerge from the tank. Failure to do so would result in drowning. Naturally, to heighten the thrill, various perilous elements are incorporated. What Joku has done is to position piranhas at the top of the tank, ready to descend at any moment. Ordinarily, a skilled magician should be able to unlock the chains and escape within the designated time. 1 minute is indeed brief, yet it may not be impossible for Joku. However, with my intervention, his escape is rendered utterly futile. I understand. So what precisely have you done? The man continued to type calmly. Initially, the tank had an open top, facilitating his escape. However, I implemented a small mechanism that would automatically seal the lid of the tank once Joku plunged into the water. Furthermore, I affixed a small iron lock that would also engage automatically. But didn't you mention that Joku possesses lockpicking skills? He can unlock the lock, provided he can reach it. The lock I installed is on the exterior of the tank. Even if he manages to free himself from the handcuffs, he will still be trapped and suffocate within the tank. Excellent. The plan is quite thorough. Yet, the man hesitated. The probability of Joku surviving is essentially 0. Why did the leader say it was 1 in 52? You need not concern yourself with that. The leader has everything arranged. Do not forget, if Joku perishes, you will not face any repercussions. It merely indicates that we misjudged him. Joku is not our target. Understood. Once the man confirmed that his plan was flawless, he set his phone aside and gazed toward Joku. The red curtain concealed the tank. At this moment, the audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating the suspenseful minute. The large screen displayed a red countdown, progressing at a leisurely pace. 42, 41, 40. Before long, 20 seconds elapsed. The curtain gradually rose, halting at 2/3 of the tank's height, revealing only Joku's feet. Look, Joku has already unfastened the chains around his ankles. The audience gasped, pointing at the tank. The countdown continued its steady march. The curtain, in sync with the countdown, slowly ascended again. 22, 21, 20. The curtain had now lifted to Joku's hands. At this moment, the audience beheld Joku deftly manipulating a thin wire at the keyhole of the handcuffs. Click. The handcuffs snapped open. Joku appeared to wear a graceful smile in the water as he gently discarded the handcuffs, which sank slowly to the bottom. The handcuffs, seemingly secure, had been effortlessly unfastened by Joku in a remarkably short span of time, with still 20 seconds remaining. Oh, the audience erupted in cheers. Applause resounding throughout the auditorium. How was this accomplished? Is this the magic of the common folk? A mere wire to unlock the handcuffs? 40 seconds. There was ample time to spare. Joku seemed to radiate joy, as if bowing to the audience in gratitude. Without a moment's hesitation, he glided upward, and upon reaching the top of the tank, his hands met a lid. Joku's form froze. Chapter 66. The Rain of Fish. Joku forcefully pushed against the lid of the tank. According to the original sequence of the illusion, at this moment, he should have unbound himself from all restraints and swiftly emerged before the countdown concluded. However, in the original process, the tank's lid was open. He reacted swiftly, immediately realizing that the props had been tampered with. Joku's gaze darted around, quickly identifying the source of the issue. On the outer side of the tank lid was a small black lock securing it. This lock was quite diminutive and easily overlooked, which is why Joku had failed to notice it before the illusion commenced. However, it was precisely because this lock was so small that the method to unlock it was simple, brute force. With 20 seconds remaining, I could discern no means for his escape. The man observed the stage, his brow furrowed, and quickly typed, "Do not fret, continue to observe, until the final second. The outcome remains uncertain." Indeed, the man set down his phone, fixating intently on Joku on stage. At this juncture, fewer than 20 seconds remained. Joku had already liberated himself from all bindings and had discerned the tampering. "Joku, how will you resolve this predicament?" the man murmured to himself. Suddenly, Joku rolled up his sleeves, revealing his elbows, then sank to the bottom of the tank and steadied himself. With a sudden leap, he crashed his elbow against the lid. The most primal method, yet effective. The man furrowed his brow slightly, to prevent Joku from noticing. He had deliberately selected a particularly small model for the lock. However, this also presented a drawback. It was not very sturdy. Of course, for an ordinary person without any supernatural abilities, even a miniature lock would be exceedingly difficult to break through solely with physical force. Yet, Joku possessed a high level of magical essence, and his overall physical capabilities had been enhanced, granting him strength beyond that of an average individual. Bang! One strike was insufficient. Joku repeated the maneuver, raising his elbow and launching another forceful assault. At this moment, the entire audience was left dumbfounded. What was Joku attempting? Was he trying to break open the lid? Wasn't the lid supposed to be open? Could it be that the illusion had gone awry? In the audience, murmurs of confusion and speculation grew louder. Zhang Yang, feeling anxious, remarked, "Hey, little showstopper, Do you think Zhouke's magic will go awry? Surprisingly, Tang Xin wore a knowing expression. You may not be aware, but I used to watch Zhouke's performances frequently. His favorite trick is to feign a blunder. This must be a part of Zhouke's magical act. Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, gazed back at the stage. Is that truly the case? Yet, despite this, a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. Time swiftly passed. The numbers on the large screen continued to tick down. Soon, only 5 seconds remained. Zhouke persisted in his relentless strikes against the lid. 5. Zhouke's expression was no longer composed. His movements had grown somewhat frantic. The whispers in the audience escalated. 4. Below the stage, Su Qinxi, acting as the host, gripped her microphone tightly, her hand trembling with uncertainty. Due to the absence of a prior rehearsal for Zhouke's performance, she remained oblivious to the nature of his magic trick. Of course, it was apparent to any discerning observer. Zhouke's frantic and anxious demeanor bore a striking resemblance to a magic act gone awry. Yet, Su Qinxi recalled that just days prior, when Zhouke had declined rehearsal, he had uttered a statement to her. Regardless of how perilous the magic may appear during the formal performance, do not intervene. Everything is part of the illusion. Therefore, even though Zhouke appeared to be in distress, she refrained from halting the performance immediately. Nonetheless, worry etched across her face. She kept her gaze fixed upon him. Zhouke, submerged within the water tank, began to strike the lid with increasing fervor. He had completely shed the elegance he possessed before the act commenced. And now he pounded against the top of the tank with a look of sheer agony. It seemed he was on the verge of asphyxiation, struggling for breath. Abruptly, his movements ceased. Then, he lunged against one side of the tank's glass, frantically banging. His once handsome visage now reflected not a strategic calmness, but rather a profound helplessness and terror. He opened his mouth, as if to utter a word, but instead, merely released a bubble. Zhouke desperately hammered against the glass, pointing to his face, and then gesturing towards the top of the tank. Subsequently, he formed 2 words with his lips. Help me. It was time. Su Qinxi no longer hesitated. This could not possibly be part of Zhouke's performance. She witnessed the helplessness and panic in his eyes. She refused to believe that this could be a mere illusion. She doubted anyone's performance skills could reach such a level. Without a moment's pause, she cast aside the microphone and dashed towards the stage. The large screen's countdown reached 0. The crimson digits now appeared strikingly vivid and ominous. In an instant, the small water tank above began to slowly open. A swarm of piranhas writhed, poised to descend. At that moment, Zhouke's expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. It seemed he was ready to fight for his life. Summoning all his strength, he forcefully struck the lid. Bang! In that fleeting moment, the lid burst open with a resounding thud. Hiss! Zhouke finally emerged, drenched and gasping for fresh air. However, it was too late. The countdown had already reached 0. In an instant, a multitude of razor-toothed piranhas cascaded down. With a thunderous clamor, the torrent of piranhas crashed down upon Zhouke, who had just managed to extricate half his body from the tank, thrusting him back into the depths. Soon, countless piranhas filled the tank, submerging Zhouke within their frenzy. The audience, once calm, now erupted into chaos. Shouts of confusion filled the air. What was happening? Had Zhouke failed to escape? Was this a botched trick? They glanced around, hoping to glean definitive answers from anyone present. Yet, none had witnessed Zhouke perform such a trick before. Some even believed it was all part of the act. Until, PFF, PFF, PFF. The piranhas writhed and splashed, seemingly ravaging something. In an instant, blood began to pour forth from the tank. The once crystal-clear blue water transformed into a shocking crimson hue. The entire tank appeared to be filled with blood. At last, the audience could no longer maintain their composure. Ah! From the stands, some students emitted piercing screams. The cacophony of terror echoed throughout the auditorium, fraying the nerves of all present. Chapter 67. The magic did not fail, yet it was still a moment too late. Su Qinxi surged onto the stage with but a second remaining. However, the piranhas had already descended. A horde of ferocious, sharp-toothed tropical fish thrashed about in the water, clearly tearing at something. Blood gushed forth, spilling from the tank's top and splattering onto the stage. The audience screamed, with some students unable to withstand the horrific, bloody scene. Collapsing in their seats, Su Qinxi could scarcely believe the scene before her. Her body felt weak, yet she trembled as she retrieved her divine weapon. Black Spade. Break the enemy lines. The princess forged divine arms. She trembled all over, her incantation faltering due to fear and shock. Yet, a mighty hammer materialized in her grasp. Perhaps there was still time. If Zhouke was not yet dead, rescuing him and transporting him to the infirmary might still save his life. She rushed to the edge of the tank, gripping the massive hammer tightly, and struck the glass with all her might. Bam! Su Chenxi believed she had exerted tremendous force, yet she was repelled, her hands tingling from the impact. The hammer clattered to the ground beside her. The tank seemed to be constructed from a special material, extraordinarily robust. Despite Su Chenxi's full-force blow, only spiderweb-like cracks marred the surface. The swarm of piranhas continued to swim and thrash, tearing at something within. Su Chenxi wasted not a second, swiftly retrieving the hammer once more, and launched a second strike against the tank. Crack! Being a wielder of the black Spade Divine card, her magical energy levels were not insubstantial, and her attack bore fruit. The glass of the tank shattered rapidly, shards cascading down like a waterfall, littering the ground. Blood surged forth like a miniature tsunami, erupting from the center of the stage. A multitude of piranhas dislodged from the tank, crashing to the ground like a volcanic eruption. The fish flopped wildly, their gills opening and closing, sharp teeth glinting as they danced upon the stage floor. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. With trepidation, Su Chenxi peered into the tank. To be honest, she desperately wished to see nothing. A glimmer of hope lingered in her heart. She hoped Zhouke's magic had not failed. She hoped this was merely part of the performance. She hoped this was just another one of his pranks. Truth be told, Zhouke had pulled similar stunts before. Had he not? During a certain basic magic class, a training puppet had suddenly come to life, and when Zhouke defeated it, he had hidden behind the puppet, pretending it was the one victorious. Perhaps today was no different. Zhouke's panicked expression in the water was simply an act, was it not? The blood was merely some sort of dye, wasn't it? Yet, the scene within the tank shattered those illusions. She felt her legs buckle beneath her, collapsing to the ground. Blood soaked her calves, yet she seemed to feel nothing at all. Once more, screams erupted from the audience. A palpable fear reverberated throughout the auditorium. Inside the tank, a mangled corpse leaned quietly against the shattered remnants of the tank. Most of the flesh had been shredded away, revealing stark, white bones, with only a few scraps of tissue clinging to them. The corpse's face had been so thoroughly devoured that it was nearly unrecognizable. However, the black and white sequined coat adorning the body signified that it was indeed Zhouke. It was over. In the shadows of the auditorium, a man calmly typed on his phone. He had failed. It seemed an eternity passed before a message flickered back. Is that so? That comes as quite a surprise. I had assumed Zhouke was undoubtedly our target. After all, it was a 1 in 52 chance. Failing to hit was entirely reasonable. But I thought probability meant nothing to him. What does that imply? Nothing. Forget I said anything. In truth, I had always believed Zhouke would not survive. For my assassination plan was flawless. Even without the cover at the top, Zhouke would have faced a second assassination attempt. After all, I had concealed a killing machine that he would never discover. Indeed, you have mentioned it before. It seems you are quite diligent regarding the tasks assigned by the organization. By the way, where did you hide that killing machine? In the lid of the water tank. That lid was heavy, yet hollow. Once the countdown ended, the killing machine would automatically strike. If Zhouke were still alive, he would be dealt the final blow. After sending that message, the man was met with an unexpected silence from the other end. After what felt like an eternity, another message arrived. So, did the killing machine emerge? No. What is the matter? The killing machine strictly adheres to its assassination orders. Why has it not appeared? Are you absolutely certain Zhouke is dead? The man glanced at the stage, at the corpse dressed in a magician's attire. Absolutely. I witnessed his body being devoured by piranhas. Let me ask you one more question. What was Zhouke's attire before the magic performance began? The man hesitated, perplexed as to why arrogance would inquire about such an apparently unrelated matter. Nonetheless, he faithfully described. Zhouke had put great effort into this magic act, donning a splendid coat and styling his hair. Moreover, he seemed to have applied heavy makeup, resembling a dashing clown character. Were you watching him the entire minute after he jumped into the tank? No. After Zhouke jumped into the tank, the curtain quickly fell over him. Approximately 20 seconds later, the curtain slowly rose again. The man did not comprehend why arrogance was asking so many seemingly disconnected questions. He simply answered based on the facts. The response speed from the other end seemed to slow once more. Subsequently, you did well. Zhouke's magic did not fail. He is indeed the person we seek. What? The man was taken aback, staring at the message on his phone, struggling to fathom its meaning. The next moment, he heard a clear, confident, and exuberant youthful voice. The entire auditorium had descended into chaos. Some students had risen, preparing to flee the hall, while others seemed eager to investigate whether the corpse was genuine. A few had already fainted. Yet in an instant, during my years of performing magic, my favorite line echoed through the air. It was as if the entire venue had been muted, the clamor vanishing instantly, replaced by a murmur. That voice sounds like Zhouke. How could this be? Isn't he dead? Good heavens. The corpse has risen. Bang. The lights of the auditorium extinguished. Then bang. All the spotlights illuminated a certain spot in the center of the last row of the audience. There, a graceful, resplendent figure spread his arms wide. Joka stood unscathed, his garments intact. He softly spoke, reciting his favorite line, "Magic does not fail. It is merely you who fell into a meticulously crafted ruse." His tone was elevated and self-assured, the echoes of his impassioned dialogue resonating throughout the grand auditorium. Chapter 68. It is merely you who fell. The audience was momentarily rendered speechless. After a long pause, the students gradually regained their composure. The initial panic, doubt, and suspicion dissipated entirely. They rose, cheering and leaping in jubilation. Goodness, it's really Joku alive. He was hiding behind the audience all along. And I didn't even notice. What were they thinking? Everyone was focused on the stage. Who would look back? At that moment, I genuinely believed the magic had failed. But what a surprise. Discussions erupted, and the applause grew ever more fervent. The sound of clapping reverberated through the air. Joku slowly descended the steps from the audience, as the background music of the magic show resumed. With each step he took, the cheers grew louder, and the emotions of the symphony intensified. Ultimately, Joku reached the stage's center, where the symphonic rhythm had reached its climax. The stage lights flickered as every gaze converged upon him. Joku revealed an elegant smile, standing atop the stage like a gentleman, bowing to the audience. The entire assembly stood, applauding, cheering, and shouting. In that moment, Joku felt as if he had become the center of the universe. Beside the stage, Su Chenxi shyly leaned down to discreetly retrieve the hammer she had conjured and quietly slipped back off stage. In the audience, Zhang Yang waved his fan sign vigorously, cheering and shouting while addressing Tang Xian. "You were absolutely right. Joku was indeed putting on a show." Tang Xian appeared equally exhilarated. Having watched Joku's magic livestream before, she had never seen anything like this. I suspected it was a performance, but I never imagined Joku would execute it so convincingly. The entire audience mirrored their excitement. However, while they were astounded by the spectacular twist of Joku's magic, they also harbored a thrilling curiosity. How was it possible that Joku, who had appeared to be a lifeless corpse in the tank, suddenly emerged from behind the audience? How was this accomplished? The day before Joku's magic performance, he had discovered a small iron lock hanging from the top of the magic water tank, unbeknownst to him. This lock was neither set by Joku nor part of the magic act. He quickly realized that someone had tampered with his magic props. The assassin's plan was clever. The inconspicuous lock, while compromising the security of the tank, significantly enhanced its concealment. Yet such a trivial trick could hardly escape Joku's keen observation. Joku promptly experimented by covering the lid. Indeed, with a click, the iron lock automatically secured itself. Not only that, but as he closed the lid, he keenly sensed something amiss. The weight of the lid was abnormal. It was evidently much heavier than a typical one. Joku's water tank was a specially crafted magical prop, with a notably thick top cover due to its concealed layer. As a magician, the layer within the tank's lid was designed to conceal various magical implements for performances. Thus, Joku quickly realized that something was indeed hidden within that layer at this moment. Based on the circumstances of previous assassination attempts and the weight, it was evident that a person was concealed inside. Joku swiftly drew his short sword and produced handcuffs. He then hastily opened the concealed layer on the inner side of the lid. Sure enough, a figure clad in black, adorned with a skull emblem on their hood, was curled up within the compartment. The hooded figure appeared momentarily stunned, evidently caught off guard by their discovery. Joku acted with alacrity, pulling the figure out and pinning them down to subdue them. The hooded figure struggled, but could not withstand Joku's strength, their hands firmly shackled. Once the movements of the hooded figure were restrained, Joku pressed the short sword against their neck, softly inquiring, "Who sent you?" The hooded figure stammered incoherently, unable to articulate a single meaningful word. To Joku's astonishment, he noticed a severed tongue root within their cracked, withered lips. Ah, yet another transformed humanoid killing machine. Joku lifted the short sword, contemplating the immediate execution of the figure. However, just as the blade grazed the hooded figure's neck, an overwhelming shiver coursed through his mind. In that instant, a brilliant idea surged forth. He glanced at the shackled hands of the hooded figure and then at the small iron lock on the tank's lid. A masterfully intricate plan rapidly formed and refined in Joku's mind. Why not turn the tables on them? With a swift motion, he delivered a precise strike to the hooded figure. Instantly, the figure ceased their whimpering and struggles, collapsing into unconsciousness. Joku then stripped the hooded figure of their tattered garments and donned them in a dazzling black and white sequined costume. To his surprise, the once ragged figure now appeared somewhat resplendent. Indeed, appearances do matter. A magician's stand-in must not be less handsome than the magician himself. After dressing the assassin, Joku produced a makeup palette and meticulously applied cosmetics to the hooded figure's face. Your face shape bears some resemblance to mine, though your features differ entirely. Yet, Makeup is renowned as the mysterious Eastern art of disguise. Under the right distance, lighting, and elaborate makeup, everyone will see you as me. Rest assured, my makeup materials are waterproof. Your handsome visage will remain flawless even when submerged. Once he completed this transformation, Joku stood back, admiring his exquisite makeup artistry, while handcuffing the assassin's hands and feet and reinforcing the restraints with several iron chains. Finally, he returned the utterly unconscious assassin to the concealed lair. Just minutes before the performance commenced, amidst thunderous applause, Joku gracefully ascended the steps to stand before the water tank. He glanced at the small iron lock beside the tank's lid and then at the thick cover concealing the secret compartment within. With a smile, he revealed an elegant grin and opened his arms, softly declaring, "Magic begins." He plunged downwards, splashing into the water. The moment Joku submerged, the stage curtains slowly descended, obscuring all that transpired behind the scenes. Chapter 69. The meticulously crafted ruse. The frigid water enveloped Joku's skin, yet he felt no chill, for he was confident of his success. The moment he entered the water, a click echoed. As anticipated, the black lid swiftly descended, locking securely. Joku held his breath, wasting not a moment, and immediately employed his masterful lockpicking skills to free his hands and feet from their bindings. This process took but a fleeting few seconds. It was time. Joku was set to perform magic before the entire student body, harboring a crucial ulterior motive, to verify the accuracy of his judgments regarding the conditions for activating the divine card. If his calculations were correct, divine card activation conditions met. Automatic extraction of abilities. The voice of the Joker God resounded immediately. Indeed, the card in his pocket felt slightly warm. He swiftly retrieved it. The once static Joker card now glowed with a white light, spinning rapidly in the water, its design gradually blurring. A 1 in 52 chance. This must refer to the probability of drawing that divine card. The abilities were randomly selected, with a high likelihood of not acquiring the desired card. Yet Joku felt an unwavering confidence. Even if it was a 1 in 52 chance, before me, it was a certainty. Come forth. The divine card I seek. The 5 of diamonds. Ding. Divine card extraction complete. The divine card is the 5 of diamonds. The voice of the Joker God sounded astonished, as if unable to believe that Joku had truly succeeded. In the palm of his hand, the Joker card ceased its rotation, the design now clear. 5 red, diamond-shaped squares adorned the card's surface, the 5 of diamonds. Although Joku was already aware of the ability associated with the 5 of diamonds, the deity still dutifully introduced it. 5 of diamonds. Copper-grade divine card ability. Teleport oneself to a nearby location. Distance range determined by magical essence level. Joku smiled slightly, taking hold of the transformed divine card. Ordinarily, the magic would conclude here. However, he wished to play a little trick on the entire student body. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across his face, complemented by his makeup, which might appear somewhat eerie to an outsider. I hope this death is not too painful. He reached out to the concealed layer's switch. Pressing it gently. Boom. The compartment sprang open, and a figure tumbled downwards into the water tank. Bound hand and foot, the individual struggled helplessly as they fell into the water, clad in an identical coat to Joku's and bearing the same clownish makeup. Even their physique bore a resemblance. Truly a perfect stand-in for death. The skeleton-clad assassin thrashed about, emitting feeble cries in the water. Joku smirked, inserting a thin wire into the stand-in's hand. Remember, you must unlock the handcuffs if you wish to avoid drowning. The remainder of the magic is yours to complete. With that, Joku gripped the divine card tightly and softly intoned. Diamond, transform all forms. 5 dimensions. Return to the path. Swish. Unlike the first time when Joku was transported by Professor Chinyun, this time, the reins of control rested firmly in his own hands. The process of teleportation was devoid of any discomfort. Rather, Joku felt an exhilarating lightness enveloping him, akin to soaring through the skies. He instantaneously liberated himself from the chilling embrace of the cold water. The scenery around him swiftly receded, leaving behind only indistinct shadows. In the blink of an eye, Joku gracefully descended to the ground, perfectly arriving at the destination he had envisioned within his mind, a visual blind spot behind the audience seating. All onlookers were engrossed in the spectacle of the water tank on stage, their focus intensifying as the curtain slowly ascended, leaving no surplus energy to divert their attention elsewhere. Joku felt a profound satisfaction. The entire teleportation process had occurred without a whisper. He examined himself, noting that not a single droplet of water had been transported along with him. He remained as elegant and striking as he had been before plunging into the tank. Leaning casually against a wall with his arms crossed over his chest, he observed the magic performance unfolding before him. The countdown had reached the 40-second mark. The curtain had risen a third of the way, and the audience erupted into cheers as they witnessed Joku successfully free himself from the shackles binding his feet. Oh, it seems your will to survive is quite tenacious. Unshackling yourself in such a brief span is no small feat, Joku mused, now adopting the role of an audience member, captivated by the thrilling water tank escape act. With 20 seconds remaining, the curtain fully lifted. Within the tank, Joku had completely freed himself and was swiftly propelling himself upward. However, upon reaching the top lid, his progress abruptly halted. The lid was astonishingly locked. Within the tank, Joku harbored no thoughts beyond the singular desire to survive. He resorted to a rather primitive approach, ramming his body against the top cover. Bang! Bang! Each strike elicited gasps from the audience. Ouch! Just watching it is painful, Joku remarked, hiding in the corner, yet a playful smirk betrayed his true feelings. I'm rather curious to see if you can break through. As the countdown dwindled, the moment of truth arrived. Bang! The iron lock finally gave way, and Joku's substitute emerged, gasping for fresh air. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, a swarm of piranhas rained down from above. The unfortunate assassin hadn't even managed to fully escape before being plunged back into the tank by the ferocious tropical fish. The piranhas thrashed and tore at the flesh. Joku smirked, feigning sorrow as he covered his eyes, but the curve of his lips revealed his true sentiments. A killer from the skeleton society. Dispatched by their own contraption, how delightfully ironic. With a resounding crash, Su Chinsi charged onto the stage, wielding a giant hammer to shatter the water tank. Collapsing in a heap upon the ground, the once terrifying assassin now lay amidst the wreckage, reduced to a half-skeleton. The auditorium erupted in screams, chaos, and dread. Meanwhile, Joku's sense of amusement burgeoned, mirroring the audience's rising panic. It is time. Little assassin, you've worked hard to present this spectacular magic show for everyone. However, after such an exerting performance, you must be utterly exhausted. Look, you've fallen asleep. Therefore, allow me the honor of handling the aftermath. Oh, you inquire what the aftermath entails. Why, it is to welcome the audience with flowers, cheers, and applause. Joku suddenly emerged, reciting his favorite lines as he strolled toward the stage. An increasing number of spectators began to register his presence. The initial terror dissipated, replaced by profound astonishment at Joku's breathtaking magic. They cheered and clapped with abandon. Joku stepped to the center of the stage, basking in the multitude of flashing cameras, raising his hands high. The stage curtain gradually descended, accompanied by the spotlight's glow. Joku softly murmured, "Magic." A flawless finale. In a hidden corner, a man intently fixated on his phone screen, reading the incoming message. What is his current state? He typed briskly, he is reveling in the success of his magic performance. After all, he is just a young man, still unable to remain composed. Do not forget, the conditions for casting the death curse have already been fulfilled. The man's brow arched slightly. Shall we cast it upon him now? Yes, immediately. As you command. In the coming days, Joku would begin to feel unwell, gradually worsening until, well, you understand. I truly wonder what his expression of despair will be once he realizes he has fallen into an inescapable death curse. Chapter 70. The Trigger Conditions of the Divine Card. Joku's magic performance at the welcome party had ignited a frenzy on the campus hot search list. The headline news on the campus network read, "A stunning turnaround. The commoner magician's desperate escape." It had been shared countless times. The comment section was equally vibrant, absolutely captivating. I genuinely thought something went awry with the magic. That skeleton was truly terrifying. So lifelike. Joku has completely won me over. 398 dragon coins for the complete magic tutorial, an essential for wooing the ladies. Guaranteed to teach you everything. For details, contact V XXX. Is the big brother really teaching? Joku switched off his phone. His intention in performing magic was never to gain fame. It was merely to evade the Skeleton Society's next assassination attempt and to experiment with the trigger conditions of the divine card. So, how exactly did you manage that? Came the mellifluous voice of the crystal skull across from him. Manage what? Joku feigned ignorance. To survive. I clearly observed the probability of your survival, a mere 1 in 52. Yet you actually succeeded. Why? Joku smiled faintly. Oh. So even your omniscient deity is puzzled. Omniscience merely pertains to you humans. When faced with matters concerning the divine, I do not possess all-encompassing knowledge. That is precisely correct. What? A day had passed since the magic performance at the welcome party, and at this moment, Joku found himself concealed within a grove on campus. Relishing a brief moment of tranquility, rising to his feet, he basked in the sunlight. Perhaps I am simply fortunate. Perhaps I merely happened to fall within that 1 in 52 probability. Or perhaps, he paused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The concept of probability is manageable for me. What? The prophet's skull naturally comprehended the implications behind Zhou Ke's words. The divine ability of the King of Diamonds? Yet, at your current divine card level, you can only utilize a divine card once. And at that time, you used the Five of Squares. How could you possibly have used the King of Diamonds beforehand? Zhou Ke stood amidst the woods, observing the athletic forms of his classmates on the playground. At that moment, as I drew the divine card, an intense sensation surged within me, a profound conviction that I would surely succeed in this endeavor. Rarely do I rely solely on intuition for judgments. However, when I do experience an inexplicable instinct, it invariably proves accurate. Thus, your intuition is. Zhou Ke smiled. Someone, unbeknownst to me, has clandestinely wielded the Plum Blossom King card, altering my odds of drawing the Diamond 5 to a certainty. That is impossible, the prophet's skull asserted with unwavering certainty. Why is it impossible? Within the borders of Longhua, the Plum Blossom cards have been rendered extinct. There exists no one who possesses the Plum Blossom King card. Zhou Ke glanced at the hollow eyes of the prophet's skull. Do you not see? Your eyes are wide open, yet you remain oblivious. And, to me, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, I do not fault you. You have stated that you can only discern the past, present, and future of humanity. However, when it comes to the future of the divine, you are utterly blind. Are you proclaiming yourself a deity? Certainly not. At least for now, I am merely an ordinary human. But who can predict what I might become in the future? The future you? Zhou Ke paused, then softly continued. As I have mentioned, you can foresee the future, yet you cannot perceive a future that has been altered. The day before my magical performance, I visited the library and revisited a tome concerning divine relics. One relic was described as a time-reversing clock, capable of transporting one back to the past. At that moment, a fervent obsession took hold of my mind. I must acquire this relic in my future, and then return to the present to ensure my survival probability is set to 100%. The prophet's skull remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, its ethereal voice returned, albeit with diminished confidence. So, you have succeeded. Zhou Ke did not respond immediately. He leisurely strolled, ascending to the summit of a small hill on the school grounds. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of his coat as he spoke softly. Who knows? Perhaps all of this is merely a figment of my imagination. I might have simply been fortunate enough to encounter that 1 in 52 probability. Yet, one thing I am unequivocally certain of. In my future, I shall gather all divine relics. I will elevate my divine card to the highest echelon. I shall ascend continuously, from commoner to minor nobility, then to mid-tier nobility, and finally to the grand nobility. If fate permits, I shall even become the king of Longhua. I aspire to become the world's most formidable deity. The prophet's skull appeared taken aback. Why? Zhou Ke smiled, his expression elegant, generous, and imbued with a touch of nonchalance and composure. He remained atop the hill, gazing down at his fellow classmates frolicking innocently at the foot of the hill. He then lifted his gaze to the sky, extending his arms to embrace the crisp air at the summit. For, in my view, those below the peak are most insignificant, while the air atop the hill is the freshest, and the view is the most breathtaking. After conversing with the prophet's skull, Zhou Ke retreated to a hidden corner and called out into the void. Jester God, are you there? Hello, my dear, a shrill voice responded once more. I apologize. My child, I eavesdropped on your conversation with that skull. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Zhou Ke waved his hand dismissively. I intended for you to hear it. After all, your reaction during the orientation gala when I activated the divine card was quite surprising. You likely have no idea how I managed to draw the Diamond 5. Thus, I thought I would elucidate it for you. Oh, I see now. So, what brings you to summon me this time? Zhou Ke smiled faintly. I am here to verify the mysteries surrounding the activation of the divine card. Oh, from your words, I gather you already have some conjectures? Zhou Ke replied softly, not conjectures, but certainties. The jester god seemed excited. Well then, my child, please enlighten me. What are the hidden conditions for activating the divine card? Zhou Ke fiddled with his divine card, admiring the jester motif. The conditions for triggering the divine card are quite simple. To make a fool of oneself. Chapter 71. To make a fool of oneself. To phrase it differently, it entails being questioned, underestimated, and doubted, essentially, being regarded as a jester by others. Zhou Ke elaborated. The first activation of the divine card, the Plum Blossom King, occurred on the very day of my 18th birthday. I had just acquired my divine card, and my ability activated instantaneously. The situation at that time involved 2 police officers doubting my identity. Even after I explained the citywide blackout, they assumed I was joking. Thus, I was perceived as a fool, which consequently activated my ability. The jester god laughed heartily. How amusing. Zhou Ke continued softly. The second instance involved the Heart 7. During that activation, Su Chenxi and I were ambushed by the killing machines of the Skull Society on the subway. I vividly remember the moment my ability activated. It was rather awkward. I had confidently asserted to Suchinsi that the assassin was targeting me, only to discover that she was also a target. This constituted my second foolish moment. The jester god chirped with glee. "Ha! I recall that time. I thought you were even more suited to be the jester god than I." Joku ignored the comment and continued. "To be honest, even after these two activations, I had a vague suspicion regarding the conditions for activating the divine card. It was indeed to make a fool of oneself. However, the subsequent two activations left me in doubt, for at those times, I believe there were no evident audiences viewing me as a fool." As Joku reminisced, he recounted. "The third activation occurred with the Diamond 8. The moment my divine ability was triggered was precisely when I intended to showcase my prowess. And Suchinsi happened to burst in, taking down Zhang Yang in one shot. This was undeniably another foolish moment, yet there were no spectators. Of course, I later learned that the comprehensive assessment was being live-streamed, and many viewers were undoubtedly watching me. It was at that moment that they regarded me as a fool." The fourth instance was similar, involving the Spade King. I failed to grasp the cause of activation at the time. Only after the competition concluded and I reviewed the events did I realize that numerous individuals on the campus network were monitoring me. They noted that the other two kings had substantial supporters, while I had merely two teammates. Consequently, I was subjected to skepticism and ridicule regarding my capabilities, thus being perceived as a fool. The two instances of the divine card activation have led me to formulate a bold hypothesis, alongside discovering a significant method to enhance the triggering of divine cards. The god of jesters has grown increasingly intrigued. Oh, what is it? The answer lies in the phrase, difficult to please all. As long as my audience is sufficiently large, there will inevitably be dissenters questioning my abilities. To validate this hypothesis, I have resolved to defy the council of the prophet's cranium and agree to perform a grand, yet perilous magic act before the entire school. Such an act, from an outsider's perspective, carries a high probability of failure. Therefore, regardless of my true capabilities, there will certainly be individuals who doubt my prowess, perceiving me as a mere jester. And that, indeed, suffices. The god of jesters seemed momentarily taken aback, then exuberantly exclaimed, "Splendid. Truly marvelous. You are indeed born to play the trump card." Absolutely correct. The answer is to make a fool of oneself. As long as someone questions your strength and regards you as a jester, the ability will be triggered. The jester card bestows upon you, indeed, a fine horse matched with a fine saddle. Upon hearing this, Joku paused for a moment, then revealed an elegant smile. "God of jesters. Do you not find it rather ingenious? Each playing card possesses its own significance. Spades, specializing in martial prowess, resemble a shield paired with a longsword. Hearts, governing the mind, naturally correlate with human emotions. Diamonds, symbolizing transformation, take the form of bricks, the foundation of all things. Meanwhile, clubs disrupt causality, embodying nature and representing the laws of the universe. Ultimately, the Joker card, adorned with a jester's visage, serves the purpose of self-deprecation. The thought processes behind the creation of these divine cards by the gods are truly exquisite." The god of jesters chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment. You have made me a tad bashful." However, Joku, furrowing his brow, continued, "I still have a question." The voice of the god of jesters remained high-pitched. "Speak." Joku posed his query. The notion of self-deprecation is inherently subjective and cannot be deemed an entirely objective circumstance. Thus, what precisely determines a jester moment? The god of jesters erupted into hearty laughter. "What a splendid question. A splendid question indeed. To address your inquiry, allow me to state this. The ultimate interpretative authority lies with the god of jesters. As long as I perceive your current situation to align with a jester moment, I shall grant you the opportunity to draw upon your abilities. Rest assured, my child, I am always on your side. I will invariably bestow upon you the powers at the most opportune moment, so you need not worry. Moreover, you have never failed to impress me. Your abilities have truly opened my eyes. Ha ha. I look forward to your even more outstanding performances." After uttering this, the god of jesters fell silent once more. Fortunately, Joku had already gleaned all the information he sought from the deity. Indeed, the condition for activating the divine card is self-deprecation, and the authority to determine whether it qualifies as such rests with the god of jesters. The use of abilities still bears certain restrictions. However, you have mentioned that once my divine card ascends, the powers I can draw will become even more formidable, and numerous limitations will gradually be lifted, with more mechanisms emerging. I shall truly become the possessor of all divine card abilities. Ahem. Joku suddenly felt a slight discomfort in his throat and coughed delicately. Yet he paid it no mind, shaking his head slightly. Joku took out his phone, opened the notes, and accessed the prophecy of the talking skull. It contained merely two messages. The first read, "Freshman welcome party, survival probability, 100%. Joku chuckled softly and deleted it. The second stated, "After the freshman welcome party, I will fall under an unbreakable death curse. Within the following month, I shall uncover the mystery of divine card ascension. TSK. Zhou checked this prophecy, bolding and enlarging it. It seems you do hold some regard for my prophecy. The voice of the skull echoed softly. Would you be interested in hearing another? This prophecy pertains to the deepest secrets within your heart. Chapter 72. Secrets. Oh, pray tell. Zhou replied, finding a small stool to sit upon. I have always valued your suggestions. However, he smirked playfully, whether I act upon them is another matter. You insinuate that my most profound secret is what? Noticing the skull appeared somewhat at a loss for words, Zhou, in a bid to nurture the fragile emotions of this divine being, took the initiative to steer the conversation. Naturally, it is your cold-blooded and merciless nature. Zhou raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting you are a just deity who looks down upon individuals like me? Of course not. I generally refrain from passing judgment on human values. However, I actually admire your character. You prioritize self-interest to the greatest extent without entirely sacrificing your humanity. This enables you to navigate both virtue and vice with ease. Enough with the flattery, great-eyed skull. Quickly divulged the prophecy regarding my cold-blooded nature. The skull paused momentarily, seemingly deliberating how to articulate its response. Your next class will be the foundational course on heart-suit divine cards. And hearts, naturally, relate to the realm of the mind. In this lesson, there is a high probability that you will expose your true nature. Zhou, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. Is that all? The skull, seemingly anticipating Zhou's reaction, altered its approach. You harbor far too many secrets that must not be revealed to your classmates. During your magic performance at the freshman welcome party, you employed a living person as a prop. You suspect Tang Xin to be a member of the Skull Society. Hence you purposefully offered her poison. Most importantly, your divine card is not the Club K, but rather the Jester card. It is probably best that these pieces of information remain undisclosed. Zhou pondered for a moment and deemed the words of the prophet's cranium to possess merit. Suddenly, he coughed violently a couple of times. Nevertheless, he shook his head, forcing himself to cast aside the discomfort. Subsequently, Zhou straightened his posture and addressed the prophet's cranium. Master, please enlighten me. What will transpire in tomorrow's class? What should I do? The prophet's cranium appeared quite pleased with Zhou's attitude. Ah, the pupil is indeed teachable. Tomorrow's lesson will pertain to the mind. You will naturally discover the specific content during class. As for how to avoid disclosing the secrets of your heart, I bestow upon you 8 words. Relax completely, relinquish resistance. Relax completely, relinquish resistance? Upon first hearing this, Zhou did not fully grasp its meaning. As he was about to inquire further, a sudden thought surged into his mind. He nodded and said, I comprehend. Should any circumstances arise in tomorrow's class, I shall completely relax and relinquish my resistance. The following day, on his way to class, Zhou coughed twice. Ever since the welcome party had concluded, he had been plagued by a persistent discomfort, occasionally succumbing to fits of coughing. Had he caught a cold? Since receiving the divine card, Zhou rarely fell ill. The sudden onset of a cold seemed rather peculiar. He resolved to visit the school clinic at the earliest opportunity to check on his health. Suppressing his discomfort, he continued his journey to the classroom. Drawing from his previous experiences navigating the school, he had become quite adept at venturing out. He bundled himself up snugly, donning a mask that even his own mother would struggle to recognize him through. Yet, some classmates still managed to identify him. Isn't that Zhou? It seems so. Oh, even his walking posture is so handsome. I'm going to die. On the roadside, numerous admirers appeared to recognize him, erupting into screams and surrounding him for autographs. Zhou sighed and quickened his pace, deftly evading them. Following the magic show at the welcome party, he had not only garnered fame among the freshmen, but had also cultivated a fanbase among upperclassmen. An official website for the Zhou support group had even emerged within the campus network, boasting a considerable number of active members. They fervently discussed Zhou's appearance, past, various accomplishments, and some had even offered hefty sums for his personal clothing. Zhang Yang humorously remarked that Zhou had completely supplanted Zhuang Xingyao's natural allure, becoming the true enchantress of the school. After evading the fervent fan group, Zhou finally arrived at the classroom. Please take your seats. Typically, when someone was late, Professor Yuan Xing would not bestow a pleasant demeanor upon them. However, upon seeing Zhou, he made an exception and chose not to reprimand him. After all, Zhou had, in a previous class, quite literally saved his life. Once seated, Professor Yuan Xing cleared his throat and announced, today's lesson is on the foundational course of heart abilities, traditionally taught by the principal himself to the elite class. However, as the principal remains preoccupied with personal matters, I shall once again take the helm. A ripple of hushed whispers coursed through the classroom. Silence. Yuan Xing rapped on the desk and proclaimed with authority. I am aware of your thoughts. You are wondering, isn't Professor Yuan Xing a Spade Divine Card Master? Is it appropriate for him to teach a Heart Series course? The crowd quieted, anticipating his next words. Yuan Xing surveyed the room, confirming that everyone was attentive, and continued. While it is true that I specialize in spade abilities and possess profound expertise, when it comes to teaching you inexperienced youngsters, I am more than adequate. Professor Yuan Xing retrieved a crystal ball from beneath the lectern and placed it on the desk. Who can tell me what this object is? A moment of silence ensued. Observing their lack of response, Professor Yuan Xing added, this class, like the last, will assess your performance. Those with high scores will receive a reward. Upon hearing this, Yilingtian quickly raised his hand. Professor, this object is called a magic device, akin to an artificial divine card. As long as the corresponding divine essence is infused, it can temporarily exhibit the functions of the respective divine card. However, the effectiveness of a magic device is quite limited. Many individuals cannot utilize it effectively at all. To them, it is no more useful than a spherical brick. Yuan Xing nodded in approval. Excellent. No wonder you are ranked third in magic essence in our class. It seems you have retained the knowledge from the previous lesson. Yilingtian beamed with pride. However, in the last class, I introduced a particular concept. Though I did not emphasize it strongly, I wonder if any of you remember? Upon this question, not a single student responded. Some even lowered their heads, preoccupied with examining their desks. Noticing this, Zhouke's lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his hand directly.